Chapter 1 Return of the Dragon Lord. Central State. Inside a luxurious villa. Sign this. Mom, why is this? Why? How dare you ask why? Gao Shouyun looked at Bai Mo with contempt. Just a ing loser like you. How can you be worthy of our Mu Qing? You, hurry up and sign. The woman who spoke was Bai Mo's mother-in-law, Gao Shouyun. The mother-in-law had been looking at Bai Mo in a bad light, and once the old man died, her attitude towards Bai Mo became even worse. Now, taking advantage of Su Muqing's business trip, she made Bai Mo and Su Muqing divorce. Thinking of Su Muzheng, Bai Mo's heart aches. Su Muqing is his wife. It's only famous but not real, because Bai Mo has never even touched Su Muzheng's hand, not to mention going to her bed. Bai Mo was the second son of the Bai family in the imperial capital. 5 years ago, Bai Mo was framed by a traitor and turned into a demon who killed his brother and father. Abolishing his martial arts foundation, he was sent to prison by the Bai family. Before his execution, Bai Mo escaped and was saved by Elder Su after arriving in Central State. When Elder Su saw the ring on Bai Mo's hand, he resolutely gave Su Muqing, the pearl of the Su family, to Bai Mo, an invalid, shocking the entire Central State. 2 years later, the Su family's old master fell seriously ill overnight and passed away. Since that time, the Su family had been trying to get rid of him with every intention. It was only that Bai Mo handled things calmly and tolerated all the insults from others without being moved. Plus Su Muqing would also help Bai Mo in critical times. So these people had never succeeded. Today is a good opportunity. Su Muqing is not there. Are you signing or not? Gao Shouyun threw the contract in Bai Mo's face and shouted angrily. Bai Mo said perplexedly, I'll sign it if it's Mu Qing's idea. This is my daughter's idea. Then why didn't she step in? Enough of this nonsense. Gao Shouyun stood up in a flash and pointed at Bai Mo's face and said, Bai Mo, think about the 5 years you've been in the Su family. Freeloading, what have you ever paid for? The Su family has raised you for 5 years. It's already benevolent. Today you have to sign for me. Gao Shouyun's palm slapped on the table. I eat and drink for nothing? After hearing Gao Shouyun's words, Bai Mo was filled with grief. You guys are making me like a servant, not letting me go out to work, and now you're calling me a waste? It's you guys who don't let me go out to work. Bai Mo summoned up the courage to say back. Gao Shouyun sneered. You're a waste. You can't carry on your shoulders or your hands. What can you do out there? Because his martial arts foundation was destroyed, his physical quality was abnormally poor, and he didn't have any strength at all. Mom, I told you earlier, if I don't use hard moves, this won't agree. Upstairs, a youth slowly walked down. It was Bai Mo's brother-in-law, Su Yuankai. Su Yuankai was usually a second-generation ancestor. Fighting and brawling was simply a routine for him. *********. Are you signing or not? Am I giving you face? Su Yuankai went downstairs and grabbed Bai Mo's head and slammed it heavily towards the table, and immediately blood flowed. Bai Mo struggled bitterly, but his hands were powerless. How could he be Su Yuankai's opponent? I want to wait for Mu Qing. Bai Mo shouted hoarsely. Gao Shouyun sniffed and was furious, scolding, Son, give me a beating. Beat him until he signs. Bang! Su Yuankai lifted Bai Mo's collar and continuously slammed Bai Mo's head towards the desktop. His other hand also punched Bai Mo's body. Bai Mo's gaze was cloudy. The pain on his body combined with the excessive bleeding had caused him to go into a trance. Uing punk. Su Yuankai sneered, heavily slamming Bai Mo to the ground and adding another kick. The violent pounding caused Bai Mo's consciousness to blur even more. I have to wait for Mu Qing. Don't submit. You're not convinced? What is there for you? A punk, to be unconvinced of? This is your cheap life. Gao Shouyun laughed coldly. Su Yuankai stomped one foot even harder on Bai Mo's face and crouched down to grab Bai Mo's right hand fingers. Gao Shouyun hurriedly took out the prepared sealing clay. Bai Mo instantly understood what the two of them were thinking. They actually wanted to force themselves to press handprints. Bai Mo clenched his fists deathly tightly and just wouldn't let go. Bang! Damn you! You have strength at this time. Su Yuankai punched Bai Mo's head. An instant of severe pain directly caused Bai Mo to faint. After pressing the handprints, the mother and son immediately cheered, not paying the slightest attention to the death of Bai Mo on the ground. It finally worked. Gao Shouyun looked at the divorce agreement and said with a face full of excitement, This will allow my sister to marry young Qin. Su Yuankai also said excitedly. Gao Shouyun looked at Su Yuankai. Son, now that it's done, what about him? What will we say if your sister comes back and asks about us? Su Yuankai kicked Bai Mo, spat and said, Don't worry, Mom, leave it to me, okay? But just tell him to get the hell out of Central State. I get upset when I see him. Gao Shouyun smiled, and joyfully went out the door. She couldn't be late for the old lady's birthday banquet. She must be the first to tell the old lady about the good things. Su Yuankai's so-called way of dealing with the situation was to ask someone to pull Bai Mo to the middle of nowhere and throw him away. Before leaving, Su Yuan Kai gave Bai Mo a kick. Back then you were able to be saved by Grandpa. Today you'll be left to fend for yourself. This action was tantamount to killing a human being. It was heinous. But when Su Yuan Kai left, he didn't see that the ring on Bai Mo's hand, after being stained with Bai Mo's blood, emitted a burst of light and drilled into his brain. Bai Mo, who was in a coma, suddenly let out a boom in his brain as a huge energy repaired his body. The heavens must first suffer their hearts and minds. A descendant of the Bai family? Not bad, not bad. The Dragon Lord returns. The Anachi penetrates the yin and yang. The 9 needles of returning yang condense vitality. Floating in the skin, like water floating on wood. Lifting it is more than enough. Pressing it is not enough. The solid pulse is powerful, large and firm. It should be melancholy. And all 3 symptoms are present. The Supreme Being has returned to save the world and help all the people. I'm going. Ow. A huge dragon roar resounded through the mountains and forests, and all the beasts were terrified and prostrated themselves on their knees. Above Bai Mo's severely injured body, a 5-clawed golden dragon of more than 110 feet spread its teeth and claws, gulping heaven and earth. Chapter 2. He's changed for the better. Ahem. I'm still alive? After an unknown amount of time, the 5-clawed golden dragon disappeared into Bai Mo's body, and Bai Mo was woken up by the sharp pain in his head and sat up instantly. He was shocked on the spot as he suddenly realized the regained internal energy in his body, and the ancient medical books that were all over his brain. How did my internal energy come back? And it's even more powerful than before? Bai Mo's pupils shrunk. The injuries on his entire body disappeared. His body stood straight, and his frail temperament shifted. This was real, not dreaming. The grievances in his heart for 5 years, the missing parents, the family's pursuit, all of these past events that made Bai Mo's heart ache, all of them smashed on the ground with tears in big drops. 5 years, 5 whole years. No one knew how he had come through these 5 years. After crying, dry your tears. One day, the dragon will get water, and will surely stain half of the sky with blood. He will no longer be the useless son-in-law who was spurned and slaughtered by everyone. He will pay back the suffering he has endured 100 times over. Su Yuan Kai, Gao Xiaoyun. Wait, the suffering I have endured will be returned to you tenfold. Bai Mo's body flashed, and he quickly rushed towards his home. After Bai Mo returned home, he found that Su Yuan Kai was no longer at home, and the blood on the ground was cleaned up, except for his cell phone, which was still on the table. Ringing, the phone rang. Bai Mo picked up the phone. A cold voice came from inside. Where are you? Why don't you answer the phone? The owner of this voice that haunted him was the very woman Bai Mo had once thought would be touched by his own sincerity. Su Cheng. Bai Mo took a deep breath and said, I just got home. Do you know what day today is? At this time of the day, how dare you still be at home? Su Cheng said with dissatisfaction. Bai Mo raised his eyebrows and was silent. Why aren't you speaking? Mom, they didn't bring you over. Don't you know how to go by yourself? Su Cheng finished in a cold voice. Seeing Bai Mo's silence, she added, I just came back from a business trip. You drive to pick me up. Okay, I was just about to do the same. Bai Mo responded and clenched his fists. Su family, you have bullied me and insulted me. Just from today, I will return to you one by one. Right, remember to change your clothes. Don't wear that tracksuit of yours anymore. In the end, Su Cheng finished and directly hung up the phone. Bai Mo looked at the phone in his hand and muttered, even after 2 days away from home, you still speak to me in such an impatient tone. Ka-ching. Bai Mo's palm slightly exerted force, and the phone was clutched into pieces by him, changing the bloodied clothes on his body. Bai Mo gritted his teeth and headed to the garage. Half an hour later, Bai Mo met Su Cheng. Exquisite features, matched with a smart professional outfit, long soft hair, and long straight legs in black stockings stood there. The combination of high coolness and flirtatiousness was overwhelming, worthy of being one of the top 3 beauties in Central State. Didn't I tell you to change your clothes? Su Cheng said angrily when she saw that Bai Mo was still wearing a pair of sportswear. Excuse me, do I have any other clothes? Bai Mo asked indifferently. Su Cheng froze. Bai Mo dared to refute her words? In the past 3 years, Bai Mo never dared to refute anyone in the Su family. A wimpy look. He didn't even dare to look at himself squarely in the eyes. Today he even refuted himself? Where's the suit from the wedding? Gazing for a moment, Su Cheng asked with a frown. As a matter of fact, Su Cheng would like Bai Mo to rebel. At least he wouldn't be called a wimp. Bai Mo pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and put it to his mouth to light it, and said in a condensed voice, you also know that it was the suit from the wedding. Bai Mo, when did you learn to smoke? And in front of me? Su Cheng knocked Bai Mo's cigarette away. Did you take the wrong medicine today? He. Bai Mo let out a light smile at the corner of his mouth, came to the driver's seat and lit another one. Su Cheng looked at Bai Mo, who was completely different from usual, and was surprised for a moment in her heart. What's wrong with Bai Mo? Why is he like a different person? However, She didn't knock off Bai Mo's cigarette this time and pondered all the way to the end why? After getting into the car, Bai Mo drove the car towards the city. What's wrong with you today? Suddenly, Su Muqing frowned at Bai Mo who was driving. Bai Mo still didn't say anything and drove the car by himself. Humph, I'm talking to you, dumb, Su Muqing said with a cold snort. Bai Mo took a deep breath. As a matter of fact, we are no longer a couple now. What do you mean? You give me a clear explanation? Are you divorcing me? Su Muqing looked at Bai Mo incredulously. She was so angry that her body was trembling. In the past 5 years, how many blank stares had she endured because of Bai Mo? A talented girl from Central State marrying a waste. The striking words were still in Su Muqing's memory to this day. And now Bai Mo wanted to divorce himself? Doesn't he know that if Grandpa hadn't told her on his deathbed that if she divorced Bai Mo, he wouldn't die in peace? She would have waited for Bai Mo to mention divorce? Bai Mo turned sideways and looked at her coldly. Just now, your mother and your brother forced me to sign the divorce agreement. What did you say? Su Muqing exclaimed in shock. How could they? How could they? Bai Mo said word for word. You didn't hear what I said clearly, so I'll say it again. Me and you have signed a divorce agreement. They forced you, so you signed it? Bai Mo, can you have some backbone and learn to resist? Are you going to be a loser all your life? Su Muqing came back to her senses and roared angrily. Snort! A brake sounded. Wimp, am I a wimp in your heart? I'll let you see what it means to be a wimp in a moment. Bai Mo finished gritting his teeth and started the car again. Su Muqing looked at the current Bai Mo and couldn't help but shiver in her heart. How did he become like this? The way he looked just now. How is it so scary? Su Muqing didn't dare to ask again, and on the way the two never communicated again. Soon the two arrived at the hotel. Su Muqing handed Bai Mo a gift box, took a deep breath and said, inside is a jade bracelet. Don't get it off. After saying that, Su Muqing directly walked towards the inside of the hotel, her heart thumping non-stop. Looking at the gift box in his hand, the corner of Bai Mo's mouth rose, revealing a cold smile. Yo, isn't this our Su family's trashy son-in-law? Just after arriving at the gate, a youth looked at Bai Mo behind Su Muqing and said with a face full of disdain. After Su Muqing heard the youth's words, she gritted her teeth and said, Su Jinhai, today is Grandma's birthday. I hope that everyone can have a happy time. Gu, you're still so protective of this trash. Su Jinhai laughed coldly. Bai Mo's eyes knitted together. You continue. I'll listen. I'll see what tricks you can pull. Gu, grown up, dare to talk to me like this. Call out Hai Xiao to listen? Su Jinhai said unimpressed. Seeing this, Su Muqing coldly said, Su Jinhai, don't go too far. Su Muqing, what's the matter with you? You guys are divorced anyway. It's your turn to care if I speak to a piece of trash? Su Jinhai said disdainfully. Shut up, say another word. Die. Bai Mo gritted his teeth. Uing. Su Jinhai said in the middle of his words, saw Bai Mo's eyes, his voice came to an abrupt end, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. What kind of pair of eyes is this? How is it so scary? He seems like a big mountain, his own small, in front of him as if an ant. Chapter 3, You actually didn't die? Bai Mo ignored him and walked towards the inside of the hotel with a flat face. Su Muqing saw this scene and frowned tightly. Today's Bai Mo was odd everywhere. His temper had become bigger, not to mention that it was as if he never knew him. You sit in the corner. Less talking. Entering the hall, Su Muqing pointed to the seat in the corner and said. At this time, the Su family's old ancestor had already arrived at the hall, and everyone congratulated the Su family's old ancestor. Bai Mo looked at the Su family's compliments to the old ancestor. His heart was full of disdain. These people actually one by one couldn't wait for the old lady to die early and let go of her power. But on the surface they had to pretend to be complimentary. Bai Mo saw Su Yuankai walked up to the stage and whispered a few words in the old lady's ear. The old ancestor looked around the crowd and said with a smile, First of all, thank you all for being able to come to the old body's birthday banquet. I'm very happy. Also, I have an announcement to make. You all should know that the pearl of my Su family was previously married to that trash Bai Mo, but the two of them have never shared a room. Today Mu Qing and that trash Bai Mo are finally divorced, and Mu Qing will also be marrying young Qin of the Qin family. The crowd was all excited when they heard the words of the Su family's old lady. Of course they knew what it meant for Su Muqing to marry young Qin. The Qin family, which was like the middle of the day in the Central State, was the head of the 3 great families in the Central State. What were the 3 great families? In Central State, it was almost an existence of one person under 10,000 people, and the 2 super families and the underground kings of Central State had already easily not appeared in Central State. So the 3 great families were the heavens here. And Qin Shao Qin Mao Yang is not only the youngest master of the Qin family, but also a foreign doctorate in finance and the 17th place in the World Golf Tournament. During his study abroad period, he even founded his own company with a market value of over $1 billion. The most important thing is that his mentor is from the Yi family in the imperial capital. Qin Maoyang can be described as the proud son of heaven surrounded by countless garlands of flowers. The Su family's business had begun to go downhill in the past few years, and if Su Mucheng and Qin Xiao got married, when the time came, relying on the Qin family's tree, the Su family could not only make a comeback, but could even soar to great heights. All of these family sons and daughters were taking dividends from the companies in the family, and the takeoff of the Su family's company signaled that they could get more dividends. So just after the old lady finished speaking, there was a burst of cheers from the crowd. Only at this time Bai Mo, who stayed in the corner, was clenching his fists. Just now at home, Su Yuankai and Gao Shouyun had just forced themselves to sign the divorce agreement, and now they couldn't wait to start announcing that they were going to marry Su Mucheng to the Qin family. It seemed that they were all in cahoots and had simply discussed this. I don't agree. It was at this time that Su Mucheng got up and spoke urgently to the old lady. Bai Mo's heart trembled when he heard Su Mucheng's words. Just now on the way here, he and Su Mucheng had already talked about the divorce, but he didn't expect that Su Mucheng would actually say no now. Thinking of this, Bai Mo's gaze towards Su Mucheng also had a hint of softness. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of person he was in Su Mucheng's eyes. After the old lady heard Su Mucheng's words, she asked suspiciously, Mucheng, why don't you agree? Could it be that you wish to live with that loser for the rest of your life? Are you doing this because of what your grandfather said before he died? Our Su family has already been merciful to that loser. You don't need to be pressured. I'm sure your grandfather won't blame you. Su Mucheng shook her head and said, Grandma, I just don't agree. Even if I divorce Bai Mo, I won't marry that Qin Maoyang. Bai Mo in the corner was filled with a bitter smile, secretly saying in his heart, so she just doesn't want to marry that Qin Xiao. Sister, why are you being silly? Do you know that Qin Xiao is the future successor of the Qin family? Su Yuankai hurriedly came to Su Mucheng's side and said, how can that loser be compared to young Qin? It was so hard for me to get you to divorce that loser. How could you not agree? Sister, do you know how much of a waste Bai Mo is? He can't even beat me. Just now he knelt on the ground begging for forgiveness. As long as I don't beat him up, do anything. Su Yuankai finished, his face full of cold smiles. Such a waste. Could it be that you still can't give up? Mucheng, we are all doing this for your own good. You may not be able to understand Qin Xiao. You guys will be fine after spending some time together. Gao Shouyun also spoke. Su Mucheng shook her head and said, I know very well what kind of person Qin Maoyang is. I just don't agree. Su Yuankai looked at Su Mucheng angrily and said, just for that trash? Before Su Mucheng could say anything, Bai Mo in the corner couldn't stand it anymore and burst out. Su Yuankai, shut up, the main man is still here. How dare you make your sister marry someone else in front of me, said Bai Mo striding towards Su Yuankai. Su Yuankai was startled when he heard Bai Mo's voice and turned his head to look. When he saw Bai Mo, he subconsciously said, you actually didn't die? Wasn't he thrown into the middle of nowhere by himself? How could he be here? Su Mucheng on the side froze at his words and had a bad feeling in his heart. Bai Mo came to Su Yuankai's side and drank in a cold voice. Dog thing, didn't think I was still alive. Did you? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who are you calling a dog thing? Reacting, Su Yuankai immediately said with great anger. So what if you came? You and my sister are already divorced. My sister has nothing to do with you. Bai Mo, you actually have the face to come? 3 years of freeloading in the Su family, and now you're even trying to delay my sister's happiness. You're trash and a stinker. What else do you know besides washing and cooking? If I were you, I would just piss myself to death. After hearing Su Yuankai's words, Bai Mo was instantly furious and was about to step forward. Su Mucheng said with a frown, didn't I tell you not to speak? I can handle things here. You can't handle things here. Get out of the way, Bai Mo said in a cold voice. Su Mucheng looked at Bai Mo dumbfounded. He dared to tell me to get out of the way. When Su Yuankai saw this, he was furious. Sister, look at this trash's nature finally showing. Before he lived like a dog in the Su family. Now he dares to yell at you. Bai Mo, don't think I don't know what's in your heart. Don't you just want money? I'm telling you, hurry up and get lost. In a moment Qin Xiao is coming. Don't get in the way here or I'll kill you. Let's see how you get me killed, Bai Mo said in a cold voice. Su Yuankai, the account between us has not been settled yet. Seeing this, Su Mucheng droned at Bai Mo. Bai Mo, don't you still feel humiliated enough? Let's talk about what's going on at home. Scram, Bai Mo said in a cold voice. Ing horse. Su Yuankai swung out a fist and headed towards Bai Mo. Bai Mo sneered and kicked Su Yuankai in the stomach with a backward kick. Su Yuankai flew straight out with a wail. Shock. Everyone was looking at Bai Mo with a face full of shock. This Su family's waste of a son-in-law dared to hit someone? It was still at the old ancestor's birthday banquet. Su Mucheng looked at Bai Mo with a face full of stupefaction. Was this still the Bai Mo he knew? Su Yuankai, who landed heavily on the ground, was so shocked that he had forgotten about the pain. This punk dared to hit himself with his hands? How can he have so much strength? This ing is high on drugs? Revolting, really revolting. How dare you make a move here? Take it down left and right for me. The Su family's old ancestor in front of him immediately shouted with great anger. It was at this moment that the sound of congratulations was suddenly heard from the doorway. Qin family Qin Maoyang Qin Xiao has come to wish the old lady a happy birthday. Chapter 4, So what if I beat it? Young Qin is here. Su Yuankai was filled with joy when he heard the voice. Before Qin Maoyang walked in, Su Yuankai left shouting loudly, Young Qin, you must do right by me. Seeing that Bai Mo had gone mad, Su Yuankai hurriedly turned to his master for help. Bai Mo looked at Su Yuankai, who was like a pug crawling up from the ground, with a cold smile on his face, and turned his head towards the door. At this moment, a handsome-looking youth with thick hair gel in his hair and wearing a white suit slowly walked in. The smile on the youth's face made the Su family's group of ladies look how spring. Qin Maoyang, I wish the old lady good fortune like the East Sea and longevity like the South Mountain. As soon as he entered the door, Qin Maoyang said loudly with a smile on his face. The Su family's old lady couldn't care less about Bai Mo at this point and hurriedly got up and said to Qin Maoyang, my old body is truly honored that young Qin has personally come. Grandma, say what you say. From now on we are family. Grandma, birthday banquet. How can I not come over? Qin Maoyang said with a smile. After hearing Qin Maoyang's words, Bai Mo snorted. Snort! Hearing this snort, Qin Maoyang's brows frowned. He was the young master of the Qin family, but someone dared to mock him? Turning his head to look, he said in a cold voice, Who are you? Are you the one mocking me? At this time, Su Yuankai had already reached Qin Maoyang's side and said hurriedly, Young Qin, he's my sister's trashy husband Bai Mo, but they've already divorced. So you're that trashy son-in-law Bai Mo who has been married to Mu Qing for 3 years and hasn't even held hands? The Jianghu person known as Lu Xiaohui? Qin Maoyang said with a snort, and this snort was even louder than Bai Mo's earlier. Bai Mo sniffed and said indifferently, Are you the playboy Qin Maoyang who wants to steal other people's wives? Who are you calling a playboy? Qin Maoyang frowned at his words. I liked Mu Qing before I left the country. If it wasn't for the old man being cheated on by you, I would be Mu Qing's husband right now, but that's all in the past. In the end, Mu Qing and I are the pair. Bai Mo, blind your dog's eyes, how dare you talk to young Qin like that? Su Yuankai chided Bai Mo. Su Mucheng was still in a daze at this moment. Bai Mo was actually being tough with Qin Maoyang? Bad. He stayed at home all day and didn't know Qin Maoyang's background. Thinking of this, Su Mucheng chided. Bai Mo, apologize to Qin Xiao. You want me to apologize to him? Bai Mo turned his head and said with an angry smile. Su Yuankai sneered and said, Are you deaf? You can't understand my sister's words? No need. No need. What am I fighting with a loser for? Qin Maoyang said with a faint smile, watching your rice bowl about to be lost. I understand this kind of mood. Then Qin Maoyang looked at Bai Mo and said smugly, Bai Mo, being divorced doesn't feel good, does it? However, you've delayed Mu Qing for 3 years. If it wasn't for the sake of the old man, I wouldn't let you go. Young Qin, Bai Mo and I are not divorced. At this time, Su Mucheng was the one who suddenly spoke up. Bai Mo can't speak. I'll apologize to you on his behalf. Ha! Qin Maoyang froze when he heard Su Mucheng's words and turned his head to look at Su Yuankai. Bai Mo was also a bit surprised that Su Mucheng would stand up for himself at this time. Seeing this, Su Yuankai hurriedly said, Young Qin, don't misunderstand. They are already divorced. Then turning to Su Mucheng, he drank. Sister, what are you talking about? Bai Mo has already signed the divorce papers, but I haven't signed it yet. Su Mucheng said with a calm face. After hearing Su Mucheng's words, Qin Maoyang's face became a bit gloomy and looked up towards the Su family's old lady and asked, Old ancestor, what does this mean? Didn't you say that Mu Qing already knows all about it? I've placed my $20 million bride price. What exactly is the situation now? The Su family's old ancestor sniffed and said with an embarrassed face, Young Qin, don't be in a hurry first. I haven't had the chance to say anything about Mu Qing since she just came back from a business trip. Mu Qing, I forgot to tell you just now. In order to marry you, Young Qin's $20 million dowry has already been called over. Su Mucheng shook her head, looked at Qin Maoyang and said, Xiao Qin, I don't know about the dowry. Bai Mo and I are husband and wife, and we won't get divorced. Thank you, Xiao Qin, for your love for me. Still, it's the same thing. It's not right between us. After saying that, Su Mucheng turned her head to look at Bai Mo and said, What are you still doing here? Let's go home. Wait. Qin Maoyang stopped Su Mucheng and said, Mu Qing, is this guy threatening you? I'll help you get rid of him. No, this is my own idea. Su Mucheng shook her head and said. When Qin Maoyang heard this, his face instantly became ugly. You're doing this just for this loser? Not agreeing to marry me? I, Qin Maoyang, am a doctor of finance, a world golfer, and the future head of the Qin family. You would even choose a loser. Do you think I'm inferior to him? Su Mucheng shook her head and said, Young Qin, You are more capable than Bai Mo. But Bai Mo is my husband. Bai Mo is my husband. These words were like a loud clap of thunder in Bai Mo's ears. After 3 years, this was the first time Su Muching said she was his husband in front of outsiders. Even though Bai Mo knew that Su Muching was only trying to not marry Qin Maoyang, but Bai Mo's heart was still complicated. Bai Mo then took a deep breath and said, Mu Qing and I will not get a divorce. I'll let you bother. Get lost. Do you know who I am? What qualifications do you have to talk to me? At this moment, Qin Maoyang was burning with rage, looking at Bai Mo with a face full of anger. After saying that, Qin Maoyang looked at Su Muching and said, Mu Qing, I took him as a threat to you. Take back what you just said. Young Qin, this will not look good for everyone. I said, I will not divorce Bai Mo. Su Muching shook her head and said, Su Muching, you have to think clearly, Qin Maoyang said in a cold voice. Qin Maoyang didn't tell a lie. He had thought about Su Muching before he left the country. He just didn't think that the Su family's old man would marry Su Muching to a loser like Bai Mo. After returning this time, Su Yuankai found himself, and when he learned that Su Muching and Bai Mo hadn't even shared a room for 3 years, Qin Maoyang's heart moved again, but originally thought that the water would come to an end. Su Muching would actually disagree? If it wasn't for the fact that she was still intact, would he, Qin Maoyang Qin Xiao, accept an old shoe? But Su Muching now even said that she would not divorce Bai Mo. How could he not be angry? Su Yuankai was also full of anger and said, Sister, what are you talking about? What does this trash have that's worth you keeping? Bang! Before Su Yuankai could finish his words, Bai Mo once again kicked out. Shocked, everyone once again looked at Bai Mo in shock. If just now Bai Mo was mad, but now he even dared to make a move in front of Qin Xiao? How dare you hit someone in front of me? Do you know that he is under my cover? Qin Maoyang said with a face full of ice. Bai Mo looked at Qin Maoyang and said, So what if I hit? Chapter 5 Deadly sins can be spared. Living sins can't be escaped. Bai Mo finished walking towards Su Yuankai once again. At this time, Su Yuankai had already rolled all over the ground in pain, and his mouth kept screaming, asterisk 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 asterisk. You hit me. You even dare to hit me. Qin Maoyang also did not expect that Bai Mo would still dare to walk towards Su Yuankai, and then said in a stern voice, Bai Mo, stop it. Bai Mo simply ignored Qin Maoyang and continued to walk towards Su Yuankai. Qin Maoyang blocked in front of Bai Mo and said coldly, I order you. Stop. You? Order me? Bai Mo looked at Qin Maoyang with a cold smile on his face and said, then suddenly drank. Scram! Qin Maoyang looked at Bai Mo with a face full of shock. His whole body couldn't help trembling with anger and said, What did you say? You told me to roll? You punk, do you know who I am? Bai Mo stared at Qin Maoyang in death and said, Get lost, or die. At this moment, Su Muching was also filled with shock as she looked at the way Bai Mo was treating Qin Maoyang. Looking again at Su Yuankai, who was constantly rolling on the ground, she scolded Bai Mo. Bai Mo, what are you doing? Su Yuankai was his own brother after all. Bai Mo even treated Su Yuankai like this. For a moment Su Muching was furious and her face was red. Bai Mo looked at the angry red-faced Su Muching and sighed. Do you know what he did to me? He knocked me out at home, forced me to put my handprints on the divorce agreement, and then left me in the middle of nowhere to fend for myself. He wanted me dead. God have mercy. God won't accept me. Do you think I'll let him go? After hearing Bai Mo's words, Su Muching was filled with shock as she looked towards Su Yuankai on the ground. Sister, don't listen to his nonsense. I only told him to leave Central State. How could I abandon him in the wilderness? Su Yuankai hurriedly called out when he saw Su Muching looking at him. Gao Shouyun hurriedly shouted, You're farting. I'm asking Yuankai to send you out of Central State. What do you mean by abandoning him in the wilderness? Ask your precious son what the hell he did. Bai Mo suddenly burst out. This sound was like a thunderclap that echoed in the hotel's hall for a long time. Su Muching looked at Bai Mo and chided. Enough, Bai Mo. There must be some misunderstanding here. Even if Yuankai hates you even more, how could he have thoughts of killing someone? Su Muching simply did not believe that Su Yuankai would dare to kill someone. She knew her brother too well. You believe him? Bai Mo looked at Su Muching and asked. Su Muching said, Of course I believe him. Bai Mo suddenly laughed sadly. Ha 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 ha. I've been an ox in the Su family for 5 years. I don't care what others think of me. I didn't realize that you always had no change in your opinion of me. You'll still believe in him. Believe this scum. As soon as the words fell, Bai Mo's body immediately erupted with a skyrocketing aura. The temperature in the hotel hall instantly dropped, and everyone couldn't help but shiver. Su Muching looked at Bai Mo dumbfounded. Was the person in front of him still the Bai Mo he knew? At this time, Bai Mo didn't have the appearance of a loser at all. Instead, he gave Su Muching a feeling of defying the world. Just the sad tone in Bai Mo's mouth. I don't know why. Su Muching suddenly had that feeling of heartache. Bai Mo walked step by step towards Su Yuan Kai and said with his mouth, Su Yuan Kai, it's time to pay your debt. You guys quickly stop him. He's going to hit my son. Mu Qing, you stop him. Gao Xiaoyan looked at Bai Mo's face full of grimace and immediately shouted. The crowd froze at his words. Looking at the expression on Bai Mo's face, they all didn't dare to step forward. What person in this world was the most terrifying? It was the person who had nothing and was still unattached, because he dares to fight for his life. This Bai Mo must be like this today. He is psychopathic and wants to take revenge on society. Qin Maoyang saw that Bai Mo was about to reach Su Yuan Kai's body, thinking that he would have to watch Su Yuan Kai approaching Su Mucheng in the future. He was suddenly furious and walked towards Bai Mo. Bai Mo, if you dare to touch him today, you definitely won't live. Qin Maoyang said coldly. Bai Mo snorted and said, I'd like to see how you won't let me live. Good. You wait. Qin Maoyang said and was about to take out his phone. At this moment, Su Mucheng was drinking. Qin Shao, this is my Su family's own matter. Please leave. Mu Qing, what did you say? Qin Maoyang looked at Su Mucheng with a face full of incredulity and said, he's beating up your brother. Can't you see that? Su Mucheng said indifferently. It's just a matter of our family. Please leave. Qin Shao. Qin Maoyang laughed back in anger. Su Mucheng, you can. Very much. How dare you even give up your own brother for the sake of a loser husband? What if I say I must care today? Hearing this, Su Mucheng said, then in the future, there will be enemies between me and young Qin. Mu Qing, you. Qin Maoyang looked at Su Mucheng with a face full of incredulity. This woman would actually become enemies with herself for a loser? At this moment, a junior member of the Su family sneaked to Qin Maoyang's side and said, young Qin, can't you see that Bai Mo has gone insane? Mental illness killing is not a crime. How golden you are. You don't need to commit. These Su family members couldn't wait for Su Mucheng's family to make a fool of themselves. How could they let Qin Maoyang help them? Qin Maoyang heard the words and then remembered that today out without bodyguards, and saw Bai Mo a look of want to knife their eyes. The heart suddenly beat a drum. In his heart, he thought, I will not let him go. I will not let him go. I will count with him later. Qin Maoyang then looked at Su Mucheng and said, Mucheng, I believe that one day you will definitely understand my heart for you. After saying that, Qin Maoyang turned his head towards Bai Mo and said, I won't let you go. He then turned around and walked towards the door. Gao Xiaoyan and Su Yuan Kai were anxious when they saw Qin Maoyang leaving. Su Yuan Kai shouted, young Qin, you can't leave. I did all this for you. Young Qin, what will my son do if you leave? The Su family's old lady also shouted, young Qin, but instead of stopping, Qin Maoyang accelerated his steps. Who would have a general understanding with a psychopath? If he really knifed himself a bit, where would he justify it? Looking at Su Yuan Kai on the ground, Bai Mo sneered and slowly walked towards Su Yuan Kai. While Gao Xiaoyun at this time was scared by Bai Mo's appearance and even fell back several steps, his son did not want it. What are you doing? Su Yuan Kai shouted. Bai Mo picked Su Yuan Kai up and was about to do it. It was at this time that Su Muqing suddenly said to Bai Mo, do you still think that I haven't lost enough face? Can't you see that all these people are looking at my jokes? Yuan Kai is certainly not right, but he is my brother after all. After hearing Su Muqing's voice, Bai Mo turned his head and was seeing Su Muqing's pleading face. Suddenly, Bai Mo's heart ached. This was the first time he saw Su Muqing like this. Deadly sins can be spared, but living sins are hard to escape. Ka Qing, Chapter 6, Gunshots in the Grass. Ow! Su Yuan Kai let out a pig-killing scream. The crowd looked towards Su Yuan Kai and found that Bai Mo had actually kicked Su Yuan Kai's calf, surprisingly fracturing it. Mori's white bone pierced through the pants, and blood instantly dyed the fabric of the pants red. Su Muqing looked at Bai Mo dumbfounded. She simply did not believe that Bai Mo would break Su Yuan Kai's leg. What was wrong with Bai Mo today? Was he really Bai Mo? Bai Mo threw Su Yuan Kai on the ground and said coldly, you should be thankful for having Muqing as your sister. Su Yuan Kai on the ground was already in pain and unable to speak, rolling on the ground in a cold sweat. When Gao Xiaoyun saw the miserable state of her precious son who had his leg broken by Bai Mo, she immediately pounced towards Su Yuan Kai. Son my precious son Gao Xiaoyun screamed. Su Yuan Kai could be considered to have found something to rely on. Shivering, he said, Mom, he hit me. I'm in so much pain. My leg is broken. It hurts so much. God damn it. Gao Xiaoyun suddenly pointed at Bai Mo and cursed. You punk even dared to hit my son. You're just mentally ill. Mental illness. Bai Mo droned. Shut the hell up. Once again a thunderclap rang out. The crowd was shocked. Gao Xiaoyun's voice came to an abrupt end. Looking at Bai Mo with his whole body trembling, what are you doing? Muqing, mind him, he's going to hit me. Su Yuan Kai also suddenly took his voice back and ducked towards Gao Xiaoyun's back. afraid that Bai Mo would give him another hit. Bai Mo disdainfully glanced at Gao Shouyun and Su Yuankai on the ground and walked towards the door. Su Muqing looked at Bai Mo's back in horror, frozen on the spot for a moment. The Su family's old ancestor angrily shouted, "Su Muqing, take a look. This is that punk husband of yours. Today is my birthday banquet, and he dared to cause a scene at my birthday banquet, and even forced young Qin away, offending Xiao Qin. Do you know what the Su family will face?" Saying that, the Su family's old ancestor suddenly turned red and then gradually turned purple, panting violently and trembling with his hands. "Old ancestor, what's wrong with you?" Seeing this, Su Jinhai hurriedly came to the old lady's side and called out. Seeing that the old lady's breathing was getting more and more rapid, Su Jinhai called out, "Quickly call an ambulance." The old ancestor's heart attack was offended by Bai Mo's anger. After hearing Su Jinhai's words, the Su family's crowd hurriedly ran towards the Su family's old ancestor, and a group of people hurriedly helped the old lady to her seat. Su Muqing looked at Bai Mo's back with a complex face. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she simply wouldn't have believed that Bai Mo would dare to make a move. "Bai Mo, where are you going?" Su Muqing shouted towards Bai Mo's back. "Why are you still calling that punk? Can't you see that your brother's leg is broken?" Gao Shouyun instantly shouted when she saw this, still not calling an ambulance. After saying this, Gao Shouyun instantly cried out, "What kind of sin have I created, letting my precious son suffer so much? My son!" The voices were in waves, no less than a shrew cursing. It was a voice that was miserable and incomparable. It was just that the Su family's crowd was full of cold smiles, complacent in their hearts, surrounding the old ancestor's side to shush her. Su Muqing looked at Bai Mo's back, and then looked at Su Yuankai who was sitting on top of a field of blood, sighed, and pulled out the phone. The guests invited by the Su family were all looking at the scene in front of them with shocked faces at this moment. Who would have thought that this Su family's waste of a son-in-law? Not only did he make the Qin family's young master retreat, he also broke Su Yuankai's legs. What's more, he had made the Su family's old ancestor so angry that he had a heart attack, and he still didn't know if the birthday banquet would turn into a funeral banquet. To turn a good birthday banquet into such a mess? Perhaps this is the result of having suppressed it for too long and having reached the tipping point for an outbreak. However, these people just glanced at Bai Mo's back, and then shook their heads. Bai Mo today is out of anger, but still cannot change his title of waste son-in-law. Most importantly, after today, the Su family would definitely not give Bai Mo a good time. The Su family's crowd was just caught off guard by Bai Mo's sudden madness, and Bai Mo's revenge will be crazy. There was also the Qin family's Qin Mao Yang, who had suffered such a huge defeat in the Su family. How could he let Bai Mo off the hook? Bai Mo's outcome was already predetermined and would not change. These people left the scene one after another, leaving the Su family's crowd with their hands full. For a while, the hotel's lobby was a mess with the Su family's panicked voices and Gao Shouyun's crying father and mother. Even the hotel's manager was dumbfounded upon seeing this scene. This was for a birthday banquet? But there were some things that had to be said. "One of you come and settle the hotel's expenses, and the things that were broken," the hotel manager said. The hotel manager's words were undoubtedly rubbing salt into the wounds of the crowd, causing a wave of anger in their hearts. But they dared to be angry, because this was that person's hotel. Brother Long Si, who was above the three great families and could be on par with the two super families as the underground king of Central State, heckling the hotel manager? Fighting? They don't want to live. Su Jinhai angrily followed the hotel manager to settle the bill, and the hotel manager was full of cold smiles. Just what everyone didn't notice was that at the location on the second floor of the hall, an old man was sneering. "Su family, very good." After saying that, he turned around and left. After Bai Mo left the hotel, he took a deep breath, but he didn't know where he should go. Where exactly should he go now? Bai Mo walked aimlessly on the street, his mind echoing the 3 years of humiliating experiences. How to find the person who framed him back then? Without realizing it, his feet were walking faster and faster, and he didn't know how long he had been walking. When Bai Mo raised his head, he realized that he had already walked to the countryside again. Looking at the weeds in front of him, Bai Mo cried and laughed a little. How could he have walked to this place? Just as Bai Mo was about to leave, but suddenly there were several gunshots. Hyper. After hearing the gunshots, Bai Mo hurriedly squatted in the grass. Moments later he saw a middle-aged man covered in blood and 2 young men and women drilling out from the opposite side of the grass. All 3 were wearing black suits. Only the woman's upper body was a tight white shirt. "Boss, how are you?" the youth asked with an anxious voice. The woman said with an anxious face, "Big brother, are you alright?" The middle-aged man gasped violently and said, "Xiao Jiang, you take one air and run for your life." "I'm afraid I can't." "No, even if I die, I'll still save you from getting out," the youth said with a firm face. The woman also shook her head and said, "Brother, I'm not leaving." With that, she helped the middle-aged man to actually walk towards the place where Bai Mo was hiding. Just wait until the middle-aged man and the youth drilled into the bushes. But it was found that Bai Mo was squatting there with a bashful face. The three of them were surprised for a while. All of them were not expecting that there would be someone here. Who are you? The youth said as he was about to point the gun in his hand at Bai Mo. Bai Mo made a silent gesture. Shoo! Chapter 7 Zhongzhou Dragon Fourth Brother. In the next second, several strong men with firearms once again drilled out from amongst the grass on the opposite side of the street, and the three of them hurriedly lowered their heads and hid in the grass. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why are they gone? The leading man shouted in fury. It was so hard to block him just to bring a bodyguard out. Such a good opportunity to let him run away for me? That long wanner is looking at me with too much ardor. Search me, the Hanyu said with great anger. After hearing the Hanyu's words, Bai Mo turned his head towards the three. It seemed that this was the person who was chasing them, and at this time the woman squatted down just right in front of Bai Mo. The tight white shirt inside the grandeur of the shirt buttons appeared to be bursting. Deep V design. At this time a large area of snow white is presented in front of Bai Mo's eyes. Cannot help but let Bai Mo a burst of consternation. The woman followed Bai Mo's eyes to look, and was suddenly filled with scarlet, suddenly furious. Only at this time, one of the men outside pointed to the ground and called out, "Boss, look!" The leading man looked towards the ground, and when Bai Mo saw the blood on the ground, he sighed in his heart. "Brother Long Si, come out! Ha ha, don't hide, I saw it all." The Hanyu suddenly laughed out loud and said. The middle-aged man and the youth also noticed that they had just left traces behind. The middle-aged man then turned his head to Bai Mo and whispered, "Little brother, don't make a sound, save your life." Saying this, the middle-aged man unexpectedly stood up directly. The youth also hurriedly got up when he saw this, pointing his pistol at the several people across the street. The woman immediately followed the two stood up, coldly looking at the opposite several people. The middle-aged man limped out of the grass and came to the Han's body, took a deep breath and said, "The person you want is me. Let Xiao Jiang and the others leave." "Boss, I'm not leaving," Xiao Jiang shouted hurriedly. The woman also called out, "Brother, we'll die together if we have to." When the leading man heard the middle-aged man's words, he laughed and said, "Brother Long Si, do you think it's possible? What kind of person is Xiao Jiang?" The brothers still know. If he lives, there will be a way for the brothers to live in the future? Fourth brother Long, you've come to this point, it's entirely your own fault. If you agreed to my boss's request, why would you have to make such a mess? But don't worry, I will take care of Miss Wan Air. Ha 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 ha, said the Hanyu with a cheap smile all over his face. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Wanting to use my dragon family's cargo ship to help you transport poisonous pills and maim others. I won't agree even if I die. Long fourth brother shouted angrily. The leading Hanyu sniffed and said with a sneer, "Humph, toast the wine and eat the penalty wine. Then you go to hell," said the man, raising his hand. He was about to shoot towards brother Long Si. "I'll fight with you guys." Suddenly Xiao Jiang directly threw the gun in his hand towards the Han and instantly rushed towards the Han. The woman, on the other hand, hurriedly held onto the middle-aged man, her brows furrowed as she pondered how she was going to get away. The leading Hanyu dodged Xiao Jiang's pistol, and when Xiao Jiang came close, he directly pointed at his head and said, asterisk 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 asterisk. "No bullets and still so arrogant. Do you think that now you are still a desperate man?" The middle-aged man now realized that Xiao Jiang's gun was out of bullets, and the woman saw that there were no bullets in the gun. Her face was even more anxious. Now they didn't even have a weapon in hand. How should they escape? A few youths in the back instantly surrounded Xiao Jiang, directly a burst of punches and kicks. When the middle-aged man saw this, he staggered towards Xiao Jiang, shouting, "Stop, you guys stop, the person you want is me. Don't touch my brother. You guys don't hit brother Xiao Jiang," the woman called out. After hearing the woman's words, the man called out, "Stop first." He then hemmed and hawed and said to the woman, "Ms. Wan Air, I cannot hit your brother Xiao Jiang, but you always have to pay something, right? Why don't we go over there and have some fun in the bushes? He he he." With those words, the Hanyu walked towards the woman and the middle-aged man. When the woman heard the Hanyu's words, she was filled with shame and anger, and said with great fury, "You're dreaming. I won't let you have your way even if I die. Bah, you make me feel sick." The woman directly spat towards the Hanzi. After the man was spat on by the woman, he instantly became furious and drank to his men. "Beat me to death." The crowd instantly kicked towards Xiao Jiang on the ground again at the words, laughing with arrogant faces. "Aren't you a bully? Aren't you the Central State desperado? Aren't you a good fighter? If you try to move, I'll shoot you to death." Xiao Jiang could only desperately use his arms to protect his head and reduce the area of injury, only that the other party's people were simply too many, and in an instant Xiao Jiang was already bruised and battered. The middle-aged man and the woman rushed to the front of the crowd, but where were the opponents of these people? The man directly grabbed the woman and said with a lewd smile on his lips, Miss One Air, before you die, let your brother give you a good pain. After saying this, he directly pulled the woman towards the grass. How dare you? The woman shouted, raised her hand and swung a fist towards the man. Seeing this scene, Bai Mo was surprised in his heart. He didn't expect this woman to be a practitioner. After the man was punched by the woman, he directly raised his pistol and pointed it at the woman's forehead and said, "It is said that the sister of the fourth brother of the dragon is a little chili pepper. Today at a glance, it is really true. Go away or I will kill you with a gun," said, pulling the woman to walk towards the grass. Seeing that Xiao Jiang has been beaten by them with blood all over his face, and his sister is being blackmailed into submission, the middle-aged man raised his hand towards the Hanzi to hit him, angrily screaming, "Let go of my sister, useless thing. This is the dragon fourth brother who reigned supreme in Central State back then." Ha ha, the Han turned around and kicked the middle-aged man to the ground, directly stepping on the middle-aged man's injured left leg. Ah! The middle-aged man immediately screamed miserably. The Han Yu yelled again, "Beat me up. When I'm done having fun, send the three of them to the Western Heaven." The woman struggled. "I'll fight you." Seeing this, the Hanzi raised his hand and was about to smash his pistol towards the woman's head. Bai Mo's brows furrowed when he saw this scene, and sighed in his heart a moment later. That man has a conscience, dying not to do business with them for poison pills. For the sake of still knowing to let me escape, I'll help you out for once. In the next second, a stone directly hit the Hanyo's hand holding the gun. Ah! The Hanyu instantly screamed miserably and his pistol fell to the ground. Bai Mo slowly stood up from the grass, still holding a few stones in his hand. When the middle-aged man and the woman both saw the Han's bleeding right hand and saw Bai Mo with the stones in his hand, their hearts were filled with shock. It was unthinkable that this young man was an expert. "Who the hell are you?" The leading Hanyu instantly shouted in anger. "Get him killed for me." Chapter 8, Must Find Him. Poo 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 poo. Just as the Hanyo's words were finished, several voices rang out again. Instantly the pistols in the hands of the others instantly fell to the ground, all clutching their hands and screaming miserably. Xiao Jiang on the ground quickly picked up a pistol and aimed it at the crowd. The leading man instantly knelt directly on the ground, kowtowing and said, "Brother Xiao Jiang, it's me who's wrong. I still have my old mother at home. Just spare me. Spare me." Who in Central State didn't know that Xiao Jiang was known to be ruthless? Otherwise, he wouldn't have followed Brother Long Si to protect his safety. The woman flew up and kicked the man directly out. Asterisk 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 asterisk, "I'll kill you." The middle-aged man was filled with anger. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. "Xiao Jiang, waste him for me." "Yes," Xiao Jiang responded. In an instant, Xiao Jiang directly stepped on the Hanyo's body. Ow! The Hanyu immediately let out a miserable scream. Bai Mo stared coldly at all this. For him, saving the middle-aged man was already the limit. As for killing, he wouldn't do it. Bai Mo came to the side of the middle-aged man, checked the injury on the middle-aged man's leg, and said indifferently, "The bullet almost injured the aorta. Trying to go to the hospital from here. I guess you won't last." "Sir, I know you are a high-level person. Please save my big brother." Xiao Jiang plopped down and directly fell to his knees and kowtowed to Bai Mo for a while. "Wouldn't someone who could treat stones as bullets be a simple person?" The woman also said with a pleading face. "Sir, please save my brother." Bai Mo sighed and said, "I'll let you stick to the hospital. There are no implements here. The bullet can't be removed." After saying that, Bai Mo merged his fingers like a sword. A trace of real chi that was visible to the naked eye appeared in his hand. Then he quickly dropped 3 needles on the middle-aged man's leg. "Condensing chi into needles?" The middle-aged man immediately said with a face full of shock. Bai Mo glanced at the middle-aged man. "You do have some insight." After doing so, Bai Mo got up and walked towards the distance. "Sir, can you tell us your name? I will repay the great favor in the coming day." Seeing Bai Mo leaving, the middle-aged man hurriedly called out. Bai Mo thought for a moment and said indifferently, "My name is Bai Mo." "Bai Mo?" the middle-aged man muttered. Only when he raised his eyes to look, he realized that Bai Mo had already disappeared. Fourth brother. Fourth brother. Suddenly a dozen people once again drilled out from inside the grass. Seeing this, Xiao Jiang immediately looked delighted and drank, "Quickly send the boss to the hospital." The crowd hurriedly carried the middle-aged man on their backs when they heard this, but the middle-aged man was grabbing Xiao Jiang's hand and said, "Xiao Jiang, find him, definitely. Go now." "Yes, boss," Xiao Jiang said in a deep voice. Bai Mo left the hotel where the Su family's birthday banquet was held, and the ambulance roared in. The Su family's old lady and Su Yuankai both were sent to the hospital by the ambulance, and the Su family's people also rushed towards the hospital. Just Su Muchang and Gao Shouyun, 2 people, are still crowded object. Even the side of the ambulance do not let them get, so the 2 people have no choice but to drive far after the ambulance. After arriving at the hospital, both were sent to the emergency room. Su family old lady has no big problem, just anxious fire attack. took the medicine lying on the hospital bed rest, but Su Yuankai's leg was in some trouble, and the doctors in the emergency room hurriedly arranged for surgery. Su Mucheng and Gao Xiuyun both waited outside the door of the operating room. Gao Xiuyun cursed under her breath. It's all because you found this trashy son-in-law. Look at how he even beat your brother up like this. Mom, I'm for you. Did Yuan Kai do it or not? Su Mucheng looked at Gao Xiuyun and asked, and why did you force Bai Mo to sign in that way? After hearing Su Mucheng's words, Gao Xiuyun's face flashed with a hint of panic, but she was still stiff-lipped and said, do what? Your brother is so kind. How could he kill someone? Do you believe that punk and not your brother? What about forcing Bai Mo to sign the divorce? I've said before that I won't divorce Bai Mo, Su Mucheng said with a frown. Gao Xiuyun couldn't explain and immediately shouted, well wow, you don't believe us? We're not doing it for your own good. What's the benefit of following that loser? I'm the one who made Yuan Kai do this. What do you want to do about it? Pity ni ah, I just created what sin? How could I marry Su Jinhong this? He ran abroad and did not come back. I support this family. Now even their own daughter does not understand me. What is the meaning of my life? Said surprisingly as lowered his head toward the wall hit. Seeing Gao Xiuyun's appearance, Su Mucheng sighed in her heart. She knows her own mother too well. Unreasonable, when there is nothing to say. A cry, 2, 3 hanging was used by her perfect. So many years father is so pinned to death. Su Mucheng frowned and said, okay, Mom, don't pretend you can't. I didn't say anything about you. My father doesn't want to be abroad either. Wasn't that grandma who insisted he go abroad? You still know? Gao Xiuyun wiped her tears and said, your grandmother can't see our family, and sent your father abroad. You don't have any real power inside the company. The dirty work is all yours, but the credit is someone else's. Why did I let you divorce Bai Mo? But I didn't want you to marry Qin Xiao, so our family would no longer be bullied? Su Mucheng frowned tightly and said, Mom, what kind of good person do you think Qin Maoyang is? He's just a playboy. I don't know how many women he's abandoned. I knew it back then. What's in that? You guys got married. You are his explicitly married wife. He has a mistress outside. So what? Isn't the family's money still yours? Seeing that she couldn't speak clearly with Gao Xiuyun, Su Mucheng didn't say anymore. Remembering that Bai Mo still didn't know where he was going, she got up and said, I'm going outside to get some air. What are you doing? Your brother is still in the operating room. Gao Xiuyun said hurriedly. Su Mucheng frowned and said, it's just a broken leg. He can't die. Coming to the door, Su Mucheng called Bai Mo. Sorry, the user you called is offline. Seeing this, Su Mucheng sighed in her heart. What is wrong with Bai Mo today? Making a scene at grandma's birthday banquet, and now not answering his own calls. Simply like a changed person. Could it be that he's really crazy? In fact, Bai Mo's cell phone had long been crushed by him. How could he possibly receive a call? Su Mucheng sighed and walked towards the hospital, only to see her grandmother and the Su family walking towards the outside. Grandma, what are you doing? Why don't you stay in the hospital for a few more days? Chapter 9, Long-Legged Beauty. Humph, is this hospital place any good? I'm fine naturally going home, the Su family's old lady said with a cold snort. Are you disappointed to see that I'm better? Let me tell you, I can still live for at least 10 years. After hearing the Su family's old lady's unreasonable words, Su Mucheng said in aggravation, Grandma, you're well, how could I be disappointed? I just think that you should be observed inside the hospital for 2 days. Su Mucheng's words had just finished, but Su Jinhai on the side coldly laughed and said, Su Mucheng, what are you pretending to be kind? Grandma's hospitalization wasn't because your punk husband was angry, but now you're being nice. Su Jinhai, what kind of words are you saying? Su Mucheng said angrily. The Su family's old lady chided at Su Mucheng. Shut up, don't you think the Su family hasn't lost enough face today? Look at what kind of person would go into the hospital during their own birthday banquet. It's all caused by that punk Bai Mo. Also, you'd better hurry up and divorce him. I won't return Qin Xiao's bride price. When Qin Xiao comes to your door to marry you, don't mess it up for me again. Grandma, Su Mucheng called out with a face full of aggression. Just the Su family old lady did not pay attention to Su Mucheng at all, leading the Su family's crowd straight towards the hospital entrance. Looking at the departing crowd, Su Mucheng's eyes turned red. She had been working diligently for the Su family company, not daring to take any credit. Why would they still treat her like this? Back in front of the operating room, Gao Xiuyun saw Su Mucheng's reddened eyes and hurriedly asked, Mucheng, what's wrong with you? I met Grandma and the others just now. Grandma has already been discharged from the hospital, Su Mucheng said faintly. When Gao Xiuyun heard this, Tendi stood up and said, is that Su Jinhai bullying you again? I'll go find him to settle the score. Isn't this all getting used to it? Besides, they've already left. Su Mucheng pulled Gao Xiuyun back and said, although Gao Xiuyun was sometimes unreasonable, she was still very good to her family, except for Bai Mo of course. The lights in the operating room went out at this time, and Su Yuan Kai was pushed out. "Doctor, how is my brother doing?" Su Muqing hurriedly asked towards the doctor. The doctor said, "The surgery was successful. The patient's fracture is not serious. It's just pain. It's already connected. Observe in the hospital for a few days and you can go home to recuperate." "Thank you, doctor," Su Muqing said and took out a red envelope and wanted to stuff it to the doctor, but it was rejected by the doctor, who smiled and said, "In the first hospital, there is no need for this." After saying that, the doctor turned around and explained a few words to the nurse behind him and left. Gao Shouyun came to the hospital bed and anxiously asked, "Yuan Kai, how are you feeling?" "Mom, I'm in pain." Su Muqing, however, frowned and said, "Manly man, there's still anesthesia for the surgery. Where can it hurt? What are you yelling at him for? Your brother's legs are broken," Gao Shouyun said with a dissatisfied face. Su Muqing took a deep breath and walked towards the hospital room. After arriving at the hospital bed, Su Muqing listened to the tirades against Bai Mo from the two men's mouths. Her heart was a little unhappy. Then she looked at Su Yuan Kai and asked, "Yuan Kai, you tell me the truth. Did you or did you not leave Bai Mo in the middle of nowhere?" I sent him to the suburbs," Su Yuan Kai said under his breath. Su Muqing stared tightly at Su Yuan Kai and said, "Then what Bai Mo said is true. And you beat him up? Who told him not to sign? Isn't this all for your own good, Mom and I?" Su Muqing sniffed with a burst of exasperation, and was just about to speak when a young girl dressed as an escort walked in outside the door. "May I ask if you need an escort?" Gao Shouyun was just about to open her mouth. When Su Yuan Kai saw that the girl was pretty, he hurriedly said, "Yes," then said to Gao Shouyun, "Mom, you're nursing me in the hospital. After exhausting your body, it's much more convenient to hire an escort. Otherwise I'll be heartbroken." Gao Shouyun was touched for a moment in her heart when she heard this and said, "It's still my son who knows how much he cares for me." Seeing this, Su Muqing sighed in her heart. This younger brother of hers just has a good mouth. After hiring an escort, Su Muqing and Gao Shouyun walked towards their home. As soon as she entered the door, Su Muqing saw Bai Mo's broken cell phone on the ground and her eyes were astonished for a moment. When she got off the airplane, she had also called Bai Mo. Thinking back to her tone when she called Bai Mo, Su Muqing frowned. It seems that Bai Mo was already angry at that time, or else he wouldn't have talked to himself like that on the way to the hotel. Thinking about this, Su Muqing's heart already vaguely understood that everything Bai Mo said might be true. Now that she couldn't contact Bai Mo and didn't know where he had gone, she could only wait for Bai Mo at home. Gao Shouyun also saw the cell phone on the ground and immediately said with great anger, "This punk has really grown in temper. When he comes back I'll make sure to make him look good." "Mom, have you forgotten how Bai Mo looked in the hotel?" Su Muqing glanced at Gao Shouyun and said. When Gao Shouyun heard this, she was speechless, opened her mouth and walked towards her room. At this time, Bai Mo was still walking on the streets because he didn't know where to go. He had been living in the Su family in Central State, and after leaving the Su family, he realized that he was actually homeless. At this time it was already close to evening. Bai Mo was walking alone on the busy streets, feeling the night breeze, and his heart was open for a while. First find a place to settle down, and then go back to the Su family to pack up his things. After today's events, himself and Su Muqing were expected to really come to an end. After all, in Su Muqing's eyes, he was not his family. Su Yuan Kai and the others were, and she would always trust them. Just as Bai Mo was passing by a bar, he was hearing a woman's cry for help. "What are you guys doing? I'm not going with you guys. Get the hell out of my way." Bai Mo turned his head to look. At this time, a beautiful woman was being entangled by several youths. The woman is wrapped in a black leather jacket. The neckline reveals the beautiful neckline and clearly visible collarbone. The leather jacket is her full of streamlined beauty of the body is presented. More than 1 meter 70 height, with a pair of straight long legs, but also is it possible that those few youths will stop him? "Beauty, don't you like drinking? Tonight a few brothers invited. Let's go have a drink," a youth said with a heated smile. The woman sniffed and said angrily, "Who wants to drink with you guys? Get lost. This chick is pretty hot," the youth said with a hefty smile. Then he directly grabbed towards the woman. It was at this time that a voice rang out. "Since she doesn't want to go drinking with you guys, why don't you guys stop pestering her?" Which speaks. Chapter 10, You must drink if you have a favor to return. Bai Mo coldly walked towards the few people. He was harboring a bellyful of fire himself, and these 205 showed up. "Were you the one who spoke just now?" The youth looked at Bai Mo walking towards the few people and immediately drank. When the woman saw Bai Mo walking towards her, her eyes instantly rolled. "Hubby, why did you just come to pick me up?" The few youths froze at his words, and the woman took the opportunity to break free and come to Bai Mo's side. "You're his husband?" the youth asked with a puzzled face. Bai Mo glanced at the woman beside him and was helpless in his heart. This woman was quick to react. Seeing Bai Mo not speaking, the youth was furious. What the hell am I talking to you for? You, snap. Bai Mo raised his hand and slapped the youth directly. Asterisk 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 he ing dared to hit Big Brother. The rest of the people were shocked when they saw this and instantly rushed towards Bai Mo. The woman was also looking at Bai Mo with a face full of shock. This youth who looked graceful and scholarly, even directly hit someone? In the next second, the woman was once again shocked by the scene in front of her. Just a photo. Several youths instantly Bai Mo hit the ground, one by one, lying on the ground crying, and everyone did not see how Bai Mo struck. Bai Mo took a step forward, and the few people on the ground instantly rolled and crawled towards the distance to escape. Seeing a few people leave, Bai Mo turned around and was about to leave. Hey, you're just leaving? The woman hurriedly called out to Bai Mo and said. Bai Mo looked at the woman in surprise and asked, what else is going on? The woman came directly to Bai Mo's side and took Bai Mo's arm and said, you saved me, I'll buy you a drink. No need. Feeling the softness coming from his arm, Bai Mo was a little embarrassed and said as he pulled his arm out without leaving any trace. However, the woman was once again holding Bai Mo's arm and said, that won't do. Xiao Qianqian, have a favor to repay. I must buy you a drink. Then without waiting for Bai Mo to speak, Xiao Qianqian pulled Bai Mo toward the distance. The two came to a big stall before. Xiao Qianqian directly sat down. Looking at Bai Mo, who was still standing, she said, sit down, don't be polite. Bai Mo is not a twisted person. Just as the heart is bored, directly sat down. Xiao Qianqian ordered a table of barbecue and a box of beer. Between the two drinking, Xiao Qianqian parents died early, has been followed by grandpa life. Today and the family relatives quarrel a few words. Bad mood want to come out to relax a little. Who knows that has met the few hooligans. Two people so push the cup to the marble. A cup after a cup. Soon the two finished a box. Xiao Qianqian's alcohol is very good. Just to the end of the time, Xiao Qianqian's wine is not dare to let the whiting compliments. When the two left the stall, Xiao Qianqian pulled Bai Mo just refused to go home. Had to go to the pressure of the road, and while walking and laughing, have attracted the side eye of others. Seeing Bai Mo a little formal, Xiao Qianqian said disdainfully, since it's relaxation, you're so serious, what else to relax? Helpless, Bai Mo had to go along with her, looking for an opportunity to ask her where her home was, intending to send him home, just because Xiao Qianqian was blown by the wind. Suddenly alcohol went to her head, and her head started to get a little dizzy. As for Bai Mo, because his own alcohol capacity is very good, coupled with the fact that he has just obtained the inheritance, the internal force around his body transmitted itself, and in a few moments, he has already sobered up. In the end, Xiao Qianqian was already leaning on Bai Mo's body with her entire body somewhat delirious. Bai Mo looked at Xiao Qianqian, who closed her eyes with some tears and laughter. Helpless, Bai Mo had to pick up Xiao Qianqian, looking for a hotel, and walked in. Just what Bai Mo didn't notice was that there was a man holding a cell phone in the distance taking pictures of Bai Mo. Humph, this waste of a son-in-law is living a good life. With Su Muqing at home, he even has such a beautiful woman outside. God is really unfair. Bai Mo put Xiao Qianqian on the bed after opening the room and was thinking of turning around and leaving. But he didn't expect Xiao Qianqian to start vomiting all over the place, and a bad odor emanated from the room. Bai Mo frowned and hurriedly opened the pager and took a breath of fresh air. Afterwards, he gave Xiao Qianqian a cup of hot water, and after Xiao Qianqian fell asleep, Bai Mo had the mess all over the floor cleaned up. See Xiao Qianqian this way. Bai Mo also did not leave. After everything was cleaned up, Bai Mo sat on the sofa and looked at the stars outside the window, and at the same time Su Muqing was also lying on the bed alone. Bai Mo hadn't come back until now, and she didn't know where he had gone. Su Muqing's mind recalled what Bai Mo said during the day, and the grim expression that filled her heart with complexity. I don't care what others think of me. I didn't expect you to always have no change in your opinion of me. You still don't believe in me. Each of Bai Mo's words seemed to hit Su Muqing's heart like a heavy hammer. In these 3 years, not to mention her own mother and brother, even she herself hadn't given Bai Mo a good look. Instead, Bai Mo had been quietly doing chores at home. For the cynicism of his family, and the disdain of the people in the family, he had never retorted. Could it be that Bai Mo had really suppressed himself for too long today? Su Muqing didn't know what kind of attitude she had towards Bai Mo. It wasn't too much to say that she was the heavenly daughter of the central state, while Bai Mo had accomplished nothing and just stayed at home. Originally, life will not have any intersection of the two people, but because of the Su family old man's words and live together, Su Muqing also thought of divorce, but remembered the words of the grandfather dying, and all the time, Bai Mo never talked back to himself, quietly do things she some heart cannot bear. Su Muqing got up and opened the bedroom door and looked downstairs. Bai Mo still had not returned. Su Muqing is also a little angry. Does this asshole still really want to divorce himself? She didn't sign the divorce agreement, At the birthday banquet, she had already talked to him like that. What else did she want? Surprisingly, he would not return home at night. Now you don't care about yourself? Su Muqing closed the door to her room and returned to bed. She was already very tired after returning from her business trip, and fell asleep in no time. Bai Mo looked at the stars in the night sky. Once he heard his mother say that if a person died they would become a star in the sky. Father, mother, are you among those stars? Bai Mo murmured. I hope it's not you guys. You guys must not be dead. I will find you. At that time we will be reunited as a family and never be separated again. Gradually Bai Mo also closed his eyes. The following morning, when the first rays of the morning sun shone into the room, Bai Mo was however woken up by a scream. Ah! Chapter 11. When did I say I want to divorce you? The first time Xiao Qianqian woke up, she realized that she was actually in a hotel. While the inside of her brain was blank for a while, she immediately let out a deafening yell. Don't scream! Bai Mo's voice came. Xiao Qianqian turned her head to look at Bai Mo. There would be a man in her room? In the next second, Xiao Qianqian hurriedly looked towards the body inside the quilt. Luckily, the clothes were still there and the little underwear was still there. Who are you? Xiao Qianqian hurriedly asked towards Bai Mo. Bai Mo frowned and asked. You don't remember? I remember. I came out to drink. Then, Xiao Qianqian carefully recalled. Last night's events instantly appeared inside the brain. After looking at Xiao Qianqian's appearance, Bai Mo said faintly. It seems you remembered. Last night you threw up all over the place. I was afraid that something would happen to you, so I didn't leave. Right, you pay for the room. I don't have any money. Seeing Bai Mo about to leave, Xiao Qianqian hurriedly called out to Bai Mo. Wait, I misunderstood you just now. It's okay, Bai Mo said. Xiao Qianqian got down from the bed and hurriedly asked. What's your name? Bai Mo. Bai Mo said. Xiao Qianqian repeated it with her mouth, then smiled and said. Bai Mo. Your name sounds good. You sat on the sofa all night last night? Xiao Qianqian said as she pointed to the sofa next to her. Bai Mo said indifferently. What else? You'd better drink less in the future. You're a drinker. What? I was in a bad mood yesterday. My taste in alcohol has always been very good, Xiao Qianqian said with a pout. Bai Mo's forehead was full of black lines. Well, your taste in wine is very good. Alright, there's nothing going on. I'll leave first. After saying that Bai Mo went straight out of the room, and when Xiao Qianqian reacted and chased out, it was Bai Mo's figure that had already disappeared. This person is really interesting. The corner of Xiao Qianqian's mouth surfaced with a smile. In the face of a great beauty like himself, he was indifferent and slept on the sofa all night. Women were a strange animal. You were a beast if you touched them, and a beast if you didn't touch him. Xiao Qianqian couldn't help but look in the mirror and said, Am I not beautiful? I look like this. I have this body. I am the top 3 beauties in Central State. And he even slept on the sofa for a night? Could this be the legendary gentleman? Xiao Qianqian, you are so shameless, Xiao Qianqian said to herself. But actually, Xiao Qianqian was still grateful and appreciative of Bai Mo. There weren't many men like that nowadays. Even if Bai Mo really did something to himself last night, he couldn't say it himself. After all, it was you and me. But not only did Bai Mo not misbehave with her, he even kept her for a night. Bai Mo, I remember you. Xiao Qianqian finished and walked towards the outside of the room. After Bai Mo left the hotel, he walked towards Su's house. He was going to take his things out, and after Su Muqing woke up, she realized that Bai Mo really didn't come back for the night. Her heart was a little annoyed. This Bai Mo was simply too much, but still holding a trace of fantasy towards Gao Shouyun. She asked, Mom, Bai Mo went out? What went out? That punk just didn't come back. Gao Shouyun grunted and said, What's he coming back for? You guys are already divorced. This is not his home. It's better for him to die outside. Mom, I'll tell you once more. Bai Mo and I are not going to get a divorce, and I didn't sign the divorce agreement, so don't even entertain such thoughts in the future. Su Muqing said with a straight face, If Bai Mo comes back in a while, you should stop speaking coldly. What did you say? What's wrong with me speaking coldly to him? Yuan Kai's legs are broken. If he dares to come back, I'll beat him to death. Gao Shouyun shouted. It was at this time that Bai Mo pushed open the door of the room and walked in. When he saw that both Gao Shouyun and Su Muqing were there, Bai Mo frowned. Originally, he had planned to take advantage of Su Muqing's absence to pack up his things and leave, but he didn't expect that Su Muqing hadn't gone to work. Since they were meeting, they always had to talk. Bai Mo said, You didn't go to work today? Well, didn't go. Where did you go last night? Su Muqing asked with a slight frown. Bai Mo shook his head and said, Would you care about my death? Bai Mo, can you speak properly? After hearing Bai Mo's words, Su Muqing frowned. At this moment, Gao Shouyun was glaring at Bai Mo and said, You punk still dare to come back? Do you know that Yuan Kai is still in the hospital? That's his own fault. If it wasn't for Mu Qing's sake, he wouldn't be as simple as hospitalized. Bai Mo said coldly. Also, don't call me trash. Yo ho, you're growing up. You hit someone and still don't let anyone talk about it. And for Mu Qing's sake, why do you still really want to kill Yuan Kai? Gao Shouyun screamed shrilly. You're just trash. I'll call you trash. What can you do to me? Do you still want to break my legs? Mom, what are you doing? Su Muqing said hurriedly after hearing Gao Shouyun's words. Bai Mo looked at Gao Shouyun coldly, and after seeing Bai Mo's icy cold eyes, Gao Shouyun stalled. She borrowed the slope and walked towards her room. Only her mouth still said, hurry up and get out. You are not welcome in this house. What's the point of coming back when you're already divorced? Mom, Su Muqing called out with a dissatisfied face. Bai Mo said indifferently, no need for you to remind me. I came back to pack up. Take it away. Take it all away. Stay and dirty the home. Gao Shouyun drank. When Su Muqing heard Bai Mo's words, her brows furrowed as she asked, you said you came back to pack up? What are you going to do? Didn't you hear? We're already divorced. This is not my home. Bai Mo said with a cold smile on his face, turning around and about to walk towards the upstairs storage room. There was where he had lived for the 3 years he had been in the Su family, a storage room that was less than 4 square feet. There was only a bed and a simple table. Su Muqing sniffed and said with some anger, Bai Mo, can you stop acting like a child? Did I sign the divorce agreement? Isn't this what you wish to see? I won't pester you in the future. You can go pursue your own happiness, Bai Mo said. Although Bai Mo said this with his mouth, Bai Mo's heart was pained with a gloomy face. For Su Muqing, Bai Mo was fond of it, and liking someone didn't need any reason at all, merely liking it. Su Muqing was a bit angry and aggrieved. When did she want to divorce him? Even if his mother and brother said that, he still did not agree to divorce Bai Mo, but Bai Mo even said words that let him pursue happiness. When did I say I want to divorce you? What gives you the right to say that about me? Chapter 12, you really don't want me to go? After saying that, Su Muqing looked at Bai Mo with a resigned face. Looking at Su Muqing's appearance, Bai Mo was stunned. Did she not want to divorce herself? Why was she so aggrieved? Su Muqing bit her lip and looked at Bai Mo. She didn't say anything and just stood there. Bai Mo took a deep breath and walked towards the room on the second floor. Su Muqing saw Bai Mo go upstairs and followed. Gao Shouyun said from the side, Mu Qing, watch him, don't let him steal the good things from the house. Mom, what are you talking about? Su Muqing said angrily. When did Bai Mo say he was leaving? No, he just said, Gao Shouyun said, only to be directly interrupted by Su Muqing in the middle of her sentence. Bai Mo and I won't divorce, and he won't leave the Su family. After saying that, Su Muqing walked towards the upstairs. Bai Mo, who had just walked into the storage room, heard Su Muqing's words, but his heart was moved. Then he shook his head mockingly. He even still had fantasies about Su Muqing. Just as Bai Mo was packing his clothes, Su Muqing walked in. Bai Mo, are you really leaving? Su Muqing looked at Bai Mo, who was packing up his things, and said somewhat angrily, did you not hear what I said to you? Give way, there's little space here. Bai Mo turned around and said indifferently. Su Muqing snatched the clothes from Bai Mo's hands and directly threw them on the bed and said, you come to my room. Your room? Bai Mo froze. Su Muqing nodded and said, I have something to say to you. When we finish talking, I definitely won't stop you if you want to leave. After saying that, Su Muqing turned around and walked towards her room. Bai Mo came to Su Muqing's room. At this time, Su Muqing was sitting on the bed with a clear and cold face. Looking at the neat, fragrant room, Bai Mo smiled bitterly in his heart. He had come to the Su family for 3 years, and he had only been in this room once. The day he got married, or slept on the floor. The rest of the time, he was in the storage room. Even washing clothes for Su Muqing was her taking them out and putting them at the door, as if he was afraid to enter her room. Say what you have to say, Bai Mo said indifferently. Su Muqing looked at Bai Mo, who was standing there motionless, inexplicably a little heartbroken. She could see Bai Mo's constriction in her room, whether she had been too indifferent to him in these 3 years, which made him change like a person yesterday. People are like this. When the other party goes against the grain, he never considers your feelings. When the other party is truly dead, he will only pay attention to you. You sit down. Could it be that I can eat you? Su Muqing bit her lip and said. Bai Mo said indifferently, my clothes are dirty. Instantly, Su Muqing's heart was filled with guilt, and she directly got up and pulled Bai Mo over and pressed him to sit on the bed. For Su Muqing's action, Bai Mo was a little surprised, but then recovered indifferently. Su Muqing sat beside Bai Mo, just a distance away, then said, I know all about yesterday's matter. It was Yuan Kai who was wrong. Bai Mo didn't say anything. What should he be allowed to say? Seeing Bai Mo didn't say anything, Su Muqing said again, it was me who wronged you. Forget it, things are in the past. Su Yuan Kai was also punished. What they actually did was not wrong. The current ending is good for everyone, Bai Mo said indifferently. Besides Su Mu Ching, Bai Mo just couldn't get angry. Who let himself like people? The dog licker is talking about himself. Ha! Bai Mo laughed bitterly in his heart. Love is supposed to be intestine-piercing poison. Whoever is serious loses. What result? Su Muching lightly bit her shell teeth and asked with a frown. Bai Mo glanced at Su Mucheng, who continued. I said I would divorce you. I signed the divorce agreement? Can what they say represent what I mean? You want to divorce me so badly? The more Su Muching said, the angrier she got. Looking at Bai Mo, her eyes reddened indisputably. Looking at Su Muching's appearance, Bai Mo was stunned for a while. You don't want to divorce me? When did I personally say I want to divorce you? Su Muching said with an aggrieved face. Bai Mo sniffed and frowned. Then you treat me like that. What's wrong with me treating you like that? Su Muching gritted her teeth and said. You stay at home all day. They don't let you go out. Won't you resist? Are you going to live in a harbor for the rest of your life? Other people's husbands are successful in their careers. My husband is a loser. I am also a woman. What do you want me to do to you? Said Su Muching as tears flowed down her face. I treat you like that. It's not because you have no motivation yourself? Do you know how much I've suffered in the Su family because of you? There isn't even anyone to stand up for me. Upon seeing Su Muching crying, Bai Mo instantly panicked. Whether he was the young master of the Bai family or the so-called door-to-door son-in-law of the Su family, Bai Mo could not see a woman's tears, especially Su Muching's tears. Asterisk 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 asterisk, you bullied my daughter. Gao Shoyun's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Upon hearing this, Su Muching wiped her tears and hurriedly called out, Mom, I'm fine, don't come in, hurry up and let him go. Gao Shoyun called out from outside the door. Su Muching called out in a hurry, Mom, just go, I really can't understand you. Then the sound of Gao Shoyun walking away came from outside the door. For a while, Bai Mo was a bit at a loss for words, while Su Muching was crying more and more severely, and then actually sobbed. Bai Mo said softly, I'm sorry, I know I'm not good to you, and the Su family is not good to you, but because of what? Su Muching said aggressively, if I really hated you, do you think Grandpa's words could stop me from divorcing you? When you first came to the Su family, where did that confidence in your body go? Could it be that with Grandpa dead and no one to back you up, you're going to give up on yourself? After hearing Su Muching's words, Bai Mo sighed in his heart. How come Su Muching said it, but it felt as if it was his own reason? Don't look at Bai Mo was once the young master of the Bai family, but for a woman, he was a beginner. Su Muching at this time is its own skills unleashed, incidentally aided by tears. How can Bai Mo eat? He is persuading himself that it is his own fault. Don't be like this, when you cry. I don't know how to say it, Bai Mo said somewhat at a loss. Thinking of the grievances she suffered in the Su family, Su Muching cried even louder. What are you looking at me for? Aren't you leaving? Su Muching looked at Bai Mo and let her tears flow and said, weren't you going to yell at me? Aren't you going to divorce me? Bai Mo looked at Su Muching and said with a complex face, you really don't hate me? When did I say I hate you? Su Muching said aggrieved. You are just self-righteous. What do you care about their attitude? Hearing Su Muching's incoherent words, Bai Mo looked at Su Muching in some disbelief and asked, you really don't want me to go? Chapter 13, Going to Mr. White. Scram. Who cares about you? Hurry up and go. Su Muching wiped the tears on her face haphazardly and said with a grunt. Looking at Su Muching's appearance, Bai Mo said with a smile, this is the first time I've seen this, but it's quite womanly. Su Muching's face flushed red and said in shame, Bai Mo, what's wrong? Bai Mo was puzzled. Su Muching hummed and said, don't think that you can be playful with me just because I won't let you go. Since you've learned to resist, why don't you find something serious to do? It also allows me to hold my head up in front of the Su family. Bai Mo sighed in his heart after hearing Su Muching's words. Perhaps Su Muching really didn't want to go by herself, but inwardly, she still didn't believe in herself. But it was also true that he hadn't accomplished much at the moment. Bai Mo seriously looked at Su Muching and said, Muching, from now on I won't be mediocre. I hope you won't be shocked because I'm too prominent. I'll go back to my room first. After saying that, Bai Mo got up and left Su Muching's room. He was going to think about the things to come. Su Muching looked at Bai Mo's back and frowned slightly. Because you're too illustrious? Bai Mo, I hope you won't let me down. I'm ultimately a woman and need to rely on me too. Returning to his room, Bai Mo looked at the neat and narrow room and shook his head helplessly. Then he sat on the bed with his knees crossed and felt what was going on in his body. Since yesterday, Bai Mo hadn't felt it properly, and a few moments later, channels of white mist continuously surfaced around Bai Mo's body. A little later, 3 lotus flowers visible to the naked eye appeared above Bai Mo's head. If there were martial artists here they would definitely be shocked speechless, because this was the 3-flower gathering in 5 Qi dynasty that martial artists all dreamed of. Only after reaching such a realm could a martial artist open the 2 veins of the Ren and Duke, communicate the bridge between heaven and earth, and reach a higher realm. Just as Bai Mo was immersed in the great and small perimeter running, there was a knock on the door. Bai Mo hurriedly retracted his internal force, and in the next second Su Muqing had opened the door of the room and walked in. Only when she saw Bai Mo sitting cross-legged on the bed, she frowned. "What are you doing?" "Not doing anything," Bai Mo said. Su Muqing looked at Bai Mo, who was sitting cross-legged, and said with a skeptical face, "You're not studying some internal martial arts, are you? I know you want to become stronger, but you still need to be practical. Those martial artists are all high achievers who have transcended the world, which is so easy to cultivate," said Su Muqing, handed a card in her hand to Bai Mo and continued, "You go and buy some financial management books. First learn it by yourself. What you don't understand then come and ask me." "Financial management?" Bai Mo froze after hearing Su Muqing's words. "Yes, after you learn some more management classes, in the future, I and Milk Nian will go and beg for a favor to give you a certain position in the Su family company. Do you still want to nestle at home as a family cook in the future?" Speaking here, Su Muqing sighed and said, "Bai Mo, life has never been an overnight success. If you don't want others to continue to look down on you, you need to learn. There's something going on in the company. I'm leaving first." After saying that, Su Muqing directly left the room, not giving Bai Mo a chance to speak at all. Looking at the bank card on the table, Bai Mo was a bit surprised. This was the first time Su Muqing took the initiative to give herself money. "Muqing, let's wait and see." Su Muqing walked into Gao Shouyun's room when she came downstairs. "Mom, I've come to talk to you about something." Su Muqing looked at Gao Shouyun on the bed and said, "Between Bai Mo and I is my own matter. In the future, you and Yuan Kai shouldn't follow and get involved. In addition, Bai Mo won't leave the Su family, and you won't be so harsh to Bai Mo in the future." "What did you say?" After Gao Shouyun heard Su Muqing's words, Tang sat up and said, "You're saying that trash won't leave?" "Mom, don't call Bai Mo trash anymore," Su Muqing said with a frown. Gao Shouyun said shrilly, "On what grounds? I'll call him a waste, and I'll tell him to hurry up and get out of the Su family. I'm not done with him for hitting my son." "Then you go find Bai Mo yourself." "I don't care. I only emphasize one point, that is, Bai Mo and I will never divorce." After saying that, Su Muqing directly turned around and left. Gao Shouyun looked at Su Muqing's back with a dumbfounded face. Just now what exactly did he and Bai Mo say inside the room? How come he was a different person as soon as he came out? "Want me to not speak coldly to Bai Mo? You're dreaming," Gao Shouyun said hatefully. After Bai Mo was interrupted in his cultivation by Su Muqing, he thought about getting up and leaving the room. Now that he already knew that his cultivation was recovering, he desperately wanted to mix up some medicinal soup to help him recover to his previous strength faster. When Bai Mo walked to the living room, he happened to meet Gao Shouyun coming out. Seeing Bai Mo empty-handed, Gao Shouyun instantly became angry and said, "You're really brazen to not leave." "I will leave. You don't have to rush." At this time, Bai Mo had already made up his mind that he would get some money as soon as possible and then move out with Su Muqing. Gao Shouyun snorted coldly and chided, "Big Aunt Muqing and her family are coming over at night. Don't forget to come back and cook." "I'm busy. You do it yourself." Bai Mo didn't even look at Gao Shouyun and went straight out the door. "Still wanting yourself to serve you like before? Dream on." In a sanatorium in Zhengzhou, Long Si looked at the bandage on his leg, remembered what the doctor had said earlier, and fell into deep thought. When Xiao Jiang and Long Wanner sent fourth brother Long to the hospital that day, the doctor in charge of treatment was filled with shock after examining the injuries on fourth brother Long's body, stating that it was reasonably impossible for fourth brother Long to make it to the hospital at all. Upon learning that someone had given fourth brother Long a brief treatment, the doctor hurriedly inquired. In the end, that doctor was so full of eagerness to inquire about where fourth brother Long Bai Mo was going that he didn't even care about fourth brother Long's injuries. If it wasn't for Xiao Zhan's anger, it was estimated that the doctor would still be pestering fourth brother Long. That high-ranking person actually knows the blood sealing technique. Thinking of this, fourth brother Long turned his head to Xiao Zhang and asked, "Have you found Mr. Bai?" "Found it, fourth brother. But Mr. Bai's situation seems to be a bit special," Xiao Jiang said with some embarrassment. He then told fourth brother Long about Bai Mo's situation. Fourth brother Long was stunned at his words. "Mr. Bai is actually the Su family's son-in-law?" "Yes," Xiao Jiang said with a bitter smile. "The great hidden in the city. These high-profile people are not something we can imagine." "Right, where is one heir?" Long fourth brother asked. After hearing Long Si's words, Xiao Jiang said with a smile, "Went to look for Mr. Bai. Originally I was going to go, but Miss said she went." Chapter 14, Are you Bai Mo's mistress? Fourth brother Long also laughed and said, "Beautiful women love heroes. This girl wouldn't have a crush on Mr. Bai, would she? Can't really say. Mr. Bai looks scholarly, but he's very lethal to girls," Xiao Jiang said with a smile. Fourth brother Long nodded at his words and said, "Did you tell one heir to be respectful and polite to Mr. Bai?" "Actually, I should have visited Mr. Bai in person. Fourth brother, aren't you injured? Xiao Jiang said. Miss is not a capricious person. She knows what to do. Fourth brother Long shook his head and said, Wan Er is not capricious, but after all, she has a bit of a mistemper. No, I have to explain a few things to her. Saying this, he pulled out the phone. At this time, Long Wan Er looked at the address on the cell phone and managed to find the district where Bai Mo was, because of the reason of being ostracized by the Su family. In fact, Su Muqing's family is not very rich, can only be a well off to the top, living is also a Totu duplex residence, just a little bigger. Long Wan Er looked at the door number in front of her and rang the doorbell. Yao Shouyun was supposed to go to the hospital to see Su Yuan Kai and was about to go out. Hearing the doorbell, she was puzzled and opened the door to her room. Who could be coming at this hour? Didn't Big Sister say that they would only come over at night? Upon seeing Long Waner, who was overflowing with youthfulness in her sportswear outside the door, Gao Shouyun froze and asked, Who are you looking for? May I ask if Mr. Bai lives here? Long Waner asked hurriedly when she saw someone open the door. Gao Shouyun looked at Long Waner doubtfully and said, Mr. Bai? Yes, Mr. Bai Mo Bai. Long Waner repeated and said. As soon as Gao Shouyun heard Bai Mo, she was furious and her face turned ugly as she said, Bai Mo doesn't live here, but the address says here. Long Waner subconsciously looked towards her cell phone. Gao Shouyun snorted coldly and said, He used to live here, but he has moved away. Moved away? Do you know where he went? Long Waner asked. Gao Shouyun impatiently said, I don't know. Who knows where he died? Maybe he has already nested and jumped into the river. Don't come here to look for him in the future. Hearing Gao Shouyun's vicious words, Long Waner's face instantly turned cold. You are Mr. Bai's mother-in-law, Gao Shouyun, right? The information Xiao Jiang had given him had already stated above that Bai Mo was the Su family's son-in-law, and had not been treated well, especially by his mother-in-law and brother-in-law. Yo, inquiring quite clearly, Gao Shouyun said with a sneer, only to then look at Long Waner with a face full of surprise and said, Good wow, I know, are you the junior that Bai Mo keeps outside? This goddamned one, even took the Su family's money to raise a mistress outside. I say why isn't he leaving? Must be wanting to continue raking in money in the Su family. This bastard, Mu Qing was cheated by him again. Gao Shouyun was like a machine gun, muttering non-stop, her face full of dislike, and her eyes full of disdain and disgust as she looked at Long Waner. Long Waner was immediately infuriated by what she said. To be honest, Bai Mo really wasn't ugly. He was even a little handsome, but to say that she was a junior, how could this Long Waner take it? She was the real sister of the underground king, Dragon fourth brother, and she was actually being called a mistress. Who are you calling a mistress? I'm just a friend of Mr. Bai. Don't slander people. Although Long Waner's status was exalted, even though she was furious right now, she still couldn't do anything to confront Gao Shouyun. Gao Shouyun said with a cold smile on her face, Humph, you don't admit it, do you? I'll send you online so that everyone knows that you're a mistress. A lowly mistress, said Gao Shouyun surprisingly as pulling out his cell phone directly to Long Waner took a picture. Long Waner was instantly furious. Her face flushed red, and she said angrily, You have such a foul mouth. You are simply unreasonable. It seems that the outside world is right. Mr. Bai has a vicious mother-in-law. Good wow. This even said this about me outside. He eats the Su families and uses the Su families. This dog even doesn't know how to be grateful. Gao Shouyun said with a broken mouth. Then a push Long Waner said, Roll roll roll, don't block in the doorway of my house to get in the way. The tartness of the sky. You, Long Waner, when have you ever seen such a position? Suddenly angry, incoherent, she was educated how it is possible to be Gao Shouyun's shrewish general opponent. Gao Shouyun sneered and said, Bai Mo has divorced my daughter. He can't get a penny in the Su family in the future. You'd better hurry up and find a good next home, while you're young and in good health. Save up some money. Humph. After saying this, Gao Shouyun directly left the door and walked towards the door. For a moment Long Waner was trembling with anger by Gao Shouyun. You are shameless. At this time a security guard happened to come to the side, said softly, Miss, you'd better go. That's Gao Shouyun, this neighborhood inside the famous shrew, scolding so many years. Never defeat. You can't be guilty of anger with her. Being a security guard in the neighborhood, these people have already practiced fiery eyes. One look at Long Waner's dress is not an ordinary person. That's why they came over to persuade. Long Waner stomped her feet and angrily walked towards the outside of the neighborhood. Today really went out without reading the yellow calendar. Bai Mo did not find, but also suffered a bellyful of anger. Gao Shouyun has long forgotten about Long Waner, humming a little song all the way to the hospital. This is the shrew's power. Your side has been angry fire. Her side and nothing like. When Long Waner returned to the sanatorium, the two of them, Long Si and Xiao Jiang, were taken aback when they saw Long Waner, who was full of anger and aggression. Wan Air, didn't I tell you to treat Mr. Bai with more respect? Did you make Mr. Bai angry? Fourth brother Long asked hurriedly. Long Waner pouted and said, what? I didn't even see Mr. Bai's face, and I was almost pissed off by that mother-in-law of his. Then Long Waner told fourth brother Long and Xiaojiang what happened. The two were also unusually angry after hearing it. To go so far as to say that my Long Wenbai's sister is a mistress? My sister needs to be a mistress to someone? Fourth brother Long said with a face full of anger. Fourth brother, I'll go clean her up. Xiaojiang was about to leave after saying that. Fourth brother Long, however, called out to Xiaojiang and said, come back, after all, he is Mr. Bai's mother-in-law. Aren't you slapping Mr. Bai's face by making a move? Right now we are not in contact with Mr. Bai yet. It won't be too late to deal with it when we are. Long Waner said, it looks like that mother-in-law of Mr. Bai is even more vicious towards Mr. Bai than the rumors. Let's wait for a while. Xiaojiang, at night time, you can go there again. Maybe Mr. Bai will go back. Fourth brother Long said. Xiaojiang nodded. It was just that the three of them were unaware that Gao Shouyun and Su Yuankai, who were invincible in cursing, were the ones who did something that they would never expect. Chapter 15, Let Bai Mo's reputation be destroyed. Gao Shouyun came all the way to the hospital, and Su Yuankai at this time is pulling the hand of the caregiver to talk and laugh. The two people are talking to each other. After all, Su Yuankai is not ugly, plus a burst of bragging. The caregiver naturally also a burst of bashful. Seeing Gao Shouyun come, Su Yuankai somewhat lustfully asked the escort to go out first. Yuankai, what is your status? Why are you still in contact with this kind of person? Yes, there are a few moments of beauty, but I can tell you, my future daughter-in-law must be that of a golden girl. With your looks it's not a difficult task at all. Gao Shouyun hummed and said. Su Yuankai hurriedly nodded his head and said, I know, Mom, isn't this boring in the hospital? Well, it's still okay to play around. You can't give me any real affection. Gao Shouyun said. Yuankai how is your leg? It still hurts a bit, Su Yuankai said with a sniff, and incidentally moved around a bit, letting out a pained sound. Seeing the pained look on her son's face, Gao Shouyun's heart was about to break. This goddamned Bai Mo, beating my son so hard. Mom, has Bai Mo left yet? Su Yuankai said as he heard Bai Mo gritting his teeth. Gao Shouyun snorted coldly and said, that shameless one doesn't know what kind of mesmerizing soup he gave to your sister. Your sister didn't even let him go. Sister is also really something. I'm like this. She even still protects that punk. What the hell is he thinking? Su Yuankai said angrily. Gao Shouyun said, who knows? And do you know who I met just now? It was Bai Mo's mistress. This punk even found a mistress outside, and that mistress even found her way to the house. Mom, what did you say? Su Yuankai looked at Gao Shouyun with a face full of shock and said, Bai Mo found a mistress? Yes, don't believe me. Look. Gao Shouyun took out her cell phone to show Su Yuankai the picture of Long Waner inside. But was I scolded away? Humph, young and not learning, but also Bai Mo as a junior, waiting for a while back to see me not to go to your sister. All this is still not and that waste of divorce. Speaking of which I'm a but fire. Su Yuankai looked at Long Waner's youthful and beautiful delicate face on the cell phone. A burst of jealousy rose in his heart, and said with an iron face, my sister treats him so well, this punk is even looking for a mistress outside. I must expose this matter to him, so that he will lose face and reputation. I'll see if my sister will still protect him then? Worthy of being my good son, thinking of the same thing as Mom. Gao Shouyun said happily at once, wait until your sister divorces him, then you will contact Qin Xiao. Su Yuankai frowned when he heard the word Qin Xiao and said, I don't know if Qin Xiao will be angry yet. Qin Xiao hasn't contacted me in the past few days. If your sister can marry him, why would he be angry? Gao Shouyun said with a smile, that's right too. Su Yuankai laughed. Then he took out his cell phone and started operating it. At this time, Bai Mo still didn't know that because Long Waner went to her home to look for herself. Her brother-in-law and mother-in-law who didn't have a long memory had actually started counting on him again. Bai Mo came to the famous Chinese medicine street and wanted to grab some medicine here. But after walking through a few medical halls, Bai Mo realized that their herbs were not stocked. Of course Bai Mo didn't point it out. He just said that he was taking a look around and then left. When Bai Mo came to a medical center in the corner, he looked towards the inside with some surprise. The area of the medical center was not small, but the decoration inside was very old. It should be many years old, and there was only an old man and a young man inside. Seeing a doctor or grabbing medicine? The young man asked politely when he saw Bai Mo walk in. Grabbing medicine, Bai Mo said. Can I see the herbs first? After hearing Bai Mo's words, the young man was a bit surprised, and the old man inside also raised his head towards Bai Mo. However, the old man then said, This is what should be done. Jin Young, take the herbs and show them to this gentleman. Many thanks, Bai Mo said as he bowed his hand to the old man. The youth then took 3 herbs out of the medicine cabinet as requested by Bai Mo. Bai Mo picked up the herbs and smelled each one, nodding his head continuously in his heart. It was unexpected that although this medical center looked shabby, the medicinal herbs were top quality. Our medical center's herbs are the best in the entire Chinese medicine street. It's just that they will advertise to fool people, the youth said. The old man heard the youth's words and said, Jin Yang, seeing patients and saving people is a doctor's important duty, not trading. I remember, Grandpa, the youth hurriedly said respectfully. Bai Mo nodded and wrote down a prescription on a piece of paper and handed it to the youth. After the youth grabbed the medicine, Bai Mo paid and left. On the way home, Bai Mo went to the bookstore again. Only he bought some books on Chinese medicine, but forgot about financial management. When he arrived home, seeing that Gao Xiuyun wasn't there, Bai Mo couldn't wait to head upstairs towards the storage room. He needed to verify if the medical skills in his brain were real. Although he had previously used the blood sealing technique on fourth brother Long, Bai Mo still had some disbelief. Looking at the acupuncture points of the human body inside the Chinese medicine books, as well as the names and pictures of the medicinal herbs, Bai Mo finally accepted the fact that he already knew medical arts. Afterwards, Bai Mo just wasted his time reading it, and the more he read, the more he got into it, gradually ignoring the time. Although the medical skills in his brain were already superb, it was still somewhat refreshing for Bai Mo, who was reading Chinese medicine books for the first time, to be able to understand them. After Su Muqing arrived at the company, she found that everyone's face was filled with gloom, especially inside the conference room. The grandmother was frowning tightly. Not even a good face was given to Su Muqing. Su Muqing still came to her corner and sat down. In the Su family's company, no matter how hard Su Muqing tried, she could only sit in the corner. And sitting next to the Su family's old lady was his eldest uncle, Su Xinghuai, and his eldest uncle's son, Su Jinhai. That was the place where the Su family's position of power was, but all of the Su family's rights were grasped in the old lady's hands, and Su Muqing's eldest uncle and Su Jinhai didn't have much of a right to do so. Tell us all, how do we deal with the predicament at hand? The Su family's old lady looked around the crowd and said. Su Muqing didn't know what was going on in the Su family, so she had to wait for the crowd to speak. Su Jinhai grunted and said, Grandma, taking out so much money at once, how can the company afford it? The matter was caused by Su Muqing's trashy husband. Naturally letting Su Muqing solve it is. Su Muqing frowned when she heard this. Could it be that the Su family's matter was related to Bai Mo? But what did Bai Mo do? What could he have done to cause problems for the Su family? The Su family's old lady glanced at Su Muqing and said, It's all because of your punk of a husband, who offended Qin Xiao. Now Qin Xiao wants the $20 million dowry he gave before back. When will you and Bai Mo divorce before he agrees to finance the Su family again? Chapter 16, Expulsion from the Su family. Grandma, that money wasn't the Su family's in the first place, and Bai Mo and I won't get divorced. Just give it back to Qin Maoyang, Su Muqing said with a frown. In her opinion, since the money was not the Su family's, it was also impossible for herself to divorce Bai Mo. Wouldn't it be normal to return it to Qin Maoyang? But why would Grandma and the others be so sad? After hearing Su Muqing's words, the Su family's old lady's face was filled with gloom. Eldest uncle Su Xinghuai grunted and said, The problem is that right now, the Su family can't get this money. Where did the money go? Hearing this, Su Muqing asked suspiciously. Su Xinghuai said, Don't you know about the company's situation? A while ago various suppliers came to urge to settle the material payments, and the Su family's funds didn't come back, so they took it to settle the payments to the material suppliers first. Originally Yuan Kai said that you had divorced Bai Mo before we moved that money, but what happened? Su Xinghuai was full of cold smiles. Su Jinhai also said, Su Muqing, look at how much trouble Bai Mo has caused. After hearing the words of the two men, Su Muqing was instantly furious and her face turned red. Even if he handed it over to Qin Maoyang, this 20 million dowry should be given to himself or his parents, right? By what right did the Su family use the money? What made him the most angry was that his grandmother and his eldest uncle's family still felt that it was their fault for the trouble they caused because they had misappropriated the payment. This was simply unacceptable to Su Muqing, who then looked at Su Jinhai and said, You're talking as if it's my fault? This money is not the Su family at all. Even if I agree to divorce, this money should be mine. What makes you think it's my fault? Su Jinhai, aren't you a little too shameless? Su Jinhai's face reddened and said, I didn't say it was you. I'm talking about Bai Mo. Bai Mo is my husband. When you talk about him, aren't you talking about me? Su Muqing said with a face full of anger. Enough! Before Su Jinhai could speak, the Su family's old lady was saying to Su Muqing with a cold drink, The dowry should logically be given to you, but the family is in trouble. can't you even use it? Do you think you are not a Su family member? Just $20 million. And now you're questioning us like this. Su Muchang, have you ever put me in your eyes? The Su family's old lady once again chided. You're marrying young Chin and think you're flying high, looking down on your mother's family? In that case, you leave the Su family. Su Muchang looked at her grandmother with a face full of incredulity. She never expected her grandmother to say such words to herself. Grandma, what did I say about looking down on the Su family? Su Muchang said with a face full of grievances. Su Jinhai said in a cold voice, Su Muchang, the family is in trouble. You are not thinking of helping the Su family in the first place, but you are even thinking of that $20 million. Are you still not looking down on the Su family? Su Jinhai, don't call a stag a horse, Su Muchang said with great anger. I'm just emphasizing a fact. If this $20 million were mine, and the family was in trouble, I would not hesitate to give it to the family. But this $20 million is not mine. I won't marry Qin Mayan whether Bai Mo and I divorce or not. That's why I'm saying that this $20 million isn't the Su family's. The Su family's old lady stared at Su Muchang and said, Muchang, I'm only asking you, are you and Bai Mo divorcing or not? Grandma, I never intended to divorce Bai Mo. Su Muchang said, why are you using me for the family's peace? After saying that, Su Muchang couldn't help the tears flowing down her face. There was nothing that made her sadder than being forced by her own family. Obviously it was them who had moved money that didn't belong to the Su family, but now all of this they even felt it was their fault. After hearing Su Muchang's words, the Su family's old lady said with a cold snort, good, in that case, I'll pay you back this $20 million even if I have to smash the pot to sell the iron. Grandma, how can you say pay me back? It's clearly the family using money that shouldn't belong to the family. Su Muchang said angrily, how dare you? Su Xinghuai got up and drank. Su Muchang, how dare you talk back to the old lady? Su Jinhai also said, humph, she's a hotshot right now. Who let her have a good skin? The implication was that Su Muchang was relying on her beauty to make Qin Maoyan look at him differently. Su Muchang stood up with a tangdi, pointing at Su Jinhai and chided angrily. Su Jinhai, what qualifications do you have to talk about me? How much money did you take from inside the company? And if it wasn't for your failed investment, would the Su family be in trouble? Before Su Jinhai could speak, the Su family's old lady instantly said with great anger, Jinhai's previous projects were all agreed by me. Are you questioning me? Su Muchang, you're really lawless now. Grandma, Su Muchang looked at the Su family's old lady with an aggrieved face. However, the Su family's old lady directly interrupted Su Muchang's words and said, you have hardened your wings now. Our Su family can't afford it. We'll pay back the money ourselves. Also, from today, the Su Jinhan family is expelled from the Su family. Get out. Su Muchang looked at the Su family's old lady with a face full of shock, and said with an unbelievable face, Grandma, just because I don't divorce Bai Mo, you're going to kick our family out of the Su family? Yes, kick out the Su family. The Su family's old lady said viciously. Su Jinhai was already smiling in his heart at this time, finally kicking out his second uncle's family. When the old lady died, his own family would be the successor of the Su family. Su Muchang stared blankly at the Su family's old lady, still unable to believe that her grandmother would say those words. Su Muchang, you are no longer a member of the Su family. Why don't you leave? Su Jinhai drank. Su Muchang lost her mind and walked towards the outside of the conference room. The rest of the Su family members also looked as if it was none of their business. Walking to the door and looking at the indifference of these people inside the conference room, Su Muchang broke her heart. After packing up her things and coming out from the Su family's company, Su Muchang looked at the familiar door of the company, and her heart was filled with bitterness. She had worked hard for the Su family, but in the end, it turned out to be this ending. When Su Muchang returned home, Bai Mo didn't hear Su Muchang come back because he was reading a book. Su Muchang went back to her room and changed her clothes, thinking that Bai Mo should be at home. For some reason, at this time she wanted to talk to Bai Mo. It wasn't that she was complaining about Bai Mo, but she was aggrieved in her heart, and the Su family's face had completely chilled her heart. Pushing open the door of Bai Mo's room, seeing Bai Mo reading a book, Su Muchang's heart is somewhat comforted. Bai Mo in the end still listened to his words. Seeing Su Muchang come in, Bai Mo was a little surprised. It was only afternoon. Why did she come back? Why are you back? Su Muchang was just about to speak, but she saw the materia medica in Bai Mo's hand. Her face instantly became gloomy. I asked you to read a book, and this is what you read. Chapter 17, let them beg you to go back. Bai Mo didn't know why Su Muchang suddenly got so angry after seeing the book in her hand. What's wrong with you? Bai Mo asked suspiciously. Su Muchang said angrily, what's wrong? What's wrong? You only ask me what's wrong every day. Can't you make yourself a little bit more progressive? If you weren't such a loser, would others mock me like that? After hearing Su Muchang's words, Bai Mo frowned. I'm just reading some books of interest. I'm not so angry, right? Bai Mo said. Su Muching said in a cold voice. Traditional Chinese medicine? Do you know how long it takes for a TCM practitioner to learn? And that you can't even enter the door without systematic learning? Bai Mo, can you not think of something unrealistic? Can't you just get down to business and find a job? I'm not being down to earth by reading Chinese medicine books, Bai Mo said. Seeing that Bai Mo even dared to retort, Su Muching became even more angry and said, is it useful for you to read these? Could it be that you can still become a doctor? Do you want to be a waste so much? Hearing Su Muching's mouthful of trash, the anger in Bai Mo's heart was also aroused. Then tell me, what is down to earth? Me reading a Chinese medicine book is a waste? Su Muching saw that Bai Mo was actually angry with himself and said with a face full of anger, I asked you to buy some books on financial management. What are you buying? Su Muching then saw the herbs by Bai Mo's bedside and chided. You even bought herbs? Could it be that you still want to write prescriptions? Do you think you can become a doctor? Why can't I? You don't believe in me that much? Bai Mo took a deep breath and said as he forced down his anger. Su Muching said with a face full of disappointment, how do you expect me to believe you? Learning Chinese medicine is simply ridiculous. What's wrong with Chinese medicine? Bai Mo questioned. Su Muching took a long breath and said, forget it, I don't want to argue with you. Do whatever you want? Su Muching, what exactly do you want? Bai Mo's anger couldn't be controlled and said, I just read a book on Chinese medicine. You come in and just throw a tantrum. What do you want me to do? I throw a tantrum? Su Muching looked at Bai Mo with a face full of surprise. I asked you to study financial management. After all, I can guide you. Yet you ran off to buy books on Chinese medicine, said Su Muching as she flipped the books on the bed and said, did you listen to my words in the end? There is not a single book on financial management. Which Chinese medicine practitioner is famous when he is not already gray-haired? Bai Mo looked at Su Muching and said, who told you that a TCM doctor has to be 70 years old to be successful? Bai Mo, I am too disappointed in you. After hearing Bai Mo's words, Su Muching felt a wave of heart fatigue. She had thought that Bai Mo had really gotten the hang of things, but she hadn't realized that he was still overly ambitious. The medical saint is very respected, but that is the accumulation of time and experience, and Bai Mo does not have a little foundation. To learn on his own is simply delusional. Thinking that she had just been kicked out of the Su family for not divorcing him, Su Muching felt a pang of aggression in her heart. After hearing Su Muching's words, Bai Mo's face instantly became ugly. Yes, I let you down, because you never had hope for me. No matter what I do, you will never believe me. It was and it still is. No matter what I do, the first thing you do is always suspect me first. Even when your brother forced me to sign divorce papers, you didn't believe me. Bai Mo was a little hysterical. Yesterday's conversation, he still held a hint of fantasy about Su Muching, thinking that Su Muching had changed her opinion in her mind. But he didn't expect that everything hadn't changed. He was still a waste in Su Muching's eyes, and as the saying goes, the prodigal son returns to his roots, not to mention the fact that he is not a prodigal son yet. Why didn't Su Muching choose to believe in herself for once? Looking at Bai Mo's appearance, Su Muching was a bit dazed, then directly turned around and went back to her room, heavily closing the door. Plopping down on her own bed, she couldn't help but cry. Bai Mo saw Su Muching leave and said in a self-deprecating manner, why should I have illusions about her? I shouldn't have stayed here at all. Bai Mo was then filled with anger as he knocked everything on the bed to the ground and got up to leave. The passageway from the storage room to the second floor goes through Su Muching's room. When Bai Mo walks to the door of Su Muching's room, he hears Su Muching's crying coming from inside. Bai Mo's heart softened again and his mind calmed down, carefully recalling Su Muching's words just now. Bai Mo was certain that Su Muching was bullied outside. Could it be those people from the Su family again? Thinking of this, Bai Mo took a deep breath and knocked on Su Muching's room door. Muching, look at the door. Let's have a good chat. Scram! Su Muching cursed. Bai Mo smiled bitterly and said, Muching, did the Su family bully you again? So what if they bullied me? What does it have to do with you? What can you do? Su Muching's angry voice came from the room. Don't you want to leave? Go, you go. After thinking about it, Bai Mo pushed open the door of the room and walked in. What are you doing coming in? I don't need you to care. Su Muching saw Bai Mo, who walked and picked up the pillow beside him and threw it over. Bai Mo took the pillow and came to Su Muching's side and said softly, Muching, just now it was my fault. I didn't know that you were wronged outside. After hearing Bai Mo's words, Su Muching's tears flowed out like a flood. Did you know that I was expelled from the Su family? Just because of Qin Maoyang's $20 million. Letting me divorce you, which I didn't agree to. They expelled me from the Su family. On what grounds did they? They kicked you out of the Su family? Bai Mo's face instantly froze when he heard this. The aura on his body could not be controlled and erupted. For a time the temperature in the entire room dropped. Su Muching was startled by Bai Mo's appearance and looked at Bai Mo in a daze. Seeing that he scared Su Muching, Bai Mo hurriedly put away the aura on his body. Are you alright? Muching, I scared you. They didn't just kick me out of the Su family, but also my father, our family. Su Muqing shook her head and said, after hearing Su Muqing's words, Bai Mo said in a cold voice, that old hag actually kicked you out of the Su family for $20 million? I will make them pay. Su Muqing looked at Bai Mo and shook her head with a bitter smile. What price can you make them pay? It's good that you have this heart. Bai Mo knew that Su Muqing didn't believe in himself, squatted down and looked at Su Muqing squarely and said, Muqing, believe me, I will definitely make them beg for you to go back. Chapter 18 Figures. Does he know how to do laundry and cook? Bai Mo. I don't know why you've become so strong now, but some things can't be solved by force. Su Muqing shook her head and said, Bai Mo knew that Su Muqing was talking about the matter above the birthday banquet and thought that he was going to go to Su's house to seek justice for Su Muqing by force. Muqing, I told you before, don't be shocked because I'm too prominent. Give me some time. Trust me, it won't be too long. After saying that, Bai Mo looked at Su Muqing with incomparable confidence. Now that his own power was restored and his medical skills were in his hands, he believed that it wouldn't take long for him to return to his previous heights. It was just a Su family. It was not enough to worry about. He would definitely make the Su family beg for Su Muqing to return. Looking at Bai Mo's confident appearance, for a while Su Muqing was a bit dumbfounded. I don't know why. At this moment Su Muqing actually felt that what Bai Mo said was true. In the future, he can really help himself. It was at this time that the sound of the door opening came from downstairs. Gao Shouyun opened the door and came in. Along with Gao Shouyun there was also Su Muqing's great-aunt's family. As soon as she saw the quietness in the kitchen, she was instantly enraged and immediately cursed. Bai Mo, where did you die? Why didn't you cook? Hearing Gao Shouyun shouting and cursing downstairs, Bai Mo frowned. Su Muqing asked suspiciously, are there guests coming to the house tonight? Said that my great-aunt's family is coming over and asked me to cook. Bai Mo said lightly, but his face was filled with disdain. Su Muqing also frowned. This mother of hers is always like this, knowing that the great-aunt's family is snobbish, but still always coming and going with them. And every time she came to the house, she had to cook a lot of dishes. She remembered that before, after her great-aunt's family had eaten and left, Bai Mo had to clean up until very late. Although she felt that Bai Mo was a bit of a wimp for being around the kitchen all day, and she was angry with herself, but Bai Mo was her husband after all. I'll go talk to mom. Don't cook, go out to eat later, Su Muqing said, otherwise you'll have to clean up late again. Bai Mo nodded and smiled slightly. You go down first, I'll fix my makeup, Su Muqing said. Bai Mo looked at Su Muqing's somewhat red and swollen eyes, and suddenly had a change of heart and said, Muqing, your eyes are already swollen, and even touching up your makeup won't cover it. Then what's the solution? Su Muqing shook her head and said. Bai Mo smiled and said, I'll give you a massage. Don't worry, the swelling will go down immediately. Massage? You know how to massage? Su Muqing gave Bai Mo a blank look and said. Bai Mo blinked and said, anyway, it's just a matter of a few minutes. Try it. Su Muqing looked at Bai Mo, who had a smiling face, and ghostly nodded. Bai Mo put his fingers around Su Muqing's eyes, feeling Su Muqing's watery skin. For a while Bai Mo's heart was a little excited. This was the first time he touched Su Muqing's face, and Su Muqing also had a strange feeling rise in her heart when Bai Mo touched her eyes. Her face instantly became scarlet. Seeing Bai Mo not moving, Su Muqing pouted and said, why don't you move? Oh, right away. Bai Mo sniffed and said hurriedly. Then, according to the method inherited in his brain, with the internal force, he started to massage Su Muqing. Su Muqing felt a tinge of coolness coming from Bai Mo's fingers, and was somewhat surprised in her heart. After 2 minutes, Bai Mo said, there. Taking away some of the fingers that were not yet finished, Bai Mo said, go to the mirror and take a look. Su Muqing half-heartedly came to the dresser, looked towards the mirror. When she saw in the mirror, the face that has been restored as before, Su Muqing said in surprise, even really reduced the swelling? I didn't lie to you, did I? Bai Mo said with a smile. Su Muqing said in surprise, how did you do it? It's what I learned from the Chinese medicine book just now, Bai Mo said. Su Muqing smiled, turned around and looked at Bai Mo with a complicated face and said, Bai Mo, just now I was in a bad mood and said something. I know. I just now also didn't expect you to be bullied by those bastards of the Su family and spoke badly, Bai Mo said with a smile. Su Muqing said, actually, I'm not saying I don't believe you. I just think it's too hard for Chinese medicine practitioners to achieve something. We don't have that time to waste. I understand, but don't worry. I know in my heart that I won't waste time. Trust me, Bai Mo said confidently. Su Muqing looked at Bai Mo's appearance, not wanting to discourage him. She nodded and said, let's go down. Just before the two of them could get out of the room, they heard Gao Shouyun yelling inside the living room once again. This punk doesn't know where he's gone either. He doesn't even cook. That's right. He must have gone looking for his mistress. Junior? Second sister. Bai Mo has a mistress? You're not kidding, right? Who would look at that loser? A woman's voice came out. A young woman's voice also said, second aunt. Stop it. Just Bai Mo has a mistress? Is this a laughing matter? Second aunt. Nowadays you can still find a mistress without money? How is it possible with that trashy Bai Mo? The woman's husband also said with disdain, even if second aunt wants to elevate Bai Mo, she can't use this reason, right? It's ridiculous. Really, how can you guys not believe it? In the morning, a woman came to look for Bai Mo. I took all the pictures. If you don't believe me, look, Gao Xiuyun said. That loser must have cheated Mu Qing's money and went out to raise a little one. Bai Mo's face instantly became gloomy after hearing Gao Xiuyun's words. Su Mu Qing's brows were also furrowed. Her own mother was also too much. To say that Bai Mo was looking for a mistress. The household chores at home are already enough for Bai Mo to do. Is rich where he has that time, not to mention that every day Gao Xiuyun also stays at home, monitoring Bai Mo's every move. Thinking of this, Su Muqing suddenly looked at Bai Mo with some heartache and said awkwardly, you don't want to be general with my mom, after so many years, she can't change. Aha! Bai Mo said with a sullen face. The two then walked towards the outside of the room. Hearing the sounds from upstairs, the people in the living room looked up. Upon seeing Bai Mo, Gao Xiuyun immediately shouted, you punk, why aren't you cooking? Did you go looking for that mistress of yours? At this time a man did look at Gao Xiuyun's cell phone and said, second aunt, this photo of you this was downloaded from the internet, right? This woman is so pretty that she's looking for Bai Mo to be her mistress? What's the point? Does Bai Mo know how to do laundry and cook? Ha ha ha. Su Muqing's great aunt and elder sister also laughed out loud. Su Muqing frowned and said, Mom, I'm the one who didn't let Bai Mo cook. Just go out to eat later. What? Going out to eat? How much will that cost? Gao Xiuyun said with a cold snort. Su Muqing continued. Mom, didn't I tell you not to call Bai Mo a waste in the future? You even still do. And you even made up the matter of Bai Mo looking for a mistress. I made it up? I have that idle mind? Gao Xiuyun instantly shouted at the words. Look at it. Look at it. This is clearly the front door of our house. How could it be downloaded from the internet? Saying this, Gao Xiuyun extended her cell phone to Bai Mo and Su Muqing's eyes. Surprisingly it's her? Chapter 19 Auntie's Family's Mockery. When Bai Mo saw the photo on his cell phone, he was stunned. Wasn't this person the sister of the fourth long brother he saved inside the bushes? What was she doing in his home? Look, does he know this woman? Gao Xiuyun exclaimed when she saw Bai Mo recognize her. Su Muqing also looked at Bai Mo with a surprised face and asked, you really know her? I saved her brother yesterday, Bai Mo said. Su Muqing said with a sudden realization, that's not surprising. It's probably because she wanted to come and thank you. Mu Qing, why are you so gullible? Gao Xiuyun said angrily. Seeing this, the man on the side also spoke. Bai Mo, I can't imagine that you have such a beautiful wife like Su Muqing, but you still go out and cheat on her. You're such a disappointment to me. What kind of thing are you? I let you down? Bai Mo said as he coldly looked at the man. The man's name was Hu Haiwan, and he was the husband of his sister-in-law's daughter, Gao Lily. Normally, he felt that Bai Mo, a waste of time, was able to marry a beautiful woman like Su Muqing, while he himself, regardless of his ability and looks, was better than Bai Mo, but he married Gao Lily, whose looks and body were not a bit worse than Su Muqing. After hearing Bai Mo's words, Hu Haiwan said with a shocked face, what did you say? How dare you talk back to me? Hu Haiwan, what's wrong with talking back to you? What kind of person are you to Bai Mo? Su Muqing said with a cold face, Bai Mo is my husband. It's not your turn to talk about him. After saying that, she turned her head to look at Gao Xiuyun and said, Mom, can you use your brain when you speak? Do you think it's possible for Bai Mo to find a mistress? After hearing Su Muqing's words, Bai Mo was surprised in his heart. Unexpectedly Su Muqing would help himself. In the past, Su Muqing wouldn't even pay attention to this. At this time, Su Muqing's great-aunt was coldly snorting and said, Muqing, what kind of words are you saying? How could Haiwan be unqualified? He is Bai Mo's brother-in-law and has the ability. What's wrong with saying a few words? Su Muqing said indifferently. Eldest aunt, what Hu Haiwan is capable of has nothing to do with us. It's not the turn of outsiders to meddle in our own family's affairs. Second sister, look at your good daughter, even saying that I am an outsider. Well, let's just go. Saying that, she was about to go out. Su Muqing's elder sister Gao Lily also said with a dissatisfied face, Su Muqing, you've been kicked out by the Su family, and you're still so strong. What can't you say about your punk husband? What? Mu Qing was kicked out by the Su family? Su Muqing's great-aunt sniffed and immediately retracted her footsteps. One of my classmates is in the Su family's company. He said that during the afternoon meeting, Su Muqing was kicked out by the Su family's old lady, Gao Lily said with a smug face. From a young age, Su Muqing's academic performance, appearance, and ability were all superior to her own, and had always pressed herself, and now that she was kicked out by the Su family, at this time, how could Gao Lili give up the opportunity to be sarcastic? After saying that, Gao Lili continued, Mu Qing, you too, just because of a loser, being kicked out of the Su family, is it worth it? If I were you, I would have gotten a divorce long ago. Look at Haiwan, at a young age, he's already an executive of the Long Group, there's no way Bai Mo can compare to him. After Gao Shouyun heard the words of a few people, she looked at Su Mucheng with a face full of shock and asked, Mucheng, what they said is true. Aha! Su Mucheng said flatly, I can't starve even if I come out from the Su family. I can still go to another company. The Su family will definitely beg for Mu Qing to go back in the future. Bai Mo said indifferently, can you shut the up? Gao Shouyun was angry in her heart at this time, and when she heard Bai Mo's words, she immediately cursed with great anger. This is all because of you. If it wasn't for you, would Mu Qing have been kicked out of the Su family? What can we do in the future? Gao Shouyun said with a sad face. Su Mucheng said with a slight frown, Mom, this Bai Mo has nothing to do with it. It's not like you don't know that we are being targeted in the Su family. Bai Mo is just an excuse. Second sister don't be in a hurry. Isn't Haiwan an executive of the Long Group? When the time comes, just let Haiwan introduce a job. Su Mucheng's great aunt said with a spring in her step. How could she give up such a good opportunity to hit Gao Shouyun? In that case, dinner is on us today. The great aunt said again. Haiwan doesn't your company have a hotel under its umbrella? Just go to your company's hotel. You go and book a room. Don't let your second aunt spend money. It's all like that. Hu Haiwan heard a sudden anger in his heart. Long's hotel, which is to say to go? Eat a meal and it shall not be several thousand. When their own money is the wind blowing? But seeing this, plus he also wanted to perform in front of Su Muqing, so he had to say, okay, Mom, no need. The money for dinner, we still have it. It's just that it's not in the Su family. The sky hasn't fallen. Su Mucheng said indifferently. Bai Mo turned back towards Su Mucheng. His eyes were full of appreciation. It was this kind of confidence that he wanted. Seeing Bai Mo looking at himself, Su Mucheng gave Bai Mo a blank look. This glance almost made Bai Mo's soul fly away. After the events of these 2 days, it seems that life is developing in a good direction. Seeing the two of them eyeballing each other, Hu Haiwan was suddenly filled with gloom. Bai Mo, Mu Qing are like this. You can't help at all. I have no face to live in this world if I were you. Who said I can't help? How could a little person like you understand? Bai Mo said indifferently. Gao Shouyun was now begging Hu Haiwan and turned her head to Bai Mo and scolded him. What kind of attitude is that? Is what Haiwan said wrong? If you were half as capable as Haiwan, our family wouldn't even be like this. Also, how dare you keep a mistress outside? I just saved her brother. Bai Mo said with a frown. Gao Shouyun glared at Bai Mo and said, I don't know what kind of mesmerizing soup you filled Mu Qing with. Don't let me catch you. Second sister, don't put gold on your face. How can this kind of trash have a mistress? Who would believe it when you say it? Su Mucheng's great aunt said, walk, let's go eat. Haiwan's treat. Let's eat something good today. This son-in-law of mine is just this good. Doesn't let his heart out. He's capable and good at his job. Mom, isn't it natural for a son-in-law to honor his mother-in-law? Hu Haiwan said with a smug look at Bai Mo. Su Mucheng's great aunt smiled and said, look, I told you that this child Haiwan is to my liking. Gao Lili entered her mother straddling her own husband, also full of complacency, and looked at Hu Haiwan with a frown on her face. On the other hand, after Gao Shouyun heard her great aunt's words, she was full of gloom, and the way she looked at Bai Mo became even more disgusted. Before Su Mucheng served in the Su family company, it was fine, not to be pressed too hard by big sister. Now Su Mucheng was driven out of the Su family. In the future it is estimated that talking to big sister will have to lower her head. Thinking of these, Gao Shouyun looked at Bai Mo's eyes more dissatisfied. If it wasn't for this trash, how would their family become like this? Ding bell. The doorbell suddenly rang and Gao Shouyun said suspiciously, who could it be at this hour? Chapter 20, Descending Dimension and Hitting Face. Gao Shouyun went to open the door with a dissatisfied face. Su Mucheng was also surprised for a while. During normal times, almost no one came to the house except for relatives. After Gao Shouyun opened the door to her room, she said with an impatient face, looking for someone? At the door stood a young man in a black suit. Although not handsome, his angular face carried a hint of composure. There was a hint of indifference hidden in his eyes. Assistant Joan, why are you here? Hu Haiwan curiously looked towards the door, and when he saw the visitor, he was filled with shock and hurried to the door. The person who came was none other than Xiao Jiang, the bodyguard assistant beside fourth brother Long. Seeing Hu Haiwan, Xiao Jiang asked with a puzzled face, you recognize me? I'm an employee of the Dragon Group, and I've seen you above the annual meeting. Hu Haiwan said with a fawning smile on his face. Xiao Jiang nodded at his words and said, so that's how it is, to be able to attend the annual meeting. It seems like you're still very good, just working for the company. After saying that, Hu Haiwan hurriedly introduced Gao Shouyun and the others. This is Mr. Jiang, the assistant of Long's group chairman, brother Long Si. Several people were filled with shock when they heard this. Long's group? Fourth brother Long's assistant? What kind of person is brother Long Si? He was the king of the underground forces in Central State. Even the Qin family of the three great families had to give him face. And Long's group is one of brother Long's industries, which includes construction, hotel, entertainment and so on. It was almost any money-making industry. Everyone was looking at Xiao Jiang with shocked faces, not knowing why Xiao Jiang had come to Gao Shouyun's house. Su Muqing was also surprised in her heart. What was this person doing in her house? Only Bai Mo had a bland face. Hu Haiwan said with a fawning smile, Assistant Jiang, this is my second aunt's house. Why are you here? Xiao Jiang nodded symbolically and said, I'm here to find Mr. Bai. Mr. Bai. Hu Haiwan froze at his words. At this moment, Xiao Jiang saw Bai Mo standing beside Su Muqing and his eyes lit up. Mr. Bai, so you are here, Xiao Jiang said with a face full of joy. Hu Haiwan was stunned at the sight. Assistant Jiang was here to find that punk Bai Mo? Bai Mo nodded his head indifferently and said, You guys have inquired clearly. You even found your way to the house. Bai Mo, this is Assistant Jiang. Speak politely? Hu Haiwan immediately said with great anger. Auntie also said, People who are incapable are impolite. This is Haiwan's superior. What's your attitude? Bai Mo, how can you talk like that? Assistant Jiang Bai Mo can't speak. Don't take offense. Come in and sit down first. Gao Shouyun also said hurriedly. Su Muqing looked at Bai Mo in surprise. When did he know the people of the fourth dragon brother? After hearing the words of the crowd, Xiao Jiang's brows frowned. The information above had already stated Bai Mo's treatment in the Su family a long time ago. Your treatment of Mr. Bai doesn't seem to be very good, Assistant Jiang said indifferently. He then hummed and hurriedly came to Bai Mo's side and said respectfully, Mr. Bai, because fourth brother and I wanted to thank you very much. We used some means. I hope Mr. Bai won't be angry. Shock. Everyone in the living room was looking at Xiao Jiang with a face full of surprise. Even Su Muqing was looking at Bai Mo with shock. The red man beside fourth brother Long. The personal red man was so respectful to Bai Mo. Gao Shouyun's mouth was open with an unbelievable look. Bai Mo waved his hand and said, It's fine. Hu Haiwan still looked at Xiao Jiang with some disbelief and said, Assistant Jiang, are you recognizing the wrong person? He's just a punk son-in-law of the Su family. Of course I know that Mr. Bai is the son-in-law of the Su family, but it doesn't mean that Mr. Bai is a waste. Xiao Jiang turned his head to look at Hu Haiwan and said in a cold voice, Mr. Bai has been kind to fourth brother and I. What are your intentions in calling Mr. Bai a waste? In the next second, Xiao Jiang looked at Hu Haiwan with cold eyes. Although Xiao Jiang was nominally fourth brother Long's assistant, everyone knew that Xiao Jiang was actually simply fourth brother Long's personal bodyguard and family member. In the Jiang who didn't know Xiao Jiang's desperate stance, and his short-handed sword was even more remarkable. Being stared at by Xiao Jiang like this, Hu Haiwan instantly broke out in a cold sweat, and the clothes on his back were dampened. Hu Haiwan stammered, I apologize to Mr. Bai. Xiao Jiang drank at Hu Haiwan. Su Muqing's great aunt and Gao Lily saw this and looked at the scene in front of them with unbelievable faces. Actually asking Hu Haiwan to apologize to that punk Bai Mo? Hu Haiwan's face was red. His heart was humiliated. Asking himself to apologize to Bai Mo? Apologize to the punk he just mocked? Seeing this, Bai Mo sneered and said, Forget it, he's an executive of the Dragon Group. I'm just a small person. An executive of the Dragon Group? Xiao Jiang sniffed and frowned. I know all the executives of the company. How come I haven't seen you? Xiao Jiang asked as he coldly looked at Hu Haiwan. Hu Haiwan sniffed and hurriedly explained. I'm the newly transferred supervisor to the sales department. Head of the sales department? How dare you? A sales department supervisor. Call yourself an executive? Who gave you the qualification? Xiao Jiang said in a chilling voice. And you're disrespecting Mr. Bai. It was only at this moment that the crowd realized that Hu Haiwan was only a supervisor of the Dragon Group. Although the supervisor level of the Dragon Group was considered impressive in the outside world, it was still far too much inferior to an executive. Hu Haiwan was able to make it to the sales supervisor of Long's group. Must not be a cutie. Seeing the way Xiao Jiang treated Bai Mo, in order to keep his job, he hurriedly turned to Bai Mo with a 90-degree bow and said, Mr. Bai, I'm sorry. Looking at the ground, the face was filled with humiliation. Bai Mo ignored Hu Haiwan and instead looked at Xiao Jiang and said, What do you want from me? Fourth brother thanked Mr. Bai for saving his life and wanted to invite Mr. Bai to his home. Originally fourth brother wanted to come in person, but you know fourth brother's leg. Xiao Jiang said respectfully. Bai Mo nodded his head at his words and said, "Is the wound treatment okay? This is all thanks to Mr. Bai. Otherwise fourth brother would never have lasted in the hospital." Xiao Jiang said, "Mr. Bai, do you have time now? Fourth brother is very urgent. I'm going out for dinner with the family," Bai Mo said indifferently. At this moment, Hu Haiwan was afraid to get up and said again, "Since Mr. Bai has something to do, how can we dare to disturb? That's really embarrassing. You came all the way here and didn't even eat. Why don't I fry you a couple dishes to drink?" Bai Mo said with a raised eyebrow. Hu Haiwan was shocked when he heard this, and hurriedly said, "No, I don't dare. How dare I trouble Mr. Bai?" He had thought that after knowing that Su Muqing had been kicked out of the Su family, he would come here to put on a good show and taunt Bai Mo in the process? Who would have thought that Assistant Jiang would be so respectful to Bai Mo? Isn't this a descending blow? Chapter 21, You hurry up and delete it for me. After Su Muqing heard Bai Mo's words, she couldn't help but carry a hint of laughter in her eyes. This Bai Mo had really changed. This is simply too angry to say, but also fry 2 dishes and drink. How could Hu Haiwan dare in front of Assistant Jiang? However, at this time, Su Muqing was puzzled in her heart. What exactly did Bai Mo do that would make the people of the fourth brother of the dragon so polite to him, and even a little respectful? Xiao Jiang smiled and said, "Mr. Bai, in that case, how about we go find fourth brother?" After saying that, Xiao Jiang turned his head towards Su Muqing and said, "Mr. Bai, this must be your beautiful Madam Bai, right?" Hearing the 3 words Mrs. Bai, Su Muqing's heart felt a pang of strangeness. Bai Mo nodded with a smile and said, "Yes, I'm going to go meet with fourth brother Long. I'll be back in a while." Bai Mo turned back to Su Muqing and said. Su Muqing was stunned, then said with a slightly reddened face, "You can go if you want to. I'm not stopping you, but when you get to fourth brother Long, be more polite." Looking at Su Muqing with a little womanly look, Bai Mo's heart trembled. Xiao Jiang was also full of smiles and said with a light cough, "Mr. Bai, let's go," Bai Mo said with a blush on his old face. Bai Mo then followed Xiao Jiang out the door. While there was no point in Hu Haiwan's family staying any longer, Gao Shouyun would definitely dig at them, so they also left. Once these people left, Gao Shouyun hurriedly turned her head to look at Su Muqing and said, "Muqing, when did that punk know brother Long see?" "Mom." Hearing this, Su Muqing frowned and said, "You called Bai Mo a waste again. Even his own family looks down on him. Will outsiders look down on him? If it wasn't for you, the Su family wouldn't have done this to Bai Mo. What does it have to do with me? He is his own waste." Gao Shouyun said with a cold snort, "I'm asking you, how did Bai Mo know fourth brother Long?" This time there was no more calling Bai Mo a waste. Su Muqing said with a frown, "Didn't Bai Mo say that? He saved fourth brother Long. Don't talk nonsense in the future." "Mom, it's obvious that the girl in the afternoon was Long fourth brother's person." "Fourth brother Long's person? Bad." Gao Shouyun was filled with panic when she heard Su Muqing's words. Su Muqing looked at Gao Shouyun suspiciously and said, "What's wrong?" At this time, Gao Shouyun's face was filled with panic, and then told Su Muqing about going to the hospital. When Su Muqing heard this, she was shocked. "Mom, how could you guys do this? Even if someone came to Bai Mo, it's fine for you guys to slander him. How can you still do this? You hurry and call Yuan Kai." Gao Shouyun sniffed and hurriedly pulled out the phone and called Su Yuan Kai, but Su Yuan Kai had already posted the photos online long ago. "Mom, don't worry, I've even made up the paperwork. This time my sister definitely won't protect him. It's hard not to get a divorce." Su Yuan Kai said with a smug face, "Waste of a son-in-law using the Su family's money to support a mistress. Ha ha ha, I even wrote a story about it." Gao Shouyun sniffed and hurriedly called out, "Yuan Kai, delete it, delete it. That woman is brother Long Si's person. What are you talking about?" "Mom, what fourth brother Long?" Su Yuan Kai asked in confusion. Su Muqing, who was on the side, heard it clearly and said as she grabbed the phone, "Yuan Kai, delete the post on the internet. That girl is fourth brother Long's person, and is most likely his sister. You're in big trouble. Fourth brother Long's sister. How is this possible?" Su Yuan Kai said in shock. "You hurry up and delete it for me," Su Muqing said angrily. When Su Yuan Kai heard Su Muqing get angry, he hurriedly operated his cell phone, and after a few dozen seconds, Su Yuan Kai stammered, "Sister, I deleted it, but what?" Su Muqing's brows furrowed. It seems like it has already been forwarded out, and the amount of retweets is still quite a lot, Su Yuan Kai said. Upon hearing this, Su Muqing immediately became furious and said, "Yuan Kai, how can you be so unintelligent? Even if it's true you can't post it online. I'm really pissed off by you." After saying that, Su Muqing directly hung up the phone. Muqing, what to do now? Will brother Long Si find trouble with Yuan Kai? Gao Shouyun said with a sad face. Su Muqing said angrily, "What do you think? I finally know why Bai Mo was so angry. You guys must have pushed Bai Mo too hard. After saying that, Su Mucheng hurriedly called Bai Mo, wanting him to help explain to Long Si brother. Only after the phone was pulled out, there was an electric recording sound coming from inside. The phone you have dialed has been turned off. Su Mucheng then remembered that Bai Mo's cell phone was broken. What can we do about this? Gao Shouyun instantly panicked. Su Mucheng's face was full of frost. What else can we do? We can't contact Bai Mo at all now. We can only wait. Mu Qing do you think Hu Haiwan can contact that assistant Jiang just now? Gao Shouyun said. Su Mucheng hummed and said, Assistant Jiang doesn't even know who he is. How could Hu Haiwan have Assistant Jiang's phone number? Mu Qing see that Assistant Jiang still wants to treat Bai Mo with respect. This time you must let Bai Mo save your brother. Gao Shouyun said with a pleading face. Su Mucheng sneered and said, Now you don't say Bai Mo is trash? The two of them, Bai Mo and Xiao Jiang, came to the door of the convalescent hospital. Looking at the extravagance of the convalescent hospital, Bai Mo couldn't help but ask, What kind of hospital is this? Mr. Bai, this is a convalescent home. You know that Brother Long Si just went through that incident. This place is invested by our own people. It's safer, Xiao Jiang explained. Bai Mo nodded and said, So that's how it is. The two went in towards the sanatorium, and when they arrived at fourth Brother Long's room, Long Wanner was feeding fourth Brother Long fruit. Seeing Bai Mo come in, the two hurriedly stopped. Fourth Brother Long even hurriedly arched his hand at Bai Mo and said, Mr. Bai, you're here. I can't move this leg, so I won't salute you. No need to be like this. Anyone else would have stepped in. I didn't do anything, Bai Mo said indifferently. Long Wanner sniffed and said, That's not the same. The doctors at the hospital all said that if it wasn't for Mr. Bai, my brother definitely wouldn't have lasted in the hospital. Mr. Bai, that mother-in-law of yours is really fierce. Then Long Wanner said as soon as she banged her nose. Bai Mo smiled bashfully at his words and said, Looks like you know all about my situation. That person of hers speaks out of turn. Mr. Bai, please sit down, Xiao Jiang said as he hurriedly pulled over a chair. Fourth Brother Long said respectfully, Mr. Bai, you haven't eaten yet, right? Why don't you let Xiao Jiang take you to eat first? I desperately want to see you, just to thank you. I'm not hungry yet. Bai Mo shook his head and said, But hearing thank you, Bai Mo's heart was stirred. Wasn't this a sleepy pillow? Thinking about Su Mucheng's matter, Bai Mo asked, Fourth Brother Long, do you understand the Su family's company? The Su family is just a third-rate small family. Their company is not something I'm concerned about. Is there something going on? Mr. Bai, Chapter 22, I'm actually not a higher power. Brother Long Si looked at Bai Mo and asked. Bai Mo said, My wife was kicked out by the Su family for not divorcing me. The Su family has been thinking about getting Mr. Bai's wife to marry the Qin family all day. Xiao Jiang explained from the side. I just didn't expect to kick Mrs. Bai out of the Su family because of this matter. Mr. Bai, I see. Is it to punish the Su family? Fourth Brother Long asked. Mr. Bai said indifferently, the Su family kicked Mu Qing out. I'm going to make them beg for her to return. This is good. Fourth Brother Long said with a grin at his words, then looked at Xiao Jiang at the side. Xiao Jiang grinned at his words and said, I'm good at this. He. After Bai Mo heard the two men's words, he looked squarely at Brother Long Si and said, If Brother Long Si does me this favor, I will return the favor to you in the future, no matter what it is, as long as I am able to do it. Mr. Bai, you're welcome. If it wasn't for you, I would have died in the countryside yesterday. It's just a small matter. Mr. Bai, don't get hung up on it. Fourth Brother Long hurriedly said. Seeing this, Xiao Jiang also spoke up. Yes, Mr. Bai, the fact that you were able to come is really unexpected. Why? Bai Mo said as he looked at Xiao Jiang with interest. Xiao Jiang was a little embarrassed as he looked at Long Si, who smiled and said, Mr. Bai, I believe you've heard of my name in Central State. It's not a very good one. After all, I came from a reckless background. Many people are just afraid of me, but they are respectful of Jianghu people like us. I feel that you are a high-ranking person, and may not care to fellowship with people like me. On the side, Long Wanner hurriedly said after hearing the words of Fourth Brother Long, Mr. Bai, in fact, my brother didn't do anything bad. The young things are because life has no way out. And yesterday it was because those bastards asked my brother to help transport the poisonous pills that they assassinated my brother. I know, Bai Mo nodded and said. Then looking squarely at Fourth Brother Long, he said, Fourth Brother Long, heroes don't ask about their origins. And there's nothing wrong with Jianghu characters in my opinion. As a matter of fact, those in the martial arts world sometimes don't do things as morally righteous as the Jianghu people in the secular world. No one is born to be in the underground world. After hearing Bai Mo's words, Fourth Brother Long said with a face full of excitement, Mr. Bai really thinks so? Xiao Jiang on the side also had his eyes light up. All of them who were underground forces had friends who were also basically inside the underground forces, and the people on the white face actually looked down on them inside, thinking that they were nothing more than people who were brave and ruthless. Bai Mo nodded and said, "Seriously, thank you, Mr. Bai." Fourth brother Long said gratefully, "I didn't expect that Mr. Bai, a high-ranking person, would be able to look down on a Jianghu person like us. I'm actually not a high man," Bai Mo said with a shake of his head. Fourth brother Long said with a straight face, "Mr. is at the peak of martial arts, and his hand of medical skills is even more remarkable. In my opinion, Mr. is a high person." Fourth brother Long is polite. "In the future, don't call me a high person. If you don't mind, call me Mr. Bai. Let's be friends," Bai Mo said with a smile. Long fourth brother's face was delighted at his words. He hurriedly said, "Mr. condescends to be friends with me. I'm more than happy. How could I dislike it? Nor do I have the qualifications to dislike it." Bai Mo smiled and said, "In that case, don't be so polite in the future." "Good." Fourth brother Long nodded his head and said. Bai Mo then said, "Let me take a look at your legs." Seeing this, Xiao Jiang hurriedly opened the bedding, revealing fourth brother Long's leg. The bullet had hit Long Si's right leg in the middle of his waist, and it was currently wrapped in a thick bandage. Bai Mo said, "Bear with it." After saying this, Bai Mo raised his hand and touched Long Si's wound, and Long Si is also a man. At this time, the anesthetic strength has already passed. When Bai Mo examined it, even if the pain was unbearable, Long Si didn't grunt. Bai Mo would now be a healer. Naturally he knew how much it hurt, and in his heart, he was especially appreciative of Long Sigo. No bones were hurt, and the wound was handled moderately well, but you might have to get out of bed a little later. After Bai Mo finished speaking, he turned to Xiao Jiang and said, "Is there a pen and paper?" Long Wanner on the side hurriedly pulled out a paper and pen from her body and handed it to Bai Mo. After Bai Mo brushed down a prescription, he handed it to Xiao Jiang and said, "Take it once in the morning and once in the evening. It should speed up fourth brother's recovery." "Many thanks, Mr. Bai." Xiao Jiang's face was instantly overjoyed at the words. After saying that, he was about to go out and grab the medicine, but was stopped by fourth brother Long. "What's your hurry? Mr. Bai hasn't eaten yet," fourth brother Long said without a trace of anger. Xiao Jiang froze at his words, then said with an embarrassed face, "I forgot. We won't eat the meal. We'll wait until fourth brother is discharged from the hospital. Then we'll talk about wine," Bai Mo said with a smile. Fourth brother Long sniffed and hurriedly said, "How can this be? What's not allowed?" "Fourth brother, since you and I are friends, let's not stick to all this red tape," Bai Mo said with a smile. "Good." Fourth brother Long also nodded his head boldly and said, "Then let's get drunk when I'm discharged from the hospital." The few people then said a few more words, just as Bai Mo got up to say goodbye. Outside the room however, a doctor in a white coat suddenly came in and called out with an anxious face, "Fourth brother, Elder Zhang is critically ill." Fourth brother Long and Xiao Jiang and the others were filled with shock after hearing this. Elder Zhang was fine in the morning. Why is he critically ill now? Fourth brother Long asked hurriedly. The doctor was sweating profusely and said, "I don't know. Elder Lu and the others can't find out the reason either. What can be done about this?" Long fourth brother sniffed anxiously and went round and round on the hospital bed. Long Wanner hurriedly said, "Brother, Mr. Bai isn't here. Why don't you let Mr. Bai take a look?" "Mr. Bai." Long fourth brother's eyes lit up when he heard this. He hurriedly looked up at Bai Mo and said, "Mr. Bai, can you do me a favor? This person is very important to me, and if we cure him, it will definitely be beneficial to you." "Mr. Bai, what is he?" Bai Mo asked in surprise. This person had caused the always calm and collected fourth brother Long to be so flustered. Bai Mo was curious about his identity. Xiao Jiang hurriedly explained, "Elder Zhang is the father of the Governor General, and he was also a good brother to fourth brother's old man back then. That's why he's in our sanatorium." Bai Mo smiled, nodded and said, "Understood. Take me over to take a look." "Good, thank you so much Mr. Bai," Xiao Jiang said hurriedly. Fourth brother Long also had a grateful face. With that said, Xiao Jiang and Bai Mo both followed the doctor out of the room, and in the two rooms, a white-haired old man said to the middle-aged man beside him, "Lord Governor, we've done all we can. I'm afraid Elder Zhang won't be able to make it." Chapter 23, Four-Finger Pulse Diagnosis Method. The middle-aged man with a country-type face and a hint of majesty between his eyebrows, was now frowning tightly and shouted with a face full of incredulity, "How is it possible? In the morning the old man's body was still fine. How come it's like this now? Lord Governor, Elder Zhang is too old." Although his health had been good before, but after all, his age has come. The white-haired old man sighed and said, "Actually, at Zhang Lao's age, it is considered a happy morning. Everyone else in the room knew that the white-haired old man was actually trying to tell the Governor General that Zhang Lao was old enough to be considered a joyful death, and that it was no longer something that could be solved by medicine. But even though Lord Governor understood, he still couldn't accept it in his heart. Joyful morning? The middle-aged man said with a complicated face. But my father is only over 80. How is it? The middle-aged man is full of disheveled. He grew up without a mother. His father alone pulled them 2 brothers to grow up. His elder brother in the military department. His own walk the career. A man to cultivate 2 children is not easy. Lord Governor, condole, the white-haired old man said. The middle-aged man snapped his head up, looking at the white-haired old man in disbelief and roared. I don't believe it. I don't believe that there must be a way for my father to still be able to do it when his great day is up. I want to find someone, a famous doctor. You are all quacks. Saying this, the middle-aged man hurriedly took out his phone and began to contact them continuously. But the famous doctors he was able to contact were all in the provinces, and even if they rushed over, the time would be too late. The white-haired old man knew that the middle-aged man and Zhang Lao had a deep bond, and now that the middle-aged man's emotions were unstable, he did not get angry. As a doctor, he had seen this kind of scene too many times. After all, it was a parting of life and death. The white-haired old man sighed and silently stood aside. After the middle-aged man made a phone call, he hung his hand down feebly, the hand holding the phone trembling slightly. Sprinting to the front of the hospital bed, he looked at the old man on the bed and flung himself to the ground. Father, the child is unfilial. The middle-aged man choked. The people in the room couldn't help but have reddened eyes after seeing this scene. Lord Governor usually had a good reputation in the central state, and his filial piety towards Elder Zhang was also well known. Lord Viceroy, heaven's order is hard to disobey. It's not your fault. The head of the first hospital next to him comforted. The middle-aged man, on the other hand, was already sobbing uncontrollably at this point, tightly holding the old man's hand on the bed. Wait, Mr. Bai is here. Let Mr. Bai take a look. Xiao Jiang outside the door hurriedly called out. The crowd then saw Xiao Jiang walk in with a young man. The doctor who followed him and hurriedly said to the white-haired old man, Elder Lu, this is the doctor that Brother Longxi has found, saying that he is here to take a look at Elder Zhang. Elder Lu turned his head towards Bai Mo when he heard this, and when he saw how young Bai Mo was, he was stunned, followed by a slight frown, but he didn't say anything. When the director of the first hospital saw Bai Mo, he subconsciously said, why so young? Age can only represent how much you've eaten. It doesn't represent anything else. Bai Mo glanced at the first hospital director and said indifferently. At this moment, a middle-aged doctor in the room frowned and said, even Elder Lu doesn't have a solution. He's so young, what can he do? Is he a doctor? How come I don't look like one? Another doctor said. The Governor General had turned his head full of surprise when he heard that someone had come to see his father, but when he saw Bai Mo, his eyes were full of disappointment. Just like the middle-aged doctor said, even a medical sage like Lu Lao was unable to do anything. This young man in front of him could treat his father? But the self-cultivated middle-aged man did not open his mouth to speak. Xiao Jiang hurriedly said, Elder Zhang, Mr. Bai is a doctor. Fourth brother specially asked Mr. Bai to come and give Elder Zhang a look. Good. The middle-aged man nodded towards Bai Mo and said, the person recommended by fourth brother will not be wrong. Hard work, sir. Although the middle-aged man said this, his face was not holding much hope. Just as Bai Mo had just walked to the bed, the middle-aged doctor from earlier was screaming, no, where is this person a doctor? Does he have a license to practice medicine? Elder Zhang is a patient of the first hospital and is only staying here in the nursing home. In case something goes wrong, who is responsible? I'm responsible. Xiao Jiang said coldly, I believe Mr. Bai's medical skills can cure Elder Zhang. The middle-aged doctor said with a face full of disdain. You're a martial artist. What proof do you have? What did you say? After hearing the middle-aged doctor's words, Xiao Jiang immediately looked furious. He hated it when people called him a martial artist. Xiao Jiang was just about to speak when Bai Mo said indifferently, license to practice medicine. I don't have one. If medical skills need to be proven by a piece of paper, then why can't you cure your patients? Even with a certificate in hand, it doesn't change the fact that you are a quack. Also, people are not divided into noble and lowly. So what if you are a martial artist? The old saying also says that 100 useless is a scholar, but a scholar can also serve the country just as well. Bai Mo's words were loud and clear. Words like pearls, causing the middle-aged doctor to be speechless, his face reddening. You, the main family didn't even say that they won't let me see it. What are you? Bai Mo said with a cold snort. The director of the first hospital heard this and frowned. The words were so, but Bai Mo berating his own hospital's doctor in front of him was more or less a bit too much for his face. I don't know where this young gentleman comes from, the director of the first hospital asked. Bai Mo glanced at the dean of the first hospital. turned his head to the Governor General and asked, "Governor General, I know you don't believe me, but fourth brother said that old man Zhang was kind to him and that's why he asked me to come and take a look, so if you don't think it's appropriate, I can leave. He came because of fourth brother Long, and these people really thought that he had to come to see old Zhang? What kind of reasoning?" Xiao Jiang snorted coldly and looked at the director of the first hospital and said, "Director Zhu, don't you want to know who stopped Long Xi's bleeding and then propped him up in the first hospital? It was this Mr. Bai. Humph. What?" All the doctors of the first hospital in the room looked at Bai Mo with shocked faces after hearing Xiao Jiang's words. Elder Lu said in surprise, "You're the high-ranking person who used the blood sealing technique? I don't have a license to practice medicine. I'm not a high person," Bai Mo said indifferently. Xiao Jiang smiled at his words. "Mr. I wasn't one to take a loss either." Dean Zhu and those doctors' faces were embarrassed for a while. The Governor General sniffed and hurriedly said to Bai Mo, "Mr. Bai, it's me who judged people by their appearance. I'm sorry, please treat my father." Bai Mo nodded and came to the bedside, placing 3 fingers on the old man's pulse for a moment before switching to 4. When Elder Lu saw the scene in front of him, he immediately lost his voice and shouted, "4-finger pulse diagnosis method." Chapter 24, Dust on Liang. After hearing Lu Lao's voice, the first hospital director was also filled with shock. It was only Bai Mo who withdrew his right hand, frowning at Lu Lao and said, "There is some insight, but don't you know that you have to keep quiet when checking a patient's pulse?" Shock. The room was filled with shock as they looked at Bai Mo. This young man was actually reprimanding the vice president of the Central State Medical Association. "How dare you speak to Elder Lu like that?" the middle-aged doctor from earlier said angrily. It was just that Elder Lu hurriedly said to Bai Mo, "I'm sorry, I'm too shocked. Please continue checking your pulse." "Sir," the Viceroy Lord gave the middle-aged doctor a disgruntled look. "You can't help. Just watch or get out." Hearing Lord Governor's words, a cold sweat instantly broke out on the middle-aged doctor's forehead, and then he didn't dare to say anything more. Elder Lu also wanted to know that he had diagnosed that Elder Zhang was already at the end of his rope, and wondered what this high-ranking person would have in store for him. After all, old age, sickness and death is not something that can be solved by human power. It was only at this time that Bai Mo stopped checking his pulse and started to continuously touch up on Zhang Lao's body. Then Bai Mo got up and said to Xiao Jiang, "Xiao Jiang, please help me find a bowl of white water. Make sure to boil cold and cool white water, not pure water." And Bai Mo whispered a few words close to Xiao Jiang's ear, and everyone else looked at the two with a puzzled face. Xiao Jiang raised his head and looked at Bai Mo with a face full of surprise. "Can this work?" "Don't worry," Bai Mo said with a smile. "As long as you find it according to my requirements, I can cure it." "Good," Xiao Jiang said, directly turning around and leaving. "I'll be able to cure it." These 4 words were like heavy hammers hitting the ears of everyone in the room. The Governor General couldn't help but tremble all over with excitement and hurriedly said to Bai Mo, "Mr. Bai, can my father really be cured?" "Yes." Bai Mo nodded his head and said, "Just wait for Xiao Jiang to find all the things in a while." At this moment, Elder Lu quickly came to Bai Mo's side and asked with an anxious face, "Mr. Bai, what is Zhang Lao's illness? Could it be that his physiology has reached its end?" "No, it's just a fake death state. Wait for Xiao Jiang to come back in a while," Bai Mo said indifferently. After saying that, Bai Mo no longer paid attention to Elder Lu, but instead looked towards Elder Zhang on the bed. He then turned towards the Governor General and asked, "Governor General, does Elder Zhang have unbearable pain in his legs every fall and winter?" "Sir, you are truly divine. My father's 2 legs have fallen ill because of the cold he suffered on the battlefield when he was young, but I've searched for many doctors. All of them said that it's been too long and can only be relieved but not cured," the middle-aged man said with a face full of surprise. Bai Mo nodded his head and said, "Well, why don't I first help Elder Zhang remove the cold from his legs?" "Mr. Bai, my father he won't be delayed, right? Do you want me to send someone to look for him with Xiao Jiang?" the middle-aged man asked hurriedly. Bai Mo shook his head and said, "He's just asleep. There's no rush. Who here has a golden needle?" "A golden needle?" The crowd was stunned at his words, once again looking at Bai Mo in surprise. They couldn't imagine that Bai Mo would want to find a pair of golden needles. Those who studied Chinese medicine knew that there were 3 types of needles in Chinese acupuncture: steel needles, silver needles, and gold needles. Acupuncture tests the experience and wrist strength of the Chinese medicine practitioner, and many Chinese medicine practitioners on the market use steel needles because of their techniques, because it's good to lay needles, but steel needles will make the patient feel pain, and some relatively powerful Chinese medicine practitioners use is the silver needle. Silver needle quality soft, the patient's experience will be better. Then the following is the gold needle, then silver needle is even softer, and as fine as cattle hair, but it is very test of Chinese medicine skills, is the general medical saint are not necessarily able to use the gold needle. That's why the crowd was so shocked when they heard Bai Mo wanted golden needles. Golden needles? The middle-aged man was stunned at his words. At this moment, Lu Lao handed over his own needle capsule and said with some embarrassment, Mr. Bai, nowadays there are almost no doctors who use gold needles, so it's not very good to find them. This set of mine is silver needles. It's still okay to use them. After hearing Lu Lao's words, Bai Mo sighed and said, Alas, have the things of the old ancestors come to this? Silver needles are silver needles. The middle-aged doctor looked at Bai Mo with a defiant face and was about to speak, but when he saw the governor-general, he hurriedly shut his mouth. Bai Mo took the silver needle and pulled it out from inside, landing it around Zhang Lao's two knees in turn. Watching Bai Mo's technique of dropping the needles, Lu Lao nodded his head repeatedly. The so-called connoisseur knows whether there is one or not. Bai Mo's technique of dropping the needles was so skillful, it looked like he was experienced. Lu Lao was secretly shocked in his heart. I can't imagine that this son is so young, but he has such high attainments in acupuncture. A moment later, Bai Mo withdrew the silver needles and turned his head to the middle-aged man and said with a smile, After Elder Zhang wakes up in a while, he will be able to feel the effect. Many thanks, Mr. Bai, the middle-aged man said with some excitement. The two had just finished speaking when Xiao Zhang walked in from outside with a gray head, carrying a white bowl in his right hand and a paper bag in his left. Seeing Xiao Zhang's appearance, Bai Mo cried and laughed and said, Where have you been looking, Mr. Bai? With the living conditions nowadays, white water is fine, but that what's-his-name dust you want is really hard to find, Xiao Jiang said with a grin. Bai Mo smiled and took the paper package in Xiao Zhang's hand and came to the bed. After opening the paper packet, the people realized that it was actually some dust inside. Bai Mo took out a fire engine and lit the dust inside. After it burned out, he collected some powder from inside. Bai Mo then stuffed the powder into Zhang Lao's nose. This is? Lu Lao asked in surprise. Then his face changed. Could it be? Dust on Liang, Bai Mo said indifferently. In the next second, Zhang Lao on the bed suddenly started coughing violently, followed by cursing. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Brothers charge with me, get them killed for me. When the middle-aged man saw Zhang Lao waking up, he was filled with surprise and hurriedly called out, Dad, I'm Li Wei, how are you feeling? Li Wei, wasn't I at war? Zhang Lao suddenly sat up, not looking sick at all. The people in the room were dumbfounded upon seeing this scene. Zhang Lao, who had been sentenced to death by Lu Lao just now, had come to life. Elder Zhang looked around with a bewildered face. When he saw Bai Mo he asked, Who is this doll? So handsome looking. Dad, this is Mr. Bai. He's the one who saved you just now, Zhang Li Wei said hurriedly. He then told Zhang Lao what had just happened, and Zhang Lao's face was stunned at his words. I never would have thought that I would have walked through the gates of hell, thanks to this young gentleman, Bai Mo said with a smile. It's alright, treating the sick and saving people. Doctor's duty. Good good good, Elder Zhang said repeatedly as he looked at Bai Mo appreciatively after hearing his words. Suddenly, Elder Lu let out a shriek. I know. Chapter 25, The Greatest of Chivalry. The crowd was startled by Elder Lu's voice and hurriedly asked, Elder Lu, what's wrong with you? Elder Lu, what are you doing? Screaming so loudly? Zhang Liwei looked at Lu Lao with a dissatisfied face. At this time, Elder Lu, however, was full of excitement as he came to Bai Mo's side and directly just bowed deeply. Mister's medical skills really make me admire. Thought of that? Bai Mo said with a smile. Lu Lao got up and nodded his head. Thought of it, I almost jeopardized Zhang Lao's life. Can't blame you. After all, the inertia of a modern hospital makes it normal for you to have such a judgment, Bai Mo said with a smile. Lu Lao sighed and said, Alas, in fact, many times nowadays, we have forgotten the things of our old ancestors cleanly. Zhang Lao looked at Lu Lao with a face full of curiosity and asked, Old Lu, what kind of disease do I have? Elder Zhang, I won't make an offering, it's better to let Mr. Bai speak for himself, Old Lu said with a smile back. The crowd then looked at Bai Mo. Bai Mo said with a smile, Actually, Elder Zhang didn't mean that his age has come, but rather a simple nightmare to death. I believe that Elder Zhang should have had a very long dream, right? After hearing Bai Mo's words, Elder Zhang pondered for a moment and then said, Indeed, I watched a TV session in the morning, and inside the TV was playing the battle we experienced back then, so I couldn't help but think of those old brothers back then. I fell asleep in a daze, then I dreamt that we fought fiercely with the enemy. Miserable, too miserable. Saying this, Zhang Lao sighed and said, We couldn't even find a single intact body on the battlefield. We had a company, only a few people left. Speaking here, Zhang Lao wept. Zhang Liwei hurriedly said, Dad, it's all in the past, you shouldn't always think about him. Isn't it great that the people of the Dragon Kingdom are living in peace and happiness now? Can't forget, can't forget. Zhang Lao shook his head and said, At this moment, Bai Mo understood that Zhang Lao should have joined the army when he was young. And hearing these words, Bai Mo stood in awe. Every old hero was worthy of making people respect. Without them, there would be no comfortable and stable life now. When people get old, they become sentimental. Elder Zhang wiped his eyes and said, "Young sir, you continue." Bai Mo nodded and said, "There is a saying in the compendium of materia medica that if you have a nightmare to the point of death, don't shine a light on it with fire, and hasten to use the dust on the beam to stuff it into your nose. You can save your life." This sentence is actually a medicinal interpretation of a herb. This herb is called oolong tail or eyeball. It is the use of dust on the beam, burned and sifted to get the end into the medicine. Dust on the beam? What is dust on liang? Zhang Liwei asked with a curious face. Just now, just by watching Bai Mo stuffing the burnt-out powder into the old man's nose, the old man woke up. It worked better than a panacea. Bai Mo said with a smile, "Ancient houses have beams inside. This beam dust is the dust above the beams and the upside-down dust." After hearing Bai Mo's words, the crowd was filled with incredulity. Only Lu Lao had a smile on his face. Zhang Liwei was even dumbfounded and said, "Dust on beams can cure diseases?" There are a lot of mysterious things in the Chinese medicine of the Dragon Kingdom that seem to be simply useless, but may be medicinal herbs, just like the dust on the beam and the yellow in the man. If one knows the beginning and the end of the story, perhaps the patients will find it unacceptable, but it is capable of curing the disease. Bai Mo said with a smile. Elder Lu also said, "Chinese medicine is the treasure of our dragon country. It is just forgotten by many people. I can't imagine that Mr. Bai is so young and has such high medical skills. It's really admirable." Bai Mo shook his head and said, "Read more and memorize more." Elder Lu can also reach it. Although Bai Mo's words were somewhat instructive in tone, Lu Lao's was nodding repeatedly. Bai Mo then said, "Alright, since Elder Zhang is no longer in trouble, I will go back first. Mr. Bai, how can I thank you? You saved my father. I'm really..." Zhang Liwei said with some excitement. Bai Mo waved his hand towards the door. Xiao Jiang saluted Zhang Liwei and Elder Zhang before following Bai Mo out of the room as well. After the two went out, the elder nodded as he looked at Bai Mo's back and said, "The greatness of chivalry sometimes applies to people who aren't martial artists. This Mr. Bai, he has an aura of chivalry about him. He really is a high-level person." "Dad, how are we going to thank him?" Zhang Liwei asked. Zhang Lao shook his head with a smile and said, "What would such a tall person want that he can't get? I'm afraid all he's interested in are those legendary things." "Right, doesn't Mr. Bai want a pair of golden needles? You can help him look for them." Zhang Liwei's eyes lit up when he heard the old master's words. The old master was right. Wasn't Bai Mo looking for golden needles just now? It's still the old master. Zhang Liwei slapped his ass over. Elder Zhang grunted and said, "Get lost. Go get me some food. I'm starving to death." Good. The Lord Governor of a state ran out in a farting manner. While at this moment, Dean Zhu and Elder Lu both looked at each other and hurriedly walked out of the room. "Elder Lu," Dean Zhu said as soon as he went out. Elder Lu waved his hand and said, "Don't say anything, I understand. I'll go now. Be sure to succeed." "Elder Lu," Dean Zhu said with a face full of excitement. Lu Lao said with great righteousness, "I'm on my way." If such a high-level person can come to the first hospital will be famous in the entire Dragon Kingdom in the future, said Lu Lao as he walked towards Long Si's hospital room with big strides. After Bai Mo and Xiao Jiang both returned to fourth brother Long's room, fourth brother Long hurriedly asked, "Mr. Bai, how is old Zhang doing?" "Fortunately," Bai Mo said with a smile. Xiao Jiang immediately said with a fluttering brow, "Fourth brother, Mr. Bai is truly a god. You would never have guessed how Mr. Bai cured old Zhang, making those doctors from the first hospital." Their jaws dropped to the ground. Xiao Jiang then sputtered and told the story. After both fourth brother Long and Long Wanner heard it, they were both filled with shock. "Dust can also cure diseases?" Long Wanner said with a face full of incredulity. Bai Mo nodded and said, "Of course it can." Fourth brother Long looked at Bai Mo and said, "Mr. Bai, you have shocked me once again." After saying that, fourth brother Long looked at Bai Mo with a puzzled face and asked, "Mr. Bai, you have such high medical skills, why don't you go to the hospital?" "I'm not too used to the people inside, and I don't have a license to practice medicine." Bai Mo shook his head and laughed. In fact, with Bai Mo's current medical skills, no matter which hospital he went to, he would definitely be the guest of honor. But Bai Mo was bland by nature and didn't like the environment inside. "License to practice medicine? That one is good," Long Si said with a smile. On the side, Long Wanner suddenly said, "Mr. Bai, why don't you open a medical clinic yourself? Being the owner and doctor all by myself, how comfortable is that?" Chapter 26, As long as you don't die, you can do whatever you want. Opening your own medical center? Bai Mo froze after hearing Long Wan Air's words. Long Wan Air's idea was good. Didn't Su Mu Qing always feel that she had nothing to do? Doesn't she have a serious job? If she opened her own medical center, wouldn't she be able to change her opinion? For a while Bai Mo was somewhat moved. The two of them, fourth brother Long and Xiao Jiang, also had their eyes light up. Xiao Jiang said excitedly, right, why don't we open our own medical center? Xiao Jiang, you go and get Mr. Bai a so-and-so qualification certificate tomorrow. Wan Air will help Mr. Bai find a store. Bai Mo cried and laughed when he heard fourth brother Long's words. I just had my heart set on it, and you guys are arranging it now? Good things have to be done early, don't they? The trio smiled and said. It was at this time that Lu Lao walked into brother Long Si's room, and as soon as he entered, he first greeted brother Long Si. Then he hurriedly said to Bai Mo, Mr. Bai, I would like to invite you to sit in the first hospital. You're quite direct, Bai Mo said with a smile. Actually, as soon as Lu Lao followed him in, Bai Mo already knew his intention. He just didn't expect Lu Lao to be so direct. Lu Lao hurriedly said, Dr. Bai, the first hospital has the best medical power in the entire central state. I guarantee that your medical skills can be maximized in the first hospital. I appreciate the good intentions, but I don't intend to go to the hospital. I want to open my own medical center, Bai Mo said indifferently. After hearing Bai Mo's words, Lu Lao was stunned. Open a medical center? Mr. Bai, the medical hall goes to a limited number of patients. It's still the first hospital that has more patients. With medical skills like yours, opening a medical hall is simply a waste, Lu Lao said again. Xiao Jiang, who was on the side, said with a sneer, Lu Lao, the first hospital can only be accessed by those who have a license to practice medicine. Mr. Bai doesn't have a license to practice medicine. It's not too good, is it? Xiao Jiang, fourth brother Long chided at Xiao Jiang. After all, Elder Lu was a famous doctor in Central State and had good medical ethics. Even fourth brother Long had respect for Elder Lu. After hearing Xiao Zhang's words, Lu Lao smiled bitterly and said, Xiao Jiang, what are you bothering with that 205? He. Hearing this, Xiao Jiang laughed. Bai Mo shook his head and said, I appreciate Elder Lu's feelings, but I'm a loner and don't like to be in crowded places, so it's better to open my own medical center. Besides, we were just discussing about opening a medical center. Doctors cure diseases, never regardless of location. If I can in the future, I will even travel the world to be a traveling doctor. Hearing this, Lu Lao's face was filled with disappointment. Then he had only just met with Bai Mo, but through the treatment of the disease just now, he had gained a few insights into Bai Mo's nature. And at this moment, Bai Mo's face did not have the slightest pretense. Apparently he really did not want to go to the first hospital. Ding bell. Just when Lu Lao wanted to say something else, Long Wan Air's phone rang. As soon as the phone was connected, an anxious female voice instantly came from inside. Wan Air, something big has happened. Long Wan Air froze at the words and asked, Xiao, what happened? Go look on the internet. Someone put your picture together with a woman, saying that you are his mistress. Xiao hurriedly said, do you know who that person is? That person is Bai Mo, the famous door-to-door son-in-law waste in Central State. After hearing Xiao's words, Long Waner was instantly shocked, because a few people were closer. The others also heard the voices on the phone. Bai Mo's face instantly became gloomy. He didn't need to think about it, he knew that it must be Su Yuan Kai who did it. His mother-in-law could only come up with ideas, but this kind of internet stuff, she wouldn't. It must be that brother-in-law of his, Su Yuan Kai, who did it. The two of them, fourth brother Long and Xiao Jiang, also had ugly faces. Long Wan Air directly hung up the phone and began to rummage around, and after opening it for a while, her whole body trembled with anger, and her face flushed red as she said, who did this? How can it be written like this? Obviously Long Wana was infuriated by the content on top of the cell phone. Even her speech was a tremor. Bai Mo directly took the phone and looked towards the top. Xiao Jiang also hurriedly rummaged through the phone and handed it to Long Si after finding it. Bai Mo, the waste son-in-law of Zhengzhou, used the Su family's money to find a mistress. Junior thinks she's on the list of big money, but she doesn't realize that she's just a waste of money. Two eye-catching headlines were displayed on the webpage. There was also a 1,000-word-long narration underneath, but it was all about making something out of nothing, which detailed how Bai Mo and Long Wan Air had an adulterous affair, and now how it was discovered by his mother-in-law and brother-in-law. This is simply writing people to death, Bai Mo said with a face full of anger. Long Wan Air said, I remember. Mr. Bai's mother-in-law took pictures of me in the afternoon. She must have done it. Fourth brother Long was looking at Bai Mo after reading what was on his cell phone. He was the dragon fourth brother of Zhengzhou, and someone dared to write off his sister as a mistress. Even though in his heart he would like his sister to have something happen with Bai Mo, he knew that Bai Mo was already married. And after all, it was Bai Mo's mother-in-law. he still had to look at Bai Mo's attitude. Bai Mo grimaced and said, "It's not her, it's that brother-in-law of mine. How can they be like this?" Long Wan-er was so angry that her tears fell. Bai Mo turned his head and said, "Miss Wan-er, don't cry. I will give you an explanation." Saying that, Bai Mo was about to leave. "Mr. Bai," Xiao Jiang suddenly called out to Bai Mo. Bai Mo looked at Xiao Jiang in confusion. Xiao Jiang hurriedly said, "Mr. Bai, fourth brother, this matter, it might not be good for Mr. Bai to step in. Think about it, this matter was done by Mr. Bai's mother-in-law and brother-in-law. If Mr. Bai doesn't like Madam Bai, it's fine, but when I went there just now, I saw that Mr. Bai cares a lot about Madam Bai, so if Mr. Bai steps in, what will Madam Bai do?" After hearing Xiao Zhang's words, Bai Mo frowned and said, "Mu Qing will understand. That bastard Su Yuan Kai doesn't have a long memory. It's not my fault. Mr. Bai, I think Xiao Jiang is right." Fourth brother Long also nodded and said, "Mr. Bai, do you think this is good? Let Xiao Jiang bring Wan-er to teach that brother-in-law of yours a lesson. This will also allow Wan-er to take out her anger. That way Mr. Bai won't have to speak badly with Madam Bai." Long Wan-er sniffed and said, "Mr. Bai, let me go. I'm so angry. I'm going to make sure to slap him." Bai Mo looked at the three, took a deep breath and said, "Good." Then he turned to Long Wan-er and said, "Miss Wan-er, I'm sorry for bringing you trouble because of me." "What are you talking about, Mr. Bai? It's all because of that mother-in-law wolf of yours," Long Wan-er said with hatred. Hearing the words mother-in-law wolf, Bai Mo smiled in his heart. This Long Wan-er is interesting. Good, as long as you don't kill it, toss it any way you want. Chapter 27, I'm just a waste and can't do anything about it. Suddenly, Bai Mo's eyes turned cold and he said in an icy tone, "However, I still need to go home." Even though his relationship with Su Muching had eased, Bai Mo was still very angry at Su Yuan Kai and Gao Shouyun. He had worked himself to death for 3 years in the Su family. Even if he didn't get any credit, why did Gao Shouyun and Su Yuan Kai still want to do this? Did they just have to make themselves and Su Muching divorce? After Bai Mo left the sanatorium, Su Wan-er said angrily, "Brother Xiao Jiang, let's go. I must clean up that bastard. It really pisses me off." "That's a good thing," fourth brother Long suddenly said with a smile. Long Wan-er froze at his words and looked at fourth brother Long with a puzzled expression and said, "Big brother, what are you talking about?" Xiao Jiang also looked at fourth brother Long in confusion. Long fourth brother laughed and said, "Hasn't that mother-in-law of Mr. Bai always wanted Mr. Bai and Su Muching to divorce? If they really divorced, maybe Wan-er would have a chance." "Big brother, what chance? You really are." Long Wan-er's face instantly turned red. "Mr. Bai is a tall man and very handsome. Aren't you moved?" Fourth brother Long looked at Long Wan-er with a smile on his face. Yes, the way Wan-er looked at Mr. Bai just now was clearly different. Xiao Jiang also said with a smile. After hearing the words of the two, Long Wan-er instantly made a big red face and stomped her foot. "I'm too lazy to care about you two." After saying that, she directly went out of the room, leaving the two of them, fourth brother Long and Xiao Jiang, laughing. Long fourth brother said, "That dares to bully my sister. Didn't Mr. Bai say it's fine as long as he doesn't get killed? Teach him a good lesson." "Yes, fourth brother." Xiao Jiang nodded his head and turned around to chase towards Long Wan-er. When Bai Mo opened the door to his room, he saw Su Muching and Gao Shouyun both sitting in the living room with anxious faces. Upon seeing Bai Mo return, Su Muching hurriedly got up and said, "Bai Mo, I know all about it." Bai Mo said indifferently, then looked at Gao Shouyun and said, "You had Su Yuan Kai post Long Wan-er's photos online, and slandered the two of us as lovers. Why on earth are you being so vicious? In the Su family, are you so unable to tolerate me?" After Gao Shouyun heard Bai Mo's words, she remained unconvinced and said, "Who knew you saved someone? I thought it was your mistress. Our Su family treats you so well, you actually go out and find a mistress." "Of course I'm angry. Yuan Kai wants to help his sister. What can I do?" Snort. Bai Mo snorted and said, "The Su family treats me so well? How good. In the past 3 years, after Grandpa died, has anyone from the Su family ever given me a good face? You really are shameless." Bai Mo. Su Muching frowned slightly when she heard Bai Mo's words. "Bai Mo, she's my mom. So, you still want to protect them this time, right?" Bai Mo turned his head to look at Su Muching and asked. Su Muching was stunned and hurriedly said, "I'm not protecting them. I called you, but you didn't have your phone with you. I was trying to get my mother to apologize to brother Long Si." Bai Mo sneered and said, "Apologize to fourth brother Long? Very well, shouldn't it be? Aren't I trying to solve the problem?" Su Muching said. Bai Mo said with a self-deprecating smile, "You haven't said anything about letting them apologize to me since the beginning. With fourth brother Long's status, how many people in Central State would dare to chew their tongue? I am the biggest victim. Only after hearing Bai Mo's words did Su Muqing react. She had just been worried that fourth brother Long would report Yuan Kai for reviving him, and hadn't even considered that Bai Mo was also a victim in this matter, and hurriedly looked at Bai Mo and said, Bai Mo, I don't mean this, I did it because, no need to explain, Bai Mo said indifferently. Gao Shouyun exclaimed at this time, what is there to apologize to you for? If it wasn't for your incompetence, I would have misunderstood you? What are you yelling at my daughter for? These past few days have really given you face. You hurry up and call brother Long see. Tell him not to be angry. Mom, what are you doing? This matter is clearly you and Yuan Kai's fault. Why are you talking about Bai Mo? Su Muqing looked at Gao Shouyun angrily and shouted. Gao Shouyun sniffed and said even more angrily, Muqing, what's wrong with you? Why did you go against me for this trash these past few days? It's not a matter of going against me. It's clearly you who are wrong after all. Su Muqing said with furrowed brows and tightly frowned. Bai Mo looked at Gao Shouyun and said with a cold smile, I'm just a waste. Fourth brother Long asked me to go over there just to thank him for a few words. What is my status? Let fourth brother Long not get angry? Can't do anything about it, said Bai Mo as he walked towards the upstairs in a straight line. Just when he reached the second floor, Bai Mo stopped and said, I forgot to tell you, Long Wan Air is fourth brother Long's own sister. After saying that Bai Mo went back to his room. After returning to his room, the more Bai Mo thought about it, the more angry he became. It was clear that it was their mother and son who were wrong, but Su Muqing was even speaking for them. What in the world is he? Suwa made up her mind to open up the medical center as soon as possible and move out. Gao Shouyun panicked when she heard Bai Mo's words and hurriedly asked towards Su Muqing. Muqing what can we do about this? She's the younger sister of fourth brother Long. What kind of person is fourth brother Long? He won't kill your brother, right? What can I do? The trouble was caused by you guys, Su Muqing said angrily. Do you know that my relationship with Bai Mo has only just eased up? And you guys made such a mess. You were kicked out of the Su family because of this loser, and now you're ignoring your brother because of him. What the hell are you doing? Gao Shouyun said angrily. Su Muqing looked at Gao Shouyun with a face full of shock. What am I going to do? Mom, feel your own conscience. Who made all these things? If it wasn't because you went around saying that Bai Mo was a waste of space, how could the Su family treat him that way? The Su family's targeting of our family wasn't because of Bai Mo at all. It was because of grandma's son preference. Normally, as long as you guys weren't too much, I never said anything about you guys. It was always about Bai Mo. But now you're even saying that you don't care about you guys? You really disappoint me. I don't care about you guys. After saying that, Su Muqing also walked towards her room, leaving Gao Shouyun alone and dumbfounded. You don't care. What about your brother? Chapter 28 Miss Long. You, hello? What responded to Gao Shouyun was only the sound of Su Muqing closing the door. After experiencing being kicked out of the Su family, coupled with Gao Shouyun's words, Su Muqing was completely heartbroken. She had a feeling that she was just a tool whether she was in the Su family or her own family. The so-called letting herself and Bai Mo divorce was for her own good, but she just wanted to use herself to help them live the life they wanted. At this moment, Su Muqing suddenly felt a little sorry for Bai Mo. She herself had also blamed Bai Mo for her own misfortunes in the Su family for these 3 years, and had never been kind to him. It wasn't until today that she realized that a lot of things had formed inertia. Gao Shouyun saw Su Muqing ignoring herself, thinking that Su Yuan Kai was alone in the hospital. She stomped her foot and shouted angrily, You don't care. I'll go myself. I don't believe they dare to do anything to Yuan Kai. After saying that, Gao Shouyun directly left the door and ran towards the hospital. Bai Mo in the room was gloomy at this time. Originally he thought that if he came back and Gao Shouyun was soft, he would talk to brother Long Si, not too heavy-handed. However, he didn't expect that after returning home, Gao Shouyun still didn't know how to repent, which made Bai Mo sick and tired of this place. Afterwards, Bai Mo took out those herbs and started to mix the prescription to enhance his power. As for Su Muqing, after she returned to her room, her eyes were red with aggression. If it wasn't for Bai Mo's resistance, she still couldn't see their faces until now. Suddenly Su Muqing made a bold decision. Clang clang clang. A knock sounded on the door and Su Muqing's voice came from outside the door. Bai Mo, can I come in? After hearing Su Muqing's voice, Bai Mo was a bit strange. He had thought that Su Muqing would go to the hospital with Gao Shouyun. Come in. Bai Mo took a deep breath and said. Only he still didn't get up and concentrated on fiddling with the herbs. Su Muqing opened the door to Bai Mo's room and came in to see Bai Mo sitting in front of his small table fiddling with herbs. Looking at the small space, Su Muqing realized that in these 3 years, Bai Mo was actually living in such a small room. Even Su Muqing came in and didn't know where to sit. The room is too small to sit in. If you ask me to call brother Long Si, you don't have to say it. I'm just a loser. I can't do anything about it, Bai Mo said without looking back. Hearing Bai Mo's gambling words, Su Muqing actually laughed for a moment. She realized that at this moment, Bai Mo actually had a trace of childish cuteness. "I'll sit on the bed," Su Muching said with a smile. Bai Mo froze and turned his head to look at Su Muching without saying anything. Su Muching said, "I didn't come here to plead with you, I just came over to discuss something with you. Is it about Su Yuan Kai?" Bai Mo said with a frown. Su Muching shook her head and said, "No, I want to move out." "Move out and live?" After hearing Su Muching's words, Bai Mo immediately felt a burst of surprise. Su Muching actually wanted to move out. Without waiting for Bai Mo to speak, Su Muching lowered her head and continued, "Bai Mo, I know that in these 3 years, I have treated you badly, although part of the reason is because of my mom and my brother and they are stirring things up in the middle, but in the end it's because I myself didn't see the truth. These 3 years, I've let you suffer. I'm sorry." Bai Mo looked at Su Muching with a face full of dumbfoundedness. Was this still the Su Muching he knew? Su Muching was actually apologizing to him? Su Muching ignored Bai Mo and continued, "I figured out that I've been living for the Su family and my mom and them for so long, and in the future I want to live for myself." "What you said is true?" Bai Mo said with some excitement. For 3 years, although Su Muching would go and persuade Gao Shouyun to let them not go too far against themselves at critical times, Su Muching's attitude towards herself was ultimately dominated by indifference. But now Su Muching even said that she wanted to move out. Could it be that within Su Muching's heart she also liked herself? Su Muching raised her hand and said with a somewhat flushed face, "It's true." She also didn't know why she would say these words to Bai Mo. It was only just now in the room, when Su Muching suddenly thought about the moment she understood. Recalling the bits and pieces of these 3 years of living with Bai Mo, she realized that the one who was really good to her was Bai Mo. A lot of things suddenly came to her mind. When it rained, Bai Mo would wait very early in front of the door, and as soon as she parked her car, he would go over and give her an umbrella. When she had a stomach ache, Bai Mo made her nourishing soup. Even the fruit she ate would be peeled for her. It's just that at that time, she was targeted by the Su family and the company and thought that everything was because of Bai Mo, so she never gave Bai Mo a good face. After hearing Su Muching's words, Bai Mo excitedly came to Su Muching's side, but the two were too unfamiliar with their marriage over the past 3 years, and Su Muching subconsciously retreated a bit towards the back. But Bai Mo didn't care about these details at this time. "You really want to move out?" Bai Mo asked. "Aha!" Su Muching nodded and said, "I'm a little tired." Bai Mo nodded and said, "Good. I'll go look for a house in the next few days." Both of them then became silent as both of them were surprised to realize that they didn't know what to say to each other. "You're not going to the hospital?" Bai Mo asked. Su Muching shook her head and said, "Let them solve their own problems when they get into trouble." At this time in the first hospital, Su Yuan Kai was chatting and farting with the escort beauty, who was laughing her ass off. Suddenly, the door of the ward opened and a man and a woman walked in, followed by several men in black suits again. Su Yuan Kai looked at the visitors in front of him, with a puzzled face. Just how did this girl in front of him look so familiar? Suddenly, Su Yuan Kai stammered and pointed at the woman and said, You. I am the junior you said. Your copywriting is not quite smooth? Why don't you speak now?" The woman said with a cold smile on her face. The people who came were exactly Xiao Jiang and Long Wan Air. Long Wan Air coldly looked at Su Yuan Kai and said, "Speak? Know who I am. My name is Long Waner." After hearing Long Waner's words, Su Yuan Kai's face instantly turned ashen. Just a moment ago when he hung up the phone with Gao Shouyun, he still held a hint of fantasy in his heart that the woman who went to look for Bai Mo was just one of Fourth Brother Long's employees. It couldn't possibly be Fourth Brother Long's own sister. After all, how could that loser be so virtuous as to allow Fourth Brother Long's sister to go and look for her personally? But now when he learned that the woman in the photo was actually Long Fourth Brother's sister, Su Yuan Kai was completely flustered. Long Waner, with her beautiful looks, bright eyes, and tender white complexion, looked a little bit cuter. But those who often played in the Central State Circle knew that it was only in front of Fourth Brother Long. In reality, Long Waner was like a little sister in general, and the gentleman in Central State had suffered a lot at her hands. Su Yuan Kai revealed a smile that was worse than crying and said, "MS, Long, how are you?" Chapter 29 Good things come in pairs. Humph, Long Waner said with a cold smile. "I'm bad. Someone said I'm someone else's mistress. Can I be good?" When the escort beauty on the side heard Su Yuanlai's words, her face was filled with shock. She could not imagine that the person in front of her was actually Fourth Brother Long's sister, Long Waner. For a moment, she was a bit flustered and was about to get up and leave, only to be glared at by a man behind Long Wan Air and said, "Sit down." Xiao Jiang looked at Su Yuan Kai and said disdainfully, "You are that brother-in-law of Mr. Bai. Mr. Bai is such a high-ranking person. How could he have a brother-in-law as wimpy as you?" Su Yuan Kai hurriedly said, "Long, Miss Long, I know it is wrong. I really do not know that person is you. If I know, You just give me 100 guts I do not dare Then what do you think should be done now? Yo, this leg is still limping one? Long Wan Air swept back and forth on Su Yuan Kai with a cold smile on her face. Su Yuan Kai was stared at by Long Wan Air like this, and suddenly his heart fluttered. I apologize to Miss Long. Apologize, Su Yuan Kai said with a sweaty head. Long Wan Air snorted at his words and said, apologize? Do you realize how many times that post has been forwarded? The impact it caused. And you're telling me to apologize? Su Yuan Kai shivered and said, Miss Long, I posted the post. I apologize. I told those people that the post wasn't real and asked them to delete it. Long Wan Air didn't pay any attention to Su Yuan Kai at all. Instead she looked at Xiao Jiang and asked, Brother Xiao Jiang, if I break one of his legs, are you still able to send him in for a few months? I seem to remember that there is a charge of invading someone's privacy, right? There is. Wan Air, don't worry, I'll make sure this asshole is comfortable in there, Xiao Jiang said with a grunt, and his eyes towards Su Yuan Kai began to turn icy cold. As soon as Su Yuan Kai heard the conversation between the two, he was scared out of his wits. He was already bored in the hospital. If he went to the cell, it looked like this person was going to take good care of him. How could he live then? They even wanted to break their other leg? Long Wan Air coldly looked at Su Yuan Kai and said in an icy tone, I've never been spoken to like this before when I was growing up. You've opened my eyes. You made me lose such a big face in Central State. I have to thank you properly. Don't. Miss Long, I beg you. I know I'm wrong. Su Yuan Kai was anxious when he heard this. Saying that, he slapped violently at his face. Slap. I'm not a human being. It's me who offended Miss Long. It's me who's cheap. I shouldn't have slandered Miss Long. Su Yuan Kai was flashing at his face, and in an instant both faces had become red and swollen. Long Wan Air and Xiao Jiang both looked at Su Yuan Kai coldly, letting him beat himself. Suddenly, Gao Xiuyan walked in from outside the door and saw at a glance that Su Yuan Kai was slapping himself. He was immediately filled with shock and shouted, Yuan Kai, my son, what are you doing? Why are you slapping yourself? Said Gao Xiuyan hurriedly stopping Su Yuan Kai. Mom, quickly apologize. This is Miss Long, fourth brother Long's sister. Seeing Gao Xiuyan coming, Su Yuan Kai hurriedly said. He deeply knew that people like fourth brother Long wanted to get rid of them as easily as crushing an ant. Gao Xiuyan shivered when she heard Su Yuan Kai's words. How could she not have expected that fourth brother Long's people would come so quickly? Just now, she only focused on Su Yuan Kai. At this moment, when she looked back, wasn't the person in front of her the same girl who went to the house? We meet again, Long Wan Air said with a cold smile. Gao Xiuyan looked at Long Wan Air and instantly lost her previous arrogant appearance. Miss Long, I really didn't know it was you. I know it's wrong. Just forgive me. It's all my fault. It has nothing to do with Yuan Kai. Long Wan Air said with a cold smile. Don't you know how to curse? Aren't you never defeated? Let me see how you curse. Where is the momentum from this afternoon? Long is joking. How could I dare? Didn't I not know it was you at the time? Gao Xiuyan said with a fawning smile. It's all because of that Bai Mo. If it wasn't for him, how could I have mistaken you? Yes, it's all because of that Bai Mo. If it wasn't for him, I definitely wouldn't have posted it online. Su Yuan Kai also chimed in. After hearing the words of the two, Xiao Jiang looked at the two with a face full of incredulity and said, how can there be such a shameless mother and son like you in this world? Are you guys bullying Mr. Bai in your usual time and have gotten used to it? After saying that, Xiao Jiang stared tightly at Gao Xiuyan and said, I know you're Mr. Bai's mother-in-law. I'm warning you, in the future, treat Mr. Bai with a better attitude or I'll make you look good. Xiao Zheng's inadvertent aura immediately scared Gao Xiuyan half to death, hastily nodding her head uncontrollably like a chicken eating rice. Yes. Only in his heart, he was indignantly cursing. I don't know how that punk climbed up this big tree of the Long family. There is really no heavenly reason. Then Gao Xiuyan once again accompanied with a smile and said, Miss Long, this gentleman, for the sake of Bai Mo, forgive us this time. Long Wan Air looked at Gao Xiuyan in disgust and said, how could Mr. Bai have a mother-in-law like you? To actually endure 3 years in the Su family without getting a divorce. Yes, it's my fault. I beg Miss Long to be merciful. Gao Xiuyan hurriedly said with a smile. If Bai Mo were to see this face of Gao Xiuyan at this moment, he would definitely be shocked. The always strong mother-in-law would actually become so pleasing in front of Long Wan Air. In fact, the more people like Gao Xiuyan, the more snobbish they are, bullying the soft and fearing the hard. Contact those people and delete the post. Long Wan Air coldly looked at Su Yuan Kai and said. Su Yuan Kai and Gao Xiuyan were instantly overjoyed at his words. It seems that this Miss Long has forgiven the two. Gao Xiuyan hurriedly said. Yuan Kai, delete it quickly. Su Yuan Kai hurriedly took out his cell phone and started contacting those who forwarded his post. Half an hour later, everyone in the online posting bar deleted the post. Originally too. As soon as the photo was published they knew it was Long Wanner. Now that Su Yuan Kai had approached them and coerced them, no one wanted to get themselves into trouble. What they were afraid of was certainly not Su Yuan Kai, but Long Wanner. Seeing the post deleted, Long Wanner sneered. Gao Shouyun hurriedly said, "Miss Long, we won't dare in the future. Thank you Miss Long for your generosity. Are you I'm leaving now?" Long Wanner suddenly looked at Gao Shouyun and said. Gao Shouyun and Su Yuan Kai both froze. The matter had been resolved. Could it be that she was still not leaving? Long Wanner glanced at Xiao Jiang and said, "Brother Xiao Jiang, they are really whimsical." Xiao Jiang looked at the two and said, "You are Mr. Bai's mother-in-law. I won't move you, but you, it's better to have good things happen to you," Xiao Jiang said as he pointed at Su Yuan Kai. In the next second, a man behind him suddenly came to Su Yuan Kai's hospital bed, not waiting for the two to react. The iron bar that he pulled out from somewhere directly struck Su Yuan Kai's other leg. Ka-ching! Ah! Chapter 31. A curse cannot curse. Suffocated unbearable. At once, Su Yuan Kai's miserable screams came from inside the ward. Su Yuan Kai tightly covered his left leg. His face was white, cold sweat, screaming in pain. He wanted to roll, but the injury on his right leg was still not healed, so he could only hold on. In an instant, the doctors and nurses on duty inside the medical center rushed over. "What's happening? What are you guys doing?" a middle-aged doctor said. Xiao Jiang said indifferently, "The dragon family is on business." Ha! When the doctors and nurses heard that, they immediately ran away in a huff. The name of a man was the shadow of a tree. What kind of existence was the Long family in Central State? Although Long Wenbai's business had gradually transformed over the last few years, but with his long-standing reputation, and even with the transformation, he was still the underground king of Central State. How could these people mind their own business? A beautiful nurse at this time has been scared of the whole body trembling, thought evening a big money, but did not expect Su Yuan Kai actually offended the dragon family. The dragon family will not even beat themselves together, right? Thinking here, the beautiful escort hurriedly said, I am just an escort. Sit honestly, there is no business for you." Xiao Jiang drank. Long Wanner coldly looked at Su Yuan Kai and drank. "If I don't give you a little lesson, you still think that you can mess with everyone." Gao Shouyun looked at Su Yuan Kai who was screaming miserably on the hospital bed and hurriedly called out, Yuan Kai, are you alright? What are you guys doing? You guys." His own son was beaten and broken his leg again. Gao Shouyun was instantly furious, but when he saw the several men behind Long Wanner and Xiao Jiang, he instantly held it back. For a time, her face was red and she clenched her teeth. This feeling of wanting to scold someone but not being able to speak was simply too unbearable. However, the other party is the sister of the fourth brother of Long. Now only break Su Yuan Kai's legs. If he annoys them again, it is not certain that they will throw Su Yuan Kai into the river in a fit of rage. After all, they are all people of the underground forces, especially that Bai Mo. Now Gao Shouyun finally understood. I guess Bai Mo just helped a little. Otherwise if Bai Mo was really kind to brother Long Si, this little thing, how could brother Long Si break Su Yuan Kai's legs? In the morning, Gao Shouyun was still thinking about how Bai Mo's luck was so good that he had climbed up this big tree of fourth brother Long. And he was even thinking of asking fourth brother Long to help Su Mucheng return to the Su family. But now with Su Yuan Kai's leg being broken, everything had come to naught. How could a person like fourth brother Long net a favor for a small person? Gao Shouyun looked at Xiao Jiang and Long Wanner and the others with a face full of cowardice, one hand constantly placating Su Yuan Kai. This was all she could do now. Wanting to scold but not daring to do so, her heart ached for Su Yuan Kai but could not comfort him. This made the consistently strong Gao Shouyun feel as if she had eaten a dead fly. For a time, even her heart was a bit uncomfortable. Goo, my heart is so uncomfortable, Gao Shouyun couldn't help but say, followed by howling and crying in pain. What kind of sin have I done, letting my son suffer so much? Seeing this, Long Wanner sneered and said, once you cry, twice you cry, 3 times you hang yourself. You really know the essence of it. Shut the hell up. Xiao Jiang drank. Instantly, Gao Shouyun's cries came to an abrupt end and she shivered and said, I'm really having a hard time. Let's go. Long Wanner said with a hum. Before leaving, Xiao Jiang coldly looked at Su Yuan Kai who was just about to pass out from the pain and said in a cold voice, I'll keep an eye on you. Only after Xiao Jiang and Long Wanner both left did Gao Shouyun cover Su Yuan Kai's leg with a face full of anxiety. Yuan Kai, bear with it, I'll find a doctor. What are you still sitting here for? Quickly go call a doctor. Gao Shouyun turned around and cursed at the beautiful caregiver. We paid for you. We didn't ask you to sit here. Your brain doesn't work. The escort beauty's heart was aggravated for a while. You didn't dare to let out a single fart just now when the Long family's people were here. but now you're here to yell at me. What the hell? But after all, he earned people's money, then got up and walked towards the door. Only at this time Su Yuan Kai was yelling at Gao Xiuyun. What are you yelling at her for? Just now those people broke my legs. Why didn't you stop them? Gao Xiuyun was stunned by Su Yuan Kai's yelling, and said with a face full of incredulity, you actually yelled at me for an escort? If it wasn't for you, could I have gotten another leg broken? Su Yuan Kai said with a grimace of pain. Gao Xiuyun never expected that his son, who he had always loved, would yell at himself. Why are you blaming me? After I told you, it was clearly you who wanted to post it on the internet. Instantly Gao Xiuyun screamed at Su Yuan Kai with a face full of anger. I brought you up in a handful of, thought I was protecting you, and even quarreled with your sister. Your conscience has been eaten by a dog, treating me like this? After Su Yuan Kai heard Gao Xiuyun's words, he no longer made a sound, nor did he want to speak. After all, his left leg was now in excruciating pain. Soon the doctors came and after giving Su Yuan Kai a check, they gave him a shot of anesthesia, and then said, surgery is needed to connect the bones. Go and pay the money. Pay again? Didn't you already pay when you were hospitalized? Gao Xiuyun was having a bellyful of fire with no place to spread it, and immediately scolded. How can your hospital be so black-hearted? That's money for having legs. The nurse at the side couldn't help but say, shut up. Is there a place for you to speak here? Do you know who I am? Gao Xiuyun shouted. The nurse was also not willing to show weakness. I don't know. I only know that just now when someone else broke your son's legs, you didn't even dare to let out a single fart. Hurry up and go pay the money and prepare for the surgery, the doctor said indifferently. After saying that, he went out of the hospital room. What are you doing to go? My son is in pain right now, and you guys aren't doing anything, Gao Xiuyun shouted. The doctor's voice came from outside the door. Give him a small dose of anesthesia first. Go pay the money. Pay the money, Su Yuan Kai shouted. Gao Xiuyun looked at Su Yuan Kai and cursed hatefully. How did I have such a waste of a son like you? I'm a waste? You say this waste and that waste every day. Bai Mo is a waste. Now I'm a waste too. Su Yuan Kai shouted loudly. Then as soon as he thought of Bai Mo he gritted his teeth and said, Bai Mo, it's all because of you asshole. I can't spare you. Su Yuan Kai decided that this was all because of Bai Mo. If it wasn't for Long Wan Air going to Bai Mo, he would have become like this. Not only was his leg broken by Bai Mo, but also by Long Wan Air. Gao Xiuyun also shouted, yes, it's that Bai Mo. I won't be able to spare him when I go back. The two people who had been accusing each other just a moment ago, instantly formed an offensive and defensive alliance again, letting the ugly side of human nature be exposed cleanly. Gao Xiuyun went out of the ward, and while walking towards the bill payment window, she pulled out the phone and called Su Mucheng. Su Mucheng, what are you still doing at home? Your brother had his leg broken by Long Xi's men. Why don't you come over and pay for the surgery? Chapter 31 Eat, Sleep, Play Beanstalks. Su Mucheng, who was sitting by Bai Mo's bedside, frowned when she received Gao Xiuyun's call and simply said, I know. What do you mean you know? Gao Xiuyun shouted somewhat hysterically over the phone. Su Mucheng heard Gao Xiuyun shout and said, when I say I know, I mean I'm going over now. Then you don't say it more clearly. You hurry over. Your brother is in pain and is about to pass out. After saying that, Gao Xiuyun hung up the phone. The hospital called? Bai Mo asked. He actually knew that the call was from Gao Xiuyun. Gao Xiuyun's voice was so loud, how could he not know? But he just didn't want to call out to Gao Xiuyun's mom. Su Mucheng naturally knew that Bai Mo had a grudge against Gao Xiuyun in his heart, but didn't say anything. Instead, she said somewhat anxiously, I'm going to the hospital. Long Xi's people broke Yuan Kai's leg. Broken leg, just let the doctor look at it. Do they really not have a penny on them? Bai Mo said indifferently. Su Mucheng looked at Bai Mo and sighed and said, Bai Mo, I know that the two of them are usually good to you and you must have a grudge in your heart, but that's ultimately my brother. I always have to go and take a look. Moreover, his leg that you broke hasn't healed yet. He broke another leg and was also punished. Hearing this, Bai Mo nodded and said, I'll go with you. That stance on the phone just now. You definitely won't have good words if you go. At this time, the anger in Bai Mo's heart had actually subsided for the most part. Long Wan Air breaking Su Yuan Kai's leg was something he had never expected. However, he was only surprised at what Long Wan Er did, but did not feel that there was anything wrong. After all, letting Su Yuan Kai suffer a little bit was still very comfortable in his heart. Moreover, Su Mucheng knew that Long Xi's brothers would go looking for Su Yuan Kai's trouble, and still did not go to the hospital. So it could be seen that Su Mucheng had also chilled her heart towards that mother and son. The most important thing was that Su Mucheng proposed to move out, making Bai Mo very happy. Although the two didn't really understand each other, they already had a good start. Su Mucheng heard Bai Mo wanting to go to the hospital with her was first stunned, then smiled sweetly. Sure enough, the person who treats himself the best is him. the two of them left the house and drove to the hospital. When the two had just arrived at the entrance of the hospital room, they heard Gao Shoyun's curses before they even entered. It's all because of that goddamned Bai Mo. If it wasn't for him, how would you have become like this? Your sister is still so protective of him that she doesn't even come to the hospital. That punk. I won't let him get away with this. It really pisses me off. Mentioning this loser makes me angry. Su Muqing looked towards Bai Mo with an embarrassed face full of pleading. Although Bai Mo was gloomy, but seeing Su Muqing's appearance, he knew that it was hard for her to be caught in the middle, so he could only say indifferently, I recall us saying, eat, sleep, and play Dowdu. Su Muqing froze at the words, and in the next second, her face burst into a quirky grin. Wasn't Gao Shoyun's day-to-day life just eating, sleeping, and scolding Bai Mo? Su Muqing said softly, you shouldn't be generalized with them. Bai Mo didn't say anything, and the two of them walked into the hospital room with Su Muqing. Why did you just come? Did you bring the money? Why are you still bringing this loser here? The moment Gao Shoyun saw Su Muqing, she immediately said angrily. Su Muqing also snorted coldly and said, this is already the fastest. Could I still fly over? Bai Mo. After Su Yuankai on the hospital bed saw Bai Mo, he immediately gritted his teeth and shouted. Bai Mo coldly looked at Su Yuankai and said, what? Legs don't hurt anymore? You. After Su Yuankai heard Bai Mo's words, he was immediately too angry to speak, his fingers shivering as he pointed at Bai Mo. The fact that he was actually beaten by a punk and broke his leg had already made him feel humiliated. If those friends of his knew, they still didn't know how they would laugh at him. But now Bai Mo was still saying such words with an expression of being in need of a beating. Gao Shoyun was furious when she heard this. What are you doing here? You punk, haven't you victimized our family enough? Get lost. Blame yourself. Bai Mo said with a cold snort. Seeing Gao Shoyun about to start again, Su Muqing frowned tightly and said, is the surgery fee still paid? What? You still haven't paid the fee? Gao Shoyun shouted shrilly at her words. Why didn't you pay the fees when you came here? Su Muqing was immediately infuriated by Gao Shoyun's words and her face turned red. She came over to the ward in the first place to see how things were going, but as a result, Gao Shoyun came up and first cursed at Bai Mo, and now she's coming to complain about her being slow to pay the fees. How could she be like this? Enough! At this moment, Bai Mo suddenly drank. After saying that, Bai Mo pulled Su Muqing and said, let's go and let them pay the fees themselves. What are you doing? Gao Shoyun was furious when she heard this. You're a punk. What qualifications do you have to meddle in the Su family's affairs? Say that again? Suddenly Bai Mo turned around and stared tightly at Gao Shoyun, who is a waste. Bai Mo's pair of eyes, ice cold, looked at Gao Shoyun as if he was looking at a dead person. You. Gao Shoyun was stunned by Bai Mo's eyes and was speechless. Su Yuankai on the hospital bed shouted with great anger. Bai Mo, how are you talking to my mom? Ah. Just as Su Yuankai's words were finished, he was the one who suddenly let out a miserable scream. Su Muqing looked towards Su Yuankai, at this time only to see Bai Mo's hand not knowing when to rest on Su Yuankai's leg. You let go, Su Yuankai said as his whole body shivered in pain. Bai Mo coldly said, apologize. You, Su Yuankai once again let out a miserable scream. Apologize, Bai Mo's hand said with renewed force, although Su Muqing was a bit intolerant. This time she did not block Bai Mo, whether it was for her own chills or for Bai Mo, she held back. What are you doing? Upon seeing Bai Mo like this, Gao Shoyun was instantly unhappy and shouted loudly. Only in the next second, Su Yuankai let out another miserable scream, causing Gao Shoyun to close her voice as well. Apologize to Muqing, Bai Mo said coldly. Su Yuankai sniffed and hurriedly said to Su Muqing, sister, I'm sorry, Muqing, just now, I spoke a bit impulsively. Wasn't it because I was worried about your brother? Gao Shoyun also hurriedly said. She didn't know what was wrong these days. Bai Mo was going crazy when he didn't move, and now that her son's leg was in Bai Mo's hands, she could only be soft. Su Muqing said towards Bai Mo, let's go pay the bill. Bai Mo let go of Su Yuankai's leg and coldly walked out of the hospital room with Su Muqing. As soon as the two left, Su Yuankai immediately cursed. When my leg gets better, I'll see what you can do. Despicable. Waste. Son, when you get better, teach him a good lesson. Gao Shoyun also said. Chapter 32, Are you still a virgin? After the two of them paid the fee, Bai Mo wanted to take Su Muqing home, but Su Muqing said that she still had to stay in the hospital for a while. She knew that Bai Mo didn't want to see Gao Shoyun and Su Yuankai both, and said, why don't you go home first? I'll stay here for a while. Good, Bai Mo said after thinking about it. If they bully you again, I'll come back. Won't happen, Su Muqing said with a smile. After Bai Mo came out of the hospital, he walked towards his home, thinking that he could just take advantage of Gao Shoyun's absence and go back to blend the medicinal solution. slowly walking down the street. Recalling the events of the past few days, Bai Mo couldn't help but shake his head and murmured, I really didn't expect that I would have a day to get back on my feet again. I just don't know who that voice really is. Snort! A brake sounded and a red sports car almost hit Bai Mo, causing him to frown. Looking at the red sports car parked in front of him, Bai Mo was a bit surprised. The sports car was worth a lot of money. It was definitely not something that ordinary people could afford to spend. I wonder what this car was doing parked beside him. The car door opened. A beautiful and enchanting figure came down from the car, looking at Bai Mo with a smile on her face and said, What? Don't recognize me? So it's you, Bai Mo said with a smile. You're trying to murder your savior. What lifesaver? Cut. Xiao Qianxian said with a blank look at Bai Mo. Bai Mo said with some derision, if it wasn't for me that night, you might have to be taken away by those guys, and then maybe, I have goosebumps. After hearing Bai Mo's words, Xiao Qianxian couldn't help but get goosebumps all over her body when she thought of those people. Afterward, she looked at Bai Mo and said without any humor, Get in the car. What for? Bai Mo froze. Xiao Qianxian said, I'll give you a ride. No need. My home is very close to here. Bai Mo said with a smile and shook his head. Xiao Qianxian opened the car door and said, Less nonsense. Get in. Looking at Xiao Qianxian's appearance, Bai Mo couldn't help but shake his head. This woman. After getting in the car, Xiao Qianxian directly started the car and drove towards the front. You don't ask where my house is? Bai Mo saw that Xiao Qianxian didn't ask for her route either, and drove straight away. Xiao Qianxian said, I know. 3 years ago you came to the Su family, became the door-to-door son-in-law of the Su family, and married Su Muqing for 3 years without even holding hands. A few days ago, you made a scene at the birthday banquet of the Xiao family's old lady. Not bad. Su Muqing's family has always been ostracized by the Su family's old lady and was just kicked out of the Su family yesterday. Am I right? After listening to Xiao Qianxian's words, Bai Mo said, You are from the Xiao family? Xiao Qianxian's surname Xiao, and just based on her own name alone she investigated so carefully. Her family must possess a background. The surname Xiao was not common, and driving such a nice car, Bai Mo was easily able to associate it with the Xiao family. Smart! Xiao Qianxian snapped her fingers and said, However, I can't find out anything about your experience 3 years ago. Xiao Qianxian glanced at Bai Mo and said, Therefore, I concluded that you are definitely not an ordinary person. I'm just an ordinary person, Bai Mo said. Xiao Qianxian hummed and said, If you don't say it, then don't say it. I'm just curious, nothing else. Let's formally introduce ourselves. I'm the executive president of the Xiao family's Xiao clan group in Central State. Xiao Qianxian, the Xiao family's family head, Xiao Ling Yuan, is my grandfather. Bai Mo nodded and said with feigned surprise, I didn't expect that the Xiao family's daughter, the executive president of the Xiao group, would drag a stranger to buy a drink, and the most crucial thing is that the alcohol is still average. Are you interesting yet? I was in a bad mood that day because I was in a bad mood. Xiao Qianxian grunted and said, My grandpa is always pushing me to find a boyfriend. Then you should find a boyfriend. With your status and looks, there must be many young talents who like you, Bai Mo said. Xiao Qianxian hummed and said, I don't like people like them. After saying that, Xiao Qianxian turned back and looked at Bai Mo with a wry face and said, You just said that my looks are very good? Well, it's very pretty, Bai Mo said seriously. Then, why don't you be my boyfriend? Xiao Qianxian said with a smile, We've already had a room anyway. Bai Mo almost choked on his own saliva and couldn't help coughing a few times and said, I'm already married, okay? Also, what do you mean we've already had a room? I didn't do anything that night. Xiao Qianxian skimmed her mouth and said, Who let you not seize the opportunity yourself? Now you regret it? No regrets. Not at all. Bai Mo shook his head and said. Xiao Qianxian looked at Bai Mo with a skeptical face and asked, You wouldn't still be a virgin, right? Ahem. Bai Mo once again choked on his own saliva. How could this Xiao Qianxian speak so boldly? Xiao Qianxian looked at Bai Mo's face slightly red and asked with a face full of surprise, Am I meeting a wonderful man? You are actually really a virgin. Su Muqing won't let you get into her bed, and you surprisingly didn't go out and steal food? Bai Mo did not want to continue this topic, just as Xiao Qianxian's car also arrived at the door of his house. Hurriedly said, Just park on the side of the road. Only after hearing this did Xiao Qianxian realize that she had already arrived. You always have to give me 6 phone calls, right? Seeing Bai Mo flying out of the car like a ghost, Xiao Qianxian called out to Bai Mo's back. Bai Mo froze at his words and said, I don't have a phone. The previous phone broke down. I'll call you when I buy a new phone. This door-to-door son-in-law of yours is. Really? Xiao Qianxian shook her head helplessly. Then said, Alright, anyway, I know that your family lives here. What do you want? Bai Mo was startled when he heard Xiao Qianxian's words and hurriedly asked. Seeing Bai Mo's face full of panic, Xiao Qianxian let out a giggle. look at your point of interest. Is Su mooching that scary? Bai Mo smiled awkwardly and said, that's not true. Alright, I'm leaving, I'll come find you to play later. Xiao Qianqian finished and left directly with a kick of the gas. Looking at the faraway red sports car, Bai Mo couldn't help but shake his head. Come to find me to play? What if I let Su mooching see this? However, Bai Mo didn't think too much about it, guessing that Xiao Qianqian was just a joke. After returning home, Bai Mo took the medicinal herbs to the kitchen and started boiling the soup. An hour later, looking at the soup that had already taken shape, Bai Mo revealed a smile. Looking up, he realized that the sky was already close to evening. At this time, Su Muching waited in the hospital until Su Yuankai's surgery was over, and then left the hospital. It was only when Su Muching was just about to get into her car, two men in black suits, however, walked over. Miss Su, our young master wants to see you. Chapter 33, Su Muching kidnapped. A man was about to come forward to pull Su Muching after saying that. After Su Muching dodged the man's hand, she frowned and said, I don't want to see your young master, please leave. Miss Su, this is out of your hands, the men said with a cold smile. The two men then didn't care about Su Muching. One left and one right directly picked up Su Muching and walked towards the opposite vehicle. What are you guys doing? Let go of me. Su Muching hurriedly shouted. Help! Someone has kidnapped. It was just that the pedestrians on the road, after seeing this scene, did not dare to go forward, but just stood aside and pointed. Just before getting into the car, Su Muching once again yelled, Help! Help! Two men directly shoved Su Muching towards the car. One man heatedly smiled and said, Miss Su, you should stop screaming. Our young master is your old acquaintance. Stop. Suddenly a voice rang out. Originally Bai Mo was planning to come to the hospital to pick up Su Muching to go home, but just as he walked to the parking station, he heard Su Muching's screams, and after rushing here, he realized that Su Muching was being pulled to the car. It's that loser, a man said. Don't mind him, let's get in the car. The words just fell. The two men stuffed Su Muching into the car, instantly closing the door and starting driving. The car sped away. When Bai Mo saw this, he was furious, his feet slightly pointing towards the car to chase after him. A time around the pedestrians are full of shock. Look at this scene. Cannot imagine that someone can catch up with the car. Originally has been far away sedan. The driver suddenly from the reverse mirror to see white ink is closely behind. Immediately as if seeing a ghost is called, that boy is a person is a ghost. Even can keep up with the car. The people in the car hurriedly looked toward the back. Struggling Su Muching saw a firm face behind the sedan. At this moment, Su Muching heart mixed feelings. Really he cares about himself. When the driver saw this, he stepped on the gas pedal, and the car instantly picked up speed, pulling away from the distance between him and Bai Mo. Bai Mo's face did not have the slightest bit of panic, just methodically followed the car, but the distance was getting farther and farther away. Bai Mo. Su Muching couldn't help but call out. A man snapped at Su Muching. Shut the hell up. Saying this, he even gave Su Muching a slap. Su Muching was blindsided by the man. When had she ever experienced such a thing since she was a child? After the car drove for a while again, the driver did not see Bai Mo in the reversing mirror. His heart was relieved, stopped the car and cursed in his mouth. Is this kid a human or a ghost? Surprisingly able to catch up with the car. Do you guys know how many mph I just drove? More than 90 mph. Don't be silly. Look where you drove to. There's no one here. Hurry back. The young master is still waiting at home. Another person said. The driver looked around and cursed. I was just scared by that kid. I panicked and accidentally drove to the suburbs. What are you afraid of him for? He's a punk son-in-law. If he dares to catch up, my brothers will waste him. After the man finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Su Muching and said, Ms. Su, I can't believe that this waste of a husband of yours cares quite a bit about you, but our young master likes you more. You'd better obey our young master. Who is your young master? Su Muching asked with a pale face. Looking at these ferocious men, Su Muching was terrified in her heart. The man said with a smile, Young master said that he wants to give you a surprise. You'll know when we get to the place. Let's go. Where are you going? A voice suddenly rang out. In the next second, the man saw the driver inside the cab directly fly out from inside the window. Ha! Who? The man instantly pulled out the pistol from his waist, and his other companion was staring closely at the other side. Bang! After hearing a loud sound, the man was filled with shock as he watched the car door unexpectedly disappear. Immediately after, the pistol in his own hand instantly disappeared, and by the time the man reacted, he realized that he was already in mid-air. Then he saw the remaining companions inside the car, being thrown out by a youth wearing white clothes. That youth was none other than Bai Mo, who had just followed behind. Put. After Bai Mo threw the person inside the car out, he hurriedly hugged Su Muching down and softly said, Muching, are you alright? This all happened too fast, and only after hearing Bai Mo's voice did Su Muching react. Bai Mo, Su Muching called out with a face full of surprise. After Bai Mo put Su Muching down, he softly said, "It's okay, I'm here. Where are those people?" Su Muching said with a palpitating heart. After hearing Su Muching's words, Bai Mo's face chilled and said, "Muching, wait for me here." Bai Mo then walked towards the three people in the distance. At this moment, the three people were lying on the ground dying. After all, Bai Mo had thrown them out by more than 10 meters, heavily hitting the ground. The feeling on their bodies at the moment was as if they had been hit by a train. Bai Mo came to the side of a man and coldly asked, "Who sent you guys?" You punk, how dare you hit us with your hands? You know." The man struggled to get up and pointed at Bai Mo and drank. Only the words were not finished. Bang! Bai Mo kicked the man again. The two people next to him and Su Muching were looking at this scene with a dumbfounded look on their faces. Bai Mo, when did he become so powerful? Su Muching thought in disbelief in her heart. The two people on the ground floor were startled when they saw their companion being kicked away. Bai Mo said indifferently, "I don't want to hear nonsense." Put. It wasn't until Bai Mo finished his words that the person just now slammed heavily on the ground, unexpectedly fainting directly. When the driver saw this, he hurriedly said, "It's young Qin who asked us to come." "Shut up, aren't you afraid that Qin Xiao will clean you up?" another man said. Bai Mo glanced at the man and said, "Very well." Bang! In the next second, the man realized that he took off again and received the flowers in the field on both sides are so beautiful. Plop! The man instantly lost consciousness. Su Muching was once again shocked by Bai Mo's actions. That man but flew out a full dozen meters. What kind of power is this? Is this still Bai Mo? Bai Mo coldly looked at the driver and asked, "The Qin Xiao you said is Qin Mao Yang?" Yes. The driver stammered. "Big brother, I'm just a driver. I really don't know anything. I just know that Qin Xiao asked me to drive to pick up the two of them. I came to realize that they are trying to kidnap Miss Su. Please let me go. I will never work for the Qin family again." "Qin Mao Yang," Bai Mo said in a cold tone. The aura on his body couldn't help but emanate out, causing the driver on the ground to immediately fight a cold war. Bai Mo coldly glanced at the driver and said, "Get lost." Chapter 34. The Qin family is not as simple as you think. The driver rolled and ran towards the distance, not even wanting the car. Bai Mo returned to Su Muching's side and said, "Let's go home." Bai Mo, he said it was Qin Mao Yang who wanted to kidnap me? Su Muching asked in horror. Bai Mo nodded his head and said, "Well, don't worry, with me it will be fine." Bai Mo, it must be that grandma didn't return that $20 million to Qin Mao Yang. That's why he wanted to kidnap me to demand money from grandma. Su Muching said somewhat angrily, "I'll go find grandma." "I'm afraid it's not that simple." Bai Mo shook his head and said. Su Muching asked doubtfully, "It's not that simple? Let's go home first," Bai Mo said. Bai Mo was a man and had already guessed in his heart what Qin Mao Yang wanted. If it was just asking for money, Qin Mao Yang had a lot of ways and wouldn't be so aggressive. And $20 million was nothing to Qin Mao Yang. It was obvious that Qin Mao Yang had bad thoughts about Su Muching. "Dare to get your hands on your own woman? Humph, Qin Mao Yang, you're good." Bai Mo, "Those two?" Su Muching asked. "Let them fend for themselves." Bai Mo finished pulling Su Muching towards the street, and after walking less than 1,000 meters, he stopped a cab and drove towards his home. When he returned home, Yao Shoyun had already returned and was sitting in the living room watching TV. Upon seeing that the two were actually back together, her face sank as she said to Su Muching, "You came out of the hospital just to see him? Muching, your brother is still in the hospital. How dare you disregard your brother's death?" "Mom, I was just kidnapped by Qin Mao Yang. It was Bai Mo who saved me," Su Muching said with dissatisfaction. Bai Mo also coldly glanced at Gao Shoyun. Gao Shoyun snorted and said, "You don't find a better reason to lie. Qin Xiao kidnapped you? Why would he kidnap you? If Qin Xiao kidnapped you, this punk would still be able to save you? You're lucky he didn't run away. You still expect him to save you? Besides, do you think he can beat anyone?" "Mom, what are you doing?" "I'm telling the truth," Su Muching said with a frown. Seeing that Su Muching did not look like she was lying, Gao Shoyun was also startled and hurriedly asked, "Are you telling the truth? But what did Qin Xiao kidnap you for? Doesn't he like you? You couldn't have misunderstood, could you? Isn't it true that young Qin wanted to invite you to dinner?" Su Muching frowned when she heard Gao Shoyun's words. "Have you ever seen? Racking you towards a car and treating you to dinner? What can we do about this? Why would Qin Xiao kidnap you? Will he come to the house?" Gao Shoyun said hurriedly. Su Muching said with a frown on her brow, "Even if they are bold, they wouldn't dare to break into the house." Bai Mo said to Su Muching, "Muching, you stay home, I'm going out to buy something." Bai Mo, "What are you doing?" Su Muching was shocked when she heard this, and hurriedly said, "Don't go to Qin Mao Yang. You can't fight him. I'll call and ask grandma later. If it doesn't work, we'll call the police. I'll go buy a pack of cigarettes." Don't worry, Bai Mo said with a smile. Snort. Gao Shouyun snorted and said, you still think he can go to Qin Maoyang for revenge for you? Bai Mo coldly glanced at Gao Shouyun without saying anything and directly left the room. Mom, what's wrong with you? Didn't I tell you? Be nice to Bai Mo in the future. Do you know that if it wasn't for Bai Mo just now, I would have already been captured by Qin Maoyang's people? Su Muqing said angrily. Gao Shouyun, however, skimmed her mouth and said, Humph, I don't believe it. Just that punk can beat Qin Shao's bodyguards. Don't think that he's powerful because he broke your brother's legs. Your brother was sneak attacked by him. After hearing Gao Shouyun's words, Su Muqing's brows frowned and said, Mom, you are simply unbelievable. After saying that, Su Muqing walked towards the upstairs. What are you doing to go? I haven't finished yet. Gao Shouyun looked at Su Muqing on the stairs and called out, do you want to call Qin Shao and apologize? I just thought about it. It's impossible for Shao Qin to kidnap you. It must be Bai Mo that made Shao Qin misunderstand. Su Muqing turned her head full of incredulity and looked at Gao Shouyun and said, Mom, what are you talking about? Do you especially want me to marry Qin Maoyang? Even when he kidnapped me, you didn't believe it. Gao Shouyun said, I always still feel that young Qin is not that kind of person. What's wrong with marrying young Qin? If you marry young Qin, in the future, young Qin will definitely be involved in the Su family's affairs, and your brother will be able to be the administrator of the Su family. So it's like this. Su Muqing said with a self-deprecating smile, so you've been wanting me to marry Qin Maoyang all along, just to make Yuan Kai become the administrator of the Su family. Ridiculous, truly ridiculous. Su Muqing turned around and went into her room after saying that. Right now she didn't want to say a word to Gao Shouyun. As for Bai Mo, after leaving the Su family, he went to the sanatorium. Long Wenbai's three people saw Bai Mo surprisingly coming. They thought it was because of the matter of Long Waner breaking Su Yuan Kai's leg. Mr. Bai, you came. What Wan Er did was a bit excessive. Fourth brother, I want to ask you if you know where Qin Maoyang lives? Bai Mo interrupted fourth brother Long and asked. Xiao Jiang was surprised at his words and asked, Mr. Bai, do you want to find Qin Maoyang? Well, there's something. Bai Mo nodded and said. Xiao Jiang said, I know, he doesn't live at home. He has a villa outside. Where's the address? Bai Mo said indifferently. After Xiao Jiang told Bai Mo the address, Bai Mo nodded and said, thanks a lot. After saying that, he directly left the room, and with a tap of his foot, he flipped over the wall and left the sanatorium. The three of them looked at each other in disbelief, and Long Wenbai asked, what is Mr. Bai looking for Qin Maoyang for? I don't know. Xiao Jiang and Long Waner both shook their heads at the same time. Suddenly Long Waner said, I know. A few days ago during the Su family's old ladies' banquet, didn't Qin Maoyang say that he wanted to take Su Muqing as his wife? Do you guys think Mr. Bai will? Bad. Xiao Jiang quickly go after Mr. Bai. Long Wenbai said hurriedly, only after Xiao Jiang went out of the room. But where was Bai Mo's figure? Fourth brother, are you worried that Mr. Bai will be detrimental to the Qin family? Xiao Jiang hurriedly asked. After all, the relationship between the Long family and the Qin family was still considered okay, with a lot of business dealings. Fart, I'm worried that they hurt Mr. Bai. Xiao Jiang, you quickly go to Qin Maoyang's place. Make sure Mr. Bai is safe. Long Wenbai said hurriedly. Xiao Jiang heard this but said with a smile, keeping Mr. Bai safe? I reckon the Qin family is going to have bad luck. Go quickly. The Qin family isn't as simple as you think. Be sure to ensure Mr. Bai's safety. Bring along the 4 Great Hall Masters men. Chapter 35. How is this possible? Xiao Jiang was shocked when he heard this, and without even saying a word, he directly ran towards the door. Brother, what exactly is the Qin family? Why did you even let brother Xiao Jiang bring so many people with him? Long Waner looked at Long Wenbai with a puzzled face and asked. Long Wenbai said with a grave expression, the Qin family's second is a person from a martial arts sect, and also has a not-so-low status within the sect, or else why do you think brother would do business with the Qin family, and also make appropriate concessions, with just one of his 3 great families? A member of a sect? Long Waner's face changed when she heard Long Wenbai's words. Brother, then what if they deal with Mr. Bai? Long Wenbai heard this and took a deep breath and said, Mr. Bai has done me a favor. If the Qin family doesn't give face, I'll have no choice but to tear my face off with them. But Waner, don't worry. The Qin family is only one Qin family's oldest 2 that is hard to deal with. The rest are all straw men. It's just that lately, the Qin family's oldest 2 happen to be at home. That's why I'm worried. Brother, with Mr. Bai's strength, nothing should go wrong, right? Long Waner shook her head and said. At first, she had seen Bai Mo's hand of flying stones, and it was impossible to do it without the strength of a grandmaster. Long Wenbai shook her head and said, it said that the Qin family's second already has the strength of a peak sect master, And the most important thing is that the one who came back this time isn't the Qin family second alone. There are also people from the sect, but there are more of us. Humph. After saying that, Long One Bai once again pulled out the phone. Now immediately bring someone to Qin Maoyang's villa. Don't you ask. Only bring the good men inside the company. In addition, those two sect masters' disciples also bring them. Go, listen to Xiao Zhang's command at the scene. Seeing this, Long Wanner got up and said, I'll go and take a look too. Go, make sure to keep Mr. Bai safe. Long One Bai said. Long Wanner nodded and said, Don't worry, brother. Long One Bai looked at the empty room and muttered, Mr. Bai, even though you have peak strength, the sex people aren't that easy to deal with. But don't worry, with me here, no one can touch you. At this moment, inside a villa in the outskirts of Central State, Qin Maoyang said with a dissatisfied face, Why did you go for so long? Is it so troublesome to capture someone and bring them back? Don't worry, young master. It's just one Su Muqing. I guess the traffic was jammed on the road. The middle-aged man next to him said with a smile, I've prepared all the medicine for you. I'll make sure you enjoy yourself tonight. After Qin Maoyang heard the middle-aged man's words, the corner of his mouth rose slightly, hummed and said, The medicine you prepared a few times before was nothing interesting. Su Muqing is a martyr, but when I think of Su Muqing's white skin, this heart of mine is a bit pressed. Humph, that's stinking. How dare she reject me for a loser? Am I not as good as a punk's son-in-law? I will definitely make her look good tonight. The middle-aged man hemmed and hawed and said, Don't worry, young master. I've already tried the medicine this time. It's absolutely fine. Even a woman who has set up a chastity workshop will be taken down for you. I'll believe you. Qin Maoyang hemmed and hawed with a lewd smile. Speaking of which, Su Muqing really disappointed me the other day. And that punk Bai Mo, wasn't he said to be a punk? Surprisingly, he broke Su Yuan Kai's leg. And what pisses me off the most is that it was actually broken in front of me. You still have to look at the master when you hit a dog. He hit Su Yuan Kai. Isn't that slapping my face? The middle-aged man hurriedly nodded his head and said, That's right, this is not giving the young master face. Young master, I have an idea. When Su Muqing arrives later, you can videotape the process and show it to Bai Mo. Let him see how Su Muqing, who he hasn't held hands with for 3 years, is under Qin Shao, rolling over and over in pleasure. Ha 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 ha. After the middle-aged man finished his words, the two of them and Qin Maoyang burst into laughter. Qin Maoyang said after laughing for a while, Not bad, not bad. Your idea is good. It can also give Su Yuan Kai a breath of bad luck. This Su Yuan Kai even called me just now begging me to take it out on him. Young master, speaking of which, this Su Yuan Kai is also considered loyal enough to you, to the extent that he even told you his sister's whereabouts. The middle-aged man said with a smile. Qin Maoyang snorted at his words and said, He hates to make Su Muqing marry me and then help him sit in the position of Su family administrator. But how would he know that I just want to play with Su Muqing? Why isn't it coming yet? I'm waiting impatiently. I'm afraid you won't be able to wait. Suddenly a voice came from the second floor location. The two of them, Qin Maoyang and the middle-aged man, were startled at the sound of the voice and hurriedly looked up. Who the hell is talking? Qin Maoyang cursed with great anger. However, before Qin Maoyang could see clearly, the figure instantly appeared in front of him. Bai Mo. Looking at the person who suddenly appeared in front of him, Qin Maoyang shouted with a face full of shock. Why are you in my house? Bai Mo looked at Qin Maoyang coldly and said, You're the one who asked people to help Muqing, right? I heard everything you just said. You're good. To try to scheme against my woman. Bai Mo. You're wrong. Not counting on your woman. Qin Maoyang said with a cold smile on his face. It's to enjoy your woman, you know? Bai Mo sniffed, and the aura on his body burst out, and in an instant, the temperature of the entire villa dropped. Not good. The middle-aged man beside Qin Maoyang was immediately startled in his heart. Without even thinking about it, he directly slapped at Bai Mo, and with his other hand, he directly pulled Qin Maoyang behind him. Bai Mo didn't expect that the middle-aged man who was just laughing with Qin Maoyang and the two of them was actually a martial artist, and still a Zhongshi's martial artist. Seeing that the middle-aged man's palm was about to arrive in front of him, Bai Mo's palm also met it. The middle-aged man's palm carried a strong wind. Bai Mo's palm was a backward strike, even carrying a hint of air-breaking sound. In an instant, their palms printed together. Bang! Both of their bodies burst at the same time, could not help but retreat 2 steps each. The middle-aged man looked at Bai Mo with a shocked face and said, You're not that punk. Senior, what are you talking about? The middle-aged man was the wise man beside Qin Maoyang, and had always been referred to as the senior master by Qin Maoyang. The senior master said in a cold voice, He's not Bai Mo. How could Bai Mo, a door-to-door son-in-law, have such a high level of martial artist cultivation? A martial artist? Qin Maoyang was shocked when he heard master teacher's words and looked at Bai Mo with a face full of disbelief and said, He's a martial artist? How is this possible? Chapter 36, The Way of Killing Execution. How could he possibly be a martial artist? Qin Maoyang said in exasperation. How could Bai Mo, who had always been treated as a waste by him, be a martial artist? Or a Zhongshu martial artist? If Bai Mo was a martial artist, then what use was the halo on himself compared to him? What kind of doctor? Racer? A disciple of a closed door? None of them were as important as a Zhongshu martial artist. In the Dragon Kingdom, martial artists are a group of transcendent existences. An ordinary innate martial artist would be respected by everyone, let alone a Zhongshu martial artist. No way. Absolutely not. Bai Mo couldn't be better than himself. Nor could he be better than himself. He was just a door-to-door son-in-law. Master teacher, kill him for me. Qin Maoyang shouted. He can't be a Zhongshu martial artist. He's just a waste. The senior master frowned at his words. Why was there something wrong with the young master? Seeing that master teacher didn't move, Qin Maoyang called out again. Master teacher, kill him for me. Didn't you hear me? You're thinking that me becoming a martial artist even as a loser makes you lose face, aren't you? Suddenly, Bai Mo said indifferently. You think he can kill me? Saying that, Bai Mo's figure flickered and instantly arrived at the master teacher's side. When the master teacher saw this, he immediately shouted, Peek, protect the young master. And as the master teacher spoke, the aura on his body was instantly raised to the extreme, and his palms pushed directly towards Bai Mo with a trace of electricity. Just in the moment Bai Mo moved just now, the master teacher instantly knew Bai Mo's cultivation level. Peek Zhongshu. Bai Mo let out a cold smile. His feet lunge and rush, his palms continuously swung at the master teacher. Bang bang bang. The two exchanged more than 10 moves in an instant. For a while, the entire inside of the living room was filled with the sound of palm winds flying and shooting. So lively, the two of them went back and forth. Master Shifu was experienced enough to constantly launch attacks against Bai Mo, while Bai Mo was also constantly launching attacks from the cracks in Master Shifu's body. Just as the two were sparring, in the room on the second floor, more than 24 bodyguards instantly rushed out, directly coming to Qin Maoyang's side and protecting him. Drink! Ha! The two of them drank in unison. The moves in their hands became even faster, and for a while everyone actually had some trouble seeing the movements of the two of them. Senior Master, beat him to death. When Qin Maoyang saw that the two of them, Master Shifu and Bai Mo, were fighting hard, he immediately shouted. The crowd behind him also began to shout and cheer for Master Shifu. With these people cheering, even the master teacher himself was in high spirits and surprisingly started a fast attack against Bai Mo. You shouldn't be at the peak of Zhongshu. I almost let you fool me just now. Humph, the master teacher coldly said to Bai Mo. Instead, Bai Mo didn't say anything and just dealt with the master teacher's attack seriously. Seeing that Bai Mo did not speak, the master teacher thought that Bai Mo was now at the end of his strength under his own attack, but was just holding on for dear life. He was immediately delighted in his heart. Exhausting cloud poem. Master Shifu shouted at once. In an instant within master teacher's palms, silk white mist unexpectedly appeared. Good! Qin Maoyang exclaimed happily. Once the exhausting cloud poem comes out, Bai Mo, you still won't die? Bai Mo sneered and said, someone from the Qingyan sect? I can't imagine that someone from the Qingyan sect would work as a dog for someone like that. Humph, what did you say? The master teacher was furious at his words. Don't think that I can't kill you just because you're a sect master martial artist. There's a difference between being the same Zhongshu martial artist. Bai Mo swung out two palms violently. His body instantly fell back, and looked at the master teacher and said coldly, in your eyes, you only know the peak of Zhongshu. Time is up. Time's up? The crowd in the living room froze at the words. This punk even said time is up? What time is up? In the next second, without warning, Bai Mo blasted a palm directly towards the master teacher. Kill Dao execute. At this moment, Bai Mo's eyes suddenly became cold and indifferent. The master teacher was a dead man in his eyes. Bang! Before the master teacher had time to react, his body instantly flew out and directly hit the wall of the villa. While the person was still in the air, master teacher sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Put! Master teacher! Qin Maoyang looked at the scene in front of him with a face full of horror, then hurriedly called out to the crowd behind him. Attack me! Kill him and protect me! It was just that the crowd behind Qin Maoyang didn't dare to make a move after seeing the master teacher being slapped away by Bai Mo. Just kidding. They were just ordinary bodyguards. Even the master teacher's Zhongshu cultivation level martial artist was not Bai Mo's opponent. What was the use of them going up? At this time Qin Maoyang had started to panic. He was afraid that Bai Mo would give him such a blow as well. He immediately shouted, what are you all doing? Shoot! Where are the guns in your hands? All the bodyguards only remembered that they still had pistols on them when they heard this, and they immediately pulled out their pistols and pointed them at Bai Mo. Bai Mo said indifferently, I'm only looking for Qin Maoyang today. Otherwise I'll do more killing. Now you guys leave. I can forget about it. Whoever dares to leave. In the future, my Qin family will definitely not let him go, Qin Maoyang said hurriedly. When the crowd heard this, their faces that had been budding with the intention of retreating, they suddenly looked ferociously towards Bai Mo, and the pistols in their hands were all pointing at Bai Mo in unison. Self-inflicted sins cannot live. In an instant, Bai Mo's figure flashed, and the crowd only felt a flash before their eyes, followed by a loud noise. Immediately after that, they realized that the few people in the middle instantly flew out. The next moment a panicked gunshot came from the living room. Qin Maoyang was frightened and hurriedly hid behind the sofa, not daring to get up. A few seconds later, the gunshots came to an abrupt end. After waiting for a while, Qin Maoyang secretly raised his head, wanting to see what was going on. Just as soon as he raised his head, he saw that in front of his eyes, a pair of white loafers were resting there. Qin Maoyang immediately turned his head and was about to run away. Only just as he turned around, a huge force came from his buttocks, and then Qin Maoyang had a vicious dog snatch, heavy fall on the ground. Qin Maoyang screamed miserably, struggling to get up. Was at this time suddenly felt a warmth in his mouth, with a hand to touch, but it is full of blood, and then looked towards the ground. At this time the two big white incisors are quietly lying there. Ah, a duck. A leaky voice came out from Qin Maoyang's mouth, just until Qin Maoyang just got up. Bai Mo's figure once again came in front of him and was looking at him coldly. You dare to hit how dare you hit Qin Maoyang slurred. Bai Mo said indifferently. Originally, I have no grudges against you, but you actually wanted to get your hands on Mu Qing? I can't let you go. Only then did Qin Maoyang see that in the living room was full of corpses, and for a moment he thought that Bai Mo had killed all of his bodyguards. At that moment, his whole body shivered in fear as he looked at Bai Mo and said, Bai Mo, you can't kill me. I'm a member of the Qin family. If you kill me the Qin family won't spare you. Bai Mo sneered. Then let them come. As soon as the words fell, Bai Mo raised his palm and slapped it towards Qin Maoyang's head. Stay under the palm. Chapter 37, Qin Wuhai. You dare. Bai Mo's palm didn't stop at all, still slapping towards Qin Maoyang. How dare the vertical sun. An explosive shout came out. Bai Mo instantly felt a huge force coming towards his back. His brows furrowed and he dodged back towards one side. At the same time, he pulled the underground Qin Maoyang directly up. After Bai Mo turned around, he saw a man around 50 years old standing across from him. The two were 4 or 5 meters apart, and the man frowned as he looked at Bai Mo and said, Release Maoyang, second uncle, save me. Before Bai Mo could say anything, Qin Maoyang's face instantly became happy after seeing the visitor and opened his mouth to call out. The man glanced at Qin Maoyang, then pointed at Bai Mo and said, I am Qin Wuhai of the Qin family. Release the man. Leave now and I won't make things difficult for you. After hearing Qin Wuhai's words, Bai Mo snorted and said, The Qin family has a big mouth. You're letting someone go just because you say so? Do you know what he has done? No matter what it is, it's wrong for you to barge into the Qin family. Qin Wuhai said indifferently. Hurry up and release him. Bai Mo coldly looked at Qin Wuhai and said, Still really overbearing. What if I don't release them? Second uncle, save me. He's going to kill me. Qin Maoyang called out again. Bai Mo returned with a slap directly on Qin Maoyang's face, and instantly half of Qin Maoyang's face swelled up. Ah! Qin Maoyang screamed miserably from the slap. Seeing this, Qin Wuhai suddenly became furious and stepped forward. You dare to hit a member of my Qin family? I've already hit. Bai Mo said indifferently. The aura on Qin Wuhai's body instantly rose to the sky, pushing straight at Bai Mo. Peak Zong sure. Bai Mo snorted coldly. No wonder he talks so dominantly. Qin Wuhai once again stepped forward and said in a cold voice, Release him. Pa! Bai Mo once again slapped Qin Maoyang. Bastard! Qin Wuhai instantly rushed towards Bai Mo. Snap! Bai Mo slapped another 2 slaps directly on Qin Maoyang's face, and seeing that Qin Wuhai was about to reach Bai Mo's close proximity immediately, Bai Mo once again raised his left hand and made a stance to hit Qin Maoyang. Seeing Bai Mo's action, Qin Wuhai stopped in his tracks alive. Say it, what do you want? Qin Wuhai said as he frowned at Bai Mo. Bai Mo said indifferently, I don't want anything, I just want to beat him up. You! Qin Wuhai's whole body trembled with anger after hearing Bai Mo's words. To think that he, a peak Zhongshe martial artist, had watched Bai Mo slap his nephew in front of him. Nay, now that Qin Maoyang was now in Bai Mo's hands and under his control, he couldn't make a move. Originally, he was going back to the sect tomorrow and thought of coming over to see his favorite nephew, but he didn't expect to meet Bai Mo here. Bai Mo coldly looked at Qin Wuhai and said, Originally, if you had come and spoken properly, I still might have let him go. After all, he didn't cause substantial harm to Mu Qing, but you came up and were so overbearing. This person of mine has a problem. That is, I'm not used to seeing others being overbearing. Who are you? Qin Wuhai asked as he stared at Bai Mo. Qin Maoyang said weakly, Second uncle. He, is Bai Mo, Su Muqing's husband. This time Qin Maoyan learned his lesson and didn't say the word waste out loud. He was really scared by Bai Mo, and now he could obviously feel the teeth in his mouth, which had loosened a bit. After Qin Wuhai heard Qin Maoyan's words, he frowned and said, "He's the trash husband of the woman he's looking at?" Upon hearing this, Qin Maoyang was immediately shocked. "It's over." Sure enough, splat, Bai Mo slapped Qin Maoyan's face again. Ow. This time, Qin Maoyan's loose teeth finally flew out. Looking at Qin Maoyan's mouth full of blood, Qin Wuhai clenched his fists with a cackle. "Bai Mo, you're too deceitful," Qin Wuhai said through gritted teeth. Bai Mo sneered and said, "I am bullying you too much. What can you do to me? You bite me?" he said, and also tightened the hand carrying Qin Maoyang. Qin Maoyang once again let out a miserable scream. "Second uncle, I'm in pain." "Bai Mo, you should understand," Qin Wuhai said in a cold voice. "If you hurt Maoyang, even the Su family won't be able to protect you in the future. My Qin family's strength in the central state, don't you know?" After hearing Qin Wuhai's words, Bai Mo said in a cold voice, "Just because your Qin family has strength, you can trample on other people's dignity at will? Kidnapping Mu Qing, do you know what he was saying with that asshole just now?" Qin Wuhai looked at Bai Mo and said indifferently, "Bai Mo, this is reality. Although you captured Maoyang with your momentary courage, have you considered what's behind? You may be a very capable fighter, but in front of my Qin family, you are nothing. What's more, you still don't know that my Qin family is backed by martial artists. Even the super families of the Central State and Brother Long Si have to give my Qin family a little bit of face." Bai Mo snorted at that and said, "According to you, isn't it true that whoever has a hard fist can do whatever they want?" "Not bad," Qin Wuhai said. "If you release Maoyang, I can forget about what happened before. There are plenty of women out there, and I can also guarantee for Maoyang that I will absolutely not let him harass Su Muqing and you in the future." "I promise, absolutely not." Qin Maoyang also spoke. Bai Mo snorted coldly. "Did I ask you to speak?" Slap. A slap slapped again. "Bai Mo," Qin Wuhai shouted. At this point he was already a little out of control. If Qin Maoyang was not in Bai Mo's hands, he would have executed Bai Mo long ago. His Qin family getting a person killed was really not a big deal in the central state. Bai Mo sneered and said, "This feeling of doing whatever you want is really good." "Bai Mo, think clearly," Qin Wuhai said. Bai Mo said, "I'm thinking clearly. I rushed here today with the intention of letting him learn from his mistakes, but now that you're here, given that you're not doing well, so, ka-ching, ow." Two sounds rang out at the same time. Qin Maoyan's left arm was instantly broken by Bai Mo, and Qin Maoyang let out a mournful scream. Sensational white bones were exposed in the air, and the rich smell of blood stimulated Qin Maoyang's nose. "I'll kill you." Seeing Qin Maoyang's miserable state, Qin Wuhai immediately became furious and directly attacked towards Bai Mo. "Stop," a voice suddenly came, but at that moment, Qin Wuhai had already arrived in front of Bai Mo, and with a face full of anger, he blasted out a fist towards Bai Mo. The aura on Qin Wuhai's body was like a mountain torrent. Even Bai Mo's sleeves rose without wind. "Qin Wuhai, how dare you!" Boom! Chapter 38, Want to get your hands on my woman? Abolished. After a loud bang, the three silhouettes instantly separated. The sofa in the living room instantly burst apart because it couldn't withstand Qin Wuhai's shockwave, and for a moment, the entire living room was filled with cotton. "Mr. Bai." Xiao Jian looked towards Bai Mo with a face full of anxiety. Just now, Qin Wuhai had struck with anger. Xiao Jiang, who had just rushed to Qin Maoyang's villa, felt that heaven-destroying aura. How could he not be anxious? At this moment Xiao Jiang's heart was full of self-blame. If he hadn't encountered a traffic jam, he wouldn't have been delayed and late. "Is that all you've got?" Bai Mo's voice came out. After hearing Bai Mo's voice, everyone present was filled with shock. Qin Wuhai lost his voice and said, "How is that possible?" However, Xiao Jiang was full of surprise as he shouted, "Mr. Bai, you're fine, great." At this time, the cotton had dispersed and the crowd looked towards the field, only to see Bai Mo dressed in white, carrying Qin Maoyang in his hand. He was standing there with a bland face, looking coldly at Qin Wuhai. Qin Wuhai, on the other hand, was filled with shock. "You're actually a martial artist as well?" Qin Wuhai said with a face full of incredulity. "And surprisingly, you're also a Zhongshe martial artist." Bai Mo snorted and said, "Is that bit of superiority of being a martial artist gone now? Speaking of which, you've simply disgraced the face of martial artists. The Xianyu sect is really getting worse and worse. To be able to teach a disciple like you." Qin Maoyang once again looked at Bai Mo with a face full of shock. "You even know that I am a disciple of the Xianyu sect? Who on earth are you?" At this moment, the four people behind Xiao Jiang were also looking at Bai Mo with faces full of astonishment. If this person was really that door-to-door son-in-law of the Su family, Bai Mo, then how did he see that Qin Wuhai was a disciple of the Xianyu sect? Bai Mo said indifferently, I'm just a small person, a minor character? Qin Wuhai was a peak zongsher martial artist, and he had faced off with a peak zongsher and was unharmed. Would he be a little person? It's rare for you to reach the cultivation of a zongsher at your age, Qin Wuhai suddenly said. Although I didn't use my full strength just now, I had at least 80% of my power, and you were able to remain unharmed under my strike. Bai Mo, I can introduce you and join the Xianyu sect. How about we forget about today's matter? Snort. Bai Mo snorted and said, I really don't know where your confidence comes from. Forget it? Bai Mo then took a deep breath and said, I'm a person who always likes to kill hidden dangers in the cradle. Want to get your hands on my woman? Scrap it. Ow. Throwing Qin Maoyang on the ground and lifting his leg towards the position underneath him. Bai Mo's entire action was electric without the slightest delay. Even in front of Qin Wuhai, there was nothing he could do to stop it. Qin Maoyang directly fainted after letting out a miserable scream. You actually wasted Maoyang's lifeblood, Qin Wuhai said with a face full of incredulity. Xiao Jiang and the others were also filled with shock. Originally, they thought that Bai Mo would listen to Qin Wuhai's words and join the sect, but they didn't expect that Bai Mo would still waste Qin Maoyang after Qin Wuhai threw out the olive branch. What exactly is this Mr. Bai? Is he really just a door-to-door son-in-law? Bai Mo, you and I will not rest in death. Qin Wuhai instantly rushed towards Bai Mo. Seeing this, Xiao Jiang hurriedly blocked Bai Mo's body with the 4 hall masters. Qin Wuhai, you can't move, Mr. Bai, Xiao Jiang said in a cold voice. Qin Wuhai said with great fury, get out of the way. Qin Wuhai, could it be that your Qin family is going against 4th brother? Xiao Jiang shouted. Only then did Qin Wuhai remember that Xiao Jiang was 4th brother Long's man. Xiao Jiang, why is 4th brother Long protecting him? Could it be that you didn't see him waste Dancing Sun's lifeblood just now? Qin Wuhai exclaimed. Xiao Jiang said with a cold snort after hearing Qin Wuhai's words. When we came here, 4th brother said that whoever touches Mr. Bai is against him. Qin Wuhai's face was gloomy when he heard this. 4th brother Long was the king of the underground forces in Central State. Although he was a member of a sect, the Qin family's strength was after all much worse compared to 4th brother Long. Not something that 1 or 2 martial artists could make up for, but after all, he had the support of the sect behind him. So in the past, 4th brother Long's attitude towards the Qin family was quite good. Right now, seeing Xiao Jiang standing up for Bai Mo, Qin Wuhai was also a little hesitant. However, seeing Qin Maoyang lying on the ground, Qin Wuhai's heart once again rose with a trace of anger. Xiao Jiang, I'll go talk to brother Long see about this matter. Now you get out of my way. I've been childless all my life. Maoyang is like my own son. Today, even if I talk through the sky, I'm going to kill him. Xiao Jiang sniffed and shouted to the 4 people behind him. Protect Mr. Bai. At this time, Bai Mo but slowly came to the front of the crowd, patted Xiao Jiang's shoulder and said, Xiao Jiang, have a heart. However, it's just dirt and dogs. No need for you guys to make a move. After saying that, Bai Mo came to Qin Wuhai's side and said indifferently, you want to kill me? Dirt chicken and dog? Well, this is the first time in all my life that I've been called a dirt hen and dog. Qin Wuhai said with an angry smile. Mr. Bai, Xiao Jiang hurriedly called out. Bai Mo ignored Xiao Jiang and looked at Qin Wuhai and said indifferently, with this amount of skill, do you really think you can kill me? Qin Wuyan was furious when he heard Bai Mo's words. I want you dead. Buzz. The aura on Qin Wuhai's body instantly rose up to the sky, and both fists covered with electric aura directly blasted towards Bai Mo. Mr. Bai. Xiao Jiang was shocked when he saw this. The aura on this Qin Wuhai's body was too appalling. As for Bai Mo, at this moment, he was still carrying his hands on his back and had yet to meet the enemy. Just before Qin Wuhai arrived at Bai Mo's body, Bai Mo instantly sent out a palm. Boom! Everyone didn't see how Bai Mo struck. They saw Qin Wuhai instantly fly out. It kept flying out for more than 10 meters before hitting the wall of the villa. Put! Qin Wuhai landed heavily on the ground and sprayed out a mouthful of blood, looking at Bai Mo with a face full of shock. You. At this moment, Qin Wuyan wanted to raise his hand to point at Bai Mo, but he realized that his arms felt as if they were filled with lead, followed by a severe pain throughout his body. He realized that all the bones in his entire body were actually broken. You actually broke the bones of my entire body, Qin Wuhai said with a trembling voice. When Xiao Jiang and the others heard Qin Wuhai's words, they looked towards Bai Mo with shocked faces. Bai Mo had actually broken all the bones in the whole body of the peak zongsher Qin Wuhai in a single move. So just how terrifying was Bai Mo's cultivation? Bai Mo coldly looked at Qin Wuhai and said, you overestimate yourself. I didn't even make a move. Chapter 39, Su family, Qin family. Not bad. Qin Wuhai was surprised once again when he heard Bai Mo's words, and then he was gasping violently, and then he directly rolled his eyes immediately afterward, and he was actually passed out from anger. One's own all-out strike. Bai Mo even said he hadn't struck yet? Could it be that his entire body's bones were broken by Bai Mo's palm? Passive defense is so powerful? The so-called rush of fire is nothing more than that. Xiao Jiang and the crowd were also shocked when they heard Bai Mo's words. From the beginning, Xiao Jiang only thought that Bai Mo was a Zhongshu level martial artist and might be at the peak of the Zhongshu level, but now it seemed as if Bai Mo's strength was more than just the peak of the Zhongshu level. Could it be that Bai Mo would be? If that was really the case, what would it mean if fourth brother befriended Bai Mo? Ah! Save me! Save me! At this time, Qin Maoyang but woke up, just did not see the situation clearly. Surprisingly, he opened his mouth and screamed. At this time he could no longer feel the sensations below him, and did not know what was happening. Bai Mo slowly came to Qin Maoyang's side and squatted down and said, "This time is just to give you a lesson. In the future, if you dare to have crooked thoughts about Mu Qing again, I will kill you." After saying that without waiting for Qin Maoyang to speak, Bai Mo once again kicked Qin Maoyang off and turned towards the door. Xiao Jiang and the others then followed Bai Mo out of Qin Maoyang's villa. "Mr. Bai, I'll see you off," Xiao Jiang said. Bai Mo shook his head and said, "No, I'll walk for a while. You guys go back first." "Okay." Xiao Jiang nodded. Bai Mo then walked slowly towards the distance alone under the streetlight. Xiao Jiang and the others also got into the car and drove towards the sanatorium. And on the way, they happened to meet Long Wan-er. Long Wan-er didn't expect that she had just arrived and things were over. However, upon learning that Bai Mo was fine, Long Wan-er naturally wouldn't ask about Qin Maoyang's death, and followed Xiao Zhang's car to the sanatorium. Just what everyone didn't know was that right after the crowd left, an old man came to Qin Maoyang's villa. Looking at the mess, the old man's brows frowned. The character seems to have become different. The old man raised his head and looked around the villa, and said in a cold voice, "Su family, Qin family, not bad." After saying that, the old man directly turned around and left. Su Mucheng stayed in her room, still angry with Gao Xiuyun. Looking at the time, Su Mucheng was a little worried. Bai Mo had already been out for an hour. Why hadn't he come back yet? Wanting to call Bai Mo, she remembered that Bai Mei's cell phone was broken. Su Mucheng muttered, "It seems that I'm usually really too harsh on him, and lack of care. His cell phone has been broken for 2 days now, and I didn't even think to buy him one." Su Mucheng got up and wanted to go out to look for Bai Mo. Just as soon as she opened the door to her room, she heard the sound of the door opening downstairs. Coming to the stairs to take a look, it was Bai Mo carrying a lunchbox in his hand. "You went to buy food?" Su Mucheng hurriedly walked towards the stairs. After going for so long, it turned out to be to buy a midnight snack. Bai Mo nodded with a smile and said, "Well, remembering that you haven't eaten yet, I bought some. Do you know that Mu Qing has been kicked out of the Su family? There will be no job in the future, so why don't you save your phone? The money given to you is for you to buy food, not for you to waste it." Gao Xiuyun in the living room said with a cold snort. Her own precious son was beaten by Bai Mo, and her leg was broken again because of Bai Mo. Gao Xiuyun was now angry when she saw Bai Mo. However, Su Mucheng was always protecting Bai Mo. After hearing Gao Xiuyun's words, Su Mucheng's brows frowned and said, "The money is what I earned. Bai Mo can spend it however he wants." "Bai Mo, bring it up here. I want to eat it in my room." Bai Mo nodded and walked towards the upstairs, only just after going up a few steps, but stopped and looked at Gao Xiuyun on the sofa and said, "I won't be in charge of things at home in the future, so you can do the grocery shopping and cooking yourself." After saying that, Bai Mo raised his leg and walked towards the upper floor. Gao Xiuyun immediately cursed at his words. "What are you? Eating our family's food and drinking our family's food, and you even want to be a grandpa and do nothing? I'll be moving out in the next few days," Bai Mo said indifferently. After coming upstairs, he no longer cared about Gao Xiuyun's cold words and said to Su Mucheng, "Let's eat first." Su Mucheng also nodded once, and after giving Gao Xiuyun an angry look, she turned around and led Bai Mo into the room. After the two of them returned to the room, Bai Mo took out the lunchbox and placed it on the table, opening the lid. He then carried a covered meal and was about to go out. "What are you doing?" Su Mucheng asked. Bai Mo froze and said, "I'm going back to eat. You just eat here. It's no fun for me to eat by myself," Su Mucheng said. After hearing Su Mucheng's words, Bai Mo was stunned, then smiled and sat down. Seeing that Bai Mo's was a covered rice while his own was a fried vegetable and a rice, Su Mucheng said softly, "Why did you buy covered rice for yourself? Just eat your fill," Bai Mo said. Su Mucheng didn't say anything. It's useless to say anything now. The future of the two still depends on getting along in the future. "You take this cash and go buy a phone tomorrow." Su Mucheng stuffed a stack of cash to Bai Mo. Bai Mo didn't refuse. Who let him have no money now? Soft rice was still going to be eaten for a few days. After the two of them ate, Bai Mo said before leaving the room, "Don't worry, rest well at night. The Qin family won't come looking for trouble in the future." "Oh, good." Su Mucheng nodded and said, It was only when Bai Mo left that Su Muching remembered. Why would Bai Mo tell himself that the Chin family wouldn't come looking for trouble? Could it be that Bai Mo had just gone to the Chin family? Thinking of this, Su Muching shook her head and smiled bitterly. How could this be possible? Bai Mo's current strength was great, but there must be a lot of people in Qin Maoyang's house. And besides, how could Qin Maoyang listen to Bai Mo? Su just took it as Bai Mo comforting himself. It was only at this time that the Qin family realized that something had happened to Qin Maoyang. When Qin Yongkong, the head of the Qin family, saw Qin Maoyang, who had fainted on the ground, as well as the bloodstains on his pants, he immediately screamed out, "Maoyang, what happened to you?" It was just that Qin Maoyang was already unconscious at this time, and had even lost some blood, so he couldn't answer Qin Yongkong's words at all. "Family master, it's better to send the young master to the hospital first," the butler on the side hurriedly said. Qin Yongkong heard this and hurriedly said, quickly send Maoyang to the hospital and find the best doctor." "Family master, the second master is here," a henchman called out again. Qin Yongkong once again ran towards Qin Wuhai after hearing his henchman's call. Only when the henchman was just about to help Qin Wuhai up, he realized that Qin Wuhai's arms were like noodles, while Qin Wuhai woke up in direct pain the moment the henchman touched his arm. "Ah!" A miserable scream came out. "Second brother, what's wrong with you?" Qin Yongkong hurriedly asked. Qin Wuhai weakly opened his eyes, and when he saw that it was Qin Yongkong, he breathed a sigh of relief and said intermittently, "Big brother, quickly send me and Maoyan to the hospital." Chapter 40. Money to spend at will, people to sleep at will. After saying that, Qin Wuhai fainted once again. On the other hand, Xiao Jiang and the others returned to the sanatorium and told Long Wenbai about the matter. Long Wenbai asked with a surprised look on his face, "Are you saying that Qin Wuhai had his entire body's bones shattered by Mr. Bai?" "Yes," Xiao Jiang said with some excitement. "Fourth brother, Mr. Bai must not be a Pixongsure martial artist. He is most likely beyond the strength of a Pixongsure martial artist." Fourth brother Long was once again surprised as he said, "Beyond Pixongsure? Wouldn't that be an Earth Realm martial artist?" "Earth Realm martial artist." Saying this, Long Wenbai's whole body trembled with some excitement. One must know that the status of a martial artist was originally respected in the Dragon Kingdom. Take the Central State for example. A Zongshure's martial artist was the guest of honor in every family, let alone a Pixongsure. But now Bai Mo was most likely a martial artist of the Earth Realm. How could Long Wenbai not be excited? If he relied on Bai Mo as a big tree, in the future, the Long family could definitely cover the sky with their hands in the Central State. Long Wenbai had a decision in his heart and looked at Xiao Jiang and said, "Xiao Jiang, notify the brothers below. Pay close attention to the Qin family from today onwards. As long as we find out that the Qin family wants to retaliate against Mr. Bai, we'll beat them up first." "Ah, fourth brother, we still have business dealings with the Qin family?" Xiao Jiang was stunned when he heard this and hurriedly asked. Today, because of Bai Mo's matter and the Qin family flipped, Xiao Jiang had thought that Long Wenbai would softly deal with giving the Qin family a call, but he didn't expect that Long Wenbai would directly go to war. Long Wenbai shook his head and said, "Whatever, even if Mr. Bai isn't an Earth Realm martial artist, he saved my life, this time I have to repay him. Although the Qin family is only a third-grade family in the Central State, the sect behind him still cannot be underestimated. I'll also call a few friends from the sects in a while and ask them to come and help." Xiao Jiang nodded his head at that and said, "Yes, big brother, do you want to tell Mr. Bai about this matter?" Long Wan-er asked. Long Wenbai smiled and said, "Wan-er, there are some things that would seem unimportant if they were told in advance." Long Wan-er was also extremely intelligent and understood Long Wenbai's words in a flash. "I understand, big brother," Long Wan-er said. At night Bai Mo was in his room and drank the medicinal soup he had made during the day, then sat cross-legged on his bed. 3 lotus flowers appeared above Bai Mo's head in an instant, and then wisps of white mist seemed to have intelligence as if it came from the soles of Bai Mo's feet, and after walking in a circle around Bai Mo's circumference, it converged towards the 3 lotus flowers. After converging inside the 3 lotus flowers, it gushed out again, returning to the soles of his feet along the same route as just now, week after week, unceasingly. The next day, when Bai Mo opened his eyes, a white aura flashed in his eyes. After taking a deep breath, Bai Mo said indifferently, "Now that the cultivation has stabilized, it's time to do something next." Bai Mo walked out of the room, wanting to go for a walk, glancing towards Su Muching's room. What made Bai Mo strange was that Su Muching had gone out, thinking that Su Muching should have gone out to do something. He just didn't know what else Su Muching had done since she had already left the Su family. However, Bai Mo didn't care. Su Muching usually didn't tell him if there was something going on. Last night, Su Muching gave herself some money, so she went out to buy a cell phone. Bai Mo had just stepped out of the entrance of the neighborhood when he heard a car ringing. Drop! Bai Mo turned his head to look. The fire-red sports car was parked on the side of the road. Xiao Qianqian came down from the car with a smile on her face, carrying a bag in her hand. What a coincidence. I just wanted to go in to find you and you came out, Xiao Qianqian said with a smiling face. Xiao Qianqian wore a fiery red tight-fitting cheongsam today, and on top was a shawl of the same color. The characteristics of the cheongsam itself, coupled with Xiao Qianqian's exquisite figure, the entire person became the center of attention of the entire street as soon as she stepped off the bus. A man who was walking bumped into a street light pole because he had been staring at Xiao Qianqian. Even the security guards in the Bai Mo neighborhood had a drooling piggy look. Xiao Qianqian seemed to be satisfied with the shock she had brought and twisted her luscious body towards Bai Mo. However, Bai Mo seemed to be feeling nothing, faintly asking, "You're looking for me. What's the matter?" "What? This beauty was here to look for Bai Mo?" The security guards at the entrance and the pedestrians on the side of the road were filled with shock when they heard Bai Mo's words. Bai Mo, in a white floor-length sportswear, was not a rich man at a glance. Xiao Qianqian, red sports car. The clothes on the body had to be also tens of thousands. The most important thing is that a very good figure of the absolute beauty is actually defined by Mo. The security guard cursed indignantly in his heart. What kind of reasoning is this? He is just a door-to-door son-in-law. Yesterday there was just a beautiful woman to find him. Today there is another one, but also two different styles. After Xiao Qianqian heard Bai Mo's words, she pouted and said, "You don't seem to be very happy to see me?" "No." Bai Mo shook his head and asked again, "Are you looking for me for something? You're so uninteresting." "Here." Xiao Qianqian gave Bai Mo a blank look and said, handing the handbag in her hand to Bai Mo. This glance had already made the surrounding people instantly scatter their souls. They all fantasized how good it would be if this beautiful white woman was themselves. It was just a pity that it wasn't. "What is this?" Bai Mo asked without picking up. Xiao Qianqian said without a trace of anger, "Cell phone. Don't you have no cell phone to use? How am I going to find you for a drink later?" "And drink?" Upon hearing this, Bai Mo immediately looked at Xiao Qianqian with a horrified face and said, looking at Bai Mo's appearance, Xiao Qianqian snorted a laugh and said, "Seeing you scared like that, is my drinking really that bad? Don't worry, I rarely drink. This is a reward for you. Take it." Bai Mo took the phone and said, "Reward me? Reward me for what?" "Reward you for letting me be a virgin that night." Xiao Qianqian blinked her big eyes and looked at Bai Mo and said, "Although I'm disappointed, you passed the test." "Passed?" Bai Mo felt like he couldn't keep up with Xiao Qianqian's thoughts at all. Xiao Qianqian nodded seriously and said, "Yeah, the standard of being my boyfriend passed. It's not like you don't know that I'm already married." Bai Mo sniffed and said helplessly. Xiao Qianqian skimmed her mouth and said, "Didn't their family let you guys get divorced? Besides, it's not like you guys are sharing a room. The most important thing is that people don't even look at you. What are you still stupidly insisting on here? Come to my sister's place. Money is free to spend and people are free to sleep with you." Bai Mo rolled his eyes and said, "Speak properly. Is there anything else?" Xiao Qianqian hummed and said, "Not understanding. The phone card and chat software are loaded. Remember to send me a message." Chapter 41, Xiao Family Cure. After Xiao Qianqian finished, she said again, "It's fine, you go back, or else you'll go back and Su Muching will interrogate you again." "Thanks for the cell phone," Bai Mo said with a smile. "I'm not much of a talker." "See?" Xiao Qianqian skimmed her mouth and said, "Well, I still have things to do at the company, so I'll leave first. Definitely must remember to send me a message. Otherwise I will go to your home to find you," Xiao Qianqian said with a flirtatious glance at Bai Mo. Women were sometimes strange. Just one night of gentlemanly friendship, Xiao Qianqian had developed a strong interest in Bai Mo. Bai Mo shook his head helplessly. Just as Li Mengyao had just pulled open the car door, a phone call rang out. "Hey, what did you say? What's going on?" "When I just came out, Grandpa was still fine. Wait for me. I'll go back now." After hanging up the phone, Xiao Qianqian was about to get on the car. Bai Mo asked, "What happened?" "My grandpa suddenly didn't feel well and fainted. I have to hurry back and talk about it later," Xiao Qianqian said. Bai Mo said, "I'll go with you. I'm a doctor." After saying that, Bai Mo directly came to the passenger side and opened the door to directly get on the car. "You're a doctor?" Xiao Qianqian was stunned when she heard this, but now the situation was urgent, so she didn't say much. Then a roar sounded and the sports car sped away. "How do I not know you are a doctor?" In the car, Xiao Qianqian asked suspiciously. Bai Mo said indifferently, "Just trust me." "Aha," Xiao Qianqian said with a nod. When the two walked into the Xiao family, there were already quite a few people standing inside the hall. Seeing Xiao Qianqian come in, a middle-aged man hurriedly greeted them. "Qianqian, your grandfather just fainted." "Second uncle, where is Grandpa now?" Xiao Qianqian asked hurriedly. The middle-aged man said with an anxious face, "In the bedroom. Elder Lu has already come." "Is it Elder Lu from the first hospital?" Bai Mo on the side suddenly asked. After hearing Bai Mo's words, the middle-aged man froze and turned his head to ask, And this is? Second uncle. This is my friend and a doctor, Xiao Chanxian said. The middle-aged man froze at his words. This young man is a doctor? However, he didn't say anything and nodded his head. Let's go up. Just as the three were about to go up the stairs, a youth was the one who spoke. Such a young doctor? Chanxian, you shouldn't be fooled by him. What's your opinion? Xiao Chanxian asked with a flat face. When the youth saw the bland face of Xiao Chanxian, his aura was shortened by a few points, and he hurriedly explained. Qianxian, I don't mean that. I don't have an opinion. Since you don't have an opinion, just shut your mouth. You can't help. You just sit in the corner. Xiao Chanxian scolded after glancing at the youth. The youth said with a reddened face, I just think he's so young. How could he be a doctor? Yeah, Qianxian. I see that this person seems familiar. Another youth also spoke up. Then with a sudden realization, he said, I remember. I've seen him before. Isn't he that Su family's trash son-in-law Bai Mo? Waste son-in-law Bai Mo? The crowd was astonished when they heard the youth's words. He's that trash? Letting this kind of person treat the old master? Seeing this, the middle-aged man also said cautiously, Qianxian, Elder Lu is already up there. Why don't this gentleman not go up first? Otherwise Elder Lu will think that we are not trusting him. A woman on the sofa in the living room also stood up and said, Mr. Xiao, we don't have any other intention. We just think that it's a bit too hasty for such a person to go and treat the old man. Mr. Xiao, I also think so. He is indeed the Su family's door-to-door son-in-law. I know Su Yuan Kai. He spoke to me. This Bai Mo just knows how to do laundry and cook at home. He doesn't even dare to speak loudly. The youth beside the woman also spoke. Bai Mo looked at the youth and faintly asked, You know Su Yuan Kai? Then do you know where he is staying now? How would I know? The Su family is just a small family. Is it hard for me to take the initiative to contact him? The youth said with a cold smile. Do you punk want to come to our Xiao family to cheat money? I really don't know how you fooled Mr. Xiao. Bai Mo turned his head to look at Xiao Chanxian and said, Elder Lu is up there. His medical skills are okay. There shouldn't be a problem. Should I go back first? Snort. After the youth heard Bai Mo's words, he immediately snorted and said, Did you guys hear what he said? He went as far as to say that Elder Lu's medical skills are okay. After saying that, the youth pointed at Bai Mo's nose and said, You really can pretend. Elder Lu is the vice president of the Central State Medical Association. That's a nationally renowned saint of medicine. You actually said that Elder Lu's medical skills are okay? Bai Mo, do you mean to say that you are even better than Lu Lao? After Xiao Chanxian heard the youth's words, although she was a bit angry, she also felt that Bai Mo's words were a bit too big. In fact, when she brought Bai Mo back, she really didn't expect Bai Mo to be able to cure her grandfather. Just subconsciously encountered things. There is a dependence. This is a female instinct, but also because he has a good feeling about Bai Mo. But when Bai Mo said that Lu Lao's medical skills were okay, it was a little. However, loving the house, Xiao Chanxian will not say anything. Just about to speak, Bai Mo was once again opened his mouth and said, My medical skills, indeed more powerful than Lu Lao, since do not believe, I go out and wait is. Finished. Bai Mo said to Xiao Chanxian, I'll wait for you downstairs. No problem, tell me. I can go home. He's worried about me? I don't know why, but in this situation, Xiao Chanxian's subconscious thought was that Bai Mo had followed her because he was worried about her. Bai Mo turned around and walked towards the downstairs, but the youth who had been chided by Xiao Chanxian at the beginning was drinking. You punk son-in-law, do you think the Xiao family is something you can come and go as you please? To dare to come to the Xiao family to cheat, you may not be too bold. His guts are not small. I remember, didn't the internet have a post earlier saying that he was using the Su family's money to keep a mistress outside? The woman opened her mouth with a cold smile. Bai Mo said indifferently, That's my friend, brother Long Si's sister. Ha 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 ha. The youth burst out laughing at his words, laughing so hard that he couldn't catch his breath. You really dare to brag about anything. How dare you say that fourth brother Long's sister is your friend? Why don't you say that fourth brother Long is your friend? Bai Mo nodded and said, Fourth brother Long is indeed my friend. Xiao Chanxian once again looked at Bai Mo in surprise. Could it be that he really knew fourth brother Long? Enough, Bai Mo. Don't disgrace yourself. Now I finally know why the Su family hates you so much. The youth drank. Someone come, drag this punk out and beat him. Chapter 42, It's great that you're here. Just as several bodyguards wanted to step forward, Xiao Chanxian coldly looked at the crowd and drank. Unbridled. Is my friend also something you guys can judge at will? Still want to hit someone? Do you all treat me as if I don't exist? Then Xiao Chanxian rushed at the man and woman who had just spoken and said, Xiao Mingji, Xiao Dansui, the two of you have time to focus your energies on the company above. If you like to gossip, go out and run your business. The two people heard immediately did not dare to speak. Running business, that how hard? At this time, Xiao Chanxian body and momentum directly emanated out. spoke the crowd immediately did not dare to speak out. Bai Mo looked at Xiao Qianqian with surprise. I can't imagine that she still has such a side. Seeing that the crowd did not speak, Xiao Qianqian said faintly, I said before, don't go and learn from those families that judge people by their appearance. It seems that you guys are not listening my words in at all. Don't dare. The few people who spoke hurriedly said. Xiao Qianqian said indifferently, you guys, this month's dividends are gone. After saying that, she turned back to Bai Mo and said, let's go up. After the several people heard Xiao Qianqian's words, their hearts were filled with indignation. Just because of a few words, this month's dividends were gone. But as juniors in the family, even their parents didn't dare to talk back to Xiao Qianqian. One must know that Xiao Qianqian was the helmsman of the Xiao family. Other families might appear to use the identity of the elders to be contrary to the helmsman, but in the Xiao family absolutely does not exist. Since Xiao Qianqian took charge of the Xiao family, the people who were against Xiao Qianqian had all left the family company, not because of the old man Zhao's backing, but Xiao Qianqian herself is a very difficult woman to deal with. Otherwise, why is the business world called Xiao Qianqian is the queen of the business world? After the three of them went upstairs, the woman from earlier, Xiao Dansui, skimmed her mouth and said, we're obviously doing this for the good of the old master. Why are we being punished? Just because she's at the helm of the company? Doesn't she know that Bai Mo is trash? Shoo, Xiao Mingji said hurriedly, are you crazy? Talking about Mr. Xiao behind his back? Wait until they come down from upstairs in a while. Mr. Xiao will naturally understand. Xiao Dansui sniffed angrily and walked towards the sofa. At this time in the room on the second floor, Elder Lu said with a frown on his face after checking Xiao Qianqian's grandfather's body, how could he faint? Elder Lu, don't you have a solution? The housekeeper asked hurriedly. Lu Lao frowned and said, did Elder Xiao take the medicine according to my prescription? Took it 3 times a day, not missing a single time, the housekeeper said hurriedly. Lu Lao frowned tightly and said, it shouldn't be, since the medicine was taken on time, how could he suddenly faint? After the old master ate breakfast in the morning, he said that his stomach was not feeling well, then after a while he fainted. The housekeeper said again, just as Elder Lu was struggling with his face. Xiao Qianqian brought Bai Mo into the room with her. Elder Lu, how is my grandfather doing? Xiao Qianqian asked hurriedly. Elder Lu looked up towards Xiao Qianqian. Only when he saw Bai Mo beside Xiao Qianqian, he was filled with surprise and said, Mr. Bai, you're here, great, you come quickly. I'm a little confused about Elder Zhao's symptoms. You guys know each other? Xiao Qianqian looked at Elder Lu with a surprised face. Her second uncle was also full of shock. Elder Lu actually knew this unassuming young man? And it looked like Elder Lu was even speaking respectfully to Bai Mo. Bai Mo nodded his head and said, recognize, I'll show the old master first. Mr. Bai, the old master recently had some high deficiency fire and intestinal obstruction. I've already prescribed to take it for 3 days, but this morning there was a sudden fainting spell. For a while I was a bit confused. Lu Lao said with some anxiety, it's great that you've come. He wasn't worried about being implicated because of his own prescription, but he was worried that it was because he hadn't looked at the right symptoms that Elder Zhao's body was the one that had problems. Don't be in a hurry. Let me take a look. After Bai Mo finished speaking, he came to Elder Zhao's bedside and raised 3 fingers on Elder Zhao's pulse. Xiao Qianqian's eyes lit up when she saw Bai Mo's movements. Elder Lu often came to give his grandfather a physical conditioning, so she also had some understanding of Chinese medicine. Seeing that Bai Mo's movements were very standard, coupled with Lu Lao's attitude towards Bai Mo before, this simply made Xiao Qianqian too surprised. Just now he said downstairs that Lu Lao's medical skills are average. Could it be that Bai Mo's medical skills are really better than Lu Lao's? Otherwise, why would Lu Lao treat Bai Mo with such respect? A moment later, Bai Mo withdrew his hand, but asked a borderline question. What did the old man eat in the morning? Rice and cucumber, the housekeeper said hurriedly. Bai Mo nodded and asked again, is there anything else? Like milk? No, but the old master's intestines have been unruly lately, so he drank a cup of honey water, the housekeeper said again. Bai Mo looked up at Elder Lu and asked, Elder Lu, is there rhubarb inside the prescription you gave the old master? There is, but it's a small amount. Lu Lao said hurriedly, Mr. Bai, could it be that the prescription is wrong? There's nothing wrong with the prescription. Please also lend Lu Lao a silver needle, Bai Mo said. Good. After Bai Mo received Elder Lu's silver needle, he took out a silver needle and stabbed it in the old man's stomach, and then the old man let out a very loud smelly fart. Immediately after that, the old master's eyes slowly opened and his hands subconsciously fell towards his stomach. Old master, feel it now. Is the stomach still a bit uncomfortable? Bai Mo asked with a smile. After adapting for a bit, the old master turned his head towards Bai Mo. Although his face was a bit surprised and he didn't know who the young man in front of him was, he still replied, much better. Just now the pain made my eyes go black and I don't know anything anymore. Seeing that the old man was able to speak, Xiao Qianxian said with tears of joy, "Grandpa, you scared me to death. I'm in such good health. What are you afraid of? Don't worry, Grandpa can still live for at least 20 years, the old master said with a laugh. At this moment, when Lu Lao saw that the old master had woken up, he hurriedly asked towards Bai Mo, "Mr. Bai, what the hell is going on here?" Phasing, Bai Mo said with a smile. After hearing Bai Mo's words, Lu Lao pondered slightly and understood the reasoning, clapping his hands and said, "Why didn't I think about this?" He was originally an apricot grove expert in Central State, so of course he knew the reasoning behind phasing. It was only because he was in a hurry just now that he didn't think of it for a moment. Actually, the prescription is right, the food is right, and the drink is right, Bai Mo said, but eating them together is problematic. Chapter 43, Is it a mistake? Is this the phasing of food? Xiao Qianxian asked suspiciously. Lu Lao nodded and said, "Not bad, it's fortunate that Mr. Bai came today, otherwise it would definitely be impossible to think of it for a while, and it wouldn't be good to delay Elder Zhao's condition at that time." Elder Zhao heard this and asked in surprise, "Old Lu, you and this Mr. Bai knew each other before?" "Mr. Bai and I knew each other before at Elder Shang's place. Elder Zhan was also cured by Mr. Bai. Mr. Bai is a little miracle doctor," Lu Lao said with a sighing face. If it wasn't for Mr. Bai's hand last time, Zhang Lao would have been afraid. When Elder Zhao heard this, his heart was shocked. He knew about the Zhang family's one. A few days ago, he said that he had a sudden attack and directly fainted to death, and he heard that he was cured by a young little divine doctor, and he didn't expect that it would be Bai Mo. Xiao Qianxian also looked at Bai Mo with a surprised face. "Surprisingly, it was you who cured old Zhang, didn't I say? It's good that you believe in me," Bai Mo said with a smile. Looking at the two of them, Elder Xiao surprisingly said, "Qianxian, this Mr. Bai is your boyfriend?" No, Xiao Qianxian hurriedly said, saying that her face suddenly turned red. Bai Mo looked at the red-faced Xiao Qianxian, a burst of surprise in his heart. This woman will even blush. Lu Lao opened his mouth and said, "Elder, this is for Miss Qianxian who is anxious." Ha 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 ha, Elder Xiao said with satisfaction after sizing up Bai Mo for a few moments. Not bad, not bad. That look was like looking at his granddaughter-in-law, causing Bai Mo to be embarrassed for a while. Xiao Qianxian also blushed a little and hurriedly changed the topic toward Bai Mo and asked, "Brother, what's going on?" "Brother," Bai Mo was speechless in his heart, but still said, "The old man himself has a high deficiency fire. The prescription Lu Lao prescribed should be to clear heat and remove fire, with a flavor of rhubarb added in it. The old master's appetite should have been very good this morning," indicating that the prescription worked, and there's actually no problem up to here. But the old master drank a cup of honey water after the meal. Honey and rice together would have caused pain in the stomach. Plus the prescription the old master took before had rhubarb in it, which lacks the fire too quickly. So the cold stomach combined with the food incompatibility caused him to pass out from the pain. After Bai Mo's words were finished, Elder Xiao and Xiao Qianxian both looked at Bai Mo with a shocked expression. Lu Lao on the side nodded with a smile and said, "Mr. Bai said it well. I came of there. Diagnosed the old master's pulse all the time thinking that it was a problem with his prescription, and didn't even think about the place of food incompatibility. Alas, really old and useless. If it wasn't for Mr. Bai today, I guess I wouldn't have been able to find the cause of the illness until now." Bai Mo smiled and said, "You should not be presumptuous. Modern medicine many times will ignore these problems. You are in the first hospital. Contact with the environment is modern medicine, so subconsciously, ignoring is very normal." Xiao Qianxian saw Bai Mo speak to Elder Lu in a surprisingly punctilious tone, and a bit of light emerged in her eyes. When the butler on the side heard the conversation between the two, he immediately said with a face full of regret, "Blame me. I thought that drinking some honey would be able to open up the intestines. I'm the one who harmed the old master. Old Wu you also had good intentions. No need to blame yourself," Elder Xiao hurriedly said. However, Xiao Qianxian frowned and spoke, "Uncle Wu, pay more attention to your diet in the future." "Yes, Miss," Wu Bo said hurriedly. Bai Mo was somewhat unable to see through Xiao Qianxian. When he was alone with himself, Xiao Qianxian gave him that bold, hot feeling. In front of Elder Xiao, Xiao Qianxian was again that kind of obedient and understanding. Just now, facing the youth downstairs, and now Uncle Wu, that domineering aura on her body was shown again. Bai Mo said, "Actually, there is no need to deliberately pay attention. After all, this situation is still a minority." Elder Xiao nodded and said, "Thank you, Mr. Bai. Since Elder Xiao is fine, I'll go back first." Bai Mo got up and excused himself. Seeing Bai Mo about to leave, Elder Xiao hurriedly said, "I haven't properly thanked Mr. Bai yet. Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" "Don't worry, Grandpa. Xiao Qianqian nodded and said, although she hadn't been in contact with Bai Mo for a long time, she had found out one thing, Bai Mo's nature. When he decided something, he wouldn't change it. If he wants to leave, he won't stay even if you try to retain him. Seeing this, Lu Lao hurriedly got up and said, Mr. Bai, why don't I see you off? Stop, I know what you want to do. You'd better accompany Elder Xiao here to chat, Bai Mo said without a trace of anger. Elder Lu smiled with a face full of embarrassment. Then Bai Mo and Xiao Qianqian both walked towards the downstairs. Qianqian, the old man of the Xiao family called out to Xiao Qianqian. Xiao Qianqian said to Bai Mo, you go downstairs and wait for me first. I'll be right there. Good. Bai Mo nodded and said. When Bai Mo came downstairs, Xiao Mingji, who had just spoken, immediately came to the front of the stairs, and seeing Bai Mo coming down by himself, he immediately said with a cold smile on his face, what's going on here? Great divine Dr. Bai? How did you come down alone? Bai Mo lightly glanced at him and said, the old man woke up, so I'm leaving on my own. Yo, you're really shameless. How dare you say you cured the old master? Xiao Dansui on the sofa also came to Bai Mo's side and said with a mocking face, take a piss and look at yourself. See where you look like a doctor? You really dare to blow anything. Don't think that we can't see it because you fooled General Manager Xiao. Now you've been thrown out by General Manager Xiao, right? Who said I was thrown out? Bai Mo looked at Xiao Dansui in surprise and said. Xiao Mingji said, there's no need to ask. You came down alone in gray. Everyone knows about it. But, Mr. Xiao won't punish you, but we can't let you off the hook. How dare you hit the Xiao family, said Xiao Mingji as he directly blocked Bai Mo's body. Xiao Mingji, what are you doing? Xiao Qianqian's chiding voice came from upstairs. Xiao Mingji looked up towards Xiao Qianqian and said respectfully, Mr. Xiao, wasn't this punk kicked out by you? He dared to come to the Xiao family to cheat. I was about to teach him a lesson. Xiao Qianqian came to the front of the two men and coldly looked at Xiao Mingji and said, who told you that Mr. Bai is a fraud? Mr. Bai cured the old man's disease and is a valued guest of the Xiao family. What? After hearing Xiao Qianqian's words, Xiao Mingji said with a face full of shock. The others also looked at Bai Mo with unbelievable looks. Xiao Dansui hurriedly came to Xiao Qianqian's side and said, Mr. Xiao, is it a mistake? Chapter 44, Little Brother, I like you more and more. Xiao Qianqian coldly looked at Xiao Dansui and said, apologize to Mr. Bai. Xiao Dansui and Xiao Mingji both looked shocked when they heard Xiao Qianqian's words. Seeing this, Xiao Qianqian asked, what? Now you guys dare to disobey my words? Bai Mo shook his head and said, no need. After saying this, Bai Mo directly went out of the Xiao family's gate. After sweeping a glance at the two Xiao Dansui, Xiao Qianqian hurriedly chased towards Bai Mo. After Xiao Qianqian arrived outside the gate, she realized that Bai Mo was standing in front of her red sports car. I thought you left in anger, Xiao Qianqian said with a smile on her face. Bai Mo faintly asked, why would I be angry? Those people said that about you. You're not angry? Xiao Qianqian looked at Bai Mo in surprise and said. Bai Mo smiled and said, how can jade touch a tile jar? After hearing Bai Mo's words, Xiao Qianqian's big eyes flashed brightly inside. Little brother, I find that I like you more and more, Xiao Qianqian said with two curved eyes. Bai Mo said with an embarrassed face, can you not use that word? Xiao Qianqian was stunned at his words, and when she thought of what she had just said, she burst out laughing. Then I'll call you Brother Bai from now on. Bai Mo looked at Xiao Qianqian helplessly and said, how old are you? Calling me brother? Older than you anyway. Xiao Qianqian grunted and said, here you go, said handing Bai Mo a check. Bai Mo didn't even look at it and said with a smile, no need. Didn't you send me a cell phone? This is what my grandfather gave you, not what I gave you. Xiao Qianqian said and directly stuffed the check into Bai Mo's coat pocket, and also flirtatiously scratched at Bai Mo's face. If you're my boyfriend, I'll give you all of mine. When had Bai Mo ever seen such a gesture? He immediately turned red and hurriedly said, I'm going back. Looking at Bai Mo's flustered appearance, Xiao Qianqian instantly laughed and fluttered, that touch of grandeur undulating up and down, making Bai Mo couldn't help but swallow his saliva. This leprechaun really wants to die. Xiao Qianqian laughed for a while before she opened the car lock and said, get in the car. I'll send you back. After the two of them got in the car, Xiao Qianqian drove towards the city, while Bai Mo was treating the old man at Zhao's house. Su Mucheng and a youth were in the elevator. Mu Qing, don't worry, I know your ability, the youth opposite Su Mucheng said with a smile. This youth was Su Mucheng's college classmate, Wang Wansuan, who was the head of the Central State Sacred Dragon Group. A few days ago, after Su Mucheng came out from the Su family, she started to cast her resume online. At that time, Su Mucheng also held the attitude of trying to cast her resume to the Holy Dragon Group. After all, with the strength of the Holy Dragon Group, he just did sales manager in the Su family's company. People are not necessarily able to see Sacred Dragon Group. A very mysterious group of companies in the central state. The market value is at least 50 billion or more. Even the two super families in the central state have to give face to the Sacred Dragon Group, so it can be seen how powerful his strength is. But no one knew who his boss was, only that the group's executive president was a woman named Shui Renyun. Su Muqing simply did not hold too much hope for the Holy Dragon Group, but did not expect to receive the Holy Dragon Group's interview notice early this morning. The most let Su Muqing surprised. Su Muqing just walked into the hall of the Holy Dragon Group actually saw his college classmates. Only when asked did she realize that Wang Cun was the sales supervisor of Holy Dragon Group. Don't be nervous, I believe you can definitely pass the interview, Wang Cun said with a smile. Su Muqing said with some apprehension. Sacred Dragon Group is after all a big company with great strength. I've only been a sales manager inside the Su family's small company. I still don't know if I can do it. It's fine. I'll go and greet the personnel director in a moment. Wang Cun stroked his golden glasses and said. When Su Muqing heard this, she immediately said with a face full of surprise, will this be too much trouble for you? Mu Qing, with the relationship between the two of us, what's troublesome or not? Wang Cun said in a scolding manner. I'll get angry if you're so polite with me again in the future. Su Muqing heard this and could only say thank you and said, thank you then. Su Muqing understood in her heart that the reason why Wang Cun helped himself so much was probably still because of the things that happened during his college days. In college, Wang Cun had pursued Su Muqing for 2 years. Only at that time Su Muqing has been to study as a priority. There is no idea of love. And then Wang Cun after graduation to study abroad, but did not expect to return to the country actually into the Holy Dragon Group to work. In fact, Su Muqing does not know is, with Wang Cun a small supervisor identity, want to let the personnel department directly admitted Su Muqing, is simply impossible. The Holy Dragon Group can do so big in the central state, has his own unique management style, that is, no matter who, have no right to introduce relatives and friends to the company door, that is, the president of the Water Mercy Cloud cannot. All personnel had to go through a formal selection method. Wang Cun kept sizing up Su Muqing and couldn't help but say, Muqing, you're still so beautiful. You're also very handsome, Su Muqing said politely. Wang Cun shook his head and said with feigned regret, what's the use of being handsome? It's still not as good as that waste of a husband of yours. I don't know how he cultivated his fortune to be able to marry you. Just when Su Muqing didn't know how to reply, the elevator door opened. Let's go in. How do we get to the personnel department? Su Muqing said hurriedly. Originally, Wang Cun was still thinking that he could take this opportunity to express his heart to Su Muqing, but he didn't expect that he would arrive so soon. This way. Wang Cun pointed to the right and said. Su Muqing followed Wang Cun to the front of the personnel department. Wang Cun knocked on the door. Come in. A competent female voice came from inside. After Wang Cun pushed open the door of the room, he saw the interviewer sitting inside, and his heart was startled. How could it be her? Sitting inside was none other than Lu Yushan, the chief HR manager of Holy Dragon Group, which was quite a capable personnel manager. The control of the system was also very upright and strict. For Holy Dragon Group to be where it is today, it was inextricably linked to the cooperation between the two of them, her and Shui Renyun. Mr. Lu, this is Su Muqing who came for the interview today. She is my college classmate. I brought her over. Wang Cun said hurriedly. Lu Yushan, who was looking at her resume, raised her head at the words and nodded after looking at Wang Cun, then looked at Su Muqing and said with a smile, it's quite a coincidence, isn't it, to be able to meet one's classmates in the Holy Dragon Group. Su Muqing didn't expect Lu Yushan to speak directly to herself, and hurriedly nodded her head and said, it's very unexpected. You go out first. Lu Yushan nodded towards Su Muqing before looking towards Wang Cun and said. Wang Cun heard this and hurriedly nodded his head and said, Mr. Lu, then I'll leave first. Chapter 45, Young Master, you've suffered. After closing the door of the interview room behind him, Wang Cun outside the door couldn't help but take a deep breath and said in his heart, this is the end. Su Muqing met this unsympathetic tigress. I guess the interview is going to fizzle out. I have to hurry up and think of a reason to put it off. In the interview room, Su Muqing stood there somewhat nervously. Seeing this, Lu Yushan smiled and said, sit. No need to be so nervous. Did Wang Cun say something bad about me to you? Su Muqing smiled and hurriedly said, no. In fact, people in the company are afraid of me. You also know that I am doing personnel. Some corresponding attendance and system are under my responsibility. Want a company to develop? There are some things that can't be emotional. Lu Yushan said with a smile, but you don't need to be nervous. You came to interview. I value ability. Su Muqing nodded her head and said, I agree with Mr. Lu's words. Because of my previous work in the family company, I've seen too many things about the lack of strictness on top of the system that causes the company's projects to not go on. I know all the things you did before in Sue's company. It's their loss that the Su family didn't reuse you, Lu Yushan said with a smile. Then looking at Su Mucheng, she said, in fact, today's interview is just a walkthrough, wanting to meet you as a person. I'm only asking you one thing. In the future, if the Su family wants you to go back, and you're already working at Holy Dragon Group, do you still plan to go back? Lu Yushan asked. After hearing Lu Yushan's words, Su Mucheng pondered for a moment before saying, they shouldn't ask me to go back, but I've thought about it a lot these past few days. Even if they want me to go back, I won't go back. Chilled? Lu Yushan said with a smile. Su Mucheng nodded her head and said, a little bit. Don't worry, as long as you work hard, the Su family will come begging for you in the future. After all, a lot of our Sacred Dragon Group's business is cooperating with some of the smaller companies in Central State. Lu Yushan said, I've already met your people. Go back and wait for my notice. But I can reveal a bit of news to you first. I'm very satisfied, but I still need to discuss it with the president. Su Mucheng sniffed and asked with some dullness, that's the end of it? Finished? Lu Yushan said with a smile. Think it's too simple? A bit. Su Mucheng said. Lu Yushan got up and opened the door to Su Mucheng's room and said, some things don't need to be so complicated. Thank you, Su Mucheng said. After waiting for Su Mucheng to leave, Lu Yushan took out her phone and dialed. The person is okay, but she's only operating in the Su family's small company after all. Ran Yun, why are you so interested in this person? Her ability shouldn't be up to the point of making you so concerned, right? A soft female voice inside the phone said, don't ask so many questions. I'll tell you when the time comes. Then let her wait now? Lu Yushan asked doubtfully. Shui Renyun on the other side of the phone said, wait, because I'm also waiting. You're waiting too. What are you waiting for? Lu Yushan asked again in surprise. Shui Renyun smiled and said, waiting for our boss instructions. Boss? That boss who never showed up is here? Lu Yushan said with a face full of shock. She had come to the company for 5 years and had never seen the boss of this company at all. The highest executive officer was Shui Renyun, the executive president, and Shui Renyun had only told him that the boss didn't come often. Just wait for the news, Shui Renyun said. When Su Mucheng arrived at the elevator entrance, he saw Wanwan Cun standing there as if he was waiting for him. Mucheng, how is it? Wanwan Cun hurriedly asked when he saw Su Mucheng come out. Su Mucheng said with a smile, I don't know, but when I came out, Mr. Lu said he was very satisfied. This woman still gives a little face, Wanwan Cun said with a smile. Only his heart was full of shock. Su Mucheng was able to be so recognized by Lu Yushan. Su Mucheng sniffed and said, didn't Mr. Lu say this to me for your face? Shoo, Wanwan Cun raised a finger and said with a deliberately stern face, Sacred Dragon Group has requested that every newcomer is not allowed to use the back door. This is your own ability. Seeing this, Su Mucheng nodded and said, I understand. Although Wanwan Cun was saying this, the meaning expressed was already obvious. That is, for his own sake. After the two of them came downstairs, just after leaving the door, Wanwan Cun said, in fact, this provision of the Holy Dragon Group, as you know, sometimes it is necessary to be flexible, is not it? Su Mucheng nodded and said, but it's still your face. People in the sales department always have a little privilege sometimes, don't they? Wanwan Cun said. Su Mucheng said gratefully, Wanwan Cun, I really thank you this time. Look, you are saying thank you to me again. Wanwan Cun pretended to be angry and said, then with a smile on his face, it just so happens that it's noon. Let's have a meal together. Su Mucheng looked at the time, thinking that after all, Wanwan Cun had helped himself so much, then nodded and said, good, I'll treat you to dinner. How can this be? I'll treat you today. Wanwan Cun saw Su Mucheng's promise, and immediately said with a happy heart. The two then got into Wanwan Cun's car and drove towards the restaurant. At the same time, Xiao Qianqian sent Bai Mo to the entrance of the neighborhood and said, there are still things in my company. Remember to call me. Good. Bai Mo nodded. Then Xiao Qianqian kicked the gas, and the sports car let out a roar before speeding away. Looking at the distant red sports car, Bai Mo couldn't help but shake his head and say, this woman is simply the queen of variety. After saying that, Bai Mo walked towards the gate of the neighborhood. Just as Bai Mo was about to enter, a voice suddenly rang out. Young master. After hearing this voice, Bai Mo's footsteps instantly stopped. The term young master, he hadn't heard it for 5 whole years, and the voice behind him that made him familiar and unfamiliar sounded like a mixture of feelings at this time. Bai Mo slowly turned around and looked at a white-haired old man in front of him. The old man also looked at Bai Mo with a face full of excitement. His whole body trembled as he called out again, young master, you have suffered. Although Bai Mo was also excited in his heart, He looked at the white-haired old man but said indifferently, "You already knew I was here?" "Yes, young master." The white-haired old man nodded his head and said, "But young master, don't get angry first. Everything was done out of necessity. Back then, it wasn't as simple as you think. I didn't come to the young master. I was protecting you." Bai Mo asked with a frown after hearing the white-haired old man's words. "What the hell is going on?" Chapter 46, You say the Holy Dragon Group is mine? The white-haired old man hurriedly said, "Young master, let's go somewhere else to talk. There are many people here." "Good. Concerning what happened back then?" Bai Mo nodded and said. The white-haired old man brought Bai Mo to the location at the corner of the neighborhood. Looking at the Rolls-Royce Phantom parked on the side of the road, Bai Mo's heart was full of emotions. Once upon a time, he had to ride in and out of this car, but in just 5 years' time, he had already become a completely different person. "Young master, get in the car. It's still the same one you have," the white-haired old man said respectfully, saying that he pulled open the car door for Bai Mo. After the two of them got into the car, the white-haired old man said towards the driver in front, "Drive." After the Rolls-Royce started, the driver in front suddenly said with a trembling voice, "Young master, I'm Xiao Wei." After the driver finished speaking, he removed the sunglasses from his face, and in the reverse mirror Xiao Wei had already started sobbing uncontrollably. "Xiao Wei," Bai Mo also said with an agitated voice. Xiao Wei nodded and said, "It's so good to see you. I thought you died." "Fate didn't die," Bai Mo said after calming his emotions. Then he turned his head to look at the white-haired old man and said, "Say, what's going on? Did you find the murderer for what happened back then?" "Young master," the white-haired old man said with a grave expression, "what I'm going to tell you next, you must be steady. I've been secretly investigating for 5 years, and I've found that there are many suspicions about what happened back then, and there's a new discovery. The family master might not be dead." After hearing the white-haired old man's words, the aura on Bai Mo's body instantly erupted and he said excitedly, "You said my father didn't die? Where is he now?" The white-haired old man hurriedly said, "Young master, don't get excited first. The reason why I said that the family head didn't die is because after you disappeared, when I went to pay my respects to the family head, I found that his grave had been moved. At that time, I dug up the family master's grave in order to find out the truth." Bai Mo frowned and coldly looked at the white-haired old man. His eyes filled with a murderous aura. His own father had actually had his grave dug up. Fine beads of sweat immediately appeared on the white-haired old man's forehead, and he hurriedly explained, "Young master, the family head is not inside. It's an empty grave." "Empty grave?" Bai Mo asked in shock at his words. The white-haired old man nodded and said, "Right, and I also suspect." Suspect what? Speak," Bai Mo shouted in a cold voice. The white-haired old man clenched his teeth and said, "Doubt, the thing that framed you back then, was done by the old ancestor." Then without waiting for Bai Mo to continue asking questions, he explained, "Because after you left, the old ancestor has been sending people after you. There's also the Grand Duke. I even suspect that the two of them, the Grand Duke and the old ancestor, have joined forces to harm you." "Impossible," Bai Mo interrupted the white-haired old man and said, "Big brother and I are blood brothers. How could he possibly harm me? Back then, Big brother even took the initiative to defend me. If it wasn't for the so-called evidence in the back that was made too real, Big brother wouldn't have believed that it was me who killed my father." Xiao Jiang, who was driving in front, said, "Young master, if they weren't in cahoots, why did the Grand Duke also send people to look for you in the entire Dragon Kingdom?" "Young master, that's why I didn't contact you before, because at that time, you didn't have the ability to defend yourself, and the Heavenly Maiden scattering plan that you set up in the first place hadn't been perfected yet." The white-haired old man also spoke. Bai Mo shook his head and said, "You guys don't have to say much. If it was the old demoness who wanted to harm me, I might still believe it, but Big brother, it's absolutely impossible. Even though we were born from two mothers, we've been playing together since we were young, and Big brother has always taken care of me. It's absolutely impossible." The white-haired old man took a deep breath and said, "Young master, I know you won't believe it, but you have to be on guard." After hearing the white-haired old man's words, Bai Mo had a moment of chenma. Seeing this, the white-haired old man once again said, "Young master, the Heavenly Maiden scattering plan you had back then has already taken shape. Shouldn't it be activated? With the foundation of the Heavenly Maiden scattering flowers, even if you return to the Bai clan you will have the capital to fight them." Bai Mo didn't say anything and was constantly recalling what happened back then in his mind. Before, he had never thought that it would be his own family that framed him. And now after the white-haired old man and Xiao Jiang said it, it seemed that there were numerous suspicions back then. Seeing Bai Mo not speaking, the white-haired old man said again, "Young master, your martial arts cultivation has recovered?" Bai Mo's thoughts were pulled back by the white-haired old man's words and nodded. The white-haired old man and Xiao Jiang were both overjoyed at his words. "Young master, This is the roster of heavenly maidens scattering flowers. Take a look, the white-haired old man said excitedly. Saying that, he handed Bai Mo a tablet. Bai Mo looked towards the information on it and after looking at it for a while, he said in surprise, "This is the Heavenly Maiden Flower Scattering Program from back then? How come there are so many companies? I didn't expect you guys to hold on even after I was gone." Xiao Jiang, who was driving in front, seemed to be in a good mood and said happily, "Young master, you don't know, after you disappeared back then, Hua Bo just didn't believe you were dead. So he secretly started supporting these companies. Although the old ancestor and the eldest young master had been spying on Hua Bo back then, Hua Bo still persevered." Bai Mo turned his head to look at the white-haired old man in surprise. "So many companies, where did you get so much funding? Young master, do you still remember some of the stocks you asked me to buy in the meter country back then?" The white-haired old man said with a smile. Bai Mo sniffed and said incredulously, "You mean, it's those, after you disappeared for half a year, those stocks suddenly doubled without knowing why, instead of doubling and tripling, and in the end, when I sold them all, I actually managed to put together enough funds in my hand for $50 billion. Then I follow your original plan. The $50 billion of funds will be broken up, so that each of these companies to develop. I didn't expect that there would also be a dozen or so companies that have actually developed to be very powerful in less than 5 years." After hearing the white-haired old man's words, Bai Mo said softly, "50 billion, enough to spend for the rest of your lives. Why, this is the young master's money. I know for sure that the young master won't die. I'm waiting for the young master to come back," the white-haired old man said with a cherubic face. Bai Mo looked at the white-haired old man and said softly, "Uncle Hua, it's me who misunderstood you. Young master, you finally called me Hua Bo." Hua Bo's eyes instantly turned red after hearing Bai Mo's words. Xiao Jiang said, "Young master, in fact, back then, Hua Bo didn't come forward because he wanted to save you on your way to the execution. But I didn't expect that you escaped the night before the execution." Bai Mo patted Hua Bo's shoulder and said, "Back then, I thought you were scared. So just now, I know, young master," Hua Bo said as he wiped his eyes. "Young master, there's a good news for you. Sacred Dragon Group is the company that did the best job in the Heavenly Maiden Scattering Plan." Bai Mo froze at the words and said incredulously, "You're saying that the Holy Dragon Group is mine?" Chapter 47, Who exactly is that man? Hua Bo nodded and said, "Yes, the Holy Dragon Group is yours." Hearing this, Bai Mo said with some sighs, "I can't imagine that I've been a door-to-door son-in-law in Central State for 3 years, but I didn't know that the powerful Sacred Dragon Group in Central State was actually mine." Hua Bo nodded his head and said, "Young master, before you were in the Su family, I was worried that you would be sullen if I told you. But after I went to the Qin family, I knew that it was time to tell young master." Bai Mo looked up at Hua Bo and said, "You went to the Qin family? The abnormality you showed at the Su family birthday banquet that day made me think that young master might have encountered something. So I've been observing in this neighborhood," Hua Bo said. "After following you to the Qin family back there, I had little Wei come over the next day." Saying that, Hua Bo took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Bai Mo and said, "Young master, there's $5 billion in here. It's the rest of these funds." Bai Mo took the bank card and asked, $5 billion? "Yes, it's meter gold," Hua Bo said. Even though Bai Mo was the second youngest master of the Bai family before, he was a bit surprised when he heard 5 billion meters of gold, then shook his head and said, "I was thinking that if it was 5 years ago that I had this 5 billion, I wonder what the Su family's attitude would be towards me now. But if you guys had come to me in the first place, I guess someone with a heart would have discovered my existence." After saying that, Bai Mo continued, "My identity will be kept secret for now. As for the things in the imperial capital, I have my own plans. You guys will go back for now. Don't let the people of the imperial capital see any cracks." After hearing Bai Mo's words, Xiao Wei in front of him immediately said anxiously, "Young master, let me stay in Central State. Let Hua Bo go back alone first." Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. "Why don't you say you'll go back first and I'll be here?" Hua Bo said, all angry at his words. Bai Mo smiled when he saw this and said, "Don't argue, you two go back together." "Young master," the two said in unison. "It's settled," Bai Mo said. "All right, send me back. My wife is probably already back." "Young master, do you truly like young lady?" Hua Bo asked. Bai Mo looked at Hua Bo with surprise and said, "Why do you ask? I feel like the young lady doesn't seem to be very nice to you," Hua Bo said. After Bai Mo heard Hua Bo's words, he took a deep breath and said, "Give us some more time with each other." Both of them stopped talking after hearing this. Xiao Wei drove the car silently and Hua Bo said, "Young master, let me take you to the Holy Dragon Group to have a look around. Tomorrow you will officially take over the Holy Dragon Group." Bai Mo thought about it and then said, "There's nothing to see. I'll go there myself tomorrow. Just say hello." "Good. In addition, young master has one more thing. Young madam has put in her resume for the Holy Dragon Group." and will go for an interview today, but I've already greeted Shui Renyun and won't make things difficult for young madam. As for the young madam's position, it'll be decided after young master goes to the Holy Dragon Group tomorrow, Hua Bo said. Bai Mo sniffed with a sigh. I can't imagine that Mu Qing is actually going to work at the Holy Dragon Group, but this is good. It's just as well. I'm going to clean up the Su family. This time I'm going to make that old hag beg for Mu Qing. The Rolls-Royce drove towards the neighborhood where Bai Mo lived after driving around for a while. Bai Mo looked towards the window, not knowing what he was thinking about. While passing by a theme restaurant, Bai Mo saw Su Mu Qing eating with another man. The two were sitting there talking and laughing, as if they were a couple. Stop the car, Bai Mo said with a gloomy face. Xiao Wei and Huabuo were both unsure, but when Huabuo saw Su Mucheng in front of the window of the theme restaurant, he instantly understood. Young master, do you need me to teach that man a lesson? At this time inside the restaurant, Wang Cun looked at Su Mu Qing and said, Mu Qing, how has your life been these past few years? It's okay, always in the Su family, Su Mucheng said. Wang Cun looked at the beautiful Su Mu Qing and suddenly said, Mu Qing, I want to ask you a question. What question? Su Mucheng looked at Wang Cun doubtfully. If you divorce your husband, do I still have hope? Wang Cun finally said it. Su Mucheng was shocked when she heard Wang Cun's words, then shook her head and said, Wang Cun, I will not divorce my husband. Why? How can he be worthy of you as a loser? Wang Cun said with a tight frown. Then as if he thought of something, he said, Mu Qing, I've heard others talk about the Qin family before. Are you rejecting me because of the Qin family? I can ask Mr. Shui to help warn the Qin family. Su Mucheng looked at Wang Cun with some surprise and said, you can get General Manager Shui to warn the Qin family? Can. At this moment, looking at Su Mucheng's full and majestic and exquisite body, Wang Cun, who wanted to urgently get this woman into bed, had already disregarded everything and hurriedly nodded his head and said. Su Mucheng once again looked at Wang Cun with surprise and said, Wang Cun, you really shocked me. I didn't think that Mr. Shui would even give you this face. But you misunderstood. I'm not because of the Qin family. In fact, I can't tell. I'm also reflecting on what happened before. In fact, there are a lot of misunderstandings between me and Bai Mo, and Bai Mo is not a waste like what others say. After hearing Su Mucheng's words, Wang Cun nodded and said, I know, but we are still good friends. Wang Cun deeply knew that he had just begun to contact Su Mucheng, and at this time, he must not let Su Mucheng resent himself. For a veteran of the flower world like him, he knew better than anyone when to retreat and when to enter. Su Mucheng saw that the food was almost done, so she said, you still have to work in the afternoon, why don't we? Okay. Although there was some reluctance, Wang Cun still nodded and said. After Su Mucheng and Wang Cun went out of the theme restaurant, they got into Wang Cun's car together. After all, Su Mucheng's car was still parked in the parking lot of Sacred Dragon Group. Seeing the two leave, Bai Mo said indifferently, let's go back. Yes, young master, Xiao Wei said. Bai Mo returned to the entrance of the neighborhood, and Huabua hurriedly got out of the car to help Bai Mo open the car door. It so happened that this scene was seen by the security guard at the entrance. The security guard said in his heart, what's going on with this loser lately? Why are there so many luxury cars picking him up and dropping him off? After Bai Mo got out of the car, he said to Huabo, you guys go back first, I'll contact you if anything happens. Yes, young master, I will stay in Central State for a while longer. Huabua nodded and said. Bai Mo nodded and turned towards the entrance of the neighborhood. At this moment in his mind, the way Su Mucheng and that man were talking and laughing just now made him very uncomfortable. Who exactly is that man? Chapter 48, what qualifications do you have? After Bai Mo opened the door to his room, but he saw Gao Shouyun sitting on the sofa watching TV. You still know to die back? Now you're really out of it. You don't even make breakfast and go out directly. Look at what time it is now. Bai Mo didn't want to talk to Gao Shouyun at all, and walked towards the upstairs in a straight line. I'm talking to and, can't you hear me? After coming upstairs, Bai Mo directly closed the door to his room, the scene just now lingering in his mind. Everyone didn't understand why Bai Mo had to stay in the Su family and refused to leave after suffering so many years of being a loser in the Su family. Could it be that Bai Mo really couldn't live without the Su family? In fact, they didn't even know that the reason why Bai Mo didn't leave the Su family was because he and Su Mucheng knew each other when they were small. Zhengzhou was his mother's hometown, and when he was a child, he had stayed in Zhengzhou for a while, and Su Mucheng was his kindergarten classmate. However, the two had only sat at the same table for a month before Bai Mo returned to the imperial capital. Although Su Mucheng didn't remember himself, Bai Mo had deeply imprinted the three words Su Mucheng in his heart. The two people who would not have crossed paths had unexpectedly come to the Su family after Bai Mo was framed. Adding to that, Elder Su's dying wish to Bai Mo, This was one of the reasons why Bai Mo stayed in the Su family and didn't leave even though Su Muching was indifferent to him. Gao Xiaoyun taunted him, and Su Yuan Kai bullied him. There was also the fact that he did need to hide from the Bai family in the first place. During this period of time, because of the Su family's birthday banquet, the relationship between Bai Mo and Su Muching had just begun to ease. And just when Bai Mo thought that Su Muching had a good feeling about him as well, it was today's events that happened. Bai Mo's appearance made Gao Xiaoyun furious. Lately this waste was really growing in temper. Not only dared to hit Yuan Kai, but even became more and more disrespectful to himself. Now Bai Mo even went back to his room without a word. Gao Xiaoyun directly moved up a small bench and came to sit outside Bai Mo's room, instantly starting the mode of shrewish scolding. Bai Mo, you punk are now increasingly not putting me in your eyes. How dare you not even greet me? Do you think that because my son isn't home, you dare to treat me like this? I'm telling you, don't think that you're not a piece of trash after you made a statement at the birthday banquet. As long as I'm at home for a day, you're a piece of trash. Gao Xiaoyun cursed vigorously, but she didn't know that at this moment, Bai Mo didn't listen to a single word. Just when Gao Xiaoyun was cursing outside Bai Mo's room, the sound of the door opening came from downstairs. Waste, you are waste. 5 years, not a penny to earn. In the home to eat soft rice, you do not face. You are still a man? Mom, what are you doing? Su Muching just entered the house immediately heard Gao Xiaoyun scolding. She then hurriedly came upstairs, and when she saw Gao Xiaoyun's fighting state, she immediately said with a face full of anger, Mom, are you scolding Bai Mo again? What? He eats from me and uses me. It's not okay for me to scold him? Gao Xiaoyun was also on fire in her heart at this time. The whole family couldn't look at this loser, but this daughter of hers didn't divorce him. Not divorced even still protect him. Su Muching said angrily, it's me and Dad who earn money at home. When did Bai Mo spend your money? Do you not want us to stay at home? Then let's just move out tomorrow. What did you say? Gao Xiaoyun was shocked when she heard Su Muching's words. If Su Muching and Bai Mo moved out, then in the future, wouldn't all of Su Muching's money be cheated by Bai Mo? Suddenly, Bai Mo opened the door of the room and coldly looked at Gao Xiaoyun and said, have you scolded enough? Waste, I don't believe it. You dare to hit me. Gao Xiaoyun saw that Su Muching was here and immediately cursed and said, Bai Mo said coldly, you think I don't dare? Saying that Bai Mo's fists were clenched, looking at Gao Xiaoyun with coldness in his eyes as he stepped forward. Bai Mo. Su Muching looked at Bai Mo with a face full of incredulity and said, he's my mom. Did you see that? Did you see it? As if Gao Xiaoyun had caught the evidence, she hurriedly shouted at Su Muching. Bai Mo turned his head, frowned and looked at Su Muching and said, how hard she cursed. Didn't you hear? Then she is also my mom. Do you really want to hit her? Su Muching said angrily. Bai Mo looked at Su Muching dumbfounded. You think I would hit someone? Why wouldn't you? Gao Xiaoyun shouted. Su Muching said to Gao Xiaoyun, enough. I just had a bit of a good mood, and I've let you all get rid of it. Bai Mo sneered and said, yeah, of course I'm in a good mood when I'm eating with others. What are you talking about? Su Muching looked at Bai Mo in surprise. Bai Mo snorted coldly and said, that man makes you happy, right? I see that you guys are really having a good time eating. You followed me? Su Muching asked with a frown after hearing Bai Mo's words. Bai Mo sneered and said, I don't have that interest. After saying this, Bai Mo turned around and was about to go back to his room. At this moment, Su Muching didn't know where the fire came from, and instantly shouted, Bai Mo, stop right there. What kind of attitude is this? So what if I just went out to eat with someone else? Do you know what I did today? I went to Holy Dragon Group for an interview. It was my college friend who helped me pass the interview. So what's wrong with me treating him to dinner? Who are you to follow me? And questioning me. Looking at Su Muching's appearance, Bai Mo was infuriated and said, he helped you pass the interview? Obviously, it was Huabo who knew about Su Muching and let Shui Renyun pass. So how did he become Su Muching's classmate? Could it be you? What can you do to help me by staying at home all day? Su Muching's heart is very aggrieved at this time. Of course she knows that Wang Cun's little idea about herself. If it is not because of today's interview she is not going to go to dine with Wang Cun no matter what. What saddens her the most is that Bai Mo even followed him. Gao Xiaoyun heard Su Muching's words but said, Holy Dragon Group? Muching, you're going to work at Sacred Dragon Group? Who was the person you had dinner with? Is it the old boss of Sacred Dragon Group? Is he trying to pursue you? Bai Mo repeated Su Muching's words. What qualifications do I have? Yes, what qualifications do I have? In the end, you still have preconceived notions about me. I'm not stalking you at all. Just did not expect to pass by a restaurant, but is to see his wife actually in and other men talking and laughing, but also said the interview is. Said here Bai Mo took a deep breath, turned around and walked into the room. Su Muching saw Bai Mo halfway through his sentence. Thought Bai Mo was being sarcastic about her taking the interview as a shield. and immediately got angry and shouted, "Bai Mo, what gives you the right to say that about me? You get the hell out." Scram! Chapter 49, $5 million check. When Bai Mo heard Su Muqing's words, he stopped and turned his head to look at Su Muqing, and Su Muqing was also staring at Bai Mo with glazed eyes. Good. Bai Mo closed the door to his room after he finished speaking. What the hell? Gao Xiaoyun scolded. Su Muqing looked at Gao Xiaoyun angrily. Mom, can you stop talking? The door to the room opened again and Bai Mo walked out of the room carrying a backpack. What are you going to do? Su Muqing looked at Bai Mo and said with a frown. Bai Mo said indifferently, I'm rolling. At this time, Bai Mo was not because Su Muqing was eating with another man, nor was it because of Gao Xiaoyun's tirade. Rather, he realized that Su Muqing had never believed in herself from the bottom up, or didn't understand herself at all, and her preconceived notions about herself were already very deep. This could not be changed overnight, and Bai Mo was tired. Being heartbroken over and over again made Bai Mo feel like he should leave. Su Muqing said angrily after hearing Bai Mo's words, Can you stop acting like a little kid? I'm acting like a little kid? Bai Mo said as he looked at Su Muqing incredulously, then pointing at Gao Xiaoyun, he said, When you came back, she had been sitting here cursing for half an hour. I just looked at her and you think I would beat her, no matter what, even if I, Bai Mo, am a loser. I still know that she's my mother-in-law, and I would hit her with my hands? But what about you? You think I will hit him with my hands, no matter what I say about what you think? I already am. After saying that, Bai Mo took a deep breath and said, Also, I'm not stalking you today. Also, the thing that you passed the interview at Holy Dragon Group, it wasn't that person who helped. Don't be fooled by him. After saying that, Bai Mo was about to go downstairs. Su Muqing pulled Bai Mo down and asked, How do you know it wasn't one Cun who helped? Bai Mo, why can't you face your true self instead of being dead set on saving face? I'm dead set on saving face? I once said that I hoped you wouldn't be intimidated by my prominence, but you never believed me, Bai Mo said with a bitter smile. Su Muqing's fire bubbled up once again when she heard Bai Mo's words. Bai Mo, it's not scary to be incapable. The big deal is to start all over again. The prodigal son returns to his roots. But, you have even learned to brag now, the way you are now. You want me not to be intimidated by your eminence? You disappoint me too much, Bai Mo said with a faint smile. Then let go. These words were telling Su Muqing to let go of the hand that was pulling her, and also telling herself to let go. Su Muqing didn't let go, but at this time, Gao Xiaoyun said, You're carrying a bag. Did you steal something from our family? After hearing Gao Xiaoyun's words, Su Muqing looked at Gao Xiaoyun with a surprised face. How could her own mother say such words? Just before she could say anything, Bai Mo was opening the zipper of the backpack with a clatter. This is the Chinese medicine book I bought myself. This is my clothes. This is my cell phone. Bai Mo opened all the pockets of his backpack one by one and said in a flat tone, You guys should look carefully to see if I've stolen anything. Bai Mo, Su Muqing muttered. At this time, Su Muqing realized that Bai Mo's tone of voice was very flat and a little scary. After rummaging through all the pockets, Bai Mo said, I can go, right? Go? You bought all these things with Muqing's money. If you want to leave you can. Leave the backpack behind. I'm just going to throw it away and not give it to you, Gao Xiaoyun said with a cold snort. Today Su Muqing finally figured it out. At this time Gao Xiaoyun's heart was already smiling. Taking this opportunity, it was just the right time to let Bai Mo get out of the Su family. Mom, don't you say it, Su Muqing said with a frown. Bai Mo glanced at Gao Xiaoyun and said, Okay, I'll return it to you. Saying this, Bai Mo threw the check Xiao Shanshan had given him in his pocket directly to Gao Xiaoyun and turned towards the stairs. Su Muqing called out, Bai Mo, will you stop messing around? Up to now you still think I'm the one making a scene? Bai Mo said mockingly, then opened the door to the room and said, I'm rolling, as you wish. Bai Mo, if you leave, don't come back, Su Muqing said angrily. Bai Mo did not turn back at all and resolutely left the Su family's door. Looking at Bai Mo's forlorn back, Su Muqing was violently shocked. What was wrong with her just now? Why did she feel that it was Bai Mo who was following her? She drove out in the morning, and when she left Bai Mo hadn't gotten up yet. How could he be following her? Also, why did he say such hurtful words to Bai Mo just now? Just because Bai Mo glared at his own mother? Bai Mo was right. Even at the birthday banquet, when Bai Mo broke Su Yuankai's leg and turned the stage to right in anger like that, he didn't make a move on fat Gao Xiaoyun. How could he make a move on his own mother? But why did he treat him that way and think of him that way? At this moment, Su Muqing's mind was filled with the day she was kidnapped by Qin Maoyang and Bai Mo fought to follow the car. What is this? Su Muqing was blaming herself, but Gao Xiaoyun on the side said. Su Muqing turned her head to look, only to see that Gao Xiaoyun actually had a check in her hand. 1, 2, 3. Gao Xiaoyun counted the zeros on it, then snorted and said, This waste, even using a fake check to trick us. Look at it. It's actually $5 million on it. It really kills me with laughter. Mu Qing, you finally see this bastard's true colors now, right? I could tell long ago that he wanted to run away. He was worried that Yuan Kai would come to settle the score with him. Humph. Su Muqing took the check from Gao Shouyun's hands. When he saw the 4 words of Xiao Group and Xiao Qianshan's signature on it, he immediately frowned. There were also business dealings between the Su family and the Xiao family, and Su Muqing had seen the cooperation contract before, which had Xiao Qianshan's handwriting on it. Why would Bai Mo have a check from the Xiao family? Or 5 million? Thinking of this, Su Muqing took the check and rushed out of the room, wanting to catch up with Bai Mo. But where is Bai Mo's figure? Gao Shouyun came to Su Muqing's side with a cold snort, snatched the check and said, "You really think this check is real?" "It's true." Su Muqing shook her head and said, "I'm going to find Bai Mo." After saying that, Su Muqing directly ran out. Gao Shouyun repeatedly looked at the check in her hand and said, "This is real?" And after Bai Mo was out of the neighborhood, he took a car and left. Su Muqing looked back and forth a few times on both sides of the cell entrance, but did not find Bai Mo's figure at all. What have I done? Bai Mo really left. Chapter 50, Please save my grandfather. Su Muqing wanted to call Bai Mo, but realized that she didn't have a phone with her at all. Lost in thought, she returned home, but Gao Shouyun's figure had already disappeared. Looking at the empty home, Su Muqing shook her head and returned to her room. Bai Mo's words were like knives stabbing into her heart, especially when Bai Mo left. That face of determination. He was really disappointed. What was wrong with himself today? Could it really be like what Bai Mo said, that she had never trusted him? Su Muqing hurriedly pulled out the phone and called Bai Mo. Hearing the voice on the phone, Su Muqing's heart breathed a sigh of relief and got through. Only after the phone was connected, it was hung up by Bai Mo. Su Muqing knew that Bai Mo was probably really angry and hurriedly sent a message to Bai Mo. "Bai Mo, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that to you." Bai Mo, who was in the cab at this time, looked at the message on his cell phone, but his face was flat and he directly tucked the phone into his bosom. "Older brother, where are you going? You didn't say anything once you got in the car. Gotta give me a destination, right?" the driver master said with a smile. Bai Mo then remembered that he had just gotten on the bus in anger and hadn't said his address. After thinking about it, he said, "Master, help me find a hotel." "Brother, is this a fight with your wife?" the driver master asked with a smile. Bai Mo shook his head and smiled without saying anything. The driver was obviously a talkative person. Seeing Bai Mo not speaking, he started chattering there himself. "You, this look I know at a glance. In fact, you are just a momentary anger. Old brother, men get angry to prove that they still care about their wives. Which of the two couples do not quarrel? You just got on the car when you also looked back. Just calm down outside, tomorrow, or obediently go home." Bai Mo looked at the driver with some tears and laughter. When the cab passed the west side of the Chinese medicine street, Bai Mo suddenly said, "Master, stop." The driver laughed and said, "Figured it out?" Bai Mo ignored the driver, and after paying the fare, walked towards Chinese medicine street. When he passed by just now, Bai Mo saw that the medical center where he used to catch medicine was actually cashing out. Bai Mo came to the front of the medical center and walked towards the inside. Seeing a doctor or grabbing, "It's actually you." The youth inside the medicine cabinet shouted in surprise after seeing Bai Mo, and the old man in front of the consultation desk also raised his head after hearing the youth's words, and when he saw Bai Mo, he hurriedly said, "So it's this gentleman." Last time, ever since Bai Mo left, the old man started to study Bai Mo's prescription. He found that Bai Mo's prescription could actually fix the root and cultivate the vitality, and by putting some ordinary herbs together, it was surprisingly more miraculous than any of the prescriptions on the market. In his mind, he was still thinking about when he could see Bai Mo again and ask him about the prescription, but he didn't expect Bai Mo to come today, and then hurriedly said, "This, sir, the prescription you came to grab last time." The old man is a bit confused. Can you explain it to the old man? "Sir, don't misunderstand. I have been intoxicated with medicine all my life. See Mr. S prescription to be better than the old. I know the effect of the prescription are very good, but the herbs used are unusual herbs. This, see the hunting heart happy mood, you can understand? I have not much time left to go. Sir, do not have to worry about me wanting to take the prescription for myself." After saying that, the old man looked at Bai Mo with a hopeful face. Bai Mo sniffed and looked at the urgent look on the old man's face again. His heart understood the old man's mood very well. The so-called literati are good at ink. Martial artists are good at soldiering. Those who learn Chinese medicine are naturally interested in the prescription. But Bai Mo was a bit surprised to hear the old man say that there are not many days left. But then he looked towards the old man's face. A moment later, Bai Mo frowned and asked, "Old sir, how long have you been in this condition?" "It's been a long time." The old man sighed as he thought that Bai Mo was asking about the fact that his days of going were numbered. Bai Mo nodded his head and said, as I look at your face, it should have been at least a year already, and in the last 2 months, your symptoms should have worsened, and you also have a small 5 decline phase. After hearing Bai Mo's words, the old man immediately looked at Bai Mo with a face full of shock and said, Mr. can see that? Of course. Bai Mo nodded his head and said, sure enough, Mr. is also an apricot grove expert. The old man said with some excitement, Mr., can you explain to me about the prescription? Bai Mo looked at the old man's appearance. It was obvious that he had lost confidence in his condition and was only concerned about the prescription. Old sir, I can cure your illness, Bai Mo said indifferently. The old man nodded his head and said, good, but sir, let's talk about the prescription first. You know. Halfway through his words, the old man suddenly looked at Bai Mo in shock and said, what did Mr. say? You can cure my disease? At this time the youth inside the medicine cabinet also hurried to Bai Mo's side and said with a skeptical face, you can really save my grandfather? Bai Mo nodded his head and said, old sir, you have unbearable pain in your stomach and chills in your abdomen. The pain in my back is unbearable every night at midnight, am I right? The old man nodded his head in excitement after hearing Bai Mo's words. Not bad, it's just that I've been treating myself for half a year, but it's still not effective at all. I wonder if Mr. really has a solution. Although the old man was a doctor himself, he couldn't cure himself. At this moment, hearing that Bai Mo was able to cure himself, the old man was naturally very excited. Bai Mo nodded his head and said, this kind of disease can't be checked out in the hospital. I guess the hospital's answer to you is a germ infection. Let you take some anti-inflammatory drugs. Is that correct? Yes, sir, save me. The old man said excitedly at the words. Sir, I don't know. A year ago, I don't know what reason, my body suddenly appeared to be unwell. After treating myself for half a year, there was no effect. I went to the hospital to check it out as well, and it was exactly the same as what sir said. But, just as Bai Mo's words were finished, the youth on the side was suddenly kneeling on the ground. Sir, please save my grandfather. The reason why the youth trusted Bai Mo so much was because that day after Bai Mo left, when his grandfather was studying Bai Mo's prescription, he kept talking about how powerful it was, and at that time, they were suspecting that Bai Mo was also a doctor. Today, Bai Mo had actually seen his grandfather's illness at a glance and said that he could cure him. The old man was already terminally ill, and as if the youth had grabbed a life-saving straw, he directly knelt down for Bai Mo. You get up first, Bai Mo said with a frown on his face. A manly man kneels to heaven and earth to his parents. How can he arbitrarily kneel to someone? The youth froze at his words and hurriedly got up. Sir, prepare the silver needle for me. Chapter 51 9 queries and 18 needles. After hearing Bai Mo's words, the old man hurriedly took out the needle capsule in front of the consultation table. Looking at the needle capsule in the old man's hand, Bai Mo said in his heart, we need to find a way to get a pair of golden needles as soon as possible. After receiving the silver needles, Bai Mo nodded, then brushed down a prescription on top of the table's medicine list and handed it to the youth saying, go prepare a medicinal bath. The water temperature should be controlled at 40 degrees. I'll go now. The youth took the prescription and ran back to the medicine cabinet to grab the medicine. Bai Mo said to the old man, old sir, please remove your shirt and sit up straight. There will be pain during the treatment. Please endure for a moment. Don't worry, sir. The old man nodded his head and said, then removed his upper garment. Bai Mo came behind the old man and slowly felt along the old man's spine with his fingers, then instantly drew out a silver needle from the needle capsule and landed on the old man's fourth joint spine. Then along the spine, the needle was continuously placed in the surrounding area. In just a moment, the old man's back was filled with silver needles. At this moment, the old man's heart was full of surprise, because he saw that the silver needles in the needle capsule instantly disappeared a dozen or so, while he himself did not feel anything. It was obvious how professional Bai Mo's technique was in placing the needles. Acupuncture is very demanding in terms of technique. Some people treat patients and when they lay needles, the patient suffers unbearable pain, while some doctors lay needles and the patient only feels a slight pain. Bai Mo dropped the needles very quickly and did not feel a trace of pain, so it was obvious how powerful Bai Mo's acupuncture technique was. This is the 9 queries and 18 needles. At this moment, the youth who had grabbed the medicine from inside the medicine cabinet looked at the scene in front of him with a face full of shock and shouted out of breath. The old man was also filled with shock after hearing the youth's shout. What did you say? Did you see it clearly? Seeing this, Bai Mo was surprised and said, I can't believe you recognize it? I've read it on top of one of my grandfather's ancient books, but it says that this kind of formation has been lost. The youth said in shock. Bai Mo smiled and said, go prepare the medicinal bath. Good. The youth said with a hurried nod. The old man looked at Bai Mo with a shocked face and said, Mr. actually knows this lost needle technique? Heal the disease first. The pain is coming, Bai Mo said indifferently. The next second Bai Mo held 18 silver needles that directly landed on the old man's chest. The old man instantly grunted and then his face became very pale. Bai Mo said, "Old man, next I will help you force the cold out of your body." Bai Mo then came behind the old man and pointed a finger on the first section of the spine. The old man once again let out a muffled grunt, and then a mouthful of blood directly sprayed out, and after the blood landed on the ground, there was still a trace of cold air. Seeing this, Bai Mo said, "Old sir, let's go in for a medicinal bath." After saying this, he waved his hand and directly removed the silver needles from the old man's body. At this time, the old man's body was very weak. Bai Mo picked up the old man and walked towards the inner room. After arriving at the inner room, the youth had already prepared the medicinal bath. After helping the old man into the medicinal bath bucket, Bai Mo said indifferently, "Half an hour is fine. Keep the water temperature the same." "Yes, sir," the youth said respectfully. Bai Mo came to the hall of the medical center and sat on a chair to rest. Using the 9/4-18 needles on the old man just now made him feel very tired. "It seems like my medical skill still needs to be improved. If I could be the same as my martial arts cultivation, a 9/4-18 needles wouldn't make me like this." After resting for a while, Bai Mo surveyed the environment of the medical center, speculating in his heart that he guessed that the old man wanted to go out of the medical center because of the persistent disease he was suffering from. Now that the stubborn disease had been cured by himself, he didn't know if the medical center would still run out. Ever since Bai Mo obtained his inheritance, Bai Mo had been thinking about one question, which was what should he do in the future. Instead of returning to the imperial capital directly and impulsively, he thought about enriching his wings. Now that he had befriended fourth brother Long, his relationship was not bad, and from the fact that when he went to the Qin family, Long Wenbai was able to let Xiao Jiang go ahead and directly flipped off the Qin family, he was able to tell that Long Wenbai valued himself. Plus before Long Wenbai proposed to let himself open a medical center, Bai Mo is also very moved. With Long Wenbai this layer of relations, he can make more people. There is also the Holy Dragon Group is also under their own name. After 5 years, Bai Mo knew that even though he now had the Sacred Dragon Group, it was unrealistic to want to go back and arm wrestle with those people in the imperial capital. At the same time, Su Muqing was sitting alone on the bed, recalling what had just happened. Every word of Bai Mo seemed to stab into her heart like a knife. Why did she say those words? It all boiled down to the fact that she didn't trust Bai Mo and had preconceived notions about him. Why hadn't she divorced Bai Mo in the 5 years she had been married to him? When she was isolated and helpless, she also thought about getting a divorce. With her looks and ability, and not sharing a room with Bai Mo, she could marry after the divorce. Although everyone wanted her to divorce Bai Mo, there had always been a secret in Su Muqing's heart that everyone didn't know. Thinking of this, Su Muqing picked up the phone and dialed Bai Mo's number again. At this time in the medical center inside, Bai Mo heard the phone ringing, looked at the screen, Su Muqing's number. After thinking for a long time, seeing that Su Muqing still didn't hang up, he sighed in his heart and still picked up the phone. "Hello," Bai Mo said indifferently. Su Muqing saw Bai Mo pick up the phone, and immediately said in surprise, "Bai Mo, you arrange a time. I will cooperate with you to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau," Bai Mo said indifferently. When Su Muqing heard Bai Mo's words, she hurriedly said, "Bai Mo, you've misunderstood. I'm not going to talk to you about this matter. Where are you now? I'll go find you. I know it's my fault. I misunderstood you. I said those words unintentionally. Muqing." Bai Mo interrupted Su Muqing's words and said softly, "Let's forget about it. I know that you have suffered a lot because of me in these 5 years, but I have had no choice but to suffer in these 5 years. After we separate, you can pursue your own happiness. In addition, the check I left behind is my consultation fee for treating elder Shou of the Shao family. I don't know exactly how much, but it's true. It's as if I'm repaying you for taking care of me these 5 years. Bai Mo, don't say that. Where are you? I'll go find you," Su Muqing said. At this time the youth and the old man happened to come out from inside the inner room. Bai Mo saw this and said, "I still have patience here. Let's do this first." After saying this, Bai Mo directly hung up the phone. Su Muqing held the phone. Hey, Bai Mo, patience? He said he has patience there? Could it be that Bai Mo is treating someone else? How can he treat someone else? What if he gets in trouble with the lawsuit? Chapter 52, Excited Mother and Son. Su Muqing thought of this and once again called Bai Mo. Only this time Bai Mo was not answering the phone again. Sighing deeply, Su Muqing put down the phone. Bai Mo looked at the two people in front of him and asked with a smile, "Old sir, how do you feel?" "Sir, great kindness. Su Shaoshan has no teeth to forget." The old man quickly came to Bai Mo's body and bowed and said. Bai Mo waved his hand and said, "We are all healers. There is no need to be concerned." The old man nodded admiringly and said, "Please sit down, sir." After the two sat down, the youth hurriedly returned to the inner room to make tea. The old man then said, "Sir, today came to the medical center but saw my doorway posted for sale?" "Exactly. I think it is the old gentleman's body has a persistent disease that he wants to cash out the medical hall, right? Bai Mo said. Just I have one thing is not clear. Even if the old man has a stubborn disease, your grandson cannot also take over the medical center? Mister, don't know. My grandson is stubborn by nature. Until now he is only able to make a few medicinal herbs almost. If you give the medical center to him, it is good when I am here. If I die one day, won't he be harming other people? Su Xiaoshan shook his head and said. After hearing Su Xiaoshan's words, Bai Mo nodded his head and said, the old gentleman's medical ethics are worthy of respect. Sir, do you want to open a medical center? Su Xiaoshan asked. Bai Mo nodded and said, yes, there is this idea. Sir, since this is the case, and I am also old, how about I give this medical center to you? Su Xiaoshan suddenly spoke. Bai Mo was stunned at his words. This medical hall was in the downtown area. If it was transferred, it would take at least more than $2 million. This old gentleman even said that he would give it to himself directly. Old mister. Bai Mo opened his mouth and said. Su Xiaoshan waved his hand and said, sir, money is something outside the body. I also have some savings over the years, enough for my grandchildren to live. Old sir, how do you see this? Bai Mo said, you cash out this medical center to me, then you and your grandchildren will remain in the medical center, and I will pay your salaries. After all, if you guys leave, I'm going to have to hire people, and it's still a breeze if you guys are around. Su Xiaoshan shook his head and said, sir, since I said I'd give it to you, I won't take your money. Besides, you saved my life and the consultation fee has not even been paid. Elder Su, if that's the case, then I'll just have to leave. Bai Mo said and was about to get up. Seeing this, Su Xiaoshan hurriedly got up and said, sir, stay, said Su Xiaoshan as he came in front of Bai Mo. Sir, with your medical skills, the value of the medical center will be much higher in your hands than in my hands. How about this? We'll do as you say, but I'll only charge $1 million. Bai Mo pondered for a moment. He was not a man of ink. Then he nodded and said, good. I'll take the money out tomorrow and give it to you. Su Xiaoshan smiled and said, this is not urgent. Old sir, do you live here? Bai Mo asked as he looked at the sky. Su Xiaoshan shook his head and said, no, we're going home. Upon hearing this, Bai Mo said with a smile, then I'll be staying at the medical center from now on. The two of them then chatted for a while, and Bai Mo didn't hide anything from Su Xiaoshan, telling him all the things that had happened in the Su family recently. After listening to Bai Mo's words, Su Xiaoshan nodded his head and said, the heavens will descend on a great task, must first suffer his heart and mind, labor his bones and muscles, starve his body and skin, empty his body, and act in a disorderly manner, so move his heart and bear with his nature, and had benefited from his inability to do so. Mr. has experienced 5 years of immersion. In the future will certainly be a dragon swimming in the 9 heavens. Bai Mo nodded and said, definitely. In this way Bai Mo settled down in the medical center tonight. Su Xiaoshan left the medical center after dark and went home. Originally, Su Xiaoshan wanted to invite Bai Mo to have dinner with him, but was refused by Bai Mo. On the other hand, after Bai Mo left in the afternoon, Gao Xiaoyan took the check to the bank after hearing Su Muqing say that the check was real. When she came to the bank, Gao Xiaoyan was still a little worried that she would be arrested because the check was fake, but when the teller at the bank saw the check, she had that very respectful attitude, and immediately after that, the manager of the bank invited Gao Xiaoyan into the office. Coffee and hush-hush. At this time, Gao Xiaoyan understood in her heart that the check may really be true. After the manager realized Gao Xiaoyan's intention, he hurriedly went through the procedures for Gao Xiaoyan to deposit the check. However, the manager told Gao Xiaoyan because the check into the account of the statute of limitations is 1 to 2 working days. So let keep the credentials, wait until the funds to the account. And he promised to apply for a gold card for Gao Xiaoyan. When did Gao Xiaoyan receive such treatment? Until she left the bank she was still in the clouds. But at the first moment Gao Xiaoyan reacted. She went straight to the medical center. Mom, what did you say? Bai Mo gave you $5 million? Su Yuankai said in shock. Gao Xiaoyan hurriedly said to Su Yuankai, keep your voice down. Mom, what the hell is going on? How could that trash Bai Mo have $5 million? Su Yuankai still asked with a look of disbelief. Gao Xiaoyan talked about what happened in the afternoon and then said, how do I know where this kid got the check? As long as the money comes to us, who cares? Mom, this isn't stolen by Bai Mo, is it? We won't be in trouble, right? Although Su Yuankai was very excited that this was $5 million, he still asked worriedly. Gao Xiaoyan snorted coldly and said, what are you worried about? Even if it's stolen, it's still Bai Mo who stole it. What does it have to do with us? Saying this, Gao Xiaoyan took out the incoming gold card with a mesmerized face and said, I didn't think that I would have a gold card in this life. Let me see. Su Yuankai grabbed the gold card as soon as he could and looked at it carefully. After looking at it a few times and making sure it was real, he finally believed in the $5 million. Afterwards, he gave a burst of praise to Gao Shouyun, praising Gao Shouyun's heart, and directly gave the gold card to Su Yuan-kai. Su Muching stayed alone in the room, hesitated for a long time to send a message to Bai Mo, telling him not to treat others casually, but after thinking about it she finally did not send this message to Bai Mo. Just as Su Muching was fuming, she heard the sound of the door opening downstairs. Su Muching thought it was Bai Mo coming back and hurriedly opened the door, but when she saw it was Gao Shouyun, her face was filled with disappointment. Originally thinking of going back to her room, she suddenly thought of Bai Mo's words and hurriedly walked downstairs. "Mom, where is that check?" Su Muching asked. Gao Shouyun smiled and said with an excited face, "Muching ah, I'm telling you, that check is surprisingly real. 5 million, that's $5 million. Mom, I asked you where is the check?" Su Muching hurriedly asked. Chapter 53, What I'm wearing today is a front button-up. Oh, Gao Shouyun rightfully said, "Of course I redeemed it. Mom, how could you? That's Bai Mo's money, and do you know where that money came from?" Su Muching was instantly anxious. "Do you know that it was Bai Mo's consultation fee for treating the Xiao family's old man? Diagnosis money? Since when does Bai Mo know how to treat patients?" Gao Shouyun said doubtfully. Su Muching said with an anxious face, "It's because of this that we can't ask for it. Bai Mo has only been reading medical books for a few days. In case something goes wrong with Elder Xiao, this money has to be returned. I told you that this kid is not a thing to go out and cheat money." Gao Shouyun was furious when he heard this, but then said, "So what if he cheated others out of their money? Did I go out and cheat? This $5 million is for him to pay back for the food and drinks he ate and drank in the Su family for these 5 years. Su Muching looked at Gao Shouyun with a face full of shock and said, "Mom, Bai Mo has been a cow in the house for the past 5 years, and you still want his money? Moreover, 5 years doesn't use $5 million. You give me the money, I'll go pay Bai Mo back. Have you lost your mind?" Gao Shouyun sniffed and said with great anger, "You don't even want money. No give. Besides, I've already cashed the check. It'll take 2 days to arrive. Where's the bank card?" Su Muching said angrily after hearing Gao Shouyun's words. "Put it at Yuan Kai's place," Gao Shouyun said. Su Muching looked at Gao Shouyun with a shocked face and said, "Mom, how could you? That's Bai Mo's money, not ours. How could you give it to Yuan Kai? With Yuan Kai's nature, when the money reaches him, he will definitely spend it. What will Bai Mo do then? What does his death have to do with me?" Gao Shouyun said with a cold snort. After saying that Gao Shouyun was about to walk towards the bedroom, Su Muching pulled Gao Shouyun back and said, "No, Mom, you must return the money to Bai Mo. What are you doing? I'm your mom." Gao Shouyun immediately said with great anger. After saying this, she flung her arms and directly entered the room. Su Muching's face reddened with anger, directly went back to her room to change her clothes and was about to go out. Only when coming downstairs, it was to see Gao Shouyun blocking the doorway. "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to find Yuan Kai," Su Muching said with a stern face. Gao Shouyun was furious when she heard this. "Su Muching, you're my daughter. How can you turn your elbow outwards? Mom, you are simply unbelievable. Can you take any money?" Su Muching also said angrily. When Gao Shouyun saw that Su Muching was insistent on leaving, she immediately turned on the spilling mode. "Muching, if you dare to go to the hospital today, I will run you over in front of you." Saying this, Gao Shouyun was about to ram against the wall. Su Muching called out, "Mom, why don't you think about me? Your brother is still unmarried. You're not worried about getting married. Shouldn't you think about your brother?" Su Muching looked at Gao Shouyun dumbfounded. $5 million, exposing a person's humanity completely. At this moment, Su Muching's entire body was powerless, and she walked towards the upper floors in a state of dismay. At this moment, she completely died. Bai Mo was sitting in the living room of the medical center looking through Su Shaoshan's medical books when a message suddenly came from inside the cell phone. Bai Mo looked towards the phone. "What's going on?" The message was from Xiao Qianshan. Bai Mo replied back, "Reading medical books. Finished washing the dishes yet? Good man. I'm at the medical center." "Medical center? Why did you go to the medical center?" "It's new today. With the $5 million Grandpa gave you? Where's the address?" Seeing this, Bai Mo was surprised for a while. At that time when Xiao Qianshan gave him the check, he didn't even look at it carefully. Only now did he realize that it was actually 5 million. In his heart, he sighed that the Xiao family's handwriting was too big. Then he replied, "The address is at the inner side of the Chinese Medicine Street, Myriad Hands Hall." "Good." Xiao Qianshan just replied back and then stopped talking. Bai Mo didn't pay much attention to it because he was reading a medical book. However, he didn't expect that half an hour later, Xiao Qianshan came directly to the medical center, with some food and wine in her hand. Seeing the beer in Xiao Qianshan's hand, Bai Mo said with a frown, "What are you doing?" Knowing that you are in a bad mood, Come over to drink with you, Xiao Qianqian said with a smile. Bai Mo said with a puzzled look. When did I say I was in a bad mood? A married man, alone in a medical center at night, not going home, isn't he in a bad mood? How come your mother-in-law is giving you anger again? Xiao Qianqian said with a smiling face. Bai Mo rolled his eyes and said, your analyzing ability is good. White brother, I'll tell you a secret. Oh? Xiao Qianqian said in reply. Bai Mo looked towards Xiao Qianqian in doubt. Xiao Qianqian said with a smile, I'm wearing a front row of buttons today. What front button? Bai Mo said with a puzzled face. Xiao Qianqian then gestured towards her front. Bai Mo immediately said helplessly, I say beautiful woman, I'm an adult male, can you not tempt me so much? I like you ah. Don't worry, I volunteered, said Xiao Qianqian as she began to survey the environment of the medical center. Bai Mo shook his head helplessly and said, but I'm already married. Halfway through his words, Bai Mo thought of himself and Su Muching, then stopped talking. However, Xiao Qianqian said with bright eyes, you wouldn't be divorcing Su Muching, right? Bai Mo sniffed and took a deep breath and said, didn't you come to find me for a drink? Yes, Xiao Qianqian nodded and said. She then set out the wine and food, started to open the beer and placed it on the consultation table. The two of them pushed their glasses and Bai Mo also told Xiao Qianqian what happened today. Xiao Qianqian asked suspiciously, you wouldn't have not looked at that check, right? Aha! Bai Mo nodded and said. Xiao Qianqian didn't say anything, but in her heart, she already had a plan. Brother Bai, after you divorce Su Muching, will I have a chance? Xiao Qianqian asked. Bai Mo looked up towards Xiao Qianqian and saw that Xiao Qianqian had already appeared a few points of drunkenness, and hurriedly said, I'm full, it's not early, I'll send you home. Then without saying anything, he pulled Xiao Qianqian out of the door. Xiao Qianqian skimmed her mouth and said, coward. At this time in the hall of the Qin family, opposite Qin Yongkang sat two old men with gloomy faces. How is Wu Hai doing? One of the old men asked in a deep voice. When Qin Yongkang heard this, he said with a face full of sadness, Mr. Son, Wu Hai's entire body's bones have been shattered. Right now, he is lying inside the hospital, and my son is also someone else who has wasted his human life. Mr. Son immediately said with great anger at his words, just what kind of person is it? How dare they be so bold? Chapter 54. Some people are happy, some are sorrowful. When Qin Yongkang heard Mr. Son's words, he said with a sad face, Mr. Son, this is exactly where I can't make up my mind. Because of the various news summarized, the person who took the shot is simply impossible. Could it be that you guys didn't look at the surveillance? Mr. Son asked with some dissatisfaction. Qin Yongkang said with a face full of embarrassment, the surveillance has been destroyed. Mr. Son, the reason I said it's impossible is because the identity of the person who struck out is too strange. Say on, don't talk nonsense. Mr. Son said with a frown. Qin Yongkang said, Wu Hai said that the person who struck out was Bai Mo. But, Mr. Son, this Bai Mo is a door-to-door son-in-law from Central State. He's been in the Su family for 5 years, and he's a no-nonsense waste of space. I'm now very worried that the person who took the shot used something else on Wu Hai and the others and then confused them. How could a waste turn into a peak zone sure martial artist? After hearing Qin Yongkang's words, Mr. Son spoke, let's go to the hospital to meet Wu Hai. Yes, Mr. Son, Qin Yongkang said. Just as Bai Mo sent Xiao Qianqian back to the Xiao family and returned to the medical center, the Qin family's crowd was driving towards the hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital, Mr. Son frowned as he looked at the two hospital beds placed side by side. Qin Maoyan looked at the ceiling with his eyes lifeless, since he knew that he had become an invalid and would never be able to touch a woman again. Qin Maoyang had become what he was now. On the other hospital bed, Qin Wu Hai was still in a coma. His entire body's bones were shattered, and there were even quite a few bone stubs that had injured his internal organs. This person's strikes are vicious. Mr. Son said with a face full of anger. Qin Yongkang said, Mr. Son, his men said that Bai Mo only faced off with Wu Hai with one palm, and Wu Hai became like this. Impossible. Mr. Son said with an incredulous look on his face. Then with a cold snort, he said, Wu Hai is at least a peak zone sure martial artist. Someone who can shatter the bones of Wu Hai's entire body with a single palm is at least at the Earth Realm cultivation level. Do you know how rare Earth Realm martial artists are? It's in our Green Cloud sect. Only 3 of the 8 elders are Earth Realm. You're telling me that there are Earth Realm martial artists appearing in this part of the Central State? Simply ridiculous. Qin Yongkang was scolded by Mr. Son for a while. His heart was irritated, secretly saying, I damn well knew that you wouldn't believe it. That's why I played ahead. And you damn well still don't believe it. However, Qin Yongkang still held back his anger and said, investigate this person's whereabouts clearly. I'm going to meet him for a while. Remember, don't reveal our identities freely. The rule that sects are forbidden to participate in fights between the mundane world should not be forgotten. Mr. Sun said, if it wasn't for Wu Hai's identity in the sect, we wouldn't have come at all. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Sun. Qin Yongkong hurriedly said respectfully. Mr. Sun, I've already had someone arrange a hotel. You guys go rest first. Humph. Mr. Sun nodded with a gloomy face. After Mr. Sun left, Qin Yongkong came to Qin Maoyang's bedside. Looking at the somewhat demented Qin Maoyang, he instantly burst into old tears. He only had this one son, but now he was even beaten up like this. Maoyang, father will definitely avenge you, Qin Yongkong said with a face full of sorrow. Qin Maoyang turned his head to look at Qin Yongkong and said with a bashful face, Father, the Su family took my money and didn't do anything. I want them to die. That's Su Muqing. I want him dead. Bai Mo. I want him to be thwarted. After hearing Qin Maoyang's words, Qin Yongkong was filled with surprise. As long as he could speak, it meant that Qin Maoyang had not become demented due to the stimulus. Maoyang, the matter was really done by Bai Mo? But Qin Yongkong asked with some disbelief. Qin Maoyang nodded his head and said, Father, it was really him. There was no one else. Fourth brother Long's men were at the scene, but they didn't do anything. Long won by. Qin Yongkong said with gritted teeth, my Qin family has always treated you with respect. I can't imagine that you would even help that punk. Then he turned his head to look at Qin Maoyang and said, Maoyang, don't worry, the sect has already come. If it's really Bai Mo, he definitely won't survive. Humph, Qin Maoyang said indifferently, looking at Qin Maoyang's appearance. Qin Yongkong sighed in his heart and said, Maoyang, you rest first. Qin Maoyang did not say anything, staring at the ceiling once again. Qin Yongkong sighed in his heart and got up to go out of the ward while Qin Wuhai remained unconscious. After leaving the ward, Qin Yongkong said to the assistant beside him, cut off all cooperation with the Long family starting tomorrow, as well as I want all of Bai Mo's information, and the Su family, go to the Su family tomorrow. Dare to take my son's money, I won't let them go. Yes, the assistant said hurriedly. Inside the medical center, Bai Mo was still looking at the medical books after cleaning up the mess. Although Bai Mo had a vast amount of medical techniques in his brain, Bai Mo's own nature loves to read. In addition, he still needed to verify a lot of things right now. Ding bell. The sound of a text message rang again. Brother Bai, have you returned to the medical center? Xiao Qianqian sent a message. Bai Mo replied back. Back, did you miss me? Xiao Qianqian also sent a seductive expression. Bai Mo rolled his eyes and said back. Why aren't you sleeping? I can't sleep because I miss you. Do you want me to send you a picture of me in my pajamas? You're drunk. Go to sleep. I'm pissed off if you don't eat when you bring it to your mouth. Good night. Xiao Qianqian on the other side holding her cell phone looked at the two words good night that Bai Mo replied, but the corners of her mouth rose. The more you are like this, the more interested I am in you. I really don't know why that woman Su Muqing wouldn't cherish such a good man like you. There are still a few men who don't steal food nowadays, and also cook, but Su Muqing, I should be thankful to you, or else I'd be too embarrassed to go and compete with you. Dare to rob my white brother, that mother-in-law wolf you ate. Life is like this. Some people are happy and some people are sad. Xiao Qianqian rejoiced because the relationship between Bai Mo and Su Muqing became stagnant, and she had a chance to sleep sweetly. Su Muqing, on the other hand, was gloomy because she had misunderstood Bai Mo and made him leave home. Su Muqing lay in bed tossing and turning. She wanted to go find Bai Mo, but she simply didn't know where Bai Mo was now, even though she was very regretful inside. But at this time there is no medicine for regret. Her heart made up her mind. Tomorrow she must find Bai Mo. After Bai Mo read the medical books for a while, he looked to cultivate his martial arts cultivation, even though there is now the Holy Dragon Group, but it is not enough, and in this world, it is always necessary to be strong in one's own strength to be able to stand on one's feet. Chapter 55, Bai Mo Medical Center. The next morning, Bai Mo opened his eyes and took a deep breath. Looking around, Bai Mo said in surprise, I can't believe that I've been sitting like this for a night. The ancients used to say that cultivation has no age. It's really true. Bai Mo opened the door of the medical center and breathed in the fresh air, looking at the street where there were already pedestrians in twos and threes, feeling very comfortable in his heart. How long had it been since he was this relaxed? Ding bell. Who would be calling so early in the morning? Bai Mo pulled out the phone and said suspiciously, Young master, have you gotten up yet? Huabua on the phone asked with a smile. Bai Mo smiled and said, Just got up. Young master, do you want to take over the Sacred Dragon Group today so I can have them prepare? Huabo said. Bai Mo thought about it and said, There's no rush and no need to prepare. You give me a contact person's phone number. I'll call him when I go. Good. Huabo said. The current executive president of the Holy Dragon Group is called Shui Renyun. I will send you the number in a moment. Woman? Bai Mo sniffed and said in surprise. Huabo said with a smile. I thought young master knew. It's rare to pay attention to these things, and when it was before, it was useless to pay attention. Bai Mo said with a light laugh. Tell Shui Ringyun not to divulge my identity. Huabo nodded and said, don't worry young master, I've already explained. As for what happens in the future, young master will just command her directly. Good. Bai Mo nodded. After the two finished speaking, they hung up the phone, but just as Bai Mo was about to put the phone away, the ringtone rang once again. The call was from Su Muqing. Last night she was almost up all night, and it was only in the early hours of the morning that she slept for a while in a daze, and as soon as she opened her eyes, she hurriedly called Bai Mo. Bai Mo looked at the number on his cell phone with a complex face. Hello, Bai Mo said. Bai Mo, where are you? I'm coming to find you. Su Muqing said hurriedly. I have something to say to you. What is it? Say it on the phone, Bai Mo said indifferently. Listening to Bai Mo's cold voice on the phone, Su Muqing was stunned. Her heart was a million times more complicated. They had been married for 5 years. Bai Mo had never spoken to her like today. Bai Mo, I know I made you sad yesterday, but can we meet and talk? Su Muqing said in an almost pleading tone. After hearing Su Muqing's words, Bai Mo eventually softened a bit, but there was still some rejection in his heart. In addition, today he was also inside the medical center to be quiet. Some other day, let's all calm down with each other in these few days, Bai Mo said softly. Su Muqing sniffed and said, you're still angry? No, it's just that I also need to think about our future relationship. After Bai Mo finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Su Muqing held the phone and smiled bitterly with a rueful face. In the past, watching short videos on the internet, some women made men unbearable and left. Isn't she like that now? Bai Mo, who had been working hard for 5 years, was pissed off by himself, and after all, it was his own fault. However, in the next second, Su Muqing's eyes once again glowed. Since Bai Mo said to calm down with each other for 2 days, it means that the time has not yet come for a real break between them. Thinking of what he said yesterday, even so, Bai Mo still gave himself a chance. Visible how much weight he has in Bai Mo's heart. Thinking of this, Su Muqing was no longer anxious and lay down on the bed with peace of mind and fell into a deep sleep. After all, after a night of no sleep, the body can't take it. After Xiao Qianqian woke up, she came downstairs to prepare to go to the company. Qianqian, you play Go for a while today. Grandpa and you say something. Old Master Xiao said with a smile on his face. Xiao Qianqian came to Xiao Old Master's body, said with a concerned face. Grandpa, how did you get out of bed? Didn't I tell you to recuperate for a few days? Always lying in bed. It's even harder. It's not like you don't know that Grandpa is a person who can't be idle. Elder Xiao said. Qianqian, sit. Xiao Qianqian looked at her grandfather and asked. Grandpa, what is it? Qianqian, what's going on between you and that Mr. Bai? The old master said as he looked at Xiao Qianqian with a smile. After hearing the old master's words, Xiao Qianqian's face blushed and said, what's going on? Liking someone else? Seeing Xiao Qianqian's shy appearance, the old master said with a cheerful laugh. Xiao Qianqian was laughed at by the old master even more embarrassed, pouted and said, Grandpa, how are you so gossipy now? What do you mean by gossip? My precious granddaughter is not easy to have a favorite person. I care about it cannot? The old man chuckled and said. Xiao Qianqian sighed and said, I still don't know what it's like. I also didn't expect that it's so hard to like someone, but they're already married. I've read Bai Mo's information. Qianqian, what Grandpa wants to talk to you about is this matter. The old master suddenly looked at Xiao Qianqian with a straight face and said, it's true that Bai Mo is already married, and I also know that he's not doing well in the Su family, so if he really divorced Su Muqing, Grandpa supports you to pursue your love. But if the two of them are not divorced, Xiao Qianqian nodded and said, Grandpa, I understand what you mean. Bai Mo has now moved to the medical center. I really don't know what Su Muqing is thinking, said Xiao Qianqian with a cold face. Elder Xiao looked at Xiao Qianqian with a smile on his face and said, it seems that this precious granddaughter of mine is not acting on impulse. Both want to let people divorce, but also heartache people bullied. After saying this, the old man said again, Qianqian, you also need to pay attention to one more issue. Bai Mo is such a profound medical skill, and can still be in the Su family for 5 years. What does that mean? It means that he has feelings for Su Muqing. I know, Grandpa. Xiao Qianqian nodded and said, seeing that what had to be said had already been said, the old man said with a smile, Qianqian, it's good that you can understand. You've been smart since you were a child. I'm relieved that you understand. Don't worry, Grandpa. I'm going to the company. You remember to take your medicine and eat on time at home. If you don't eat properly, come back and I'll pluck your beard. Xiao Qianqian said with a mischievous wink towards the old man. Go on, go on. When Su Shaoshan and the youth arrived at the medical center, they saw Bai Mo standing at the door staring at the plaque above. Mr. Bai, Is it to change the plaque? Su Xiaoshan came to Bai Mo's side and asked. Bai Mo nodded and said, aha! The youth sniffed. His face was a bit complicated, but Su Xiaoshan did not have anything. The medical center was already Bai Mo's. Changing the name was normal. Su Xiaoshan said, Mr. Bai, what name do you want to change? Bai Mo Medical Center. Bai Mo said indifferently. Chapter 56, pulling this claptrap out of the house. Su Xiaoshan sniffed and nodded. Let's use Mr. Bai's name as the name of the medical center. Good, good. Why didn't I think of this before? When naming, it's always looking towards those whatchamacallit halls. Bai Mo smiled lightly, then said to Su Xiaoshan, Elder Su, I'll go to the bank and give you the payment when I come back. Mr. Bai, I'm really not in a hurry. Su Xiaoshan said hurriedly at his words. Bai Mo smiled and said, I'm going out to do some things anyway. After saying that, Bai Mo nodded his head once and walked towards the street. Looking at Bai Mo's back, the youth asked, Grandpa, the name of this medical center, how do you? Jinyang this medical hall is already Mr. Bai's. Changing the name is not wrong. I know you don't want to part with it, but you have to understand that this is Mr. Bai's right. Su Xiaoshan looked at Jinyang and said with a straight face, remember, never have the mind to bind others. Although only 1 million was transferred from the medical center to Mr. Bai. But don't you forget that Mr. Bai saved Grandpa's life. After Su Jinyang heard Su Xiaoshan's words, he hurriedly nodded his head and said, Grandpa, I remember. When Bai Mo arrived at the bank, the security guard at the door asked him what business he was doing. Get a card, Bai Mo said. Bai Mo didn't want to directly use the bank card that Huabwa had given him. After all, he had to hide his identity, and reopening an ordinary card would make things easier in the future. The security guard nodded and said, please follow me. Fill out the form first. When Bai Mo came to the counter, the teller inside glanced at Bai Mo and asked, for what business? Open a card and transfer money, Bai Mo said. After the teller received the information, he crackled and tapped the keyboard for a while and said, how much money to deposit in there? Deposit $20 million first, Bai Mo said after thinking about it. After the teller heard Bai Mo's words, she raised her head and looked at Bai Mo and said, do you see me as funny? What do you mean? Bai Mo froze. The teller said with some impatience, hurry up and say, how much to transfer? I already said, $20 million, Bai Mo said with a frown. After hearing Bai Mo's words, the teller said with some fury, are you a sick person? Look in the mirror and see if you are someone who can take out $20 million? The teller at this time in the heart of anger. Noon just learned that her husband and other women ambiguous, is a stomach of fire, but came so open mouth to transfer 20 million. Hearing this, Bai Mo said with a frown, is there $20 million is to see out? You look at the whole body, this one is definitely not more than 200. You tell me 20 million? The teller said in disgust, then shouted to the outside, security, what's going on? Let's do business without asking. The security guard hurried to the counter after hearing the teller's shout. Hurry up and let him go. Making fun of old me and delaying others from doing business. Go go go. Go to the side. If you don't do business, hurry up and get out of the way. At this time, a young man came to the counter and said with an impatient face. Afterwards, he stuffed his bank card into the counter and said, Sister Fatty, withdraw $100,000. Goo, isn't this Mr. Wang? Are you going to buy goods? As soon as the counter clerk saw the youth, she immediately said with a joyful smile. The youth disdainfully glanced at Bai Mo and said, take it out and spend it. I was here first, Bai Mo said indifferently. The youth sniffed, frowned and looked at Bai Mo disdainfully and said, I heard it all just now. With this demeanor of yours, you can take out $20 million. Did you not take your medication when you went out in the morning? Then he said to the security guard, what are you waiting for? This kind of people who come to clamor, still not pull out? This security guard is a little difficult. Everyone is dealing with business. These two people came up and let Bai Mo out. More or less some not too good. The teller saw this and said angrily, what this, that, do you not want to do it? You're a teller, aren't you too arrogant? Can you say whether he will do it or not? Bai Mo said with a sneer. The teller grunted and said, one word from me and he has to leave. The security guard sniffed and hurriedly said to Bai Mo, sir, why don't you leave first? Where is your manager? Bai Mo said indifferently. When the teller heard this, she stood up from the inside, pinched her waist and pointed at Bai Mo and said, you're addicted to acting, aren't you? Still want to find the manager? Get lost, get lost. Bai Mo coldly looked at the teller and said, just a passing fortune teller. Look at you as if the bank is your home. The depositor deposits money as your customer. You are even more bullish than the depositor. What's wrong with me being bullish? The teller said with a cold snort. At this time, the people waiting for their numbers to be called were all walking towards this side. Why does this person have this attitude? Speaking is also too arrogant, right? That's right. Just now she was inside looking at her cell phone for half a day. Just not the office. We waited for a long time. What's the matter with you guys? The teller looked at the crowd with a resentful face and drank. How do you talk? Someone said unconvincingly. We are here to conduct business. That our own money. What kind of attitude do you have? That's it. This was an offense. And the crowd spoke up. Apologize. Apologize. If you don't apologize, we'll take all the money. As soon as the security guard saw that things were bad, he hurriedly ran to find the manager. Seeing so many people surrounding the counter, the teller hated to eat Bai Mo. If it wasn't he for this, how could it cause such a thing? But seeing so many people, the teller also stopped talking. And the youth who just spoke, at this time also quietly stood on the side. A moment later, a middle-aged man hurriedly followed the security guard over. What's going on here? Everyone has any comments to say to me? The middle-aged man said with a smile on his face. Bai Mo looked at the middle-aged man and asked, You're the manager. What is this gentleman's name? I am the manager of this bank. The middle-aged man nodded and said. Bai Mo then told the middle-aged man what happened. And the people on the side also spoke up and told the middle-aged man what the teller had just said. When the middle-aged man heard this, he droned at the teller inside. Su Chunhua, what's wrong with you, manager? Where do you see that he looks like someone with $20 million? Su Chunhua said with an aggrieved face. Before the words were finished, the middle-aged man droned. Is it up to you to say whether a depositor has it or not? Don't you bring your personal emotions to the depositor. Apologize to this gentleman immediately. Bai Mo nodded when he heard the middle-aged man's words. He had thought that the middle-aged man would come up and indiscriminately take the side of the teller. Isn't that what is written in the novels? Bai Mo coldly glanced at the teller, pulled out his black gold card and placed it on the counter and said, Transfer $20 million to my newly opened card. Hiss. Chapter 57, Disorder in front of the medical center. When the middle-aged man and the teller both saw Bai Mo's bank card, they immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Others might not recognize it, but how could they both be bank employees and not recognize it? This was the bank's black gold card. There were no more than 20 of them in the entire Dragon Kingdom. This was definitely not something that could be done with money, because even if there wasn't a penny in it, it could directly overdraw $100 million. The middle-aged man looked at the plainly dressed young man in front of him, and couldn't help but frantically scream in his heart. What exactly is this young man's origin? How come such a great Buddha would come to my small branch? Damn it, Su Chunhua, you've caused me a lot of trouble today. Su Chunhua couldn't help but shiver all over in fear even after seeing Bai Mo's black gold card. She never expected that Bai Mo would not only be able to take out $20 million, but also a black gold card. However, in the next second, Su Chunhua was screaming, Manager, call the police. He's a thief. Su Chunhua, what are you talking about? The middle-aged man sniffed and cursed angrily. Don't you think you've caused me enough trouble? Su Chunhua sniffed and hurriedly said, Manager, think about it. How could someone like him possibly take out the black gold card? And he's in such a hurry to transfer the money inside. The middle-aged man was already about to be infuriated by Su Chunhua at this point, and immediately cursed. Have you read too many brainless novels? Stealing a black gold card to transfer money? Are you a pig? After saying that, he hurriedly and respectfully said to Bai Mo, Sir, I'm sorry, wait a moment, I'll go in and personally handle it for you. Well, seeing as you're still sensible, I won't take all the money, Bai Mo said indifferently. The middle-aged man smiled hurriedly and said, Thank you sir for your generosity. After saying that, he hurriedly walked to the insurance door and opened the door into the counter. The middle-aged man came to the counter and pulled Su Chunhua away and drank. Get the hell out of my way. Manager. Su Chunhua still want to speak. Get lost. The middle-aged man said angrily. The crowd of onlookers were surprised by the middle-aged man's treatment of Bai Mo, but listening to the 3 words black gold card, it was not that simple, and their hearts speculated that the young man in front of them should not be an ordinary person. It's just that people are low-key. The middle-aged man hurriedly swiped Bai Mo's black gold card, and when he saw the balance inside, the middle-aged man's sweat immediately came down. 50 billion. It was still meter gold. Looking up with a face full of bitterness towards the middle-aged man. If he had mishandled it just now, if Bai Mo transferred all this money, the boss of the head office wouldn't kill himself? Transfer it. I'm in a hurry, Bai Mo said indifferently. The middle-aged man nodded his head hurriedly and said, Yes, yes. The middle-aged man then sharply started transferring money to Bai Mo, and the business was processed in just a few minutes. After receiving the 2 bank cards, Bai Mo directly went out and left. The middle-aged man looked at Bai Mo's back with a palpitating heart. Then he turned his head and looked viciously at Su Chunhua and said, You're fired. Now pack up and leave immediately. After Bai Mo left the bank, he called Xiao Jiang. Mr. Bai. Hello? Xiao Jiang said respectfully after receiving Bai Mo's call. Bai Mo said, Xiao Jiang, do you know any friends who make plaques? Can you help me find a blank plaque? A blank plaque? Xiao Jiang asked with a puzzled look on his face after hearing Bai Mo's words. Bai Mo then told Xiao Jiang about the medical clinic, and Xiao Jiang was shocked and said, Mr. Bai, to think that you've already gotten the medical clinic done? Well, I want to change the plaque today, but I don't know any friends in this area, and since I want to do it as soon as possible, I'm asking you, Bai Mo said with a smile. Xiao Jiang nodded his head at that and said, Yes, Mr. Bai, tell me the address. I'll have someone prepare it later. Okay, Myriad Hands Hall on Chinese Medicine Street, Bai Mo said. After hanging up the phone, Bai Mo slowly walked towards the medical center. Only when Bai Mo arrived at the medical center, he saw a group of people surrounding the door of the medical center. If you don't give me a talking to today, I will never leave. A middle-aged man's voice came from the crowd. Bai Mo then heard Jin Yang's angry voice. You falsely accused my grandfather. There is no problem at all with the prescription we prescribed. Bai Mo frowned when he heard this. Could it be that Su Lao had given the wrong prescription? Coming to the front of the crowd, Bai Mo saw a stretcher on the ground with a youth with his eyes closed tightly lying on it. Beside the youth stood two men. And at the door of the medical center Su Xiaoshan and Jin Yang, two people stood there. Su Xiaoshan was full of puzzled expression. Jin Yang was a face of anger. Su Xiaoshan opened his mouth and said, This gentleman, when this friend of yours came here yesterday, he just had some bad intestines. The medicine I prescribed for him was just some basic medicine to pass the gas. It's impossible for this to happen. Did he eat something else? Old thing. You can say whatever you want now. My brother just ate your medicine and became like this. The Hanyu looked at Su Xiaoshan and said angrily. When Su Xiaoshan heard this, he was also furious and his beard shook. Anyone else would not be happy to be called an old thing by someone else. This gentleman, if it's really a problem with the old man's medicine, I'll take responsibility. But I can guarantee that it's not a problem with my medicine. What exactly do you guys want to do like this? Su Xiaoshan said with a frown. He was pretty sure that there was no problem with the medicine he had prescribed. The Hanyu sniffed with a cold smile and said, If you say it's fine, I'll call the police if you don't solve it today. But I've asked if it would cost at least $200,000 to go to the hospital for treatment. After Jin Yang heard the words of the man, he said angrily, What kind of disease requires $200,000? I'll tell you the truth. Without $300,000 today, this thing is not over. $200,000 for treatment, $100,000 for moral damages. Hearing this, Bai Mo sneered. These three people are clearly here to blackmail. You are simply blackmailing, Jin Yang said with a reddened face in anger. Bai Mo slowly walked out of the crowd and came to the youth's side, squatted down and grabbed towards the youth's wrist. What are you doing? A Han man saw this and shouted. Bai Mo said indifferently, I'm the owner of this medical center. Didn't you say that our doctor prescribed the wrong medicine? I'll show him. No way. The Hanyu directly blocked Bai Mo. Bai Mo looked at the Hanzi and said indifferently, What do you mean by that? Since you said that my medical center prescribed the wrong medicine, why don't you treat it? I can't trust you guys, the man said with a cold snort. Bai Mo glanced at the Hanzi and said, Why don't we call the police? Chapter 58, Transfer or Cash? When he heard Bai Mo say that he wanted to call the police, the Hanyu's face changed, but then he looked at Bai Mo and said, Call the police? Yeah, but you call the police to see if your medical center can still open. I see that this boss of yours is also a good talker. If we really wanted to make trouble we would have just called the police, but we know that business is all bad right now. If your medical center is closed, how will you all live in the future? So just to give you guys face, let's settle this privately, Bai Mo said with a cold smile after hearing the Han's words. You're really thinking for us. We are all people who are begging for a living. Understand each other. The Han thought Bai Mo was being nice and said with a smile, How does this boss feel? How is $300,000 okay? Bai Mo shook his head and said. The Hanyu thought that Bai Mo couldn't take so much, but in his heart, he had already agreed, and then he hurriedly asked, Then how much would you say is appropriate? At least $500,000, Bai Mo said indifferently. What? The crowd of onlookers were all looking at Bai Mo with shocked faces. This kid is stupid, right? Su Xiaoshan and Jin Yang both looked at Bai Mo with surprised faces as well. Mr. Bai, Su Xiaoshan hurriedly called out. Jin Yang came to Bai Mo's body and said, Mr. Bai, it's clearly not our fault. Bai Mo waved his hand, signaling Jin Yang not to speak. When the Han heard Bai Mo's words, he was suddenly blown away and asked in surprise, You said $500,000? Yes, Bai Mo said with a nod. The Han who got the confirmation immediately said, Boss is cool, transfer or cash? Bai Mo looked at the Han and said, I don't have that much on me. This way you go to the location at the end of the street and turn left. There's a store over there. Just say that the Myriad Hands Hall sent you. If you don't think it's enough, you can take whatever money you want inside. I can't imagine that the boss also later another store. Cool. Han said with a face full of excitement. I didn't expect to catch a big fish today. Boss, what's the name of that store? Bai Mo said indifferently, specializing in making birthday suits. Are you kidding me? The Hanyu shouted in anger when he heard Bai Mo's words. Bai Mo asked himself to go to the birthday suit store to get money. Wasn't he just asking himself to take money from the dead? The crowd also laughed after hearing Bai Mo's words. Su Xiaoshan looked at Bai Mo in dismay. At this time he was in the understanding that Bai Mo should be able to see that these few people were deliberately coming to blackmail. After the man finished speaking, he raised his hand towards Bai Mo. Only his fist just came to Bai Mo's side, but was directly grabbed by Bai Mo's wrist. In the next second, Bai Mo threw his hand and sent the man flying. After the man fell heavily on the ground, he immediately screamed loudly, "Hit man! Everyone come and take a look. The medical center healed the wrong person and beat him up. There's no justice. Don't talk nonsense. You're just blackmailing people. We didn't prescribe the wrong medicine." Jin Yang instantly became anxious upon hearing this. Seeing this, the other Hanyu followed suit and shouted, "It's your medicine that's wrong. We came to theorize, and you even beat people up. Is it bullying us poor people for not having a backstage?" A sentence of poor people instantly made the surrounding crowd of onlookers resonate, and the anti-rich mentality coupled with the medical center relationship instantly erupted. Yeah, even if we don't recognize it, we can't beat people up. Looking at it this way, it's really this medical center that cured people. The group was furious for a while. Seeing this, Bai Mo sneered and once again came to the youth on top of the stretcher, squatted down and said indifferently, "Are you getting up on your own, or am I getting you up?" The crowd looked at Bai Mo with puzzled faces. Su Xiaoshan and Jin Yang were also surprised. Just now Su Xiaoshan had already diagnosed the youth's pulse, but the youth was unconscious at this time. The youth on the stretcher did not have the slightest reaction. Bai Mo sneered and said, "Turtle breath Dan can make fall into a fake death state not true, but it can't make your consciousness and pain fall into a deep sleep." Said Bai Mo got up, one foot gently stepped on the youth's hand, and then began to slowly exert himself. The youth remained impassive. Bai Mo said indifferently, "Still a repeat offender," then once again increased the force. The two Hans saw this and immediately rushed towards Bai Mo, their mouths still screaming, "There's no heavenly reason. After doctoring someone to death, they're torturing us." Just before the two Hans rushed to Bai Mo's body, the youth on the stretcher suddenly let out a howl. "Ow, it hurts." Instantly, the youth jumped straight up from the ground, constantly rubbing his hands. When the crowd saw this, they instantly understood that these three people were really fraudulent. After the youth got up, he cursed furiously, "Get him killed. Stop." Suddenly a drinking voice came. The crowd turned their heads to look, and at that moment, they only saw a youth striding in. After coming to Bai Mo's side, he first said respectfully, "Mr. Bai." Then he looked towards the three of them and asked with a puzzled face, "What are you guys doing here?" "Brother Xiaojiang," a Hanyu said with a sudden shock at the sight. However, the person who came was none other than Xiaojiang. Bai Mo told Xiaojiang what had just happened, and when Xiaojiang heard that, his face sank and he turned his head to look at the three of them and drank. "Have you guys eaten bear's heart and leopard's gall? Dare to come to Mr. Bai's place to cause trouble?" "Mr. Bai," the Hanyu froze when he heard Xiaojiang's words. Xiaojiang once again droned. "Mr. Bai is fourth brother Long's benefactor. Why don't you hurry up and apologize to Mr. Bai?" Fourth brother Long's benefactor. Upon hearing this, the three of them were so frightened that they directly fell to their knees. The man in the middle kept begging for forgiveness and said, "Mr. Bai, it's us who have no eyes. We just wanted to cheat some money. We really didn't know that this was Mr. Bai's place. Please let us go. We won't dare to do it again." Bai Mo glanced at the three people on the ground before saying to Xiaojiang, "You handle it. Take them all away." Xiaojiang waved his hand towards the men behind him and drank. At this time, the crowd of onlookers all understood that these three people were professional bumper carriers. A farce that ended there. Xiaojiang came to Bai Mo's side and said, "Mr. Bai, these guys have been touching porcelain in Zhengzhou. I will definitely teach them a good lesson." "Humph." Bai Mo nodded his head. Xiaojiang then had someone measure the size of the plaque before saying, "Mr. Bai, in an hour, the plaque will be here. Hard work," Bai Mo said with a smile. Su Xiaoshan looked at Bai Mo with a sigh on his face and said, "Mr. Bai, if you hadn't come back today, I really wouldn't have known how to solve it. If I encounter this kind of thing in the future, if I don't call the police again, that's it," Bai Mo said with a smile. Bai Mo then introduced Su Xiaoshan and Xiaojiang to the two of them, just as a few people were sitting inside the hall of the medical center waiting for the plaque. Inside Su's company was a group of powerfully dressed Hans rushing in. As soon as these men entered the company, they directly drove the Su family's old ancestor and the Su family's crowd into the conference room. Looking at the Su family's crowd squatting on the ground one by one like quails, the Su family's old ancestor said angrily, "Who exactly are you people? Chapter 59, The Su Family's Great Difficulty. A burly man in a black suit at the head of the group coldly looked at the Su family's old lady and said, "Shut up." As the man finished his words, a middle-aged man with a gloomy face walked in from outside the conference room. When the Su family's old lady saw this middle-aged man, her face instantly changed drastically. "Chin family master, why is it you?" Then she hurriedly said, "Chin family master, what do you mean by this?" Chin Yongkong sneered and walked into the conference room, sitting on the main seat of the Su family's conference room, coldly looking at the Su family's crowd standing across from him, and said with a cold snort, "I heard that you guys took $20 million from my son?" After hearing Chin Yongkong's words, the Su family's crowd all changed their faces and lowered their heads. The old ancestor of the Su family said with trepidation, "Master Chin, it's not like that. That's the bride price that young Chin gave to the Su family as a bride price for marrying Su Mucheng." "Bride price. Very good," Chin Yongkong said coldly, "but where is Su Mucheng? Where is my daughter-in-law?" The Su family's old ancestor didn't know how he should answer for a moment. Chin Yongkong looked at the Su family's old ancestor with a face full of anger and droned, "Speak, why don't you say anything?" "Chin family master, something happened in the middle of this. I've already spoken to young Chin, and the Su family is now raising funds and will return the money to young Chin as soon as possible," the Su family's old lady hurriedly said. Chin Yongkong probed his body slightly towards the front, staring tightly at the Su family's old lady and said, "You talked to Mao Yang? What did you say?" "Chin family master, because of some matters, Mu Chin can't marry young Chin for the time being. Our Su family will return the $20 million to young Chin as soon as possible," the Su family's old lady said. Chin Yongkong sneered and said, "So, you've already spent that $20 million, right? And do you think it's alright if you return the money?" "Chin family master, I don't understand what you mean." The Su family's old lady looked at Chin Yongkong in confusion. Since Su Mucheng couldn't marry Chin Shao, returning the dowry would be just fine. Could it be that Chin Yongkong was saying that it was because the Su family had refuted the Chin family's face? Thinking of this, the Su family's old lady once again said, "Chin family master, I know that this matter is the Su family's fault, and I also know that it is refuting the Chin family's face. So this time, the Su family will not only return Chin Shao's $20 million, but will also give Chin Shao some compensation." At this time, the Su family's old lady hated Su Mucheng in her heart. If Su Mucheng had agreed to marry Chin Shao, how could such a thing as today happen? Now Chin Yongkong brought so many people to the Su family's company, clearly angry. That one fierce bodyguard made the Su family's old lady look scared. Chin Yongkong sneered and said, "Old thing, the money was spent and not only did the person not marry my son, but also injured my son? Do you think my Chin family is so easy to bully?" After hearing Chin Yongkong's words, the Su family members in the conference room were all filled with shock. "Chin Mao Yang was injured?" the Su family's old lady said in shock. "Young Chin is injured? Chin family master, this is definitely not our doing. How could we go against young Chin? Is there some kind of misunderstanding in this matter? Mao Yang is lying inside the hospital right now. That punk son-in-law by Mo of the Su family, he beat my son to the point of serious injury, not to mention that he also abolished the human Luan." Chin Yongkong gritted his teeth and said, "You're telling me now that you don't know? What? Bai Mo had seriously injured Chin Mao Yang and had also wasted Chin Mao Yang's lifeblood?" Everyone was looking at Chin Yongkong with a look of disbelief. How could that punk dare? Su Zhenhai sniffed and hurriedly said, "Chin family master, are you sure that Bai Mo did it? How could that trash possibly? Mao Yang told me himself. How can this be false?" Chin Yongkong shouted, "You Su family is very good. How dare you play my Chin family into the palm of your hand like this? And how dare you lay your hands on Dancing Yang? Today I want your Su family to pay for your life." Seeing this, the Su family's old lady hurriedly called out, "Chin family master, things aren't like this. Su Mucheng's family was long ago driven out of the Su family by me a few days ago because Su Mucheng didn't agree to marry young Chin. This matter is something we really don't know about. Yes, Chin family master, Grandma has been feeling guilty towards young Chin these days, and is actively raising money to pay back the money. How could she possibly let someone go against young Chin?" Su Zhenhai, who was on the side, also hurriedly said, "And even if we give the Su family 100 guts, we wouldn't dare to go against the Chin family." Chin Yongkong said with a grimace on his face, "Humph, good. Su Mucheng kicked out the Su family? You guys are really good at calculating. Letting that loser beat up someone and kicking them out of the Su family. This is finding a scapegoat to perfume me? Come on people nah, give me a beating." "Wait, Chin family master," the Su family's old lady called out. "Chin family master, you must believe me. Everything I said is the truth. How could I possibly go against young Chin? Su Mucheng didn't marry young Chin. It was that Bai Mo who was playing tricks in the middle. This matter must be him harboring a grudge and sneaking up on young Chin. It has nothing to do with the Su family. If the Chin family master doesn't believe me, you can bring Bai Mo here right now for me to confront him face to face. Hearing this, Qin Yongkang sneered and said, "Bai Mo, I will find him. Today I'll clean up your Su family first. Give me a beating." With Qin Yongkang's order, a group of bodyguards immediately rushed towards the Su family members. A bodyguard took one step and rushed to the Su family's old lady, and gave the old lady's face a fierce flash, directly hitting the old lady's eyes. This is still because the Su family's old lady is very old. The other Su family members are not so lucky. For a while, the entire conference room was filled with screams. Su Jinhai was kicked to the ground by one of the bodyguards, followed by a flurry of kicks. "Qin family master, spare my life," Su Jinhai yelled. "It really wasn't us. It was Bai Mo. It was that bastard Bai Mo. Yes, Qin family master, be merciful. It really wasn't us. What the hell is that goddamned Bai Mo doing? How dare he lay his hands on young Qin? Bai Mo has caused my Su family to suffer this great hardship." Looking at the Su family's crowd and thinking about Qin Maoyang and Qin Wuhai lying in the hospital, Qin Yongkang was still having a hard time getting rid of his heart. Beat me to death." Instantly, the Su family's crowd once again let out a gurgling scream. Wasn't there that saying? When an avalanche occurs, no snowflake is innocent. The Su family's crowd had been calculating their hearts out from the very beginning to want Su Muching to marry Qin Maoyang, only to end up stealing a chicken and losing the rice. After the Su family old lady was slapped, her white hair was in disarray, and the bodyguard who hit her saw her miserable condition. The bodyguard saw her miserable condition and reduced the force of the next few blows. Su family old lady weakly called out to Qin Yongkang, Qin family master, can you listen to a word from the old body?" Chapter 60, Selling Out. "Stop." After hearing the Su family's old lady's words, Qin Yongkang said viciously, "What else do you have to say?" After hearing Qin Yongkang's words, the crowd of bodyguards stopped their hands and returned to Qin Yongkang's side. "Qin family master, we really don't know about this matter. Please stop fighting," the Su family's old lady said weakly. "Just let the Su family go for the sake of me already being this old." "Spare your Su family?" Qin Yongkang said in anger. "My son is still lying in the hospital. You want me to spare your Su family? I can't wait to bruise your bones and ashes right now." The Su family's crowd shuddered at the words. Su Jinhai swelled his face and said, "Qin family master, it really wasn't us. It's all that Bai Mo. He did it. It has nothing to do with our Su family. You can't kill us. I'll take you to Bai Mo. You guys go get him." After hearing Su Jinhai's words, the Su family's old lady also hurriedly said, Right. I'll let Su Muching that and Bai Mo come over now." Saying that, she hurriedly pulled out the phone and called Su Muching. Su Muching stayed at home originally waiting for the news from the Holy Dragon Group, but she didn't expect to receive a call from the Su family's old lady. "Grandma, you." The phone connected. Su Muching's words had not yet spoken. Su family old lady said angrily, "Su Muching, you take that waste now, immediately give me to the company." After hearing the Su family old lady's words, Su Muching froze and asked, "Grandma, what are you looking for Bai Mo?" All along the Su family's old lady had been very annoyed with Bai Mo, and wouldn't even speak more than a few words with him. How is it that this time she actually wants to let herself take Bai Mo to the company? Why are you asking so much? Do you think that just because you left the Su family, you can disobey my orders? The Su family's old lady said sternly. When Su Muching heard her grandmother get angry, she hurriedly said, "No, Grandma, it's because Bai Mo went out." "Then won't you call him? Do you need me to teach you everything?" The Su family's old lady said with great anger. She was already this old, but she was slapped dozens of times in a row. Where would she put her old face in the future? Thinking of this, the Su family old lady said even more angrily, "Do you know how much trouble he has caused for the Su family? You two hurry up and die over here. You're both losers." After saying that, the old lady directly hung up the phone. The Su family's old lady looked at Qin Yongkang with a fawning smile on her face and said, "Qin family master, don't worry, they will definitely come over in a while. They wouldn't dare to disobey me. Humph, if they listen to you, why didn't they marry my Yang and dare to injure my Yang?" Qin Yongkang said with a cold smile. After hearing Qin Yongkang's words, the Su family's old lady was embarrassed for a while. On the other hand, Su Muching was dumbfounded and holding the phone. She stayed at home unknown and was scolded by her grandmother and made herself take Bai Mo to the company. Her heart was aggrieved for a while, but thinking about the old lady just now said that Bai Mo had caused big trouble for the Su family. Su Muching did not hesitate to suspect that the Su family must have encountered some problems because of Qin Maoyang's $20 million, and they wanted to dump the pot on Bai Mo again. In the 5 years that Bai Mo had come to the Su family, there had been countless such things, and Bai Mo seemed to have come to the Su family to take the blame. Now that the problems between herself and Bai Mo hadn't been resolved, she absolutely couldn't bring Bai Mo to be humiliated again. Let her face it herself this time. It was just that what Su Muching never expected was that she would be betrayed by the Su family. Su Muching then put on her clothes and went out of the bedroom. Gao Xiuyun was sitting on the sofa at this time, watching the TV, because just now Su Yuankai sent her a message telling her that the money had arrived. At this time, seeing Su Muqing coming down from upstairs, she asked suspiciously, "What are you going to do?" "Grandma called and asked me to go to the company," Su Muqing said with a frown. Gao Shouyun said as her eyes lit up at the words, "Is it that the old lady realized that the company can't work without you and asked you to go back to the company? Do you think it's possible?" Su Muqing said with a sullen face. After saying that, Su Muqing directly put on her shoes and left the house. "Humph, how did I raise such a daughter as you? Not knowing good and bad and still not listening." Gao Shouyun looked at the closed door and said, then continued to watch TV. With $5 million, this was all a small matter and wouldn't put her in a bad mood. When Su Muqing rushed towards the Su family company, the plaque Xiao Jiang had people prepare was also delivered to the medical center. Looking at a large plaque that was carried down from the car, Bai Mo gently stroked it for a while and said, "Not bad. Surprisingly, it's an ancient Isu wood. Mr. Bai has good insight. He actually knows that this is ancient Isu wood." Xiao Jiang said with admiration immediately after hearing Bai Mo's words. Gu Isu wood is mainly distributed in Africa and the Americas. It is a rare wood in the global scope, with fine and uniform structure, hard quality, high strength, solid wood, uniform density, hardness, and strong corrosion resistance. Because of the rarity, it is difficult for people who are not specialized in wood research to recognize it. Xiao Jiang did not expect Bai Mo to know. Unbeknownst to Bai Mo, what hadn't he seen before when he was in the Bai family in the imperial capital? Although ancient razor wood is very rare, but as the imperial capital luxury family of the Bai family, still seen, and the plaque of the Bai family mansion is this kind of wood. Because of the corrosion resistance of this wood, making musical instruments and plaques is the most suitable. Bai Mo said in a single sentence, "I've seen it before in a friend's home." The worker carried the plaque into the medical center and placed it on the table, and said respectfully to Xiao Jiang, "Brother Xiao Jiang, we'll go back first if there's nothing else. A few of you wait a bit, please also help me hang the plaque up." Bai Mo opened his mouth and said. The few workers froze at his words and asked in confusion, "Sir, haven't you carved the words yet? This ancient ebony Su wood has a great hardness, so I guess wanting to carve the words is not something that can be accomplished in a day or two," a leading worker said. Bai Mo smiled and said, "A few of you wait a bit, it will be ready in a while." Su Xiaoshan and Xiao Jiang and the others were puzzled for a while after hearing Bai Mo's words. Just a moment? Even with the best equipment, it couldn't be ready in a moment. Not to mention that there was no equipment here at all right now. Bai Mo came in front of the plaque, lifted his hand for luck, and with his fingers like swords, he probed towards the plaque. Brush, brush, brush. Bai Mo then blew his breath towards the plaque, and instantly the four big characters Bai Mo Medical Center appeared. The brush strokes were all in one go. The crowd looked at the four big words on the top of the plaque were all shocked. This was an ancient razor wood, and Bai Mo just used his fingers to instantly write four big words on it? The others didn't know that Bai Mo was a martial artist, but even if Xiao Jiang knew that Bai Mo was a Pixongsher martial artist, he was equally shocked, simply because this Gui Sumu was too hard. A few masters worked hard, Bai Mo said with a smile. The few workers then reacted and hurriedly said, "It should be, it should be." Chapter 61, What gives you the right to beat people? After a few people hung the plaque, Bai Mo and Su Xiaoshan and Xiao Jiang stood in front of the door and looked towards the plaque above. Bai Mo nodded his head in satisfaction and said, "Not bad. Good words." Su Xiaoshan couldn't help but exclaim, "Mr. Bai, with this hand of ancient seal script, none of those masters are as good as you." Xiao Jiang smiled and said, "Elder Su, those masters nowadays, they're all people who are just selling their names for fame. How can they have any real skill? Even though I don't know how to write, but I just feel good and comfortable when I look at it. Ha 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 ha." Several people laughed after hearing Xiao Jiang's words. After the matter of the plaque was done, Xiao Jiang opened his mouth and asked, "Mr. Bai, when do you plan to open?" Open? Bai Mo was stunned by Xiao Jiang's question. He hadn't really thought about this issue. According to his idea, after he cashed down the medical center, he would open the door for business directly. He hadn't thought about opening the business. Seeing Bai Mo's look, Xiao Jiang asked, "Mr. Bai, you wouldn't have no intention to open, right?" "As a matter of fact, I haven't really thought about opening," Bai Mo said with a smile. Xiao Jiang shook his head and said, "How can that be? In that case, go back and I'll find someone to look at the date, and we'll still open then." "Good. Hard work." Bai Mo nodded with a smile and said. Xiao Jiang waved his hand repeatedly and said, "What's so hard about it? Mr. Bai, there's nothing going on here. I'll go back first." "Wait." Bai Mo called out to Xiao Jiang and said, "I'll give fourth brother Long a prescription for solidifying and cultivating recovery. You take it back with you." "Good." Just as the few people turned around and walked towards the inside of the medical center, Su Muqing, who was driving to the Su family's company and passing by, saw the backs of the few people and said suspiciously, "How did that person just now look like Bai Mo?" But after saying that, Su Muching shook her head and muttered to herself, "How could Bai Mo open his own medical center? It's because I've been thinking about him all the time for the past 2 days." Somewhat subconsciously, Su Muching stepped on the gas and sped past. Several people returned to the medical center. Bai Mo wrote down a prescription for Jinyan to grab the medicine, and told Xiao Jiang about the method of decoction before Xiao Jiang left. After sending Xiao Jiang away, Bai Mo turned his head and saw Su Xiaoshan looking at himself and asked with a smile, "Elder Su, what's wrong, Mr. Bai? I didn't think you were still a martial artist," Su Xiaoshan said with a face full of sighs. "Mr. Bai is so young. Not only is his medical skill divine, he is also a martial artist. His future is unlimited," Jin Yang said with an excited face. "Mr. Bai, I've wanted to practice martial arts since I was a kid, but I've never found a real master. Can you teach me?" "Good, but the prerequisite is that you have to be able to suffer." Bai Mo nodded with a smile. When Su Muching arrived at the Su Family Company building, she had just walked into the lobby. The welcoming lady at the front desk hurriedly came to Su Muching's side and said, "Sister Muching, why are you here?" Su Muching usually treated people in the Su family's company casually, never being as domineering as the rest of the Su family. The people inside the Su family company were all respectful towards Su Muching, not fearful. Su Muching smiled and said, "Grandma called me and asked me to come to the company, saying that there is something." "Sister Muching, just now a group of people went upstairs aggressively, and they don't know what for. Will it be dangerous for you to come back now?" The receptionist said. "How about you find a reason not to go up?" Su Muching frowned at the words and asked, "Raging some people? What are they doing in the Su family?" "I don't know. The moment I asked, they directly pushed me away," the receptionist lady said with palpitations. "They are too ferocious looking. So scary." After Su Muching heard the receptionist lady's words, she said, "Grandma has already called me. I'd better go up and take a look. No matter what, she is my grandmother after all." Seeing that she couldn't persuade Su Muching, the receptionist lady could only say, "Sister Muching, then you be careful." Su Muching nodded and directly walked towards the elevator. At this time in the Su family's conference room, the Su family's people were squatting on the ground one by one, holding their heads with their hands. Even the Su family's old lady was also squatting among them. The hearts of the Su family's crowd were filled with humiliation. One by one, their noses and faces were swollen with indignation. Of course they were not targeting the Qin family, but rather Su Muching and Bai Mo. In their opinion, if it wasn't for Su Muching and Bai Mo, how could they have suffered such a disaster? If Su Muching and Bai Mo had divorced and married Qin Mayang, not only would the Su family not have been beaten up, they would have been on good terms with the Qin family. The Su family would also be able to use the Qin family as a tree to get through the hard times. For a time, everyone's mood hated Su Muching and Bai Mo. After Su Muching walked out of the elevator, she saw that the people in the office area were all standing up and looking towards the direction of the conference room. Coming behind the crowd, Su Muching asked suspiciously, "What are you all looking at? Sister Muching, why are you here?" An employee turned her head and saw Su Muching coming. She was startled and hurriedly said, "That's the Qin family inside." The Su family's old lady in the conference room heard Su Muching's voice outside the door and immediately shouted, "Su Muching, why don't you hurry and get your ass in here? Don't the others have anything to do?" The crowd's hearts were filled with disdain when they heard the Su family's old lady's words, just now in front of the Qin family members with that servile demeanor, and then to their own people with such a scolding. It really makes people look down. After hearing the Su family's old lady's words, Su Muching hurriedly walked towards the conference room. Walking into the conference room, when Su Muching saw the squatting Su family members, she instantly asked with a face full of shock, "Grandma, what's wrong with you guys?" Then turning her head to look at Qin Yongkong and the others, she asked angrily, "Who are you people? It's still all you, you damned girl. Why did you come only now? Where's Bai Mo?" Without waiting for Qin Yongkong to speak, the Su family's old lady was chiding Su Muching. Su Muching sniffed and said, "Bai Mo's phone ran out of battery. I didn't find him. Are you not taking my words to heart? Call Bai Mo and tell him to die over to me. Look at what the Su family has become because of him." The Su family's old lady said angrily. "Enough." Qin Yongkong grunted before drinking at the Su family's old lady. Qin Yongkong then looked at Su Muching and coldly asked, "You are Su Muching?" "I am Su Muching," Su Muching said. When Qin Yongkong heard this, he was filled with anger and looked at Su Muching and asked word for word, "Where is Bai Mo? What are you guys doing? On what grounds are you beating people?" Su Muching said with a reddened face, "Even if it's grandma and they can't pay back the money for now, they will definitely pay you back later. How can you guys hit people?" Said Su Muching hurriedly came to the Su family old lady's side, wanting to help the Su family old lady up. However, it was unexpected that the Su family's old lady was scolding Su Muching. What kind of attitude is this for you to speak to the Qin family master? Why don't you hurry up and apologize to the Qin family master? Chapter 62. Say it, what do you want? Su Muching looked at the Su family's old lady with a face full of surprise and said incredulously, Grandma, what are you talking about? Qin Yongkong slowly stood up and came to Su Muching's eyes and said coldly, where is Bai Mo? This matter has nothing to do with Bai Mo. Although Su Muching was a little scared, she still said stubbornly. When Qin Yongkong heard Su Muching's words, he said with a cold smile, nothing to do with Bai Mo? He seriously injured my son, and even ruined my son's human life. You're saying it has nothing to do with him? Su Muching looked at Qin Yongkong dumbfounded and subconsciously said, you said Bai Mo injured Qin Maoyang? And also abolished Qin Maoyang's human ethics? Where is Bai Mo? Qin Yongkang asked again. Su Muching said, I don't know. Snap. Qin Yongkong slapped Su Muching's face. Su Muching was originally a weak woman. How could she withstand Qin Yongkong's slap? She was immediately knocked to the ground by Qin Yongkong. This time, Su Muching was dumbfounded. She did not expect Qin Yongkong to directly hit someone. Well played. Seeing this, the Su family's old lady immediately drank. The Su family's old lady finished looking at Qin Yongkong with a fawning smile on her face and said, Qin family master, it's this and that Bai Mo. They are the ones who injured young Master Qin. It has nothing to do with us. Grandma. Su Muching looked at the Su family's old lady in shock, her face full of aggravation. The words of the Su family's old lady seemed to stab into her heart like a knife. This hurt more than even the slap Qin Yongkong had given her. Qin Yongkong chided at the Su family's old lady. Shut up. When did I let you speak? Yes. The Su family's old lady hurriedly said coyly, not daring to speak again. Now that Su Muching had come, things would be much better. The Qin family would definitely seek revenge on Bai Mo directly. That way the Su family would be fine. However, the Su family's old lady was also surprised in her heart. This Bai Mo, who usually couldn't get a fart out of 8 rods, even dared to take revenge on Qin Maoyang? Did he eat bear heart and leopard's gall? And to abolish Qin Maoyang's human literature? This was simply heavenly. Qin Yongkong squatted down and stared closely at Su Muching and said, no wonder Maoyang is enamored with you. You are indeed a complete beauty. You actually don't want to marry Maoyang because of a loser. Now that Maoyang has become like this, it's all because of you guys. I won't let you guys off the hook. Even if Maoyang can't, I'll make you slaves for life, serving Maoyang for the rest of your life. After hearing Qin Yongkong's words, Su Muching's face turned pale. To be a slave for life? Qin Yongkang asked again, where is Bai Mo? I don't know, Su Muching said. Qin Yongkong sneered and got up, saying to his bodyguard, bring them all back to the Qin family. Yes. Instantly a group of bodyguards ferociously rushed towards the Su family's crowd. In less than 20 minutes, the Su family and Su Muching were taken out of the company by the Qin family's crowd and directly pushed into the car and drove towards the Qin family. After returning to the Qin family, Qin Yongkong coldly said, bring her cell phone. A bodyguard heard this and directly walked towards Su Muching. Looking at Su Muching's pretty face and exquisite figure, said with a lewd smile on his face, Miss Su, cell phone. While saying this, he probed his hand towards Su Muching's bosom and touched it. When Su Muching saw this, she was instantly scared out of her wits, but it was good that Qin Yongkong suddenly called out, asterisk. What are you doing? He's from Maoyang. The bodyguard was scared by Qin Yongkong's words and his whole body shivered, and he hurriedly shouted at Su Muching, cell phone. Su Muching was scared by the bodyguard and subconsciously gave the bodyguard her cell phone. Password. The bodyguard drank again. After getting the password, the bodyguard hurriedly took the cell phone to Qin Yongkong. After giving the bodyguard a deep look, Qin Yongkong picked up the cell phone and began to rummage for Bai Mo's phone number. Bai Mo had just sat down in front of the consultation table, but he realized that Xiao Jiang had once again walked in. Xiao Jiang, why are you back again? Bai Mo asked suspiciously. Xiao Jiang said with embarrassment, I forgot one thing. Saying that, he took out a check from his pocket and handed it to Bai Mo and said, Mr. Bai, this is from fourth brother. Just now I was so focused on admiring your writing that I forgot to give it to you. I don't lack money. Take it back and thank fourth brother for me. Bai Mo said with a smile. Xiao Jiang shook his head and said, I wouldn't dare. If I go back like this, fourth brother will definitely beat me up. Ding bell. Bai Mo was just about to speak when the phone in his pocket rang. Looking at Su Muching's number, Bai Mo sighed and still picked up the phone. He was able to sense out that Su Muching really wanted to see himself these few times she called him. In fact, after 2 nights, Bai Mo could no longer be angry with Su Muching in his heart. It couldn't be helped. Who let Su Muching be the person he used to like for many years? Hello, are you Bai Mo? Qin Yongkong's voice came from the phone. After Bai Mo heard the voice inside the phone, he frowned and asked, who are you? Where is Muching? Bai Mo, I am Qin Yongkong, Qin Maoyang's father. Qin Yongkang said in a chilling voice. Su Mucheng is now in my hands. Say it, what do you want? Bai Mo held back his anger and said in an icy tone. At this moment, the two beside him, Xiao Jiang and Su Xiaoshan, both noticed something wrong with Bai Mo and looked at him with a puzzled expression. Qin Yongkang sneered and said, after hitting my son and abolishing my son's human ethics, you ask me what I want to do? You immediately roll over to me now. After saying this, Qin Yongkang directly hung up the phone. Bai Mo's hand holding the phone, trembled slightly, took a deep breath, turned to Su Xiaoshan and said, Elder Su, I'll go out for a while. Good, you get busy first. Su Xiaoshan nodded and said. Xiao Jiang followed by Mo out of the medical hall and hurriedly asked, Mr. Bai, what happened? The Qin family's people have captured Mu Qing. I'm going to the Qin family, Bai Mo said in a cold voice. Xiao Jiang was shocked when he heard Bai Mo's words. What? They actually arrested Miss Su? Xiao Jiang said hurriedly. Mr. Bai, I'll call fourth brother. We'll bring along and go directly to the Qin family. Bai Mo shook his head and said, no need. I'll go over first. The next second Xiao Jiang realized that Bai Mo's figure directly disappeared in front of his eyes, and by the time Bai Mo reappeared, he had actually arrived dozens of meters away. Xiao Jiang hurriedly took out his phone and called Long Wenbai. Fourth brother, it's not good. The Qin family's people have arrested Miss Su Mucheng. Mr. Bai has already gone to the Qin family. Long Wenbai was talking to Long Waner at home. Receiving Xiao Jiang's call he was also shocked, and then he was cursing with a face full of shock and anger. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I haven't even made a move yet, he even kidnapped Miss Su again. Xiao Jiang, you follow Mr. Bai first, I'll have someone over there right away. Chapter 63, A Fire Burns Your Qin Family. Xiao Jiang held the phone, his face full of bitter smiles, looking at Bai Mo who had already disappeared from his sight. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, how can I follow this? After saying that, he hurriedly dashed towards his own car by the roadside. After Long Wenbai hung up the phone, he started mobilizing his manpower. It was only Long Waner on the side who couldn't help but say, Big brother, why do you think Qin Yongkang kidnapped Su Mucheng? Isn't it obvious that he wants to find trouble with Mr. Bai? Long Wenbai looked at Long Waner with a puzzled expression and said. Long Waner frowned and said, that's not what I'm talking about. What I mean is, did the Qin family come with some kind of help? Otherwise, even Qin Wuhai had his entire body bones shattered by Mr. Bai's palm. Why would Qin Yongkang be so bold to seek revenge on Mr. Bai? Long Wenbai's face immediately changed when he heard this, and he hurriedly took out his phone and dialed a number. Uncle Chen, I want to ask you for a favor. Long Wenbai directly opened his mouth. An old man's voice came over the phone. Wenbai, what happened? Long Wenbai then told Uncle Chen about Bai Mo, and after listening, Uncle Chen said, according to what you said, this Bai Mo is indeed a person to befriend. I will go to the Qin family now. Thank you Uncle Chen. Long Wenbai said hurriedly. Uncle Chen said, still talking to me about this. At this time in the Qin family, Qin Yongkang looked at the people inside the living room and droned at his bodyguard. Take them to the dungeon in the backyard. Leave Su Mucheng behind. Then go invite Mr. Sun and the others. Yes, the bodyguard answered. The Su family members were like sheep being herded by the bodyguards as they were heckled towards the backyard. Su Mucheng saw that Qin Yongkang had called Bai Mo, and he knew that Bai Mo would definitely come over if he knew he was in danger. What can be done about this? The Qin family had so many bodyguards here. A few moments later, Mr. Sun and another old man from the Qingyan sect came to the living room. Is he that woman? Mr. Sun asked directly as soon as he entered. Qin Yongkang hurriedly got up and respectfully said, Mr. Sun, it's that woman. That Bai Mo will be here in a moment. Well, I would like to see what kind of person is able to injure Wu Hai. Mr. Sun said coldly. After hearing the words of several people, Su Mucheng's heart was filled with shock. Could it be that Qin Maoyang was really injured by Bai Mo? The Wu Hai in this old man's mouth couldn't be that second master of the Qin family, right? But how could this be possible? Everyone in the central state knew that Qin Wu Hai was a martial artist, very powerful, and the reason why the Qin family was as strong as ever in the central state was because of Qin Wu Hai's existence. How could Bai Mo injure the Qin family's second master? After Mr. Sun glanced at Su Mucheng, he said to Qin Yongkang, take her down as well. Stay here and get in the way. Yes, Mr. Sun. Qin Yongkang hurriedly nodded his head, then said to his bodyguard, take her away and watch her alone. Make sure not to let her escape. Yes, family master, the bodyguard responded. On the other side Bai Mo flew all the way directly to the entrance of the Qin family villa. After glancing towards the inside, Bai Mo flew up and kicked directly towards the Qin family's gate. Boom! A loud bang came, and the iron gate instantly flew towards the door of the villa. Boom! The Qin family villa was instantly smashed out of the courtyard by the large iron gate, directly sealing the entrance door. The faces of the people inside the living room all changed after hearing the loud bang. Qin Yongkang immediately shouted, "Go and take a look. What's going on?" The Su family members inside the dungeon also heard the loud noise. Su Jinhai hurriedly said, "Grandma, that punk wouldn't have been blown up by the Qin family master, right? Blown up is better. If it wasn't for him, we would have been beaten up and locked up in this place for no reason," the Su family's old lady said with a cold snort. At this moment, Su Muqing had just been brought to a room when she heard a loud noise coming from outside. Subconsciously, she was about to rush towards the living room. Bai Mo. There were so many people in the Qin family, how could Bai Mo fight? It was only Su Muqing who was stopped by the bodyguards and pushed into the room hard. In the living room, the bodyguard pushed the door of the room and didn't push it open, and hurriedly walked to the bed. Upon seeing the room door blocked by the large iron door, and Bai Mo who was slowly walking towards the villa, he immediately called out, "Family master, there's a person coming from outside, and the door to our room is blocked by the large iron gate of the courtyard." Before Qin Yongkang could speak, Mr. Sun sniffed and immediately said with great anger, "Unbridled, simply too rampant." The next moment he directly got up and came to the door of the room, and lucked out his palm in a single motion. Bang! The door of the villa along with the large iron gate outside was directly slapped out by Mr. Sun. The large door flew towards Bai Mo. Mr. Sun looked at Bai Mo who was about to be smashed by the iron gate with a cold smile on his face. Seeing that the big iron door was about to hit Bai Mo instantly made a 360-degree rotation of his body, raised his hand and kicked the big iron door to one side and flew out. This scene was seen by the crowd in the living room and Xiao Zhang who had just arrived. When the crowd of bodyguards saw the scene outside the courtyard, all of them stood in place with pale, frozen faces, and Qin Yongkang was also filled with shock. This was that trashy son-in-law of the Su family? Now Qin Yongkang finally believed that Qin Wuhai might have really been injured by Bai Mo, and Xiao Jiang couldn't help but scream in his heart after seeing this scene. If Mr. Bai's kick were to hit someone, wouldn't it directly kill them? When Mr. Sun saw Bai Mo kicking the big iron door away so easily, he also frowned and lifted his foot out of the villa, slowly walking towards Bai Mo. Bai Mo stood still, looked at Mr. Sun indifferently and said, "Where is Mu Qing? You are Bai Mo?" Mr. Sun asked. Bai Mo said indifferently, "I'm Bai Mo. It's me you want. Release Mu Qing." "Humph, you'll release it when you say so?" Mr. Sun said with a cold smile on his face. "Did you injure Wu Hai? You're that punk's master?" Bai Mo said with a face full of disdain. When Mr. Sun heard this, he shouted in anger, "How dare you? How dare a yellow-mouthed child insult my Qinyan sect? Are you guys from the Qinyan sect?" Bai Mo said indifferently. Mr. Sun snorted coldly and said, "Now you know you're afraid? I really don't know where you get your confidence." Bai Mo laughed coldly and then said, "Release Mu Qing." At this moment, Qin Yongkang suddenly rushed out from inside the villa. With a face full of anger, he pointed at Bai Mo and cursed, "Bai Mo, you injured my son. I'll make you pay for your life today. Compensate for your life? You're also worthy?" Bai Mo snorted and said, "I advise you, release Mu Qing now, or I'll burn your Qin family with a fire." Qin Yongkang burst into a rage when he heard this and shouted, "Su Muqing has already been killed by me. Old piker, what did you say?" The aura on Bai Mo's body instantly erupted at his words. In the next second, Bai Mo's instantly rushed towards Qin Yongkang. Seeing this, Mr. Sun shouted, "Dare to kill someone in front of me. Good guts." Chapter 64, Thank you senior for not killing me. Ah! Qin Yongkang let out a strange cry. He was startled to see Bai Mo rushing towards him in a fierce manner. At this moment, Bai Mo's eyes were bloodshot, looking as if he wanted to eat himself. After shouting, Mr. Sun staggered his feet and was about to block in front of Qin Yongkang. His speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Qin Yongkang, but he didn't expect Bai Mo's figure to be even faster. Before Qin Yongkang could react, Bai Mo kicked Qin Yongkang out. Only after Qin Yongkang flew out did Mr. Sun's figure arrive in front of Bai Mo. "How dare the vertical sun?" Mr. Sun shouted, raised his hand and slapped out a palm towards Bai Mo. Bai Mo immediately shouted angrily, "Get lost." As soon as the words fell, the aura on his body instantly rose to the sky, and Mr. Zhou's palm slapped solidly on Bai Mo's body. Xiao Jiang was shocked when he saw this scene. This Mr. Sun was obviously a martial artist inside the sect. His strength was definitely higher than Qin Wuhai. This slap by Mo did not even dodge in the slightest. What can be done? In the next second, everyone in the courtyard was filled with shock as they looked at the scene in front of them, only to see, the moment Mr. Sun slapped by Mo, his body slightly paused, followed by directly flying out backwards. A mouthful of blood was already sprayed out while the person was still in midair. Senior brother. Seeing this, the old man who came with Mr. Sun instantly let out a cry of sadness and hurriedly rushed towards Mr. Sun. Xiao Zhang's mouth opened wide when he saw this scene. The exact same scene appeared in front of his eyes once again. Just like Qin Wuhai, Mr. Sun was also directly shaken out by Bai Mo. And again, Bai Mo did not make a move. Bai Mo didn't pay any attention to Mr. Sun at all and directly arrived in front of Qin Yongkong's body. At this moment, Qin Yongkong was lying on his back in front of the door of the villa, coughing up blood uncontrollably. When Bai Mo arrived in front of him, the crowd of bodyguards were all staring at Bai Mo with stupefied faces, and no one dared to step forward. Bai Mo coldly glanced at those bodyguards, and instantly these bodyguards ran towards the inside of the villa. Just kidding. What kind of power is it to kick the large iron gate of the courtyard directly away with a single kick? There was also a move that hadn't even been made, and it directly shook the sex Mr. Sun directly out of the room. This was something they could deal with? They also knew that they were just receiving a salary in the Qin family, so they didn't need to fight for the Qin family. Bai Mo lifted his foot and flipped Qin Yongkong over, saying with a grimace, "Where is Mu Qing?" As the saying goes, concern is chaos. Just now for a moment Bai Mo really thought that Su Muching had been killed by Qin Yongkong. Now that he thought about it, it was not possible at all. It was just Qin Yongkong trying to provoke himself. Qin Yongkong coughed out a mouthful of blood again. You, said Qin Yongkong intermittently. Bai Mo said in a cold voice, "I know Mu Qing is still alive. Tell me where she is and I will spare your life." Bai Mo, I won't tell you. I'm going to sell her abroad so that you can't find him for the rest of your life. To avenge my son. Qin Yongkong looked at Bai Mo and suddenly laughed out loud and said. Bai Mo coldly looked at Qin Yongkong and said, "You cannot tell me. I will go to the hospital and kill Qin Maoyang." You. Qin Yongkong's face changed dramatically when he heard Bai Mo's words. Suddenly, Mr. Sun's senior brother, the gray-shirt old man looked at Mr. Sun's miserable state and said with a face full of anger, "Senior brother, I will avenge you." As he spoke, the gray-shirt old man was about to get up, only to be suddenly grabbed by Mr. Sun. "Senior brother, no, Mr. Sun," said with all his strength. The gray-shirt old man looked at Mr. Sun, who was covered in blood, with a face full of sadness. "Senior brother, he's an Earth Realm powerhouse." Mr. Sun said with difficulty. The gray-shirt old man's face changed when he heard Mr. Sun's words. Bai Mo turned his head to look at the gray-shirt old man and said coldly, "You want to avenge him?" The gray-shirt old man's entire body trembled at Bai Mo's question. This was an Earth Realm powerhouse. It was simply not something he could deal with. The underground Mr. Chiu hurriedly struggled to get up after hearing Bai Mo's words. "Many thanks to Senior for not killing me." At his words, Bai Mo was stunned, then said, "You are smart, Senior. We didn't know that Senior was here, and we were offended by what happened before. So please be gracious and let my brothers and I leave, and we definitely won't ask about the Qin family's affairs anymore," Mr. Chiu said again. At this moment, he finally knew why Qin Wuhai had his entire body bones shattered. The Bai Mo just now obviously didn't use his full strength, or else he definitely wouldn't be any better than Qin Wuhai. Bai Mo said indifferently, "Go back and tell Wang Yuxing that this matter is over. If it wasn't for the fact that you have some friendship with him, you would have died today. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that Bai Mo and Wang Yuxing had some affinity, Mr. Sun would probably have died just now." When Mr. Sun and the gray-shirt old man heard Bai Mo's words, they were filled with shock. Wang Yuxing was the Grand Elder of the Qinyan sect, and he didn't expect that the man in front of him would know the sect's Grand Elder. Mr. Sun was originally an extremely intelligent person, and after hearing Bai Mo's words, he hurriedly said, "It turns out that Senior and the Great Elder have a connection. It's our dog's eyes that have offended Senior. I hope Senior won't be angry." Senior, Miss Su wasn't killed. He was just held in solitary confinement by Qin Yongkong. Senior, in order to express our apologies, we can help you eradicate the Qin family on your behalf. When Qin Yongkong on the ground heard this, he looked at Mr. Sun with a face full of shock and called out, "Mr. Sun, what are you talking about? Wu Hai is a member of the Qinyan sect. You guys can't be like this." Qin Yongkong could never have imagined that the two men, who were originally there to avenge Qin Wu Hai's death, would change their attitude so quickly after just one move against Bai Mo that they would call Bai Mo a senior. Even to express their apologies, they had to help Bai Mo destroy the Qin family. Mr. Sun shouted and said, "Shut the hell up, old piker. If we knew it was a senior here, we wouldn't have come to help you at all. Damn it, how dare you offend Senior Bai. Let's see if I don't clean you up." Saying that, he was about to step forward, but Bai Mo said, "I'll handle things here myself. You guys can go now." The two of them were filled with surprise at the words, and they even bowed to Bai Mo. Qin Yongkong looked at the scene in front of him with a face full of shock, simply unable to believe that this was true. Xiao Jiang sighed in his heart. This was reality. Everything was spoken with strength. These two saw that Bai Mo was not to be messed with and directly conceded, and very thoroughly. When Mr. Sun's two men slowly walked towards the door, Bai Mo suddenly said, "Wait." The two men immediately shivered all over. Could it be that Bai Mo had backtracked? They knew very well in their hearts that if Bai Mo made a move, the two of them had no chance of surviving. Mr. Xiao turned around and begged with a face full of bitterness, "Senior, we really know we're wrong. You still don't intend to let us go?" Chapter 65, Mr. Bai is here to pick you up, Bai Mo said indifferently. "Remember to keep my identity a secret. Get lost." "Yes, yes, thank you, Senior." After saying that, the two of them hurriedly walked towards the door. Even the injured Mr. Sun's pace sped up by a few points at this point, fearing that Bai Mo would change his mind. Bai Mo looked at Xiao Jiang and said, "Xiao Jiang, I'll leave the Qin family to you. Don't worry, Mr. Bai." Xiao Jiang nodded and said. Bai Mo turned his head and looked at Qin Yongkang and said indifferently, "You and that punk son of yours, the single most wrong thing you did was to provoke me. Where is Mu Qing?" Qin Yongkang looked at Bai Mo in horror and said, "You, just who are you? You're definitely not Bai Mo. How could the Su family's trashy son-in-law be so powerful?" Until now Qin Yongkang didn't believe that the Bai Mo in front of him was the trash son-in-law of the Su family. If Bai Mo was so strong, why would the Su family treat him that way? When he was at the Su family's company today, he could clearly sense that the Su family didn't even know Bai Mo's true strength. Could it be that Bai Mo had some hidden identity? At this moment, an old man suddenly appeared behind the Qin family's courtyard, followed by Long Wenbai's four great Vidra, with many people also appeared at the Qin family's entrance. When Xiao Jiang saw the old man, he hurriedly went forward and said respectfully, "Uncle Chen." The old man looked around, looked at the already demolished gate in front of him, as well as Qin Yongkang on the ground and Bai Mo standing, and said to Xiao Jiang, "Xiao Jiang, where is Bai Mo? Wenbai asked me to come and save him." After hearing the old man's words, Xiao Jiang smiled and said, "Mr. Bai has already been resolved." "Solved?" The old man froze. Bai Mo nodded back towards the old man and said, "Many thanks. You are Bai Mo?" The old man asked in surprise. Bai Mo nodded, then stomped on Qin Yongkang's chest and asked, "Where is Mu Qing? Can you not kill my Yang if I tell you?" Qin Yongkang suddenly asked. Bai Mo simply ignored Qin Yongkang and looked up at the group of bodyguards and said, "Any of you who know can be spared a death." "I know. I'll go." A bodyguard reacted extremely fast and immediately ran towards the villa. The others also hurriedly chased towards the inside. After all, they wanted to live. Bai Mo lowered his head and looked at Qin Yongkang and said, "It looks like Mu Qing is in the Qin family. Then you're useless. You go first. Qin Maoyang will be there to accompany you later." After saying that, Bai Mo directly kicked Qin Maoyang's neck. Ka Qing. Qin Yongkang instantly died, his eyes filled with disbelief. To his death, he didn't even think that Bai Mo would directly kill him without even a single superfluous word. If he was still conscious at this moment, he would have regretted messing with Bai Mo. After Uncle Chen saw Bai Mo's actions, his face was shocked and he said in his heart, "This son is so decisive in killing without the slightest delay. He will not be an ordinary person someday." Seeing that Qin Yongkang was dead, Xiao Jiang let out a cold smile and turned his head to the four great Vidra and said, "Take everyone from the Qin family away." Yes. In a moment, the four great Vidra rushed directly into the villa as if they were ferocious tigers and jackals, and the people of the Qin family immediately wailed in fear. Xiao Jiang came to Bai Mo's side and respectfully asked, "Mr. Bai, these people? Warn them to keep their mouths shut. If they reveal my identity, kill." Bai Mo said after some thought. Although Qin Yongkang had kidnapped Su Muqing, he had already been executed. Although the rest of the Qin family were members of the Qin family, if Bai Mo were to kill them all because of this matter, Bai Mo couldn't do it. After all, Bai Mo was not a murderous maniac, and when things were resolved, it was naturally good. Su Muqing was alone in the room, constantly snapping her fingers, full of tension, wondering what the hell was going on with the sound just now. Was it possible that Bai Mo had really come? If Bai Mo came, would those bodyguards outside beat Bai Mo to death? While Su Muqing was filled with fear and worry, the door of the room opened from outside. A bodyguard walked in quickly. Seeing the bodyguard come in, Su Muqing subconsciously hid towards the corner. "Miss Su, don't be afraid," the bodyguard hurriedly said. "Mr. Bai is waiting for you outside." Su Muqing froze after hearing the bodyguard's words and said, "Mr. Bai?" "Yes, Mr. Bai has come to pick you up, right in the living room," the bodyguard said again. "I'll take you there. Don't worry, I definitely won't hurt you," said the bodyguard himself. First went out of the doorway, made a distance and made a pleased gesture to Su Muqing. Su Muqing half-heartedly came to the doorway. Looking at the doorway, several bodyguards looking at themselves with a respectful face, trying to take a step. Su Muqing followed the bodyguards towards the living room with apprehension. Her fingers were sweating with nervousness. When Su Muching arrived at the living room, she was seeing a youth talking to Xiao Jiang who had gone to the house to look for Bai Mo that day. Seeing himself come out, Xiao Jiang hurriedly called out, "Miss Su." After Bai Mo heard Xiao Jiang's words, a look of concern surfaced on his face. But when he turned his head to see Su Muching and realized that she was fine, the look flickered and returned to plainness. "Bai Mo." Su Muching shouted in surprise and instantly rushed towards Bai Mo. Arriving in front of Bai Mo, she directly jumped into Bai Mo's arms. At this moment, all the grievances in her heart erupted and she couldn't help but cry. Bai Mo raised his hand to hold Su Muching, but his hand was frozen in mid-air. At this moment, Su Muching raised her head and grabbed Bai Mo's arm and asked, "Bai Mo, are you alright? Did they make things difficult for you?" However, when Su Muching saw Bai Mo's arms frozen in mid-air, her heart froze. "Is he trying to hug me? But why didn't?" Bai Mo shook his head and said, "No, things have been negotiated. Thanks to Long Sea's people coming over to help. You can go home now." The corpse of Qin Yongkang in the living room had long been brought out by Xiao Zhang's people, so at this time there was only the smell of blood in the air here. When Su Muching heard Bai Mo's words, she asked in surprise, "Fourth brother Long?" "Aha!" Bai Mo nodded. "This one you know, is Mr. Xiao Jiang." Xiao Jiang instantly reacted to his words and hurriedly said with a smile, "Miss Su, fourth brother knew that you were captured by the Qin family's people, so he asked us to bring people over to help Mr. Bai." After hearing Xiao Zhang's words, Su Muching's heart was filled with shock. She never thought that Bai Mo would be able to get fourth brother Long to step in and help. Then looking towards the surroundings, she asked, "Where is the Qin family master?" "He had something to go out," Bai Mo said. Bai Mo then said to Xiao Jiang, "Let's go." "Yes, Mr. Bai," Xiao Jiang answered. Su Muching looked at Xiao Jiang being so respectful to Bai Mo. The doubts in her heart increased. Could it be that just because Bai Mo saved fourth brother Long earlier, fourth brother Long would step in to help Bai Mo, without leaving any trace? Bai Mo detached his arms from Su Muching's hands and said, "Go back first." Su Muching looked at Bai Mo with some disappointment. At this moment how he wished Bai Mo could give himself a hug, but looking at Bai Mo's appearance, it was obvious that he wouldn't. Bai Mo. Wait. Chapter 66, It's you I'm hitting. Bai Mo looked at Su Muching in confusion and asked, "What's wrong? Grandma and the others are in the Qin family too," Su Muching said worriedly. Hearing this Bai Mo was stunned and asked, "The Qin family also found your grandmother?" "The Qin family arrested everyone in the Su family." Su Muching then told Bai Mo what happened. Bai Mo sniffed with a cold smile and said, "She's really your good grandmother, even letting you throw yourself into the net." He then looked at Su Muching and asked, "Why didn't you call me at that time? I was worried that you went to the company to be humiliated by them," Su Muching said. After hearing Su Muching's words, Bai Mo's eyes softened and said, "Don't allow this next time." "Aha!" This time Su Muching even answered very obediently, which made Bai Mo very surprised. Su Muching said with a hopeful face, "Bai Mo, no matter what, I am a Su family member. She is also my grandmother. You let fourth brother Long help talk to the Qin family head and release them." "Good." Bai Mo finished looking towards Xiao Jiang. Xiao Jiang said with a smile, "Understood. But Miss Su, if I were you, let them stay in the Qin family for a while to suffer a bit, so they can learn a lesson. Grandma is old and her body isn't too good. It's better not to." "Thank you, Mr. Xiao Jiang," Su Muching said. Xiao Jiang nodded and waved his hand at the men behind him. Xiao Jiang then followed his men and directly asked the Qin family's bodyguards to lead them to the people. Inside the dungeon, the Su family's crowd was still waiting with anxious faces, but they heard a sound of footsteps coming from inside the passageway. "It seems like a lot of people have come. They're not going to kill us, are they?" Su Jinhai said with a face full of panic. When the Su family's old lady heard this, her face was also startled. However, she still said, "Don't panic. Maybe it's because the Qin family master has already cleaned up that punk Bai Mo and let us out. Let's hope so," the crowd secretly said in their hearts. As the sound of footsteps approached, the group arrived at the entrance of the dungeon. Xiao Jiang asked, "Is this the Su family?" The Qin family's bodyguard said with a smile, "Yes, brother Xiao Jiang, let them out." Xiao Jiang said, "Yes." Xiao Jiang then said to the people inside, "You can go now." When the Su family's people heard Xiao Jiang's words, they were filled with joy, and Su Jinhai hurriedly said, "It's still Grandma who's right. She really did let us out." The Su family's old lady smiled triumphantly, and as she walked out of the dungeon, she looked at Xiao Jiang and asked, "Little brother, isn't it true that we've asked the family master to already clean up Bai Mo and let us go?" The Su family's old lady didn't recognize Xiao Jiang and thought that Xiao Jiang was a member of the Qin family. "Humph." Xiao Jiang snorted coldly at his words and ignored the Su family's old lady, but in his heart, he sighed. Obviously, it was Mr. Bai who rescued them, but this old lady was even thinking that Qin Yongkang would clean up Mr. Bai and release them, unbeknownst to her. At this time, Qin Yongkang had already been sent away by Bai Mo. Seeing Xiao Zhang's face, the Su family's old lady didn't dare to ask more questions and hurriedly walked towards the outside of the dungeon. The moment the Su family's crowd walked out of the dungeon, it was as if they had a feeling of being in a different world. Su Jinhai had thought that they would never be able to get out again. After all, during the daytime, Qin Yongkang's ferocious appearance was just too frightening. When the Su family members came to the living room, the Su family's old lady was shocked when she saw that the two of them, Su Mucheng and Bai Mo, were actually standing in the living room. Could it be that Qin Yongkang didn't clean up Bai Mo? Wait, could it be that Bai Mo and Su Mucheng had put the blame on themselves? This can't be done. She must explain clearly with Qin Yongkang. When Su Mucheng saw the Su family's old lady come out, she hurriedly went forward and said, "Grandma, are you alright? Why are you guys here?" The Su family's old lady asked with a cold face. Su Mucheng froze at his words, not knowing why the Su family's old lady would say this. The Su family's old lady chided at Su Mucheng. "It's all because of what you guys did, dragging the Su family down with you, and now you want to frame the Su family." After saying that, the Su family's old lady hurriedly turned to Xiao Jiang and said, "This little brother, I want to see the Qin family head. It's all their fault. Don't believe what they say. It's that loser who injured young Qin. The Qin family master can't listen to their nonsense. Didn't the Qin family master say that Su Mucheng would be a lifelong slave to young Qin? Don't worry, our Su family agrees," Bai Mo said with a cold smile after hearing the Su family's old lady's words. "You're really okay for being old and disrespectful as Mu Qing's grandmother. How dare you push out your own granddaughter? It's clearly you who took the Qin family's money, but you're saying that it's Mu Qing's responsibility." When Su Jinhai saw that Bai Mo dared to rebuke the Su family's old lady, he immediately stepped forward and pointed at Bai Mo. "Bai Mo, you're a waste of space. What kind of thing are you? How dare you talk to grandma like that? You injured Qin Xiao. You even ruined Qin Xiao's human family, and now you want to frame the Su family. You're really shameless." The Su family's crowd originally thought that they were released, and now that they saw that the two of them in front of them, Su Mucheng and Bai Mo, were fine, they thought that it was really like what Su Jinhai had said, that Bai Mo was trying to frame the Su family, and they all shouted at once, "Yes, how could there be such a shameless person who doesn't dare to recognize what he did? We want to see the Qin family master. Please make a decision for us. Qin family master, we want an explanation." For a while, the Su family's crowd was surprisingly grouped together in a lively manner. Su Mucheng looked at the Su family's crowd with a face full of incredulity and said angrily, "How could you all be like this? Su Mucheng, if it wasn't for you not divorcing this loser and marrying young Qin, how could you have caused so many things to happen?" Su Jinhai looked at Su Mucheng and said with a cold snort. The others also shouted, "That's right, obviously marrying young Qin is going to a good life, but you still disagreed, and now you have to drag the Su family into this." Uncle Chen looked at these people in front of him with a cold smile on his face and shook his head. Just now when he was waiting for Su Mucheng, he had already understood what happened. Now seeing the Su family's face, he felt very displeased. At the same time, he was also more curious about Bai Mo's identity. 3 feet of ice was not cold in a day. The way the Su family treated Bai Mo, it was obvious that they didn't know Bai Mo's true identity. Then why on earth did Bai Mo have such strength and still stay in the Su family? Pa! Xiao Jiang slapped Su Jinhai on the head. "What kind of bull are you talking?" For a while, after seeing Su Jinhai being beaten and hearing Xiao Zhang's words, the Su family's crowd all looked at the scene in front of them with shocked faces. Su Jinhai was directly blinded by Xiao Jiang and hurriedly said, "Big brother, I was scolding that punk." "Yes, little brother, we weren't accusing the Qin family master. We were talking about that trash." The Su family's old lady also spoke up. Xiao Jiang coldly looked at Su Jinhai and said, "It's you I'm hitting. How dare you disrespect Mr. Bai." Chapter 67 Apologizing to Bai Mo. Disrespecting Mr. Bai. Su Jinhai froze and said with a confused look on his face. The Su family's old lady and the Su family's crowd were also looking at Xiao Jian with shocked faces. He actually said he was disrespectful to Mr. Bai. Mr. Bai. There was only one person with the surname Bai at the scene and that was Bai Mo. Could he be saying that he was disrespectful to Su Jinhai towards Bai Mo? Xiao Jiang looked at the Su family's crowd with a cold smile on his face and said, "You guys are really wolfish. Mr. Bai rescued you all, but yet I didn't expect you to even think of betraying Mr. Bai. Bai Mo had rescued them?" After everyone heard this news, they all rushed towards Bai Mo with faces full of incredulity. How could this be possible? At noon, Qin Yongkang had said that he would kill Bai Mo, and Bai Mo had come to the Qin family, so how could Qin Yongkang let him go? How could a punk like Bai Mo make the Qin family let him go? Everyone's first reaction was disbelief. It was absolutely impossible. It was impossible for a waste to make the Qin family let go. But at this moment, Xiao Zhang's words were heard in their ears. Su Jinhai even covered his face and looked towards Bai Mo. He was saved by Bai Mo? He didn't believe it. Bai Mo was a waste. He was a waste. It was impossible. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Su Jinhai couldn't accept this fact and couldn't help but shout. He's a waste. How could he save us? Seeing this, Xiao Jiang flew his foot and kicked Su Jinhai out. I really gave you face. After Su Jinhai was kicked out by Xiao Jiang, he fell heavily on the ground and couldn't get up. Bai Mo looked at the Su family's crowd with a sneer and said, when Grandpa was alive, how prosperous the Su family was. If Grandpa was still alive and saw the face of the Su family today, I don't know what he would be infuriated into. Bai Mo, what are you talking about? The Su family's old lady heard Bai Mo mention her old man and immediately said with great anger. Back then, when Bai Mo entered the Su family, if it wasn't for that old man being bent on having his own way, how could he have succeeded? Shut up, Bai Mo chided at the Su family's old lady. You're an elder with such an unorthodox outlook. If it wasn't for the fact that you're Mu Qing's grandmother, I would not spare you today. Although the Su family's old lady was afraid of Xiao Jiang, she still shouted after hearing Bai Mo's words. How dare you? How dare you? Xiao Jiang once again droned. Mr. Bai is brother Longxi's friend, who dares to disrespect Mr. Bai? What? The crowd once again looked at Bai Mo in shock. Bai Mo was a friend of fourth brother Long? Fourth brother Long, that was the underground king of Central State. If Bai Mo knew fourth brother Long, wouldn't he be able to walk sideways in Central State in the future? The Su family's old lady was also stunned. If Bai Mo really knew fourth brother Long, with fourth brother Long's status, Qin Yongkong wouldn't dare not give fourth brother Long face. Could it be that these people of their own were really rescued by Bai Mo? Thinking back to when they came out just now, Bai Mo and Su Muqing didn't seem like they were being punished at all. Bai Mo knows fourth brother Long? The Su family's old lady asked towards Su Muqing. Su Muqing nodded with an ugly face. The Su family's old lady asked again uncertainly. Is it really true that Bai Mo asked fourth brother Long to help? Aha! Su Muqing nodded again. After receiving Su Muqing's certainty, the Su family old lady's eyes instantly changed as she looked at Bai Mo. Changing from her usual cross-eyed stare, she looked at Bai Mo with a smiling face and said, Bai Mo, I can't believe that you actually know fourth brother Long. It really didn't occur to Grandma. When the old man let you enter the Su family, I said that in the future you will definitely have a future. This isn't just following my words. You were actually able to get to know fourth brother Long. Everyone present sucked in a breath of cool air after hearing the Su family's old lady's words. How could a person be shameless to this extent? Hearing that Bai Mo knew fourth brother Long, the Su family's old lady's face changed so quickly, as if like a chameleon. She was beaming with joy at Bai Mo in a moment. Su Muqing looked at her grandmother with a face full of disbelief, knowing that Bai Mo knew the fourth dragon brother. Wasn't this attitude change a little too fast? Even the Su family's crowd was filled with shock. No wonder the old ancestor was able to control the Su family for so many years. Just look at this temperament of people who can bend and bend and bend. Xiao Jiang looked at the Su family's old lady with a face full of shock. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Your old lady's face skin is almost as thick as a city wall. Xiao Jiang couldn't help but say. The Su family's old lady looked back at Xiao Jiang with an unhappy face and asked, Are you one of brother Longxi's people? Yes, I'm fourth brother Long's man. Xiao Jiang asked uncertainly. The next second Su family's old lady's words directly made Xiao Jiang angry and laugh. Since Bai Mo knows brother Longxi, how dare you, one of brother Longxi's men, speak to me like that? Don't you know that Bai Mo is my granddaughter-in-law? The Su family's old lady said with a stern face. Xiao Jiang turned his head towards Bai Mo and shook his head. Mr. Bai, how did you bear it before? Getting used to it. Bai Mo grunted and said. They are just this shameless. The Su family's old lady directly filtered out Bai Mo's words and looked at Su Muqing and said. Mu Qing, Grandma kicked you out of the Su family before in order to sharpen you. Don't blame Grandma. People don't become talented without refining. Grandma also wanted to hand over the Su family to you in the future. That's why she treated you like that. You have to understand Grandma's bitterness. Hiss. The crowd once again sucked in a mouthful of cool air. This old lady was really good at talking. Clearly she had not treated Su Muqing since she was a child. And when she found the opportunity to drive Su Muqing out of the Su family, she insisted on saying that she was honing Su Muqing. When Su Muqing heard the Su family old lady's words, she said with a face full of dullness, Grandma, what did you say? I know you won't believe it, but there are some things that always need to be ruthless. Old Mrs. Su sighed and said, Mu Qing I hope you don't hate Grandma. In the future the Su family will rely on you to command. At this time, Su Jinhai on the ground heard the Su family old lady's words and immediately shouted, Grandma, how can this be? You clearly said that the future head of the family position is for me. You shut up. What ability do you have to be the head of the family? The Su family's old lady chided at Su Jinhai. Hurry up and apologize to Bai Mo, or I'll expel you from the Su family. At those words, Su Jinhai was filled with shock. Grandma, what did you say? You said for me to apologize to Bai Mo? Su Jinhai didn't expect the Su family's old lady to ask herself to apologize to Bai Mo. Su Muqing was also looking at her grandmother who had transformed so quickly with a surprised face. Can't you understand human language? The Su family's old lady said with a cold snort. Bai Mo looked at everything in front of him with cold eyes. He didn't interrupt the Su family old lady. He wanted to see what other shameless things the Su family old lady could do. Seeing that Su Jinhai didn't move, Su family old lady said in a stern voice, "Do you want to be expelled from the Su family?" After hearing the Su family old lady's words, Su Jinhai's whole body shook. If he was expelled from the Su family, then he would have nothing. No money, no house, no car, anyone would look up to him. I'm sorry. Chapter 68, Crash the Car. Su Jinhai uttered these 3 words with a face full of humiliation. Bai Mo sneered and said, "I can't afford it." "You can afford it." Seeing Bai Mo finally speak, the Su family's old lady hurriedly said, "Bai Mo, I know you have anger in your heart, but that was all me trying to sharpen Muqing in you before, so don't take it to heart. In the future, you and Muqing have a good life." Xiao Jiang wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. Looking at the Su family's old lady herself making up her own farce here, he admired how Bai Mo didn't laugh out loud. Worthy of being Mr. Bai. This kind of heart, really a high-level person. You can even not laugh at this. After the Su family's old lady finished, she once again said, "Alright, since it's alright now, let Qin Yongkang come out to see me." After hearing the Su family's old lady's words, Su Muqing was once again shocked. "Grandma, what are you doing?" "Humph. Qin Yongkang dared to threaten me to divorce you and Bai Mo, and even brought in the arrest. How can this matter just be let go?" The Su family's old lady said with a cold snort. The Qin family must compensate the Su family this time. In the morning at the company he even dared to let someone beat me. The Su family's old lady was determined to make up her mind that since Bai Mo knew the 4th long brother, she must make the Qin family make amends to herself for even daring to hit her. If Su Muqing wanted to return to the Su family, she would definitely oblige herself. Bai Mo listened to Su Muqing. And when Su Muqing promised, Bai Mo would definitely let the people from the 4th dragon brother help. Su Muqing felt like her face was full of fever at this time, and she couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground to drill into. Bai Mo knew the 4th dragon brother, and he still didn't know what was going on. Long 4th brother being able to send people to save himself and these people from the Su family was already very helpful. How could he still let the Qin family apologize to the Su family? "Grandma, let's go back first," Su Muqing said hurriedly. The Su family's old lady, however, snorted coldly and said, "Go back? Why should we go back? He, Qin Yongkang, dared to capture us and let us go back without a statement? His son misbehaved with you. It's only right that Bai Mo wasted him. What does he have to be upset about? No, we must make him come out and apologize to me. Otherwise we won't leave today." Looking at the Su family's old lady's face, Xiao Jiang came to Bai Mo's side and stifled a laugh as he asked, "Mr. Bai, what about this?" Bai Mo glared at Xiao Jiang, then said, "Since they're willing to stay here, just stay here. Muqing, let's go," Bai Mo said as he waved at Su Muqing. Su Muqing nodded at his words and said to the Su family's old lady, "Grandma, let's go back. Don't let people look at us funny." The Su family's old lady froze when she heard this, and hurriedly said to Su Muqing, "Muqing, don't you want to go back to the Su family? You are a member of my Su family. Do you not even listen to Grandma's words? What do you mean by looking at jokes? With 4th brother Long backing you up, what kind of fart would Qin Yongkang dare to make?" Bai Mo looked at the Su family's old lady and said, "I really didn't expect that you would be able to brazenly say these words. Originally, I had a lot more to say, but seeing you like this, I really don't have the desire to talk to you. If you want to stay here, stay." After saying that, Bai Mo looked towards Su Muqing. Seeing this, Su Muqing said to the Su family's old lady, "Grandma, if you don't leave, we'll leave." "Muqing, don't you want to go back to the Su family?" The Su family's old lady looked at Su Muqing with a face full of incredulity. How could Su Muqing not obey herself? Su Muqing walked towards Bai Mo, and when she reached the door, she said, "I've already been kicked out of the Su family." Xiao Jiang looked at the Su family's old lady with a cold smile on her face and said, "Old lady, you are really something. You can even publish a book with this opera." After saying this, he waved his hand at his men and said, "Let's go. Pay attention. Don't run into the Su family's old lady. She's a big shot now." Uncle Chen looked at the Su family's old lady and also shook his head and left directly. After Bai Mo and Su Muqing and the others left, the Su family's old lady stood there with a face full of shock, still not believing that Su Muqing would go against her wishes. At this time, the Su family crowd were looking at the Su family old lady, mainly because if she didn't leave, there was no way for the crowd to leave. The Su family's old lady looked at the crowd looking at her with an odd face, and immediately chided with a burst of annoyance. "What are you all looking at me for? Do not go out to find a car. the crowd dared to be angry, and hurriedly walked towards the door of the Qin family. In this way, the Su family's old lady's farce did not come to an end. Suma Chang and Bai Mo sat in Xiao Zhang's car. Xiao Jiang asked, Mr. Bai, are we going to the medical center or send Mu Qing home? Bai Mo said indifferently. Su Mu Qing looked at Bai Mo in surprise at his words. Medical center? What medical center? Miss Su, don't you know that Mr. Bai opened his own medical hall? Xiao Jiang asked offhandedly. But after saying that he regretted it, if Suma Qing knew that Bai Mo opened a medical center she wouldn't have asked that. Suma Qing looked at Bai Mo with a face full of surprise and said, You really opened a medical center? Aha! Bai Mo nodded his head. Suma Qing looked at Bai Mo's appearance. Her heart was aggravated. Is he even unwilling to explain to me now? When did you open the medical center? You, Suma Qing asked. In fact, she wanted to say that Bai Mo just read a few medical books to open the medical center. How can this be? And where did Bai Mo get the money to open the medical center? Could it be that fourth brother Long helped Bai Mo open the medical center? Previously, when Bai Mo said that he was treating the Xiao family's old man, Su Muqing was a little skeptical that Bai Mo was a blind cat who ran into a dead rat. It wasn't that she didn't believe Bai Mo, but she was worried that Bai Mo would get into trouble because of it. Now that she heard that Bai Mo had opened his own medical center, thinking that in the future, someone would come to Bai Mo's door and say that he had cured someone, Su Muqing felt a chill down her back. Bai Mo said lightly, the day I came out of your house. Your house? What a harsh word. Su Muqing's eyes instantly turned red and looked at Bai Mo and said, Isn't that your home? Aren't you going to go home today? Is that my home? Bai Mo asked. Su Muqing said with some aggravation, You don't intend to go home with me. Then why did you come to save me? Hearing Su Muqing's words, Bai Mo was silent for a moment and finally didn't say anything. I want to go to the medical center, Su Muqing said. She knew that Bai Mo was still angry with herself in her heart. At least she should know where Bai Mo's medical center was today. In the future, she would also be able to find Bai Mo. Bai Mo didn't refuse and nodded. Good. Xiao Jiang spat out his tongue and drove towards the medical center. It looked as if these two had quarreled. After a few people got off the car, looking at the four big words of Bai Mo's medical center in front of her, Su Muqing finally believed that Bai Mo had opened a medical center. Only when the three of them walked towards the inside of the medical center, a voice came from inside. Brother Bai, why are you just coming back? I've been waiting for half a day. Chapter 69, Mr. Xiao, what does this mean? Brother Bai? After hearing this title, both Xiao Jiang and Su Muqing were stunned, and Bai Mo's face froze. How did this Xiao Qianqian come to the medical center? After the three walked into the medical center, Xiao Qianqian was walking towards Bai Mo. Xiao Qianqian today is wearing a business OL suit, but she is not equipped with black stockings, but a light gray stockings with a slight bright color. The upper body of the suit is now open, revealing the white shirt inside. Just tight white shirt, but it is difficult to cover Xiao Qianqian's magnificent strength, so vaguely toward the white ink. Even the outline of the black underwear inside could be seen. When Su Muqing saw Xiao Qianqian, her face was stunned. This person was actually the business queen of Central State. Xiao Qianqian. Why was she in Bai Mo's medical center? And why did she call Bai Mo Bai brother? Thinking of this, Su Muqing's face immediately sank and her heart was not happy. Xiao Qianqian looked at Su Muqing by Bai Mo's side and was also stunned. She didn't expect that Su Muqing would follow Bai Mo to come to the medical center. Weren't Su Muqing and Bai Mo quarreling these days? Xiao Jiang was also looking at the scene in front of him with a puzzled face. He didn't expect Bai Mo to even know someone from the Xiao family. Listening to the way Xiao Qianqian addressed Bai Mo, it seemed that the relationship between the two was not ordinary. This Xiao Qianqian is known as the queen of the business sector. Hot, strong, capable personality, coupled with the Xiao family's power is very large, easily not to color men. I cannot imagine that it is so with Bai Mo. Bai Mo looked at Xiao Qianqian unexpectedly asked, How did you come? Is there any condition in Master Zhao's body? Xiao Qianqian shook her head and said, Grandpa's body is fine. I just went to the company and happened to pass by here to come in and take a look. Is there something else then? Bai Mo asked again. Xiao Qianqian winked towards Bai Mo and said, Couldn't I come if there was nothing else? Bai Mo then introduced Su Muqing and said, This is Xiao Qianqian, a member of the Xiao family. I know, the business queen of Central State. Mr. Xiao, I believe that as long as there are people in the business world of Central State, there is no one who doesn't know Mr. Xiao. Before Bai Mo finished his words, Su Muqing directly opened her mouth. Miss Su, hello? Xiao Qianqian took a step forward and greatly extended her right hand towards Su Muqing. Su Muqing looked at the two grandiose masses in front of Xiao Qianqian. She also made an effort to straighten her waist and took a deep breath. Hello, Mr. Xiao. Both women had smiles on their faces, and the two hands touched each other, although both of them were smiling. But for some reason, Bai Mo always felt that something was wrong. Xiao Jiang on the side saw the scene and said in his heart, boy, this Xiao family's queen wouldn't have fallen for Mr. Bai, right? Why is she talking so intimately to Mr. Bai in front of Miss Su? Thinking of this, Xiao Jiang looked at Bai Mo with some envy and sympathy. It's worthy of being Mr. Bai. The ones who appear by his side are all beautiful women. No, I have to quickly go back and tell Wan Er. Her opponent is very strong. Xiao Chanqian looked at Xiao Zheng and asked in a bad mood. You don't even greet me when you see me? Queen Xiao, didn't I not have time yet? Xiao Jiang smiled bitterly and said, how can I not greet you when I see you? Xiao Chanqian nodded with satisfaction and said, that's more or less the same. Fourth brother Long asked brother Bai to give him a visit? Ah, yes. Xiao Zheng nodded his head and said, not telling what had just happened in the Qin family. Then he hurriedly said to Bai Mo, Mr. Bai, I'll go back first. If he stayed any longer, he still didn't know what this Queen Xiao would do to clean himself up. Bai Mo was surprised to hear that Xiao Jiang would call Xiao Chanqian Queen Xiao and asked, you guys know each other? Recognize. Xiao Jiang hurriedly nodded his head, then walked towards the door and said, Mr. Bai, I'll come back to you some other day ha. Xiao Jiang, what are you doing? You're acting like I'm bad to talk to, Xiao Chanqian said with a cold snort. Xiao Zhang's body stiffened and hurriedly turned back to Xiao Chanqian and said, Queen Xiao, I really have something to do. They are still waiting for me outside. Go on. Look at your little bit of interest, Xiao Chanqian said with a hum. Bai Mo also waved his hand at Xiao Jiang, then turned his head to Su Muqing and said, go in and sit down. Only at this moment did Su Muqing have a chance to survey the medical center, and in her heart, she wondered how Bai Mo had opened a medical center. Xiao Chanqian said to Jin Yang inside the medicine cabinet, Jin Yang, help us make a cup of tea, okay, Sister Chanqian. Jin Yang sniffed in addition to the medicine cabinet and walked towards the inner room. Bai Mo looked at Xiao Chanqian with a surprised face and said, when did you become so familiar with the people in my medical center? Just now, Xiao Chanqian said smugly. I even let Elder Su give me a look at my body. After saying that, Xiao Chanqian asked towards Su Shaoshan, isn't that right, Elder Su? Mr. Bai, I knew General Xiao before, Su Shaoshan said with a smile. Bai Mo was surprised and said, I can't believe you guys even know each other. Su Muqing looked at Xiao Chanqian sitting lightly on the chair and being familiar with the old man in front of the consultation table. Her heart was not in a good mood. Just now, Xiao Chanqian's voice of brother Bai made Su Muqing keep guessing the relationship between the two, but she couldn't ask explicitly. Seeing that Su Muqing didn't speak, Bai Mo asked, Muqing, what's wrong with you? Nothing. Su Muqing shook her head and said, it's just a bit hard to believe that you actually opened a medical center. Is Miss Su not aware that Bai Mo can heal? Xiao Chanqian asked suspiciously. In Xiao Chanqian's opinion, even if the two of them, Su Muqing and Bai Mo, were because of their relationship as door-to-door son-in-laws, the fact that Bai Mo would be a healer should still be told to Su Muqing. Su Muqing shook her head and said, I don't know. He said it to me before, but I didn't believe it. As a matter of fact, to this day I'm still a bit in disbelief that Bai Mo actually opened a medical center. After all, he only read a few medical books. Su Shaoshan on the side shook his head when he heard Su Muqing's words. Miss Su, Mr. Bai's exquisite medical skills are not something that can be achieved by reading a few books. Bai Mo's subtle medical skills? Su Muqing looked at Su Shaoshan with some surprise and asked. Before Su Shaoshan could speak, Xiao Chanqian was faintly saying, Miss Su, it seems that you are not unaware that Brother Bai can practice medicine. You just don't believe in him. The $5 million that Brother Bai was robbed of by your mother. It was him who cured my grandfather, and my grandfather thanked him for it. When Su Muqing heard Xiao Chanqian's words, she was first taken aback that the $5 million was really the consultation money that Bai Mo got from curing his illness. But immediately after, Su Muqing said with some forbearance, Mr. Xiao, what does this mean? Why do you always address Bai Mo as Brother Bai? Don't you know that Bai Mo is already married? Chapter 70, Who doesn't know? Who doesn't know? Xiao Chanqian looked at Su Muqing with a smile on her face and said, I'm older than Brother Bai. Isn't it right to call him brother? I know that Brother Bai got married, and I didn't have to do anything. What does Miss Su mean by saying these words? After hearing Xiao Chanqian's words, Bai Mo had a headache. This Xiao Chanqian had said before that she wanted to help herself out. She wouldn't be thinking of embarrassing Su Muqing today, right, Mr. Xiao? Bai Mo said with a light cough. Xiao Chanqian looked back at Bai Mo and said petulantly, are you that afraid of her? You don't even dare to call Sister Chanqian when she's here? That's enough, Mr. Xiao. Bai Mo hadn't said anything yet, but Su Muqing said angrily, you discharging like this to a married man, do you think it's in line with your status as the queen of the business world? I'm already off duty, Xiao Chanqian said with a laugh. Then Xiao Chanqian looked at Su Muqing with a stunned expression and said, I can't imagine that Miss Su still knows that Brother Bai is a married man. Have you ever seen which married man was kicked out of his home by someone else? Dare I ask if Miss Su is taken by Mo as her husband? Xiao Qianqian's words were so loud and clear that for a while Su Muqing was surprisingly speechless. Bai Mo was just about to speak, but Su Muqing turned her head to look at Bai Mo and asked, "Did you even talk to her about these things? What exactly is your relationship? Miss Su, it seems like you really don't understand brother Bai." Xiao Qianqian sneered and said, "Do you think his nature would say this to someone else? And brother Bai's treatment in the Su family? And his own words? Who in the entire central state doesn't know that?" Upon hearing this, Bai Mo frowned and droned. "Mr. Xiao, stop talking. Do you realize that I'm speaking for you?" Xiao Qianqian looked at Bai Mo in surprise and said, "This woman doesn't value you at all. He doesn't even know that you've opened a medical center. He's never believed in your medical skills. Why are you still siding with him so much?" Bai Mo sighed and said, "Sister Qianqian, this is my family matter. Don't talk about it." Originally, Xiao Qianqian was a little angry that Bai Mo was chiding at herself, but when she heard Bai Mo's this Qianqian sister, her heart immediately blossomed, and she didn't have the aggressiveness she had just now towards Su Muqing. "Forget it, you're right. This is your family matter. I'm just an outsider." Xiao Qianqian pretended to be helpless and said, "Alas, no one loves, no way. I'm going back," said Xiao Qianqian directly got up and walked towards the door. Bai Mo looked at Xiao Qianqian's appearance and said helplessly, "Sister Qianqian, you know I don't mean that. Go coax your honorable wife." After saying that, Xiao Qianqian went out the door. At this time, Su Muqing was thinking back to Xiao Qianqian's words just now. Who in the entire central state did not know that? How big of a hurt are these 8 words for Bai Mo? The entire central state knew that Bai Mo was a waste of a son-in-law, and she knew exactly why this situation had been created. Bai Mo returned to Su Muqing's side and said softly, "This person of hers talks like this. It's nothing between the two of us." Even though Su Muqing had some guilt towards Bai Mo at this time, she was after all a woman. "I didn't say there is something between you two either. What are you so anxious to explain?" Su Muqing said indifferently. Bai Mo froze at his words, and then also stopped talking, not impatient, but not knowing what to say. After all, our young master Bai, his medical skills are divine, his martial arts are outstanding, but with regards to a woman's mind, he is a beginner, not even a beginner. Otherwise he wouldn't have been called Iron Tree by the women in his circle when he was in the imperial capital. Seeing Bai Mo not speaking, Su Muqing said even more angrily, "Do you even have the patience to explain to me now? But I really don't have anything." With her, Bai Mo said in a confused manner. Jin Yang inside the medicine cabinet couldn't help but shake his head straight after hearing Bai Mo's words. It was unimaginable that this Mr. Bai had such high medical skills, but he didn't understand a woman's mind at all. It was obvious that just now when Su Muqing hadn't said anything, she wasn't angry at all. She just wanted Bai Mo to coax her a bit. Su Muqing looked at Bai Mo's bewildered face and was infuriated in her heart. How could this nerd be so stupid? Doesn't he know that women are all like to be unreasonable? And now in front of everyone, in front of yourself as the queen mother, there is another woman discharging on you. Shouldn't you coax yourself a bit? Looking at Su Muqing looking at herself with a stern face, Bai Mo subconsciously said, "Don't be angry. She's just a patient's family member." "Humph." Su Muqing snorted coldly. In her heart, she couldn't help but complain. "But if you can talk a little bit, you wouldn't have been allowed to sleep in the storage room for these 5 years." Just having this thought in her heart, Su Muqing was startled. What's wrong with herself? How could you have such an idea? And just now, when she saw Xiao Qianqian stand up for Bai Mo, why was she so angry? In fact, it was Su Muqing herself who hadn't figured it out. She has always been in like Bai Mo and hate Bai Mo, wandering between, like because of the childhood encounter and Bai Mo's meticulous care, hate because Bai Mo all day to do nothing. Although she knew that Bai Mo was caused by Gao Shouyun, the authorities were confused. Originally saw Bai Mo to save himself today. The heart is very touched. No, Bai Mo opened a medical center. Want to come here to see. But when she saw Xiao Qianqian, Su Muqing's heart was again very uncomfortable. It was at this time that a woman wearing sunglasses and a mask walked in outside the door of the medical center. "May I ask if a doctor is here?" Bai Mo looked towards the woman and nodded. "I am." "You are? How come you're so young?" the woman said with some surprise, and subconsciously stopped the steps she wanted to continue. With a slight retreat, Bai Mo said indifferently, "Age can only represent how much food you've eaten. It proves nothing else. You should have already run to many hospitals and couldn't check out the problem. That's why you put your hope in the medical center. And my medical center is at the very back. And the several medical centers in front of you shouldn't have made the problem on you clear either." After hearing Bai Mo's words, the woman was surprised and said, "How do you know?" Su Muqing was also surprised after hearing these words from Bai Mo. At this time Bai Mo in the eyes and before has been completely different. Quick and meticulous thinking. Speech and demeanor is also very confident. For a while Sumuching felt as if she didn't recognize Bai Mo anymore. "Hello miss, this is the attending doctor of our medical center. His medical skills are very powerful. Many big shots look for him." Jin Yang inside the medicine cabinet smiled and walked out of the medicine cabinet and said, "Is he really the attending doctor of the medical center?" The woman was still in a bit of disbelief. Bai Mo said with a smile, "Let's see the doctor first." Chapter 71, Yin and Yang 5 Elements Compatibility. After saying that, Bai Mo came to the consultation table and signaled the woman to sit down. After the woman sat down, Bai Mo said, "Put your right wrist here. You don't even ask me what's wrong with me before you take my pulse?" The woman looked at Bai Mo in doubt and said, Bai Mo's behavior made her not trust Bai Mo even more. Bai Mo said with a smile, "Although Chinese medicine emphasizes on looking, sniffing, asking and cutting, but some illnesses are not asked for. It's still necessary to diagnose the pulse. I know you don't believe me. I'll tell you what's wrong with you and you can look again." Looking at Bai Mo with a smile on his face, as if he was like a big boy next door, he didn't look like a liar. So he put his right hand on the consulting table. Bai Mo put 3 fingers on the woman's wrist and began to check her pulse. Sumuching looked at Bai Mo's professional method of checking the pulse. Her heart was even more surprised. After all, in her opinion, Bai Mo had only read a few medical books. It was impossible to be able to see someone so quickly. But look at Bai Mo's appearance now. A moment later Bai Mo took his hand back and said, "You have a good body except for some old stomach cold problems. What you want to see should not be a stomach cold problem." God, little doctor. After the woman heard Bai Mo's words, she said with a shocked face, "This stomach cold problem of mine is because when I was a child, I ate too much fruit to brand the problem. And it's true that I don't want to see this disease. After all, it's not too uncomfortable. And there's still no problem to pay attention to keeping warm in normal times." Bai Mo said with a smile, "That can only treat the symptoms but not the root cause. In a moment I will give you a pair of medicines. After a month this stomach cold problem of yours can be cured." Sumu Ching looked at the scene in front of her. Her heart was full of shock. Unexpectedly Bai Mo actually said the right thing about the woman's illness. How could this be possible? When did Bai Mo become a doctor? Now talk about the disease you want to see, Bai Mo asked. After the woman heard Bai Mo's words, she said in surprise, "My stomach cold can really be cured?" "Of course," Bai Mo said with a nod. The woman was very happy when she heard this, although it wasn't very hard, but because of the stomach cold many things couldn't be eaten and she had to pay attention to keeping warm. It was very troublesome, and now that she heard that Bai Mo could cure it, of course she would be very happy. "Tell me," Bai Mo said again. The woman sniffed and said with some embarrassment, "What I actually want to see is if I can have children. My husband and I have been married for many years. We just don't have any children. Although my husband didn't say anything, I'm anxious, and I also know that the elders in the family are already very critical of him." After listening to the woman's words, Bai Mo said seriously, "I just checked your pulse and your body is completely fine. It is possible to get pregnant normally. Dr. Bai, are you telling the truth?" After the woman heard Bai Mo's words, she hurriedly asked, "My husband went to the hospital for a checkup, and the hospital said that there was no problem with his body either. But why don't the two of us have a child?" Upon hearing this, Bai Mo asked suspiciously, "How can this be? Are you sure your husband doesn't have a problem?" "I'm sure, because both of us have been checked in the hospital, but the doctor couldn't tell us why." The woman nodded her head and said, "It was only because I had no other choice that I thought of coming to a Chinese medicine center to see if I could understand it, but unfortunately the previous few medical centers couldn't tell me the reason." After hearing this, Bai Mo frowned slightly and said, "Can you remove your mask and sunglasses, so I can take a look at your face?" "Face?" The woman froze and asked. Bai Mo said with a smile, "Didn't I just say that Chinese medicine practitioners look at the doctor after all?" "Oh, good." The woman hurriedly took off the sunglasses and mask from her face. The woman was very handsome, her skin was well maintained, and she looked to be from a wealthy family. Bai Mo looked towards the woman's face, and after looking at her for a while, Bai Mo said, "I think I know what the reason is, but I need your husband to come over. I still have to make sure." "You see it?" the woman asked with an anxious face after hearing Bai Mo's words. "Little doctor, can it be cured?" "It can be cured, but I need to determine what's wrong with your husband before I can write a prescription," Bai Mo said with a smile. The woman looked at Bai Mo with a face full of surprise. "Are you telling the truth?" "Naturally," Bai Mo nodded proudly and said, "As long as I say it can be cured, it will definitely be cured." "Good. I'll go back and talk to my husband and have him come along." After the woman heard Bai Mo's words, she hurriedly got up and was about to leave. Only when she got to the door, she suddenly turned back and said, "Little doctor, I'm a little too anxious. How much do you think this consultation fee is?" "Wait for your husband to come and then count it together," Bai Mo said with a slight smile. The woman smiled and nodded her head hurriedly and said, "Good. Don't worry, little doctor, if the two of us get well, we will definitely thank you properly. This lady, it's better to put your sunglasses and mask on. I see you're like this. You should be considerate of your husband's family's identity, Bai Mo said again. The woman then remembered that she had forgotten to put on her sunglasses and mask, and said with a grateful face, "Thank you, little doctor." Waiting for the woman to leave, Sumuching looked at Bai Mo with a surprised face. Bai Mo just looked towards the woman's face for a while and was able to determine that he could cure the woman's disease. Bai Mo, can you really cure her? Sumuching came to Bai Mo's side and asked. Bai Mo nodded and said, "Of course I can." At this time, Su Xiaoshan also came to Bai Mo's side with a curious look on his face and asked, "Mr. Bai, you started to say that there is no problem with her body, but why is it that she just can't get pregnant?" And both she and her husband went to the hospital for checkups. Western medicine is still very accurate about infertility. Elder Su, on the surface both of their bodies are fine, but there is another condition that can prevent two healthy people from getting pregnant, Bai Mo said indifferently. Su Xiaoshan said as his eyes lit up at the words, "What situation? The yin and yang 5 elements of the two people are incompatible," Bai Mo said. After hearing Bai Mo's words, Su Xiaoshan froze, then tapped his head and said, "Why did I forget about this? Grandpa, what's going on? How can two people still have yin and yang and 5 elements?" Jin Yang asked with a puzzled expression. Su Xiaoshan turned around and explained to Jin Yang, "I taught you a phrase before, which is that Chinese medicine and feng shui are not separate. The human body is actually an independently operating yin and yang 5 elements. Once the yin and yang 5 elements of two people are repulsed, naturally, they can't give birth to a child." Jin Yang said with a face full of incredulity after hearing Su Xiaoshan's words. "How is this possible? The 5 elements of yin and yang are actually able to affect the human body's ability to conceive?" Chapter 72, Swimming and Wading. Su Xiaoshan nodded his head and said, "You know that in ancient times, big families had to combine the 8 characters in their marriages to determine whether the two newlyweds would be able to live a peaceful life in the future. But did you know that one of the items in the combined 8 characteristics is to look at the offspring of the two? That is, checking whether the yin and yang 5 elements of the two are suitable? Will it affect the reproduction of offspring? Not bad." Bai Mo also nodded his head and said, "Actually, there's nothing hard to understand about this. Medical science says that the 5 organs of the human body correspond to the 5 elements. As we all know, the 5 elements refer to the movement and change of the 5 basic substances and phenomena: wood, fire, earth, gold, and water. Wood, representing the performance of the power of birth, indicates that everything in the universe has the function of birth, corresponding to the liver. Fire, representing the sublimation of the power of birth, the performance of light and heat, corresponding to the heart. Earth, with the meaning of birth, is the basis of all things in the world and human existence, corresponding to the spleen. Gene, with its cleansing, purging and astringent properties, corresponds to the lung. Water, with its properties of moisturizing, descending, cooling, and closing, corresponding to the kidneys. Combining male and female, male belongs to yang and female belongs to yin, and the male and female bodies have their own yin and yang 5 elements, presenting a kind of destiny in the 5 elements. If the yin and yang 5 elements in the two people are mutually exclusive, then yin and yang can't be combined, and naturally, it's impossible for them to have a child. Bai Mo finished looking at Jin Yang with a smile on his face and said again, "Chinese medicine is profound. It encompasses more than just medical knowledge, so a good Chinese medicine practitioner needs to know too many things. I remember, Mr. Bai," Jin Yang said with an educated face. Su Xiaoshan also said with a sigh on his face, "I never thought that Mr. Bai would be able to think of this layer. Chinese medicine is profound. Sometimes it's not that we can't cure the disease, but we don't have the right symptoms," Bai Mo said with a smile. Su Xiaoshan nodded and said, "I've been taught." Su Muching on the side looked at the admiring Jin Yang and Su Xiaoshan with a surprised face. It was obvious that everything Bai Mo said was true, otherwise it was impossible for the two to admire Bai Mo so much. Su Muching looked at Bai Mo with a complex face. Bai Mo saw this and said, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Su Muching shook her head and said, "Ever since at the grandmother's birthday banquet, Bai Mo had become different from before. Take the matter during the daytime. Bai Mo was able to invite 4th brother Long to come out, and it looked like 4th brother Long's people were still very respectful to Bai Mo, and now he had seen Bai Mo treating someone with his own eyes. However, Su Mucheng was still a little worried as she said towards Bai Mo, "Bai Mo, it's not that I don't believe in it, it's just that can you really guarantee that you can look after that woman's illness?" "Wait and see," Bai Mo said indifferently. After hearing Bai Mo's words, Su Muching froze. What did Bai Mo mean by this? Wait and see? In the past, Bai Mo would explain to himself, but this time, he surprisingly did not explain to himself. To be exact, ever since the birthday banquet, Bai Mo had stopped explaining to himself except at the beginning. Was he bored with himself? And at this time, Xiao Jiang returned to Long Wenbai's side and hurriedly talked about what happened today. Long Wenbai nodded his head and said, "Now it seems that Mr. Bai's hand should be the Earth realm without a doubt. Fourth brother, what do we do next?" Xiao Jiang asked. Long Wenbai thought for a moment and said, "Fully take over the Qin family's business, make acquisitions of all of the Qin family's companies, and then after sorting them out, transfer them to Mr. Bai's name." Transfer to Mr. Bai's name? Xiao Jiang and Long Wan both looked at Long Wenbai with a surprised expression when they heard Long Wenbai's words. Long Wenbai said rightfully, "Our Long family actually didn't help a bit with the Qin family's matter. It was entirely Mr. Bai who resolved it on his own. Naturally everything in the Qin family was handed over to Mr. Bai. We only helped Mr. Bai with it." "I understand." Xiao Jiang nodded and said. Long Wanner, after pondering for a while, also nodded her head and said, "I understand too. It's good that you two can understand. Whether or not our Long family can truly be cleansed depends on Mr. Bai." Long Wenbai said meaningfully. A few people were talking when an old man walked in. Seeing the old man enter, Xiao Jiang hurriedly saluted respectfully. "Hello Uncle Chen." "Uncle Chen." Long Wanner instantly rushed towards the old man as if she was a bird returning to its nest. Arriving at the old man's side, she moved to take the old man's arm in an intimate manner. "How old are you, girl? Still acting like a child?" Uncle Chen said with a smile full of pity. Long Wanner said in a petulant manner, "How old? I am also a child in front of Uncle Chen." "Ha ha ha." Uncle Chen laughed cheerfully. "Uncle Chen." Long Wenbai also greeted respectfully. After Uncle Chen nodded, he came to Long Wenbai's bedside and asked, "How is the body recovering?" "It's already much better. Yesterday Xiao Jiang brought back a prescription from Mr. Bai. After I took the medicine today, I feel as if the wound is recovering much faster. It doesn't hurt anymore." Long Wenbai said with a smile. Uncle Chen froze at his words. "The prescription that Bai Mo gave you?" "Yes, Uncle Chen, you still don't know. Mr. Bai is actually still a miracle doctor." Long Wenbai said with a smile. Uncle Chen smiled as a look of surprise appeared on his face and asked, "Speaking of this Bai Mo, how do you know him?" "When I was in Central State before, there wasn't such a person at all. When I arrived at the Qin clan, he had already shocked and injured a martial artist from the Qin Yin sect, so I surmised that he should be an Earth Realm martial artist." Long Wenbai then told Uncle Chen about how he met Bai Mo. Uncle Chen's face was filled with horror as he said, "In that case, if it wasn't for the fact that Bai Mo happened to be present that day, you might have." "Yes." Long Wenbai nodded and said. Uncle Chen thought for a moment and said, "Wenbai, I can't believe that you were able to befriend someone with such a high level of cultivation. You must have a good relationship with Bai Mo in the future." "Don't worry, Uncle Chen." Long Wenbai nodded and said. Uncle Chen said with a face full of sighs, "I'm already 65 this year, and I've spent half of my life in poverty before reaching the peak cultivation of a zongsher, and I can't imagine that Bai Mo would already be a martial artist of the Earth Realm at such a young age. This son's talent is definitely beyond anyone's reach. Wenbai, maybe by borrowing Bai Mo's ability, you'll be able to completely clear your name." Uncle Chen looked at Long Wenbai with a straight face and said. Long Wenbai nodded and said, "Uncle Chen, that's what I thought of. Fourth brother, before, Mr. Bai said that he would go to Qin Maoyang. Should we?" Xiao Jiang made a neck-wiping motion to himself. After Long Wenbai heard Xiao Zhang's words, a cold light flashed in his eyes and said, "These trivial matters, of course we don't need Mr. Bai's hand. You take the people to the hospital now." Chapter 73. You want to go see Xiao Qianxian? Xiao Jiang sniffed and hurriedly nodded his head. Yes. On this side, Long Wenbai was rejoicing because he was able to get acquainted with Bai Mo. At this time, the Su family was in a haze. The Su family's old lady was sitting on the sofa in the living room, her face full of gloom. With what had just happened at the Qin family, it was clear that Bai Mo did not want to help the Su family. Seeing the big tree of the Long family, the Su family couldn't lean on it. The Su family's old lady's heart was very annoyed. Su Jinhai sat on the sofa with a dissatisfied face and didn't say anything. The others also didn't dare to make a sound. Quite a few of them actually wanted to go home at the moment because these things didn't have anything to do with them at all. But no one dared to leave first without Su family's old lady getting angry. "I can't imagine that this Bai Mo has actually befriended Brother Long Si." The Su family's old lady raised her head and looked at the crowd and said, "But it's obvious that this brat has a grudge against the Su family. So you guys tell me, what do we need to do to get Bai Mo to help the Su family?" The crowd looked at me and I looked at you, once again lowering their heads. Seeing that the crowd didn't speak, the Su family's old lady turned her head to look at Su Jinhai. "Jinhai, you say?" Su Jinhai heard the Su family old lady call herself. Her heart was filled with resentment. Just now she was forcing herself to apologize to that punk, itching to expel herself from the Su family, and now she's here to ask what she should do. However, although Su Jinhai had resentment in his heart, in the end, He did not dare to show his temper in front of the old lady. He then opened his mouth and said, "Grandma, I'm thinking about a question. And that is just how hard the relationship between Bai Mo and fourth brother Long is. Even though Bai Mo asked fourth brother Long to go out and talk to Chin Yong Kong, will fourth brother Long still help Bai Mo in the aftermath? What exactly does Bai Mo have that makes fourth brother Long value him?" Upon hearing this, the Su family's old lady also said with a frown on her face, "I can't figure this out either. Bai Mo has been in the Su family for 5 years and has always been a waste of space. How could he know such a big shot like fourth brother Long? Grandma, I think we should figure out the truth of the matter first. We mustn't let Bai Mo fool us," Su Jinhai said. "If we let Su Muchang and Bai Mo return to the Su family first, and in the end, if Bai Mo can't get the Long family to help us, then won't we lose a lot of money?" "You have a point," the Su family's old lady nodded and said. The Su family old lady then took out her phone and called Gao Shouyun. Gao Shouyun was simply a bit flattered when she received the old lady's call and hurriedly said, "Mom, what are your orders?" "Aha!" The old lady was satisfied with Gao Shouyun's deference to herself and then said, "I asked you something. Do you know about Bai Mo knowing fourth brother Long?" "No," Gao Shouyun said. "It seems like Bai Mo saved fourth brother Long on the road. And a few days ago fourth brother Long even had someone come to thank Bai Mo." "On the road?" The Su family's old lady sniffed and said, "So that means they were unknown before. Just a one-sided encounter on the road? That's for sure." "Mom, you think about how that punk could possibly be acquainted with a big shot like fourth brother Long?" Gao Shouyun said with a face full of disdain. "And if fourth brother Long really valued him, Bai Mo didn't even get a dime for saving fourth brother Long." After hearing Gao Shouyun's words, the Su family's old lady once again said, "Have Bai Mo and Mu Qing and the others returned home yet?" "Mom, Bai Mo has already been kicked out of the house by me," Gao Shouyun said with a face full of excitement. "This guy didn't even dare to fart before he left." "Okay, I know." After saying this, the Su family's old lady directly hung up the phone. Gao Shouyun froze while holding the already hung up phone, then said angrily, "What the hell? Making a phone call just to ask about that punk? I thought it was something good." The Su family's old lady looked at the crowd and said, "It seems that I've exaggerated the relationship between Bai Mo and fourth brother Long a bit. Bai Mo merely saved fourth brother Long on the road. So I guess after this Qin family incident, fourth brother Long has kind of returned the favor and won't contact Bai Mo again in the future." "Grandma, since that's the case, then wouldn't Su Muching not need to come back? You even said at that time that you would let Su Muching take over the Su family," Su Jinhai said indifferently. The Su family's old lady glanced at Su Jinhai and said, "Jinhai, I know that you have grievances in your heart, but those who can achieve great things must be able to bend and extend." "I remember, Grandma," Su Jinhai said respectfully. Su family old lady, this is also considered to give him a step down. To be able to make the always strong grandmother say such words is rare. "When I said at the time that I would let Su Muching come back to take over the Su family, didn't she herself not agree?" The Su family's old lady said with a hum. Then she once again looked at Su Jinhai and said, "Jinhai, although the possibility of that loser reconnecting with fourth brother Long is very small, but it's not completely certain. What can be utilized should still be utilized. I've recently heard that fourth brother Long is developing a property. I'll give you a task. You go find Su Muching and ask her to take this contract. If she can really take the contract down, I can let her come back to the Su family. You are the most capable amongst the second-generation juniors. I feel relieved to leave this matter to you." Although Su Jinhai was a bit reluctant, after all, he was very reluctant to ask Su Muching for help. But who let Grandma already give her word? "Grandma, don't worry. I can distinguish between the lesser and the greater. I will definitely take the family's interests as the main priority," Su Jinhai said in a deep voice. The Su family's old lady nodded with satisfaction after hearing Su Jinhai's words. Medical Center. Bai Mo looked at Su Muching and asked, "Muching, are you tired? If you're tired, go home and rest first." "Not tired." Su Muching shook her head and said, then asked with an odd expression on her face, "You want to go see Xiao Qianqian?" "Muching, didn't I say that I have nothing with Xiao Qianqian?" Bai Mo said helplessly. Su Muching hummed and said, "Who knows, brother Bai, sister Qianqian's, it's really not what you think," Bai Mo said with a bitter smile. When did this woman care so much about herself? Could it be that she was jealous? Thinking of this, Bai Mo looked towards Su Muching and asked with a suspicious face, "You're jealous? Who would be jealous of you?" Su Muching immediately blushed at the words and said with some warm anger, "It's here. The little doctor's reading is very accurate." Bai Mo was just about to speak when the woman's voice from earlier suddenly came from outside the door, immediately followed by a male voice. "This kind of small medical center, how can it possibly see patients? Don't let people fool you." Husband, just believe me for once," the woman said in a petulant manner. It was obvious that this man loved his wife. Even though he didn't believe it himself, he still accompanied the woman. After the two walked into the medical center, the woman hurriedly called out, "Little mister, this is my husband." Chapter 74 Abstinence for a week. Looking at the woman's face full of anxiety, Bai Mo said with a smile, "There's no need to be in such a hurry. Even curing the disease is not an overnight thing. Little doctor, my husband is very busy in his usual time. It just so happens that today he is at home. The child's matter. Both of us are very anxious, so we came over," the woman said with a smile. Hearing this, Bai Mo nodded and looked towards the middle-aged man. But the middle-aged man's face was full of impatience at this time. Although he accompanied the woman over, he still didn't believe that the disease they had been seeing for years could be cured here. "May I ask who is the doctor who will treat us?" The middle-aged man looked at Bai Mo and asked. Bai Mo said indifferently, "I am." "What? You're the doctor who's treating my wife?" The middle-aged man froze when he heard Bai Mo's words, then turned to the woman and said, "I told you a long time ago, it can't be true. You must have met a liar. Look, he's so young, what kind of medical skills can he have?" The middle-aged man said and was about to pull the woman away. The woman hurriedly said, "Cedar, don't be anxious, the young doctor is really a divine doctor." "How can such a young man be a divine doctor? I think you have been brainwashed by him," the middle-aged man said angrily. When the woman saw this, she was a bit anxious and said, "Come here, the little doctor didn't even use the consultation fee. What did he lie to me about?" The middle-aged man sniffed and turned his head to look at Bai Mo and said, "I've seen a lot of people like you put a long line to catch a big fish. Although you didn't charge my wife's principal, but behind you will definitely say that our illness will take a certain amount of time to be cured, right? Not bad. The two of you have yin and yang, 5 elements that are mutually exclusive, which is what caused you to not be able to get pregnant. So naturally it can't be cured overnight." Bai Mo nodded and said. The middle-aged man had an expression of "I knew it," then said to the woman, Lon, look, was I right?" Before the woman could speak, Bai Mo spoke. "Every day at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, your head will swell up and you will have a severe pain that is so intense that you need to take analgesic medication to get through it. However, you have now become resistant to the medication, and the original dosage is no longer able to clear up your headache. So what you are taking now should be twice the amount of medication that you had before." The middle-aged man was shocked when he heard Bai Mo's words and turned his head to look at the woman and asked, "Did you tell him all this?" "I didn't." The woman's words came out halfway and Bai Mo said again, "When you're out socializing, you can't drink room temperature white wine when you're accompanying people. You need to warm it up before you can drink it, otherwise your stomach will ache unbearably. Also, although there is no problem with your body, when you get up every morning, you can only maintain it for a while before you have a lot of night sweats. Also you have the habit of getting up at night, and every night in the early hours of the morning you will have a bowel movement and it will continue to burp as it comes out, and the symptoms disappear after the bowel movement. Am I right?" After saying this, Bai Mo quietly looked at the middle-aged man. The woman hurriedly shook her head at the middle-aged man, signaling that she had never talked about this with Bai Mo. But at this time the middle-aged man is already full of shock. These days inside his wife almost all know, but defecation hiccups, this thing his wife has never known, because this problem is only in the last 6 months. "Not at all," and his wife said. The middle-aged man looked at Bai Mo and said in surprise, "How did you know?" "Looked it out," Bai Mo said indifferently. After Bai Mo's words, the 3 people inside the medical center were also filled with surprise, especially Su Muqing. It was obvious that the few symptoms Bai Mo had stated about the middle-aged man were now right on target, or else the middle-aged man definitely wouldn't have asked this. She simply couldn't imagine how Bai Mo knew the middle-aged man's symptoms. Su Shaoshan and Jinyang were even looking at Bai Mo with a surprised face. The so-called insiders look at the doorway, while outsiders look at the scene. Su Muqing was shocked at how Bai Mo could possibly tell. He had only read medical books for a few days, and the two of them were shocked that Bai Mo's medical skills had actually reached the point where he could look through and be able to speak so accurately about a patient's illness. Nowadays, many traditional Chinese medicine practitioners can only look at the surface of the disease, and cannot see what is too in-depth. However, Bai Mo's realm had already reached the point where he was able to treat people through looking, so how could the two of them not be surprised? What kind of realm is this? Su Shaoshan's heart was shocked. Xinyang might not know, but he who had been practicing medicine for decades knew that it would take at least a medical Dao to reach the level of a medical general to be able to perform it. The middle-aged man was once again shocked by Bai Mo's words. "See it? Do you still see the disease?" Bai Mo asked as he looked at the middle-aged man with a smile. The middle-aged man hurriedly nodded his head and said, Look, please sir, take a look for me." As Bai Mo said the disease on the middle-aged man, the middle-aged man's address to Bai Mo changed from "you" to "sir." Seeing this, the woman was filled with joy and patted the middle-aged man. "Am I right, Mr. Bai is a miraculous doctor. You see, just by looking at you for a few moments you know what kind of disease you have." Yes, it's because I have eyes that don't recognize the gold and jade. I have wrongly blamed Mr. Bai." the middle-aged man said repeatedly. Please sir, don't be general with me. Bai Mo waved his hand and said, sit down first, I'll show you. Good. The middle-aged man hurriedly came to the consultation table and sat down. Bai Mo stretched out his hand and began to check the middle-aged man's pulse, and a moment later, Bai Mo said, it's the same as I estimated. Little doctor, what about me and my husband? The woman asked hurriedly after hearing Bai Mo's words. Bai Mo smiled at his words and said, yes. After saying that, Bai Mo wrote down 3 prescriptions on a piece of paper and then handed each of the 3 prescriptions to the middle-aged man. This one is the medicine to cure your wife's stomach cold problem. The second one is the prescription to regulate your body. These 2 you two take for a week first. This third prescription, come to me a week later to get it. Bai Mo said with a smile. The middle-aged man was very happy when he received the first 2 prescriptions, but when he heard Bai Mo's later words, he asked with a puzzled face, Mr. Bai, why is this? Because this third prescription is the one that regulates your body. I know that you guys want a child very urgently, so I'm worried that you can't help but take this one first. Bai Mo said with a smile. But your body's previous illnesses need to be tempered before you can temper the yin and yang 5 elements. After the middle-aged man and the woman both glanced at each other, the woman asked with some anxiety, little doctor, can't you first temper the disease of not being able to get pregnant? Lon, I think the little doctor is right. Bai Mo nodded toward the woman and smiled. There's another reason for letting you guys temper your body's other ailments first. It's on the issue of tempering the yin and yang 5 elements. You guys need to abstain from sex for a week. Chapter 75, Lover's Lock. Both of them smiled awkwardly after hearing Bai Mo's words. Bai Mo said with a smile, don't be embarrassed, the two of you, after so many years of not having a child, after hearing the hope, you will definitely try at the first opportunity. This is human nature. Go back and condition your body this week first, and come to me on the 7th day to pick up the later prescription. Go over there and grab the medicine. The 2 men sniffed and hurriedly nodded their heads. Many thanks, young sir. Sir, what's your name? The middle-aged man suddenly asked. Bai Mo smiled and said motion. Bai Mo. Jin Yang smiled and took the 2 prescriptions, grabbed the medicine and then the method of decoction and distinguishing between the 2 have medication marked well. The middle-aged man came to Bai Mo's consultation table and asked, Sir, how much is this consultation fee and medicine in total? You can take this medicine back to eat first, and when the follow-up treatment is over, you can pay the consultation fee together. Bai Mo said with a smile. When the woman heard Bai Mo's words, she hurriedly said, Young sir, are you still angry with my husband? My husband is a person who is very guarded because he talks business with others all the time, but he definitely didn't mean to target you. The middle-aged man also said, Sir, I'm sorry, in the past 2 years, my wife and I have encountered too many scammers because of our children's affairs. Money is second to none, but the heartache of having hope and then having it ruthlessly shattered makes me too guarded. You guys don't think too much. I've always been like this when I see patients, and the 2 of you can't possibly be worse off with my consultation fee. So it's all the same if you give it early or late, Bai Mo said with a smile. And for those who see patients, the emphasis is on the cure, not the consultation fee. The 2 wanted to say more, but Bai Mo waved his hand and said, I guess you guys have a lot of things to do, so it's better to go back and get busy first. Upon hearing this, the 2 could only give up, saying that they would definitely be thanked in the future. Waiting for the 2 to leave, Sumu Ching asked suspiciously, why don't you collect their principal first? It's just as well to give it afterward. Besides, I'm not that bad at these consultation fees. They also want to feel at ease. A good mindset will lead to a better cure, Bai Mo said with a smile. Bai Mo's words made Sumu Ching a little surprised, then nodded. Looking at the time, Bai Mo said to Su Shaoshan and Jin Yang, Elder Su, Jin Yang, it's time to get off work. If you're tired, you can go home. If you're not tired, sit here for a while. However, the 2 men obviously got the wrong idea. Especially Jin Yang, who scowled at Bai Mo for a while before pulling Su Shaoshan out the door. Bai Mo and Sumu Ching were the only 2 people left in the medical center, and the atmosphere seemed a bit awkward for a while. The 2 of them sat quietly in the medical center like this, and after a while, Bai Mo unexpectedly picked up a medical book. When Sumu Ching saw this, she was stunned. This person is going to read a medical book? He was here himself and he even wanted to read a medical book? What exactly does he mean? Sumu Ching looked at Bai Mo and asked, You are going to read a medical book? Aha! Bai Mo nodded and then said in a sudden realization, I forgot you were here. Mu Ching, let me send you back. Bai Mo said with a smile, forgetting that I'm here? Am I that unimportant in his heart now? Bai Mo could see that Sumu Ching's face was a bit off and hurriedly said, I subconsciously wanted to read the medical books, nothing else. Saying that, Bai Mo got up and came to Sumu Ching's side. Sumu Ching asked, Aren't you going to go home with me? No, I'll send you back. I'll be staying at the medical center for this period of time. it's just that at night time, I can look at the medical books, dispense some prescriptions, and see what herbs are missing. After all, it's newly opened, and I need to familiarize myself with what herbs are available at the medical center, Bai Mo said. Sumuching thought about it and felt that the reason Bai Mo said was a bit far-fetched, but the two of them had managed to ease up for a while, so she didn't say anything more. After Bai Mo locked the door, he and Sumuching walked towards their home. Originally, Bai Mo wanted to take a cab, but Sumuching wanted to walk back. Bai Mo had to comply with Sumuching's idea. In this way, the two of them silently walked towards their home. After walking for a while, Sumuching opened her mouth first and asked, "Don't you have anything you want to say to me?" "I don't know what to say." Bai Mo thought for a moment and said, "You don't believe anything I say, and if I say too much, I'm going to fight again. You're afraid of quarreling with me?" Sumuching stopped and looked at Bai Mo with a pair of big beautiful eyes and said. Bai Mo looked at Sumuching's appearance. Bai Mo was stunned and nodded his head and said, "Quarreling is ultimately bad. It hurts feelings." Then with a self-deprecating smile, he said, "It's also me who overthinks. There were no feelings between us in the first place." After saying that, Bai Mo took a deep breath and looked towards the distance. Looking at Bai Mo's despondent eyes, Sumuching was a little heartbroken and said softly, "Who says there is no feelings between us? If there are no feelings, I would rather be kicked out of the Su family than divorce you." "Aha!" Bai Mo nodded and said, "Let's go." Looking at Bai Mo who was walking towards the front, a phrase suddenly surfaced in Sumuching's heart for a split second. There is no greater sorrow than death of the heart. Did she hurt him too deeply? As the two walked, they passed by a small bridge, and below it was a branch of the Zhengzhou city center lake. Because of the beautiful environment on both sides of the small bridge, and the guardrails on the bridge were also very exquisite. All of them were that kind of ancient architecture imitating Chinese alabaster. So by some vendors in Zhengzhou, this small bridge was packaged as a lover's bridge. Many couples would come here for a walk at night, and on the parapet of the bridge was a lovelock. The weather at night was no longer as sweltering, plus the cooling of the lake below, so there were many pedestrians on the bridge at this time. There were quite a few young couples who were buying lovelocks from the vendors. Miss, want to buy a lover's lock?" A vendor saw Bai Mo and Sumuching both walking over and hurriedly promoted his goods. Bai Mo glanced at the vendor and was about to refuse, but he didn't expect Sumuching to nod her head and say, "Okay, bring me one." Bai Mo looked at Sumuching with some surprise. "Lover's lock? Could it be that?" For a while Bai Mo's already silent heart rose a wave. Seeing Sumuching so painfully, the vendor hurriedly picked a lover's lock for Sumuching and also told Sumuching how to operate it. Sumuching returned to Bai Mo's side. Her face was a little scarlet, but the delight in her eyes could not be hidden. "Bai Mo, look, it's exquisite." Sumuching handed it to Bai Mo to see. Bai Mo nodded his head and said with a smile, "It is exquisite. I didn't expect you to buy this. In the past, I always watched other people get it. I've never gotten it myself. I'm very curious, and I just happened to come across it today." Sumuching subconsciously said. Bai Mo's face dimmed at his words, so it was just curiosity. Sumuching also seemed to have realized that there was something wrong with her words and hurriedly said, "No, Bai Mo, I mean that I didn't have the chance before." "Write your name," Bai Mo said with a smile. Chapter 76, Mysterious Youth. Sumuching blushed once again and said, "I heard that this has to be written by a boy before it's allowed." Bai Mo smiled and took the pen and wrote down the names of the two people on the top of the lover's lock. In his heart, he was a little amused to think that Sumuching would also have a little girl's side. Looking at Bai Mo seriously writing their names on it, Sumuching could not contain the joy in her eyes. She had thought that Bai Mo wouldn't write with himself. After writing, the two came to a guardrail and tied the lover's lock to it. On the way out, Sumuching couldn't help but look back several times at the location of the lover's lock. On the way back, Sumuching's mood appeared to be very good, constantly talking to Bai Mo, from when she was a child, all the way to when she went to college, and Bai Mo naturally made a good listener, smiling from time to time. If one didn't know about the two of them, looking at them alone, they were no different from a normal couple. Pleasant moments were always short-lived, and soon the two arrived at the door of their home. Bai Mo said to Sumuching, "Go back." Sumuching watched Bai Mo stop a few meters away from the door of his home, and secretly said in her heart, just how many painful memories this home had given Bai Mo. "Not going in?" Sumuching asked. "Why don't you sleep at home today?" "No," Bai Mo said with a smile. Sumuching was a little disappointed after hearing Bai Mo's words and nodded her head. She was still unable to put down her face after all, just until Sumuching had just opened the door to her room. Bai Mo suddenly shouted, "Muching, are you coming back?" Sumuching turned her head and said in surprise. Bai Mo smiled with a burst of embarrassment and said, "I wanted to ask you, do you really want to work at Holy Dragon Group?" Sumuching's heart burst with exasperation and said with a hum, Sacred Dragon Group is a famous big company in Central State. Of course I want to go. What are you asking this for? Nothing, asking, Bai Mo said. Su Muching sniffed in exasperation and said, I'm going back. After walking into the room, Su Muching muttered, you're just a log. What else do you want me to say? I'm all like this. What's like this? Gao Shouyun suddenly walked over and asked. Seeing that the door to the room was left open, she glanced towards the door and happened to see Bai Mo's back, and was immediately furious. Opening the door to the room, she began to swear, you punk still want to come back? You're dreaming. Shameless. What were you thinking? If you keep pestering Mu Qing, beware I'll call the police to arrest you. Bai Mo had already turned around and was ready to leave, but it was Gao Shouyun's tirade behind him that instantly made him a little angry, but after looking back, he let out a cold snort and once again turned around and walked towards the cell door. Su Muching sniffed and hurriedly called out, Mom, what are you doing? Mu Qing, if he pesters you again, I'll call the police, Gao Shouyun said with a cold snort, then heavily closed the door of the room. Su Muching said angrily, Mom, Bai Mo and I aren't divorced and won't be divorced. What the hell are you doing? After saying that, she hurriedly took out the phone and called Bai Mo, but it was hung up by Bai Mo. Su Muching was filled with helplessness. She had just eased her relationship with Bai Mo a little bit, and it was all ruined by her own mom. Whoever sends someone back with good intentions, but is scolded for no reason, will not feel good in their heart. Not to mention that Bai Mo was already disappointed in this family. Su Muching gripped the phone tightly, stomped her foot, and directly walked towards the upstairs. What are you getting angry with me for? Am I not doing this for your own good? Gao Shouyun said with a cold snort, and Su Muching didn't want to talk to Gao Shouyun at all and directly went into the room. After Bai Mo adjusted his emotions, he walked in the direction of the medical center. It was only when Bai Mo had just come out of the neighborhood onto a shortcut that a sorrowful voice suddenly came from behind him. I can't believe that second young master Bai is not dead. Bai Mo turned his head to look. A young man in a black tracksuit was standing behind him, looking at himself with a sneer. You know my identity? Who sent you? Bai Mo asked indifferently. The youth snorted and said, Bai Mo, you're no longer the second young master of the Bai family. What are you still putting up a front here? I can't believe that I just came to Central State on a business trip and met you. If I capture you back, it should be a great honor. The youth was going to speak again, but Bai Mo's figure suddenly disappeared, and by the time he reappeared, he had already arrived in front of the youth, and a hand strangled the youth's neck. Who sent you? Who is the person who wants my life? You actually recovered your martial arts roots? The youth looked at Bai Mo with a face full of shock and lost his voice. Bai Mo looked at the youth coldly. It seems like you know me very well. Then you should know that it's easy for me to kill you. If you don't want to die, name the mastermind behind the curtain. If I say it, will you let me go? The youth asked hurriedly. Just as Bai Mo had said, he had already recovered his martial roots, and it was simply too easy for him to kill himself. Say it, Bai Mo said indifferently. The youth hurriedly nodded. Yes, put. A sound rang out and Bai Mo saw a dagger pop out directly from the youth's chest. The youth looked at the dagger in his chest with an unbelievable face and opened his mouth to speak. Just without waiting for the youth to open his mouth, two daggers once again appeared in the youth's chest, and the youth struggled twice and directly died. All of this happened in a flash of lightning. For a moment Bai Mo surprisingly did not react. Careless, Bai Mo secretly sighed. Raising his head, he looked towards the direction the dagger had shot from, and at this moment, the person who had killed and exterminated him was actually standing on the roof of the building and not leaving, but was staring at Bai Mo. Bai Mo threw the youth's body towards the ground and climbed towards the roof of the building directly with his feet on the wall. Just after arriving at the top of the building, there was no trace of that person. Bai Mo took a deep breath and said, that was a quick move. No matter who you are, I will find you. But who could you be? Bai Mo stood for a while before flying towards the medical center. Otherwise it would be troublesome for the police to come in a while. On the other hand, after Xiao Qianxian returned home, she went straight to her room without a word. Elder Xiao was puzzled when he saw this, but he didn't say anything. After Xiao Qianxian returned to her room, she lay on the bed alone. Remembering how Bai Mo and Su Muching looked inside the medical center, she couldn't help but pout and said, in the end, the two of them are husband and wife. I really don't know what's so good about that Su Muching. Obviously she's not nice to Brother Bai at all, but Brother Bai is still so protective of her. Humph, pisses me off. Thinking of this, Xiao Qianxian laughed again, but in front of someone's wife, molesting someone's husband. It's really a bit inappropriate, haha. Chapter 77, Jin Mao Yang was just saved away. Xiao Qianxian took a deep breath, stretched her waist, changed a comfortable position, and once again said to herself, White brother, are you so unable to let go of that woman? But what do you want me to do? You this ingrate, the moment we meet, let people have interest in you. But you are a married man. Just like this, Xiao Qianqian was lying on the bed, shaking a pair of white and delicate little feet, constantly talking to herself. Elder Xiao had been sitting in the living room, and when he saw that it was time to finish dinner, Xiao Qianqian surprisingly had not yet come down. Then he got up and walked towards the upstairs. Coming to Xiao Qianqian's door, old Master Xiao knocked on the door and said, "Qianqian, dinner is ready." Coming, Xiao Qianqian's voice came from the room. Immediately afterward, Elder Xiao heard a sound of footsteps and the door of the room then opened. After Xiao Qianqian walked out of the room, she asked in confusion, "Grandpa, why did you come up here?" "Just let the nanny call out. I went into the room after seeing you come back and wanted to see how you were doing," Old Master Xiao said with a smile. Xiao Qianqian held the old master's arm while walking towards the downstairs and said, "Nothing much. My family Qianqian company things never in a bad mood, because those people are you managed to obey. Can let you so abnormal should not be Bai Mo, right?" the old master said with a smile. When Xiao Qianqian heard the old master's words, she immediately said in a petulant manner, Grandpa, how come you are also so gossipy?" "By the looks of it, yes," the old master laughed and said. "Tell me, what's wrong?" Xiao Qianqian said as she helped the old man downstairs. "I saw Su mooching today." You saw Bai Mo's wife? You didn't give someone a hard time, did you?" "Qianqian, listen to Grandpa." After hearing Xiao Qianqian's words, the old master hurriedly said with a straight face. Xiao Qianqian said, "Grandpa, I just nudged her a few times. I know what you're going to say. I won't do that until Bai Mo divorces Su Muqing." "Well, it's good that you have it in your heart." The old master nodded with a smile. For Xiao Qianqian, the old master still believed in his granddaughter's three views. When Xiao Jiang brought people to the hospital, he was to find that Qin Maoyang's figure inside the ward had already disappeared, leaving only Qin Wuhai, who was still unconscious next to him. Xiao Jiang called the nurse and asked, "Where is the person above this hospital bed?" Seeing Xiao Jiang and the others with a cold look on their faces, the nurse's face turned white with fear and stammered, "I don't know. He was still here just now when the medicine was changed." Xiao Jiang sniffed and turned his head towards his men. "Go check the surveillance." "Yes," the henchman hurriedly answered. In less than 20 minutes the henchman came back and said with an ugly face, "Brother Xiao Jiang, 10 minutes before we came, a few people took Qin Maoyang away. It looks like they know Qin Maoyang. Damn, we came one step too late." Xiao Jiang said with furrowed brows, "Find it for me." "Yes." The crowd nodded in unison at the words and then exited the ward. Only when Xiao Jiang returned to the sanatorium, his men were the ones who sent word that Qin Maoyang had already left the city half an hour ago. Xiao Jiang told Long Wenbai about the matter, and Long Wenbai frowned at the news and said, "I'll give Mr. Bai a call." Bai Mo had just returned to the medical center when he received a call from Long Wenbai. "Mr. Bai, this is Long Wenbai," Long Wenbai said as he opened the door. Bai Mo heard Long Wenbai's voice and asked suspiciously, "Fourth brother Long, is there something going on at this late hour?" "Mr. Bai, Qin Maoyang was rescued by someone. Xiao Jiang and the others searched for a few hours, and the person has already left the city," Long Wenbai said in a deep voice. Bai Mo sniffed and frowned slightly, then said, "Do you know what kind of person rescued Qin Maoyang?" "I don't know, but Qin Maoyang must have recognized them. I suspect that it was the backhand that Qin Yongkang left before," Long Wenbai said. "Mr. Bai, this matter is my incompetence." "Fourth brother, how can you say that? You are helping me. Neither of us expected Qin Yongkang to have a backhand. It was also my carelessness." Bai Mo shook his head and said. Long Wenbai then said, "Qin Maoyang might come back to retaliate. Mr. Bai should be careful recently." "It's fine, just a rustic chicken and dog," Bai Mo said indifferently. Long Wenbai said again, "Mr. Bai, I will acquire all the Qin family's companies in the near future and transfer them to your name." "Fourth brother, this is not necessary. I don't lack money. Keep the Qin family's things. You will have a channel to do legitimate business in the future," Bai Mo said with a smile. Long Wenbai was shocked when he heard this. He had to know that although Qin Yongkang was dead, the Qin family's base was still there. After all, the Qin family was the three great families of the central state. The thin dead camel was bigger than a horse, and the property was not a little bit bigger than a horse. He couldn't imagine that Bai Mo would not want it and would give it to himself. "Mr. Bai, this cannot be allowed." Long Wenbai hurried. "Why refused?" Bai Mo said. "Fourth brother, you and I are friends. It's just one Qin family. In the future, there's the entire central state, and the Dragon Kingdom." "The entire central state? Dragon Kingdom?" Long Wenbai was once again shocked by Bai Mo's words. Bai Mo smiled and said, "Right, how can a great man set his sights on just one central state? Take it. You know I don't like politeness." "I understand, Mr. Bai. In the future, the Long family will look up to Mr. Bai," Long Wenbai said firmly. Bai Mo said indifferently, Fourth brother. We are friends. Friends. I remember. Long One Bai nodded and said. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Jiang hurriedly asked. Fourth brother. What did Mr. Bai say? Mr. Bai said that Qin Mao Yang is a dirt dog, as well as that everything in the Qin family belongs to the Long family. Long One Bai muttered. Xiao Jiang was filled with shock when he heard this. Returned to the dragon family? Such a large family business. And Mr. Bai doesn't even want it? Long One Bai said with a bitter smile. Originally, I was thinking of transferring everything from the Qin family to Mr. Bai, but I didn't expect that Mr. Bai wouldn't even look at the Qin family stuff. Fourth brother. So Mr. Bai? Xiao Jiang asked. Long One Bai nodded and said. Mr. Bai's identity must not be simple. I can hear that he really doesn't care. In the future, tell the people below that when they see Mr. Bai, they must be respectful enough. I understand. Fourth brother. Xiao Jiang hurriedly nodded his head. Long Wanner on the side hadn't said anything after hearing the two men's words. Long One Bai turned his head to look at Long Wanner and asked, why isn't Wanner speaking? Is she thinking about Mr. Bai? What? Big brother. Long Wanner's face immediately blushed when she heard this, and she had an angry look on her face. Seeing this, Long One Bai and Xiao Jiang both burst out laughing, causing Long Wanner's face to turn even redder. Since ancient times, beautiful women loved heroes. With the charm that Bai Mo displayed, how could a flower girl like Long Wanner not like it? It's just that Naiha Bai Mo already has someone in his heart. Chapter 78, I want to see Shui Renyun. The next day, after Bai Mo woke up and waited for Su Shashan and the two of them to arrive, he left the medical center and headed towards the Sacred Dragon Group. Since Su Mu Qing wanted to go to the Sacred Dragon Group, even though the outcome of the two in the future was still unknown, it was still necessary to help out. Aren't men such strange creatures? Bai Mo arrived in front of the Holy Dragon Group's building. Looking at the dozens of floors of the building, Bai Mo touched his nose and said to himself, who would have thought that after 5 years of me being a door-to-door son-in-law, this Holy Dragon Group would be my own? And my wife has to come here to work. After saying that, Bai Mo walked towards the hall of the Holy Dragon Group. When Bai Mo arrived at the door, the security guard politely asked, hello sir. Hello, I'm going in to do some errands, Bai Mo said. The security guard nodded his head and smiled. Okay, over there is the front desk. If you have an appointment you can go there directly. If you don't have an appointment, you can make an appointment there. Reservation? Bai Mo froze at his words. He had forgotten about this matter. That day when he came out of Su's house in a hurry, Shui Renyun's business card was also forgotten where he put it. Never mind, let's go in first and take a look. However, Bai Mo was a little surprised by the security guard's attitude. After all, he knew this on himself. The security guard didn't have a dog's eye view, proving that the corporate culture of Sacred Dragon Group was still good. You're different from others. I thought you wouldn't let me in, Bai Mo said with a smile. The security guard smiled and said, Sir is joking. The first rule of our Holy Dragon Group's corporate culture is that we can't underestimate anyone. Well, not bad. Bai Mo nodded and then walked towards the front desk. After Bai Mo arrived at the front desk lady asked with a polite smile, Sir, may I ask what you need help with? I want to see Shui Renyun, Bai Mo said indifferently. The receptionist lady froze at his words. She had seen many people who came here, and everyone who came here said respectfully that they wanted to see General Manager Shui. There hadn't been anyone who dared to directly address Mr. Shui by name. I didn't expect this young man in front of me to call Mr. Shui by his name as soon as he came up. However, the receptionist still smiled and said, Sir, may I ask if you have made an appointment before? No, but you can give her a call and say that Uncle Hua sent me here. My surname is Bai Mo said with a smile. The receptionist lady said with a difficult face, Sir, this is not in order. You know that our general manager Shui is very busy during normal times. She doesn't see anyone without an appointment. Don't worry, if you say I'm here, he'll see me, Bai Mo said with a bashful smile. He believed that Huabua had already greeted Shui Renyun long ago, so he probably knew who he was when he heard his surname Bai. The front desk lady said with a difficult face, But, this way I am going to make a mistake. The manager will definitely scold me. Don't worry, he wouldn't dare scold you, Bai Mo smiled. Looking at Bai Mo's smile as if he was a big boy next door, the receptionist lady's heart trembled, and she didn't know why in her heart she actually believed Bai Mo a little. In her heart, she thought, forget it, let's be scolded. He doesn't look like someone who tells lies. In this way, the receptionist picked up the phone. Just as the front desk lady had just picked up the phone, a voice came from the direction of the elevator. Bai Mo, why are you here? A youth then came to the front desk and looked at Bai Mo with a disdainful face and said again, Bai Mo, what are you doing here? Is this also a place you can come? Which one are you? Do you recognize me? Bai Mo looked at the youth in front of him and asked in confusion. because he didn't recognize the person in front of him. The youth snorted coldly and said, "You don't know me, but I can know you. Last time at the reunion, you made Mu-ching lose face." Class reunion? Bai Mo frowned and looked towards the youth. The next second Bai Mo surfaced a touch of undetectable anger. Isn't this person in front of him the same youth who ate with Su Mu-ching in the restaurant that day? It's just that he only looked at his back that day, but now he heard him say that he was Su Mu-ching's classmate. And then he remembered that Su Mu-ching had told him that some of her classmates had helped her to pass the interview with Sacred Dragon Group. It was unthinkable that he had come to Holy Dragon Group, but he had met him in a narrow road. "What? You're a waste of space and you won't let anyone talk about it?" Cun said with a cold smile as he looked at Bai Mo. He thought that the anger on Bai Mo's face was because of his own humiliation just now, but in reality, Bai Mo was because he wanted to die Su Mu-ching, helping Su Mu-ching for no reason at all. A man would know what the other side was thinking. Bai Mo looked at Cun and said indifferently, "Are you Mu-ching's classmate? There were too many people at the last reunion to remember." "Humph, of course you can't remember. Sitting in the corner the whole time, who can you remember?" Cun snorted and said. Then he turned his head to look at the receptionist lady and asked, "What does he want?" "Supervisor Wang. This gentleman wants to see General Manager Shui." After hearing Cun's words, the front desk lady hurriedly said, although Cun was a supervisor, he was the supervisor of the sales department, a supervisor belonging to the real power department, even more than the manager of the logistics department's authority, so the front desk lady's attitude was very respectful. "Seeing Mr. Shui?" Cun froze after hearing the words of the receptionist, and then he laughed out loud. The pedestrians in the hall were attracted by Cun's laughter and looked this way. Not knowing what exactly was going on that made Cun laugh like this, Bai Mo looked at the laughing Cun indifferently and said to the receptionist, "Can you help me contact Shui Ringyun?" Cun laughed out loud for a while and then heard Bai Mo calling Shui Ringyun's name. He immediately put away his laughter and rebuked Bai Mo. "How dare you? What is your status? How dare you call General Manager Shui by her name? Just because you don't dare, doesn't mean I can't," Bai Mo said indifferently. Cun snorted again, then shouted, "Come, all of you come over. I'll show you. This gentleman is called Bai Mo, and he's the famous door-to-door son-in-law of the Su family in Central State. Apart from being able to do laundry and cook at home, he does nothing, living off his wife's money, a complete soft eater. But he came to Holy Dragon Group today and wanted to see Mr. Shui, and he even called Mr. Shui by his first name. Do you guys think it's funny?" The crowd all looked towards Bai Mo with a surprised look on their faces. This youth actually wanted to see General Manager Shui? For a while they were all a bit baffled. How could such a person come to see General Manager Shui? Cun saw that all the people were attracted to him. He was immediately pleased with himself. He was thinking about how to humiliate Bai Mo. When Su Mu-ching came to work at Holy Dragon Group, she would know everything about this punk's disgrace by then. Naturally, she would divorce him. So wouldn't she have a chance then? I heard that Su Mu-ching and Bai Mo had been married for 5 years but they were still babies. Chapter 79, I know you're jealous. Isn't it a bit delusional to want to see General Manager Shui without an appointment? A man said. Seeing that someone chimed in, Cun immediately said, "Isn't it? And our little sister at the front desk actually wanted to help him contact General Manager Shui. But then again, the only thing this punk is good at is coaxing women, let alone little girls." When the receptionist girl heard Cun's words, she immediately blushed and hurriedly said, "It's not true, Supervisor Wang." "What's not?" "In the future, when you meet this kind of person, just blow them out directly," Cun said with a cold snort. Then as if he thought of something, he drank towards the security guard at the door. "Who is on duty today? How can anyone be let in?" The security guard at the door was shocked at his words and hurriedly said, "Supervisor Wang, but Mr. Shui has stipulated not to judge people by their appearance." What Mr. Shui said means don't underestimate any opponent. And you a security guard talk about what corporate culture? Really take yourself as a scallion? Cun said with a face full of disdain. When the security guard heard Cun's words, his face immediately turned red, but Cun was the head of the sales department. How could he dare to refute? Bai Mo looked at Cun and said indifferently, "I have a grudge against you? No enmity, I just don't like you." Cun said with a cold smile. The corner of Bai Mo's mouth rose slightly and said, "Let me guess, why are you targeting me so much?" "It's because of Mu-ching. You must think, why I don't do anything, but I was able to marry a wife like a flower, while you yourself are the supervisor of Sacred Dragon Group, but Mu-ching is not interested in you. Am I right?" Bai Mo finished looking at Cun with a cold smile on his face. Cun sneered and said, "Humph, I admit that I like Mu-ching, But Bai Mo, what do you have to show off? Who in Central State doesn't know that you are about to divorce Su Muchun? Who said to you that we are getting divorced? Bai Mo said indifferently. Also, I know you're envious and jealous, but there's no way around it. I'm able to see Mu Qing every day, but you can't. There's no use for you to be jealous. It's better to focus all your energy on your work, or else you'll lose your job again someday. Wan Cun was furious when he heard this. Bai Mo's words spoke to his heart. He was just jealous that Bai Mo was able to marry a wife like Su Mu Qing. What are you so goddamned angry about? You are married to Mu Qing, but you haven't even touched someone's hand to me in 5 years. You're still a loser. Wan Cun said with a grunt and a laugh. Then he looked at the crowd and said, can you guys imagine? He's like a dog in the Su family, but he can't even touch his own wife's hand, let alone share a room. Do you guys say it's laughable? The crowd all burst into laughter at the words and said, a door-to-door son-in-law is worse than a dog. Where is it that good? I heard that the Su family didn't agree to this marriage in the first place. It was the old man who was bent on having his way. Didn't you say a few days ago that Su Muching was going to marry the Qin family's Qin Xiao? Wasn't this kid kicked out of the Su family? After hearing the words of the crowd, Wang Cun said with a sudden realization, so that's how it is. Gu, Bai Mo was really sorry. I didn't know you came to look for a job. A few days ago Mu Qing and I said, now that you guys left the Su family, but some life is not as good as you want. I and Mu Qing are old classmates. This favor can still help. A moment later I'll talk to the personnel department. Let them arrange a job for you to sweep the toilet. What do you think? Wang Cun finished looking at Bai Mo with a disdainful face. Bai Mo looked at Wang Cun and said, what are you? You can call Mu Qing? I'll call it. How can you bar me to help? Wang Cun grunted and said, Bai Mo, let me tell you, maybe that day you will realize that I will be walking with Mu Qing in the future. I'm warning you, if you dare to call Mu Qing like that again, I'll be rude to you. Bai Mo looked at Wang Cun with icy cold eyes. Also, do your own job. Be careful of losing your job because of your quality. Quality? This guy is actually talking to me about quality? Wang Cun laughed once again as if he had heard some joke. In the next second, Wang Cun's face changed and he came to Bai Mo's body and said coldly, threatening me? How dare you threaten me? Don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Are you and I in the same status? After saying that, Wang Cun directly called out to the security guard at the door. Security guard, kick him out. Don't affect everyone's work. The security guard looked towards Bai Mo with a difficult face. Bai Mo sighed in his heart. He could not imagine that the first day he came to take over the Holy Dragon Group, he actually had to fight his way in. It was at this time that the elevator doors dinged, followed by a voice. What are you guys gathering here for? Don't you have to go to work? After the crowd heard this voice, they immediately scattered as birds and beasts and hurriedly ran towards the elevator. Even Wang Cun's face changed and he gave Bai Mo a vicious look. Count yourself lucky. After saying that, he also hurriedly turned towards the elevator. Bai Mo said indifferently, I thought you were some kind of executive, but it turns out that you are also a small person. In his eyes, he looked down on Wang Cun's timid appearance after hearing the reprimand of the man in the elevator. Wang Cun immediately heard the anger rise in his heart, but at this moment, he could not explode. He could only look towards Bai Mo with a threatening glance. But Bai Mo didn't care at all and turned his head towards the elevator entrance. A woman wearing an OL outfit, black stockings with 2 straight thighs set off the best, coupled with black high heels, it made her whole body's aura look strong. Twisting her willow waist and swinging her upper body with imposing grandeur, she slowly walked towards the front desk. When arriving at the front desk, the woman glanced at Bai Mo before turning her head towards the front desk and asking, Xiao Wen, what happened? Hello Mr. Lu, this gentleman wants to see Mr. Shui. Lu Yushan once again looked towards Bai Mo and asked, do you have an appointment with Shui? No, Bai Mo said indifferently, but Shui Renyun will definitely see me. After hearing Bai Mo's words, she froze, looked at Bai Mo with interest and said with a smile, oh, why will Mr. Shui definitely meet you? Tell me, maybe I'll take you up. You just have to tell Shui Renyun that my surname is Bai, and that Hua asked me to come. Bai Mo said with a smile. Lu Yushan had been a personnel manager for many years and had always had a sharp eye for people. Although this person was plainly dressed, his whole body had a completely different temperament, especially the confidence when he spoke. This was not something that was deliberately put on. Thinking of this, Lu Yushan asked, who are you? I am Shui Renyun's friend. Chapter 80 Young Master. Finally I see you. A friend of General Manager Shui? Lu Yushan sniffed with a puzzled expression. Then why didn't you call General Manager Shui? I forgot to bring my business card. Bai Mo said. Lu Yushan smiled and said, I can help you make this call, but if I find out that you lied to me, you won't have any good fruit to eat. This is Sacred Dragon Group. You should know that. Thanks a lot. Bai Mo nodded and said, Looking at Bai Mo not caring at all about her threatening words, Lu Yushan was once again surprised. Then she took out her phone and called Shui Renyun. Ran Yun, there's a gentleman downstairs who says he's your friend and wants to see you. He said his surname is Bai. Huabua introduced him. Lu Yushan said, do you recognize him? Shui Renyun at first frowned when she heard that it was her friend. What kind of friend doesn't call himself before coming? But when Shui Renyun heard the words that followed, she stood up with a prancing motion. Yushan, are you sure his surname is Bai? Shui Renyun asked in an urgent tone. Lu Yushan said somewhat strangely, Ran Yun, what's wrong with you? Nothing, he said his surname is Bai. Is that right? Shui Renyun asked again. Lu Yushan felt that today's Shui Renyun was a bit off, but still said, you'd better ask yourself, he's right downstairs. After saying that, she directly gave the phone to Bai Mo and said to him, it looks like he knows you. Bai Mo didn't say anything after receiving the phone. Shui Renyun took a deep breath and said with some excitement, young master? Bai Mo nodded and said, have someone take me up. I'll go down to fetch you. Shui Renyun sniffed and said hurriedly. Bai Mo shook his head and said, no need, there are many people here. How smart is Shui Renyun? She understood Bai Mo's meaning after a slight thought and hurriedly said, young master, Yushan is one of our own. I'll let him bring you up. Good. Bai Mo nodded and handed the phone to Lu Yushan. Lu Yushan took the phone with a suspicious face, and Shui Renyun's voice came from inside and said, Yushan, help me bring young Mr. Bai to my office. Make sure to be respectful enough. Good. Although Lu Yushan was surprised in her heart, did Shui Renyun really know the young man in front of her? And she had to be respectful enough when she asked herself to bring him up. Since Lu Yushan had come to the Holy Dragon Group, she had yet to see someone who had made Shui Renyun pay so much attention. Even the people from those two super families, Shui Renyun had only responded politely. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yushan looked at Bai Mo in surprise and said, you're actually a friend of Renyun? Hearing Lu Yushan's intimate address to Shui Renyun, coupled with the fact that Shui Renyun had just said that Lu Yushan was one of her own, Bai Mo knew that these two should also have a very good relationship in private. Can you take me up? Bai Mo said with a smile. Lu Yushan nodded and said, good. Saying that, she gave up her position and stretched out her hand. Come with me. Bai Mo just lifted his step, but then retracted his footsteps and smiled at the receptionist lady and said, thank you. I should have done it. The receptionist lady blushed and said hurriedly, she didn't expect Bai Mo to actually know General Shui, and even more so, she didn't expect him to thank himself for knowing such a big shot like General Shui. Bai Mo smiled and followed Lu Yushan towards the elevator. In the elevator, Bai Mo was staring ahead while Lu Yushan was sizing up Bai Mo with a curious face. Bai Mo said lightly, is there anything on my face? No, I'm just curious that Renyun actually knows you. Lu Yushan said with a smile. Lu Yushan then looked at Bai Mo with a suspicious face and said, you can't be Renyun's boyfriend, right? Cough cough. After hearing Lu Yushan's words, Bai Mo lightly coughed and said, your imagination is really rich. Lu Yushan blinked and said, because other than that I really can't think of why Renyun would see you. If you guys are really friends, it's impossible that you don't have numbers stored in your cell phones. Bai Mo smiled at his words and didn't say anything. Seeing Bai Mo not speaking, Lu Yushan also did not ask any more questions, but only speculated about Bai Mo's identity in her heart. Soon the elevator door opened, and the moment the elevator door opened, Shui Renyun was already standing in front of the door. Lu Yushan looked at Shui Renyun in shock. She never thought that Shui Renyun would come back to the elevator door to greet her personally. Shui Renyun first said to Lu Yushan, Yushan, you go back first, I'll go find you later. Also this matter, don't tell anyone. Good. Lu Yushan nodded and said. Then Shui Renyun said to Bai Mo, Mr. Bai, please follow me. The moment the elevator door closed, the doubts in Lu Yushan's heart increased, and she became even more curious about Bai Mo's identity. What exactly was Bai Mo? To be able to make Shui Renyun pay so much attention? And the way the two of them looked at each other proved that there was absolutely no way that they could be a couple. No, I must ask Renyun properly in a while. With such doubts, Lu Yushan walked towards her office. After waiting for the elevator doors to close, Shui Renyun said excitedly, young master, finally meeting you. Bai Mo smiled and said, no need to be so troublesome. Come here to pick me up. I just came over to take a look. Young master, the entire floor here is my office area. There is no one else except the secretary, who has already let me branch out in advance. Shui Renyun hurriedly explained. Upon hearing this, Bai Mo nodded, secretly praising Shui Renyun in his heart for doing things carefully. After the two arrived at the office, Shui Renyun respectfully said, young master, please sit down. Saying that, he pointed to the boss chair behind the desk. Bai Mo looked around the environment of Shui Renyun's office, nodded and said, not bad. The environment of an office can reflect the business condition of a company. Bai Mo came to the huge floor-to-ceiling window and looked towards the bottom with his hands behind his back. The Holy Dragon Group's building, with more than 50 floors, was considered a relatively tall building in Central State. From here, he was able to see the entire Central State clearly. After looking at it for a while, Bai Mo came to the sofa and sat down and said, "Sit down. No need to be so formal. That position is yours and will be yours in the future. I just came over to take a look. In the future, the company's operation will still depend on you. Me coming won't change anything." Shui Renyun's eyes lit up when she heard Bai Mo's words, not because Bai Mo said that she would still be sitting in this seat in the future, but because Bai Mo told her clear thoughts as soon as she came up. For a boss who touches the concerns of his subordinates' hearts as soon as he comes up like this, Shui Renyun is somewhat looking forward to it. Shui Renyun nodded and said, "Sacred Dragon Group is the young masters, and will always be only the young masters, so if there is anything in the future, please ask the young master to command. Just now on the phone, I heard your tone was a bit agitated. Have you seen me before?" Bai Mo asked. Shui Renyun sniffed and took a deep excited breath. "Young master, maybe you don't remember, but I will never forget it in my life. I was the first batch of beneficiaries of your seed program. Chapter 81, Horses Before Horses, helping you rise again. The seed project? You're from the seed program?" Bai Mo was also surprised when he heard Shui Renyun's words. Shui Renyun's eyes were slightly red as she nodded her head and said, "Yes, I was one of the first people to sign up for the seed program. After young master disappeared, Huabwa started the Heavenly Maiden Scattering Plan, and I happened to come back from studying abroad, so I directly participated in the plan. Originally, I thought that I would never be able to see young master again, but I never thought that there would still be a day when I would be able to see young master." Looking at Shui Renyun's appearance, Bai Mo said with some sighs, "It is really never thought that you would be the seed program. The seed program has a total of 3 batches of people, but the ones who really came back is not much. Not only did you come back, but you also participated in the Heavenly Maiden Scattering Plan. It's really rare. Do a good job in the future. I won't treat you poorly." The seed program was formulated when Bai Mo was still in the Bai family, which was to find those with excellent grades in the country, but whose families were in a difficult situation, and subsidize them to go to school, and when they came back, then let them return to work for the company under Bai Mo. The only person who knew about this program was Bai Mo, and everyone in the seed program obeyed Bai Mo's orders alone. The cycle of the seed program is very long. The fastest will take 5 years. At that time, when the seed program was carried out to the 3rd batch, Bai Mo disappeared because he was framed by a traitor, so the subsequent things, Bai Mo couldn't pay attention to. Shui Renyun nodded and said, "Please don't worry young master. Also young master don't be sad. As far as I know the first batch of people from the seed program at that time have returned at least 80% of them, and many of them are serving amongst the Heavenly Maiden Scattering programs all over the country. Most of the people from the 2nd and 3rd batch of the program also gave up on the young master because the list was leaked and was targeted by the Bai family's old ancestor and couldn't stand their bullying." After hearing Shui Renyun's words, Bai Mo nodded his head and said, "I know, they can't help it. I won't blame them. By the way, the strength of the Holy Dragon Group in Central State, how exactly is it?" When Shui Renyun heard Bai Mo ask, she immediately smiled and said, "Young master, although few people know about our Sacred Dragon Group in the Central State, that's because we keep a low profile. In fact, many of the industries in the Central State are ours, and even the 2 major super families have cooperation with us. If young master wants an official announcement, we can definitely give Central State a shock. No need. I'm just asking." Bai Mo waved his hand and said, "I came today for 2 things. After Shui Renyun heard Bai Mo's words, she hurriedly raised her head seriously and subconsciously pulled out her cell phone wanting to record it. Bai Mo said with a faint smile, "There's no need to be so nervous. I'm not here to dictate the company's business. Young master is joking. Sacred Dragon Group is yours. Even if you throw him all away, there is nothing wrong with that." Shui Renyun said hurriedly. Bai Mo shook his head and said, "You can't say that. Sacred Dragon Group is your heart and soul for these 5 years, and there are great uses for Sacred Dragon Group in the future. The first thing is that my wife, Su Muqing, didn't she come to the company to apply for a job?" "Yes, this matter was requested by Huabwa, but the specific how let me wait for the young master's notice." Shui Renyun nodded and said. Bai Mo then said, "Find a real power department in the company for her to serve in. Remember it's possible to negotiate business, but don't tell her my real identity. The second thing is to cut off all business dealings from the Su family from today." Shui Renyun froze at his words and said cautiously, "Young master, the Su family's strength is too small and has yet to cooperate with our Holy Dragon Group." "I know. I'm talking about the other companies that cooperate with the Su family. It shouldn't be difficult for Sacred Dragon Group to make them not cooperate with the Su family," Bai Mo said. When Shui Ringyun heard this, she immediately smiled and said, "This really isn't difficult. I want the Su family to beg Mu Qing to go back and preside over the big picture. Do you understand?" Bai Mo said. Shui Ringyun nodded and said, "I understand, young master. The Su family bullied the young lady. Young master is trying to take it out on the young lady. There's another thing, it's the Long family. If you have the right business, you can support the Long family. Fourth brother Long is my friend," Bai Mo said with a smile. "Of course this is all on the premise of not violating the company's operations," Shui Ringyun said with a heavy nod. "I understand, young master." At this moment, Shui Ringyun sighed in his heart. The young master is still the same young master. After 5 years of drifting, the young master still hasn't changed. Bai Mo then got up and said, "Things are finished, I'll go back first." "Oh yeah, check what the name of the person who just taunted me inside the hall is." "What? How dare someone mock at young master? Is this person someone from the Holy Dragon Group?" Shui Ringyun said angrily when she heard this. Bai Mo nodded his head and said, "Yes, he is my wife's classmate, and according to my wife, it was because of that person that she passed the interview." "Impossible, young master," Shui Ringyun said hurriedly. "The matter of madam coming to the company for an interview. No one knew about it at all beforehand except for Uncle Hua and me. Even Yushan was informed of the interview by me on an impromptu basis." Bai Mo nodded his head and said, "Of course I know. This person has bad thoughts about my wife. You know? To think that he wants to get his hands on the young lady. I can't spare him," Shui Ringyun instantly said with a cold face. Bai Mo shook his head and said, "No need to do that first. You find this person first and then tell me. I'll tell you what to do then." "Yes, young master," Shui Ringyun said. Bai Mo then walked towards the elevator. After arriving at the elevator, Bai Mo said, "I can just go down by myself. There are too many people in the hall." "Alright, if anything happens, please call me, young master." Shui Ringyun hurriedly handed Bai Mo his business card with both hands. Bai Mo nodded and said, "I will." "Well," said Bai Mo with a smile, "multifaceted not managing the company. The ideas are a bit unclear. There is one more thing." Shui Ringyun pursed her lips when she heard this. The young master is still the same as always. When he is with his own people, he is always so approachable. "Young master, please speak. I like the company's corporate culture. The receptionist in the lobby and the security guards on duty at the entrance. They are all very good and can be promoted appropriately," Bai Mo said. "That's all. I'll go back first. Remember my identity. Don't disclose it to anyone except your own people." Shui Ringyun nodded and said, "Yes, young master." Bai Mo waved his hand and walked into the elevator. After waiting for Bai Mo to leave, Shui Ringyun took a deep breath and muttered, "Young master, don't worry. I wasn't by your side last time. This time I will definitely be your pawn and help you rise again." After saying that, Shui Ringyun's face turned cold and pulled out the phone to call his secretary. "Go to the surveillance room and check it out for me. Just now inside the hall. Who was embarrassing a youth in sportswear?" Chapter 82, Having Eyes Without Pearls. Afterwards, Shui Ringyun once again made a call to Lu Yushan. After Lu Yushan received Shui Ringyun's call, she arrived at Shui Ringyun's office in less than 2 minutes. Shui Ringyun looked at Lu Yushan with some surprise. "Why did you come so quickly?" "Good letter chanting." Lu Yushan smiled sweetly and said, "Quickly tell me, who exactly is that youth just now? It can't be the boyfriend you're secretly raising?" Hearing Lu Yushan, Shui Ringyun said with some tears and laughter, "What are you thinking? Besides, I don't need to secretly raise a boyfriend, right? Really not?" Lu Yushan asked with a skeptical face. Shui Ringyun said without a trace of humor, "I also want to. If I could match young master, I would wake up from my dreams with a smile on my face." "Young master?" Lu Yushan froze at her words. Shui Ringyun said with a straight face, "Yes, it's the young master. He is the actual controller of the Holy Dragon Group, the boss behind it, the second young master of the Bai family." "What?" After hearing Shui Ringyun's words, Lu Yushan instantly lost her voice and shouted with a face full of shock. Shui Ringyun nodded and said, "It's true. He is the boss behind our Holy Dragon Group?" Lu Yushan said with a face full of disbelief. His clothes?" Shui Ringyun asked with a smile. Lu Yushan shook her head and said, "No, you know just now downstairs, when he was embarrassed by Wang Wan Cun. How could he be second young master by Wang Wan Cun? Shui Ringyun said with a frown. "Right." Lu Yushan then told the story of what happened just now. "When I went, I only heard this." "Very well, a small sales supervisor. How dare you disrespect the young master?" A trace of coldness flashed through Shui Ringyun's beautiful eyes. Lu Yushan looked at Shui Ringyun and said, "Ran Yun, what's going on here? Let me tell you a story," Shui Ringyun said. Afterwards, Shui Ringyun told Lu Yushan about her poor family since childhood. but her excellent academic performance. And then she was selected by Bai Mo to be the first batch of personnel for the seed program. And then later on when Bai Mo disappeared and Huabwa activated the Heavenly Maiden scattered flowers. And also the several things that Bai Mo had just come to the company to arrange. Lu Yushan said with a face full of sighs. I only know that you had a difficult life in your family since you were a child, but I didn't expect that there were so many things that happened behind. Yes, if it wasn't for young master, I'm afraid I'd still be farming inside the mountains. Shui Renyun sighed and said, not only did young master provide me with education, he even sent a lot of living expenses to my family, and even had someone take my mother to the hospital to cure her illness. Young master is a great benefactor to my entire family. Lu Yushan nodded her head and said, he is, however, can be said to be your benefactor. Yushan, don't mention the identity of the young master to outsiders for now. I've already mentioned you to the young master. Don't worry, you can never go wrong following the young master. Shui Renyun said. Lu Yushan nodded her head and said, just for the fact that he just said that the company will still let you manage it, and that he didn't unload the mill and kill the donkey, he is a good boss worth following. Young master is a man of great affection and righteousness, although to outsiders, he doesn't speak well, but his heart is on fire. Shui Renyun murmured, the Su family's matter, you go and do it. Don't worry, I'll definitely do it beautifully. I just don't know if the Su family's people would regret their intestines if they knew the young master's identity. Lu Yushan said with a smile. Shui Renyun snorted coldly and said, humph, then it's their own fault for having eyes without a pearl. In the hall of the Holy Dragon Group, Lu Yushan came to the front desk, looked at Xiaowen inside and asked with a smile, Xiaowen, how long have you been in the company? More than a year, Xiaowen answered in a disciplined manner. Lu Yushan nodded at her words and said, well, time is not short. Mr. Lu, after hearing Lu Yushan's words, Xiaowen was instantly startled and said, Mr. Lu, is it because of what happened just now that I handled it wrong? Can General Manager Lu give me a chance? I will definitely correct myself in the future. What are you thinking? Why are you so timid? Not only did you handle it right, you handled it well. Lu Yushan smiled and said, I came here because I want to tell you. Go to the personnel department to report in the afternoon. From now on you will also be my assistant. Ah, Xiaowen looked at Lu Yushan with a face full of shock. Lu Yushan was the personnel manager of Sacred Dragon Group. Although she only held the title of manager, everyone called her General Manager Lu. Anyone in the group who wanted to go to work had to go through her. And in the Sacred Dragon Group, she could be said to be the one above the other. To be the assistant of General Manager Lu is equivalent to a step to heaven. Are you not willing? Lu Yushan looked at Xiaowen with a smile on her face and asked. Xiaowen hurriedly said, No, I'm willing. Well, wait until the afternoon shift comes to hand over. Then you go upstairs and look for me. In addition, the matter of the youth just now, don't say anything about it to anyone, especially Wan Cun. Yes, I understand. Mr. Lu. Immediately after, the security guard on duty at the door also received a short message of promotion. For a while Xiaowen and the security guard both wondered what was going on. How did they suddenly get promoted? Naturally, no one would tell them that this was all authorized by Bai Mo. Su Muching stayed at home, looking at the book in boredom, secretly saying in her heart, it seems that the Holy Dragon Group is hopeless, but I guess it's also because I'm holding too much hope myself. Even with Wang Cun's help, it's still too difficult. Ding bell. No coincidence. Su Muqing's side was thinking about the Holy Dragon Group. The phone by the bedside rang. Miss Su, this is Lu Yushan from Holy Dragon Group. Lu Yushan's voice came from the phone. Su Muching froze at the words, and in the next second hurriedly said, hello, Mr. Lu, MS. Su, I'm officially notifying you to come to work at the company tomorrow. Please prepare the relevant information tomorrow and come directly to the HR department to find me. Lu Yushan said with a smile. After hearing Lu Yushan's words, Su Muching's entire body was frozen like a wooden chicken sitting there for a long time without speaking. Miss Su, are you still there? Lu Yushan asked. Su Muching hurriedly said, thanks to Mr. Lu for giving me this opportunity, I will definitely work hard. Well, see you tomorrow, Lu Yushan said with a smile. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yushan took a long breath and said, it's really tiring to be on the phone with the young lady and still not be able to tell the truth. Su Muching held her cell phone and confirmed again and again that someone had indeed called her just now and was not dreaming. The next second began to cheer. It worked. Immediately after, Su Muching hurriedly called Bai Mo. Bai Mo, where are you? My interview was successful. Su Muching said excitedly. Bai Mo smiled at his words and said, you're about to arrive at the medical center. Congratulations. Chapter 83, Su Jinhai's Mockery. I'll go find you, Su Muching said and directly hung up the phone. Hearing Su Muching's delighted voice, Bai Mo's heart was also very happy. and even his own mood began to become pleasant. He then walked into the medical center with a smile on his face. Su Shashan and Jinyang both saw the smile on Bai Mo's face and asked with a smile, "It seems that Mr. Bai is in a good mood today." "Well, Jinyang, make a cup of tea," Bai Mo said smilingly. He then sat down in front of the consultation table. "Okay, Mr. Bai." Jinyang smiled and walked directly towards the inner room. Su Muching purposely picked out a dress and also put on light makeup, then walked towards the stairs. Seeing Su Muching's outfit today, Gao Xiaoyun asked with some surprise, "Muchang, where are you going?" "Mom, I've had an interview. I'm going to work at Holy Dragon Group tomorrow." Su Muching couldn't hide her excitement and said. Gao Xiaoyun froze at her words and hurriedly asked, "Holy Dragon Group?" "Yes, it's that company I told you about. That is very low-key in Central State, but very strong," Su Muching said with a smile. Gao Xiaoyan jumped up when she heard this. "Oh, God has eyes, letting Muching go to work for Holy Dragon Group." After Su Muching told her about the Sacred Dragon Group last time, she deliberately went to inquire about it. She didn't know until she asked, and only then did she realize how bullish the Holy Dragon Group was. She knew that she couldn't possibly know too much about the Holy Dragon Group by virtue of herself, but just a small part of it was already aware of how powerful the Holy Dragon Group was. And if it was all of it, how powerful is the Holy Dragon Group? Now that she heard Su Muching say that she was going to work at Holy Dragon Group tomorrow, how could she not be excited? "Muching, this time we can finally raise our eyebrows," Gao Xiaoyan said. Su Muching nodded and said, "Mom, I'm going to look for Bai Mo. What are you going to find that loser for?" The originally happy Gao Xiaoyun's face sank when she heard Su Muching's words, and then sized up Su Muching's dress. "Muching, you can't be holding any hopes for that loser, right?" Gao Xiaoyun said angrily. "I just don't understand. What's so good about that loser? You always protect him. I even changed into a dress on purpose today. You usually have a professional outfit. When have you ever worn a skirt? Is this for that punk?" After Su Muching heard Gao Xiaoyun's words, she said with a frown on her brow, "Mom, you shouldn't interfere in the future with Bai Mo and I." After saying this, Su Muching directly left the room. Gao Xiaoyan looked at the faraway Su Muching and shouted angrily, "Muching, you will regret it sooner or later. I didn't do all this for your sake. You're really pissing me off." Su Muching simply ignored Gao Xiaoyun's words and directly drove towards the door. Just after leaving the neighborhood and turning a corner, she heard a car honking behind her. Su Muching looked towards the rearview mirror and found that it was actually Su Jinhai's car. Su Jinhai signaled Su Muching to pull over in the cab. After Su Muching stopped the car, Su Jinhai directly came to Su Muching's car and said, "Su Muching, I have something to find you. Let's find a place to sit. Let's talk here if you have something," Su Muching said with a flat face. Su Jinhai frowned at his words and said, "Su Muching, do you think that you don't know your own last name because that punk Bai Mo asked Brother Long Si to help solve the Su family's troubles?" "Su Jinhai, if you don't have anything to do, I'm leaving," Su Muching said angrily after hearing Su Jinhai's words. "Also, the Su family's matter is that you guys took Qin Maoyang's $20 million. It doesn't have anything to do with Bai Mo. Bai Mo let fourth Brother Long step in to save the Su family, and you're even calling him a waste behind his back." Su Jinhai sneered and said, "Humph, Su Muching, you're not really because Bai Mo is on the list of the big tree that is fourth Brother Long, are you? I've heard your mom say, Bai Mo just saved fourth Brother Long. I guess this time, because of the Qin family's matter, the Long family won't pay attention to Bai Mo anymore in the future. Bai Mo is still the same, that trash." Su Muching sniffed at Su Jinhai and said angrily, "An ungrateful villain like you. I'm too lazy to talk to you." "Su Muching, you think I'm willing to come to you?" Su Jinhai sneered once again. "It's Grandma who asked me to come and tell you that the Long family has a few new development projects recently, and asked Bai Mo to go to the Long family to see if he can sign a contract for the Su family. And as long as the contract is signed, you can return to the Su family. But in my opinion, there's no chance at all. Who would be willing to befriend that punk Bai Mo?" "Humph." Su Muching looked at Su Jinhai angrily and said, "Then why did you still come to me? I really didn't expect that you guys would be such people. Bai Mo has done so much for the Su family, and you guys still look down on him." "Look down on Bai Mo? Su Muching, you're not out of your mind, are you?" Su Jinhai laughed out loud as if he had heard some heavenly joke. Then he said again, "Su Muching, but you can really let Bai Mo try his luck. Maybe Long fourth brother will see Bai Mo's pity and really give him a contract. At that time, you guys can also return to the Su family again. Maybe you'll even be able to have a bite to eat in the future. Don't at that time, you two will have to go to the streets to beg for food." "Ha ha 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 ha." Su Jinhai finished and started to laugh wildly, then coldly looked at Su Muching and said, "Do you think Grandma really wants you to take over the Su family?" "Su Muching, don't dream." That was said to Long Si's people. Su Muching's whole body shivered from Su Jinhai's anger. Her face flushed red as she angrily shouted, "Don't worry, We won't beg you even if we have to beg for food. That would be best. Su Jinhai said with a cold smile, the words I have brought, whether you do it or not is your business. But I think that Bai Mo doesn't have the ability to do that either. Ha 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 ha. After saying that, Su Jinhai directly walked towards his own car. After getting into the car, a foot on the gas car went away. Su Mucheng returned to the car. A long time cannot calm their mood. A time cannot help but cry. After a while, before drying tears toward the direction of the medical center to drive. After Su Mucheng arrived at the medical center, Bai Mo looked at Su Mucheng's red eyes and asked with concern, Mu Ching, what's wrong with you? Su Mucheng told Bai Mo about meeting Su Jinhai just now. Bai Mo said with a cold smile after hearing this, Mu Ching, don't worry, as I said before, the Su family will be begging for you to go back. Really? Su Mucheng froze when she heard this. She didn't know why, but she felt that Bai Mo was speaking with confidence, as if this matter would really become a reality. Bai Mo nodded and said, trust me. Chapter 84, You're so pretty. Su Mucheng looked at Bai Mo dumbfounded. In the past, every time Bai Mo spoke, Su Mucheng's first reaction was to not believe it. Just like Bai Mo could do medicine, she always felt that Bai Mo had only read a few medical books, so how could he possibly be able to look at diseases? It was only through Bai Mo's visit to the couple yesterday that Su Mucheng realized that what Bai Mo said was true. Even if Bai Mo could see the doctor, he still had no way to deal with the Su family, but for some reason Su Mucheng felt that Bai Mo hadn't lied to him after hearing his words. Bai Mo looked at Su Mucheng's dumbfounded appearance and asked, what's wrong? Nothing, nothing. Su Mucheng shook her head and said, what is it that men and women are afraid of each other? It was the woman having an interest in the man and the man having an appreciation for the woman. Once a woman has an interest in a man, she will subconsciously want to understand the man. Bai Mo smiled and asked, received a call from Holy Dragon Group? Yeah. Upon hearing this, Su Mucheng, who was in a bad mood just now because of Su Jinhai, instantly smiled and nodded her head and said, just now the personnel manager of the Holy Dragon Group, Mr. Lu, personally gave me a call and told me to prepare the relevant materials to go to work tomorrow. This is a good thing, Bai Mo said with a smile. It should be celebrated. Su Mucheng nodded and said, that's why I came over to look for you in the first place. After hearing Su Mucheng's words, Bai Mo froze, a little surprised in his heart. Su Mucheng's attitude surprised him a bit. This was the first time he heard that Su Mucheng had something good she wanted to share with herself. I'll treat you to dinner, Bai Mo said with a smile. Yeah. Su Mucheng smiled and looked at Bai Mo with a smile on her face. Su Mucheng's smile was the kind where the corners of her mouth rose and she gave a shallow smile. A typical smile of a big girl. Her own nature is a very light kind. Easily does not smile. Otherwise she would not be called an iceberg beauty by others. So at this moment, when Bai Mo suddenly saw Su Mucheng smile, he was a little dumbfounded for a moment. Seeing Bai Mo standing still, just staring at himself, Su Mucheng's face flushed and said with some pout, what are you looking at? You're so pretty, Bai Mo said subconsciously. After Bai Mo's words, Su Mucheng's face turned even redder. Zhen Yang inside the medicine cabinet couldn't help but laugh out loud and said, Mr. Bai, Miss Su, you two are really interesting. As soon as Zhen Yang opened his mouth, Bai Mo instantly found a step and said to Zhen Yang without any good humor, you're done with things, aren't you? I'll arrange something else for you. After saying that, he directly picked up the materia medica from the consultation table, came to the medicine cabinet and handed it to Zhen Yang and said, 3 days, memorize all of the materia medica. 3 days? Zhen Yang looked at Bai Mo with a shocked face and said, while Su Shaoshan, who was at the other consultation table, heard Bai Mo's words, he was excited and hurriedly said to Zhen Yang, why don't you thank Mr. Bai? Su Mucheng didn't know why Su Shaoshan reacted so strongly. Didn't Bai Mo just ask Zhen Yang to memorize a materia medica? Zhen Yang also looked towards Su Shaoshan with a puzzled face. Usually quite smart, how come you're so stupid at critical times? Su Shaoshan looked at Zhen Yang who had a questioning face and instantly gasped. Mr. Bai is trying to teach you the art of medicine. After hearing Su Shaoshan's words, Zhen Yang's whole body suddenly shook and looked at Bai Mo incredulously and said, Mr. Bai is going to teach me the art of medicine? From the time Bai Mo cured Su Shaoshan, Zhen Yang had admired Bai Mo's medical skills, and had privately talked to Su Shaoshan about wanting to follow Bai Mo to learn the art of medicine, and to cure the sick and save the people like Bai Mo did. However, Su Shaoshan felt that the relationship between him and Bai Mo was not yet so familiar, so he did not mention it. But today, he didn't expect that Bai Mo would actually teach himself medical skills today. That depends on your talent. Bai Mo blared at Zhen Yang and said. Zhen Yang immediately took a stand and said, 3 days, I will definitely be able to memorize it. After saying this, Zhen Yang turned out the materia medica and read it, just for 10 seconds or so, and instantly went into the state. Looking at Zhen Yang's appearance, Bai Mo nodded. The youth in front of him was actually talented and focused, and had a foundation in Chinese medicine, but he just didn't have a famous teacher to guide him. If he instructed him himself, he might be a good seedling of Chinese medicine. Su Muqing saw Su Shaoshan and Jinyan were so excited and looked at Bai Mo with complexity in her eyes. Bai Mo had changed so much in the past few days that he had already somewhat not recognized him. Bai Mo turned his head to Su Muqing and said, "Let's go out to eat." "Good." Su Muqing nodded and said. As before, Bai Mo was still Su Muqing's driver. Su Muqing was in a very good mood today, constantly talking to Bai Mo in the car, and Bai Mo also drove towards the Long's hotel with a smile on his face amongst them. After Su Jinhai separated from Su Muqing, he drove towards the company. Arriving at the Su family company, in front of the old lady's office, Su Jinhai adjusted his emotions, trying hard to make himself look angry. He then knocked on the door. "Come in." Inside the office came the Su family's old lady's voice. Su Jinhai sniffed and directly pushed open the door to the room and walked in. As soon as he entered, Su Jinhai said angrily, "Grandma, Su Muqing is simply too much. What exactly happened? Jinhai so angry?" The Su family's old lady looked at Su Jinhai in puzzlement. Su Jinhai then added to the matter of going to find Su Muqing just now and said it to the Su family's old lady. "Grandma, Su Muqing even said that she doesn't care to return to the Su family." Su Jinhai said angrily. When the Su family's old lady heard this, she said with an incredulous face, "What did you say? Su Muqing really said that?" "Yes, Grandma. I painstakingly told him how much Grandma expects from her," Su Jinhai said in exasperation, telling him that he only needs to let Bai Mo go and do an introduction with fourth brother Long, and leave the rest to me. Then they can return to the Su family. But what did people say? Not rare. Still saying. Su family's old lady looked at Su Jinhai's stuttering appearance, immediately anxious, asked, "What else did say?" "Also said that you expelled her from the Su family." Just what she wanted. Even if she leaves the Su family, she can't starve. She can go to work in another company. And also said that with her ability she can completely be the president of the Su family. It is you who have always disliked her. How dare you? Before Su Jinhai's words could be spoken, the Su family's old lady instantly exclaimed in anger, slapping her hands heavily on the table. "Is that really what she said? Grandma, how could I dare to lie to you?" Su Jinhai hurriedly said. "Not only that, in front of so many people on the street, she told me to get lost, saying that the Su family has wronged her." The Su family's old lady instantly shouted in anger. Reverse. Chapter 85. Not only to have money, but also to have status. Su family's old lady was furious. Her whole body trembled, and said angrily, "I said that she was kicked out of the Su family by me for so many days, but she didn't come to beg me even once, so it's because she was playing with this kind of mind." "Humph, still want to work in another company? You're dreaming, Jinhai." Su Muqing is nothing more than wanting to work at the Su family's suppliers by virtue of the Su family's connections, the Su family's old lady said viciously. "You tell all the companies that work with the Su family and the business community not to admit Su Muqing. I'm going to block her inside the business circle in Central State." After hearing the Su family's old lady's words, Su Jinhai was immediately overjoyed and hurriedly nodded his head. "Grandma, don't worry, I'll go and do it right now. At that time, she will definitely come back and beg you on her knees." "Beg me?" The Su family's old lady sneered and said, "Even if she comes back on her knees to beg me, I won't forgive her. Just a one-sided relationship. She still really thinks that that punk can climb up that big tree of fourth brother Long? Today I'll let her know what identity is." After saying that, the Su family's old lady shouted at the door, "Someone come." The secretary outside the door hurriedly walked in and said, "Old ancestor, what are your orders?" "Go prepare a generous gift for me. In addition, contact the Long family. I'm going to pay a visit to fourth brother Long," the Su family's old lady said. When the secretary heard this, she hurriedly nodded her head and said, "Yes, I am going to prepare it." "Grandmother, what are you doing?" Su Jinhai did not understand the Su family old lady's intention and asked in confusion. The Su family's old lady said in a sophisticated manner, "Doesn't Su Muqing think that because Bai Mo knows fourth brother Long, she thinks that they've climbed the ladder? I don't know. How could fourth brother Long befriend someone of their status? I guess after returning the favor for the Qin family's matter, fourth brother Long won't care about them anymore. Let's go visit fourth brother Long at this time and express our gratitude for the Qin family's matter. Do you think that by virtue of our Su family, will fourth brother Long see us?" Hearing this, Su Jinhai's eyes instantly lit up as he hurriedly said, "Grandma, this is a brilliant move on your part. By utilizing this matter of Bai Mo seeking help from fourth brother Long, we'll get in touch with the Long family. You are the backbone of our Su family. Fourth brother Long is bound to know about it. Maybe we can negotiate a cooperation. At that time, when Su Muqing and the others see that we've cooperated with the dragon family, they'll definitely be dumbfounded." "Grandma, you are really great." After being complimented by Su Jinhai for a few words, The Su family's old lady instantly raised her eyebrows and smiled, humming and laughing as she said, "Fighting with me? I'll make them cry without a place to cry." The secretary soon came back again and said, "Old ancestor, we've already contacted Brother Longxi's assistant, and Brother Longxi has agreed, but Brother Longxi is now in a sanatorium due to his physical discomfort some time ago." "Oh, that makes it all the more important for us to go and take a look." The Su family's old lady sniffed and said, "You go and prepare a few more supplements and give them to Jinhai. Tomorrow Jinhai will accompany me." "Yes." The secretary finished speaking and went out again. When Su Jinhai heard the Su family's old lady say that she was going to take herself to the Long family, he was filled with great joy, and his mouth said repeatedly, "Many thanks to grandmother for cultivating me. Jinhai, within the younger generation I am very optimistic about you. Grandma is getting old. In the future the Su family's company will still rely on you." The Su family's old lady said, "You must not let Grandma down. Grandma, don't worry, I will definitely not let you down. I will definitely listen to Grandma in the future," Su Jinhai said hurriedly. The Su family's old lady was originally a person with a strong desire for control. Seeing Su Jinhai being so obedient instantly made her smile. At this time inside the sanatorium, Xiao Jiang said to Long Wenbai, "Fourth brother, why did the Su family's old lady think of coming to visit you?" "I don't know, but since it's Mr. Bai's wife's maiden family, we always have to give some face," Long Wenbai said. On the side, Long Wan-er thought for a moment and said, "Big brother, do you want to tell Mr. Bai about this? I did hear before that the Su family is not very nice to Mr. Bai." "No need first, let's see what the Su family means first," Long Wenbai said. "It would be fine if they simply came to thank. If they have any other intentions, don't blame me for being impolite." Humph. After Su Muching got off the car, she looked at the Long's hotel in front of her and said with a surprised face, "You're going to invite me to eat here? Well, isn't it necessary to celebrate something so happy?" Bai Mo said with a smile. Su Muching looked at Bai Mo with an odd expression and said, "You just opened a medical center. Do you still have money on you? That 5 million was also robbed by my mom. Isn't there still you?" Bai Mo blinked and said, "Didn't you always pay for meals in the past? You're used to eating soft food." Su Muching pursed her lips and smiled. Only just after the words were said, Su Muching hurriedly said, "Bai Mo, don't think too much. I'm just subconsciously making a joke. I know, I'm not that sensitive. Go in," Bai Mo said with a smile. The two just arrived at the door. The security guard first looked towards Su Muching. "What a beautiful woman." Then he looked towards Bai Mo again. When he saw what Bai Mo was wearing, he immediately frowned, asked, "May I ask if the two of you have a membership card?" "Membership card?" Bai Mo froze at the words, then shook his head and said, "No, I'm sorry, you can't go in without a membership card. Our Long's hotel is only for members." Hearing that Bai Mo didn't have a membership card, the security guard was suddenly godly. "You can't come here to eat without a membership card?" Bai Mo asked again. Su Muching on the side solemnly remembered that Long's hotel was a membership system, and hurriedly pulled Bai Mo and said, "I just forgot, but Long's hotel is a member-only service. Let's go somewhere else." Bai Mo was just about to nod, but the security guard at the door opened his mouth and said, "Humph, don't you look at yourself? This kind of place is also where you can come." Bai Mo turned his head to look at the security guard and said with a frown, "What did you say?" "I said that your whole body is not more than $300, but you still want to come to Long's hotel to eat," the security guard said with a face full of disdain. After hearing the security guard's words, Bai Mo sneered and said, "You mean this place only receives rich people?" "Wrong." The security guard stretched out his fat finger and shook it, saying, "When you come to eat at Dragon's Hotel, not only do you have to be rich, you also have to have a status. Don't you know what your own status is?" Bai Mo sneered and said, "You don't think my status qualifies me to eat here, do you?" "Yes, that's what it means," the security guard said with disdain. Bai Mo nodded and said, "What if I have to go in? Are you damn tired of living? Dare to come here to cause trouble?" The security guard arrogantly shouted, "Know what place this is? This is fourth brother Long's property.